The Project Gutenberg ebook of Christina of Denmark, Duchess of Milan and Lorraine, 1522–1590. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Christina of Denmark, Duchess of Milan and Lorraine, 1522–1590. Author: Julia Cartwright. Release date: February 7, 2015. Ebook number 48191. Language: English. Credits: produced by Richard Tunsing, Charlene Taylor, and the online distributed proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/American Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Christina of Denmark, Duchess of Milan and Lorraine, 1522–1590. The cover image was created by the transcriber and is placed in the public domain. Christina of Denmark, Duchess of Milan and Lorraine, 1522–1590. Christina, Duchess of Milan. Christina of Denmark, Duchess of Milan and Lorraine, 1522–1590. By Julia Cartwright, M.R.S. Audi, author of Isabella d'Este, Baldassare Castiglione, The Painters of Florence, etc. Duo, Chu il la fate bon regarder, la gracieuse, bon et belle. Pour les grands biens qui sont en elle, chacun est presse de la leur. Qui est pourrait d'elle lasser? Toujours essa but renouvelle. Duo, Chu il la fate bon regarder, la gracieuse, bon et belle. Par deca, Annie de la mer, Annie ske dame Annie demoiselle qui soit en tout biens parfaits telle, c'est un songe que dy penser, Dieu, chu il la fate bon regarder. Charles D. Orleans, New York. E. P. Dutton and Company, 1913. Preface. Christina of Denmark is known to the world by Holbein's famous portrait in the National Gallery. The great court painter, who was sent to Brussels by Henry VIII to take the likeness of the emperor's niece, did his work well. With unerring skill he has rendered the singular good countenance, the clear brown eyes with their frank, honest gaze, the smile hovering about the fair red lips, the slender fingers of the nervously clasped hands, which Brantome and his royal mistress, Catherine de' Medici, thought the most beautiful hands in the world. And in a wonderful way he has caught the subtle charm of the young Duchess's personality, and made it live on his canvas. What wonder that Henry fell in love with the picture, and vowed that he would have the Duchess, if she came to him without a farthing. But for all these brave words the masterful king's wooing failed. The ghost of his wronged wife, Catherine of Aragon, the smoke of plundered abbeys, and the blood of martyred friars, came between him and his destined bride, and Christina was never numbered in the roll of Henry VIII's wives. This splendid, if perilous, adventure was denied her. But many strange experiences marked the course of her checkered life, and neither beauty nor virtue could save her from the shafts of envious fortune. Her troubles began from the cradle. When she was little more than a year old, her father, King Christian II, was deposed by his subjects, and her mother, the gentle Isabella of Austria, died in exile of a broken heart. She lost her first husband, Francesco Sforza, at the end of 18 months. Her second husband, Francis Duke of Lorraine, died in 1545, leaving her once more a widow at the age of 23. Her only son was torn from her arms while still a boy by a foreign invader, Henry II, and she herself was driven into exile. 7 years later she was deprived of the regency of the Netherlands, just when the coveted prize seemed within her grasp, and the last days of her existence were embittered by the greed and injustice of her cousin, Philip II. Yet, in spite of hard blows and cruel losses, Christina's life was not all unhappy. The bluebird, the symbol of perpetual happiness in the fairy lore of her own Lorraine, may have eluded her grasp, but she filled a great position nobly, and tasted some of the deepest and truest of human joys. Men and women of all descriptions adored her, and she had a genius for friendship which survived the charms of youth and endured to her dying day. A woman of strong affections and resolute will, she inherited a considerable share of the aptitude for government that distinguished the women of the Habsburg race. Her relationship with Charles V and residence at the court of Brussels brought her into close connection with political events during the long struggle with France, and it was in a great measure due to her exertions that the peace which ended the 60 Years' War was finally concluded at Cateau-Cambrésis in 1559. Holbein's Duchess, it is evident, was a striking figure, and her life deserves more attention than it has hitherto received. Brantome honored her with a place in his gallery of fair ladies, and the sketch which he has drawn, although inaccurate in many details, remains true in its main outlines. But with this exception, Christina's history has never yet been written. The chief sources from which her biography is drawn are the state archives of Milan and Brussels, supplemented by documents in the Record Office, the Bibliothèque Nationale, the Biblioteca Zelatana near Pavia, and the extremely interesting collection of Guy's letters in the Balcarres manuscripts, which has been preserved in the Advocates' Library at Edinburgh. A considerable amount of information, as will be seen from the bibliography at the end of this volume, has been collected from contemporary memoirs, from the histories of Buchholz and Henn, and the voluminous correspondence of Cardinal Granvelle and Philip II, as well as from Tudor, Spanish, and Venetian state papers. In conclusion, I have to acknowledge the kind help which I have received in my researches from Monsignor Rodolfo Maacchi, rector of the Borromeo College at Pavia, from Signor O.F. Tencajoli, and from the keepers of English and foreign archives, among whom I must especially name Signor Achille Giussani, of the Archivio di Stato at Milan, Monsieur Gaillard, director of the Brussels Archives, and Mr. Hubert Hall. My sincere thanks are due to Count Antonio Cavagna Sangiuliani for giving me permission to make use of manuscripts in his library at Zelata, to Monsieur Leon Cardon for leave to reproduce 4 of the Habsburg portraits in his fine collection at Brussels, and to Mr. Henry Oppenheimer for allowing me to publish his beautiful and unique medal of the Duchess of Milan. I must also thank Sir Kenneth Mackenzie and the trustees of the Advocates' Library for permission to print a selection from the Balcarres manuscripts, and Mr. Campbell Dodgson and Mr. G. F. Hill for the kindness with which they have placed the treasures of the British Museum at my disposal. Lastly, a debt of gratitude, which I can never sufficiently express, is due to Dr. Hackberg Wright and the staff of the London Library for the invaluable help which they have given me in this, as in all my other works. Julia Cartwright. Eckham, Midsummer Day, 1913. Contents Book I Page Isabella of Austria, Queen of Denmark, the mother of Christina, 1507–1514 1 Book 2 Christian II, King of Denmark, the father of Christina, 1513–1523 17 Book 3 Kings in Exile, 1523–1531 36 Book 4 Christina, Duchess of Milan, 1533–1535 71 Book V The Widow of Milan, 1535–1538 111 Book 6 The Courtship of Henry VIII, 1537–1539 144 Book 7 Clovis, Orange, and Lorraine, 1539–1541 207 Book 8 Christina, Duchess of Lorraine, 1541–1545 256 Book 9 Christina, Regent of Lorraine, 1545–1552 298 Book X The French Invasion, 1551 to 1553 354 Book 11 Christina at Brussels, 1553 to 1559 382 Book 12 The Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis, 1557 to 1559 419 Book 13 The Return to Lorraine, 1559 to 1578 450 Book 14 The Lady of Tortona, 1578 to 1590 496 Appendix, a selection of unpublished documents 516 Bibliography 528 Genealogical tables 533 Index 541 List of illustrations to face page Christina of Denmark, Duchess of Milan Frontispiece by Holbein, National Gallery. Charles V 4 by B. van Orley, Cardon Collection, Brussels. Eleanor of Austria 6 by B. van Orley, Cardon Collection, Brussels. Isabella of Austria, Queen of Denmark 12 by B. van Orley. Christian II, King of Denmark 30 London Library. The Children of Christian II, King of Denmark 54 by Jean Mabius, Hampton Court Palace. Francesco Sforza, Duke of Milan 92 British Museum. Christina, Duchess of Milan 92 Oppenheimer Collection, London. Frederick, Count Palatine 106 ascribed to A. Dürer, Darmstadt. Mary, Queen of Hungary 188 by B. van Orley, Cardon Collection, Brussels. Grande Portiere, Palais Ducal, Nancy 260 Charles V 322 by Titian, Munich. Hotel de Ville, Brussels 332 Escudjuel, Brussels 332 Palais Ducal, Nancy 364 Philip II. And Mary 412 by Jacopo di Trezzo, British Museum. Antoine Perronat, Cardinal Granvelle 412 by Leone, British Museum. Margaret, Duchess of Parma 412 by Pastorino, British Museum. William, Prince of Orange 456 by Adrianchi, Darmstadt. Mary, Queen of Scots 466 by François Clouet, Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris. Charles III, Duke of Lorraine 472 British Museum. The Three Duchesses 508 Prado, Madrid. Christina of Denmark. Book I Isabella of Austria, Queen of Denmark, the mother of Christina 1507 to 1514 I. The 19th of July, 1507, was a memorable day in the history of Malines. A solemn requiem mass was sung that morning in the ancient church of S. Rambat for the soul of Philip, King of Castile and Archduke of Austria, and, by right of his mother, Duke of Burgundy and Count of Flanders and Brabant. The news of this young monarch's sudden death at Burgos had spread consternation throughout the Netherlands, where the handsome, free-handed prince was very popular with the subjects who enjoyed peace and prosperity under his rule. Never, wrote a contemporary chronicler, was there such lamentation made for any king, duke, or count, as for our good King Philip. There was no church or monastery in the whole land where solemn masses were not said for the repose of his soul, and the mourning was greatest in the city of Antwerp, where all the people assembled for the yearly fair wept over this noble young prince who had died at the age of 28. The king's corpse was laid in the dark vaults of Miraflores, where his widow, the unhappy Queen Juana, kept watch by her husband's grave night and day, while, in obedience to his last wishes, his heart was brought to the Netherlands and buried in his mother's tomb at Bruges. Now the States General and nobles were summoned by Margaret of Austria, the newly proclaimed governess of the Netherlands, to attend her brother's funeral at Malines. July, 1507 Margaret of Austria from the gates of the Kieserhof, through the narrow streets of the old Flemish city, the long procession wound its way, Knights of the Golden Fleece, nobles, deputies, bishops, and clergy, merchants, artisans, and beggars, all clad in deep mourning. 12 heralds, followed by a crowd of gentlemen with lighted torches, bore the armor and banners of the dead king to the portals of Rambat. There an immense catafalque, draped with cloth of gold and blazing with wax lights, had been erected in the center of the nave. 3 golden crowns, symbols of the 3 realms over which Philip held sway, hung from the vault, and the glittering array of gold and silver images on the high altar stood out against the sable draperies on the walls. A funeral oration was pronounced by the late king's confessor. The Bishop of Arras chanted the Requiem Mass, and when the last blessing had been given, Golden Fleece threw his staff on the floor, crying, "The king is dead." 2 At the sound of these thrice repeated words the heralds lowered their banners to the ground, and there was a moment of profound silence, only broken by the sound of weeping. Then Golden Fleece cried in a ringing voice, "Charles, Archduke of Austria," and all eyes were turned to the fair, slender boy, who, robed in a long black mantle, knelt alone before the altar. "My lord lives. Long may he live," cried the king at arms, and a great shout went up on all sides, "Long live Charles, Archduke of Austria and Prince of Castile." A sword blessed by the Bishop of Arras was placed in the boy's hands, and the heralds of Burgundy, Flanders, Holland, and Friesland, raising their fallen pennons, each in turn proclaimed the titles of the youthful prince, who was to be known to the world as Charles V. No one wept more bitterly for King Philip than his only sister, Margaret, the widowed Duchess of Savoy, as she knelt in her oratory close to the great church. Although only 27, she had known many sorrows. After being wedded to the Dauphin at 2 years old, and educated at the French court till she reached the age of 13, she was rejected by Charles VIII. In favor of Anne of Brittany, and sent back to her father, the Emperor Maximilian. 3 years afterwards she went to Spain as the bride of Don Juan, the heir to the crowns of Castile and Aragon, only to lose her husband and infant son within a few months of each other. In 1501 she became the wife of Duke Philibert of Savoy, with whom she spent the 3 happiest years of her life. But in September, 1504, the young duke died of pleurisy, the result of a chill which he caught out hunting, and his heartbroken widow returned once more to her father's court. February, 1509 Maximilian's grandchildren. On the death of Philip in the following year, Maximilian prevailed upon his daughter to undertake the government of the Netherlands, and in April, 1507, Margaret was proclaimed regent, and took up her abode at Malines. She was a singularly able and gifted woman, and her personal charms and rich dowry soon attracted new suitors. Before she became regent she had received proposals of marriage from Henry VII. Of England, which Maximilian urged her to accept, saying that she might divide the year between England and the Netherlands. Louis XII, who in his boyhood had played with the Archduchess at Amboise, would also gladly have made her his second wife, but, as he remarked, Madame Marguerite's father has arranged marriages for her 3 times over, and each time she has fared badly. Margaret herself was quite decided on the subject, and declared that she would never marry again. Henceforth she devoted herself exclusively to the administration of the Netherlands and the guardianship of her brother's young family. Of the 6 children which Juana of Castile had borne him, 2 remained in Spain, the younger boy Ferdinand and the infant Catherine, who did not see the light until months after her father's death. But the elder boy, Charles, and his 3 sisters, grew up under their aunt's eye in the picturesque old palace at Malines, which is still known as the Quai sur Hof, or Cour de l'Empereur. The eldest girl, Eleanor, afterwards Queen of Portugal and France, was 2 years older than her brother. The second, Isabella, the future Queen of Denmark, born on the 15th of August, 1501, was nearly 6, and Mary, the Queen of Hungary, who was to play so great a part in the history of the Netherlands, had only just completed her first year. Margaret, whose own child hardly survived its birth, lavished all a mother's affection on her youthful nephew and nieces. If the boy was naturally the chief object of her care, the little girls held a place very near to her heart. This was especially the case with Madame Isabeau, her godchild, who was born when Margaret was living at Malines before her second marriage. A gentle and charming child, Isabella won the hearts of all, and became fondly attached to the brother who was so nearly her own age. Charles V, 1515, by Bernard van Orley, Cardon Collection, to face p4. Margaret's letters to the Emperor abound in allusions to these children, whose welfare was a matter of deep interest to their grandfather. In the midst of the most anxious affairs of state, when he was presiding over turbulent diets or warring beyond the Alps, Maximilian was always eager for news of our very dear and well-beloved children. The arrangements of their household, the choice of their tutors and companions, their childish maladies and amusements, were all fully reported to him. One unlucky day, when the royal children had just recovered from measles, Madame Isabeau caught the smallpox, and gave it to Madame Marie. Then Madame Leonore complained of her head, and since Margaret had been told that the malady was very contagious, and especially dangerous in winter, she felt it advisable to keep her nephew at Brussels out of reach of infection. But this precaution proved fruitless, for presently the boy sickened and became dangerously ill. Great was the alarm which his condition excited, and it was only at the end of 3 weeks that Margaret was able to inform the Emperor, who was in Italy fighting against the Venetians, that his grandson was out of danger. 3 May, 1509. Sforza Duke. The education of Charles and his sisters was the subject of their guardian's most anxious consideration. A lady of Navarre, Dame Anne de Beaumont, took charge of the little girls from their infancy, and watched over them with a tenderness which earned their lifelong gratitude. The old King of Aragon rewarded this lady with the Order of Asiago, while Margaret begged that she might be allowed to spend her old age in one of the Archduke's houses at Ghent, seeing that she had served Mesdames Mess nieces so long and so well, and had been but poorly paid for her trouble. Among their teachers was Louis Vives, the learned friend of Erasmus, who afterwards became tutor to their cousin, the Princess Mary of England, and took Sir Thomas More's daughters as his models. Vives taught his pupils Greek and Latin, and made them study the Gospels, and St. Paul's epistles, as well as some parts of the Old Testament. French romances, then so much in vogue, were banished from their schoolroom, and the only tales which they were allowed to read were those of Joseph and his brethren, of the Roman matron Lucretia, and the well-known story of Griselda. Madame Leonore was fond of reading at a very early age, but Madame Isabeau was more occupied with her dolls, and is represented holding one in her arms in the triptych of Charles and his sisters at Vienna. All the children were very fond of music, in which they were daily instructed by the Archduchess's organist, and there is a charming portrait of Eleanor playing on the clavichord in Monsieur Cardon's collection at Brussels. When, in 1508, the Spanish legate, Cardinal Carvajal, visited Malines, Charles and his sisters were confirmed by him in the palace chapel, and the Archduke addressed a letter of thanks to Pope Julius II. In his childish round hand. Eleanor of Austria, Queen of Portugal and France by Bernard van Orley, Cardon Collection, to face p6. Margaret was careful to provide her young charges with suitable companions. A niece of Madame de Beaumont and a Spanish girl of noble birth were brought up with the archduchesses, while the sons of the Marquis of Brandenburg and Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg were among Charles's playmates. Another youth whom the emperor sent to be educated at Malines in 1509 was his godson, Maximilian Sforza, the eldest son of the unfortunate Duke Lodovico and Beatrice d'Este. While his younger brother, Francesco, afterwards the husband of Christina of Denmark, remained at Innsbruck with his cousin, the Empress Bianca. Maximilian grew up with Charles, and throughout his life never ceased to regard Margaret as a second mother. The young Duke of Milan's name often figures in the Archduchess's correspondence with her father. One day Maximilian tells her to borrow 3,000 livres from the Fuggers, and give them to the Duke, who has not enough to buy his own clothes, let alone those of his servants. For at another time we find Margaret appealing to her father to settle the disputes of precedence which have arisen between the Dukes of Milan and Saxe-Lauenburg, upon which Maximilian replied that they were too young to think of such matters, and that for the present they had better take the place of honor on alternate days. It was a free and joyous life which these young princes and princesses led at the court of Malines. If they were kept strictly to their lessons, they also had plenty of amusements. They played games, shot with bows and arrows, and looked on at stag hunts from the balcony of the Swan, an old hostelry in the market-place. Charles had a little chariot, drawn by 2 ponies, in which he often drove his sisters through the town and out into the open country. Above all they enjoyed the visits which they paid to the castle of Varennes, near Brussels, where Charles often went by his grandfather's orders to enjoy fresh air and take hunting expeditions. The old emperor was delighted to hear of his grandson's taste for sport, and wrote from Augsburg that, if the Archduke had not been fond of hunting, people would have suspected him of being a bastard. 5 June, 1512 Felix Austria knew when, in 1512, Maximilian came to Brussels, and Charles was sent to meet him. He begged Margaret to bring the 3 princesses, without delay, to amuse themselves in the park at Varennes, and sent the haunch of a stag which he had killed that day as a present to his dear little daughters. At the children's urgent entreaty, the emperor himself rode out to join them at supper, and invited them to a banquet in the palace at Brussels on Midsummer Day. When the English ambassador, Sir Edward Poynings, came to pay the emperor his respects, he found his majesty in riding boots, standing at the palace gates, with the lady regent, the lord prince and his sisters, looking on at a great bonfire in the square. The ambassador and his colleague, Spinelli, were both invited to return to the palace for supper, and had a long conversation with the Lady Margaret, in whom they found the same perfect friend as ever, while the prince and his sisters danced gaily with the other young folk till between 9 and 10 o'clock. 6 But this merry party was soon to break up. Before the end of the year Maximilian Sforza crossed the Brenner, and entered Milan amidst the acclamations of his father's old subjects, and 18 months later 2 of the young archduchesses were wedded to foreign kings. 2 May, 1514 Marriage making. While her nieces were still children, Margaret was busy with plans for their marriage. Her views for them were ambitious and frankly expressed. All your granddaughters, she wrote to her father, should marry kings. The old emperor himself was an inveterate matchmaker, and the House of Austria had been proverbially fortunate in its alliances. 2 Felix Austria Nube had passed into a common saying. By his marriage with Mary of Burgundy, Maximilian entered on the vast inheritance of Charles the Bold, and his grandson was heir to the throne of Spain by right of his mother Juana. In 1509 proposals for 2 of the archduchesses came from Portugal, and Margaret urged her father to accept these offers, remarking shrewdly that King Emmanuel was a wealthy monarch, and that there were few marriageable princes in Europe. If both Madame Leonor and Madame Marie were betrothed to the 2 Portuguese princes, there would still be 2 of her nieces to contract other alliances. But Maximilian's thoughts were too much occupied with his war against Venice to consider these proposals seriously, and the matter was allowed to drop. 7 Meanwhile Madame Isabeau's hand was in great request. In March, 1510, Maximilian received offers of marriage for his second granddaughter from the King of Navarre's son, Henry d'Albret, but this project was nipped in the bud by the jealousy of Isabella's other grandfather, Ferdinand of Aragon, and Francis I's sister, Margaret, Duchess of Alençon, became Queen of Navarre in her stead. A new and strange husband for the 9-year-old princess was now proposed by the regent herself. This was none other than Charles of Egmont, Duke of Guelders, the turbulent neighbor who had been a thorn in Margaret's side ever since she became governess of the Netherlands. It is difficult to believe that Margaret ever really intended to give her beloved niece to the man whom she openly denounced as a brigand and a felon, but it was necessary to cajole Guelders for the moment, and conferences were held in which every detail of the marriage treaty was discussed, and the dowry and fortune of the bride and the portions of her sons and daughters were all minutely arranged. But when the deputies of Guelders asked that Madame Isabeau should be given up to the Duke at once to be educated at his court, the regent met their demands with a flat refusal. The negotiations were broken off, and war began again. Another matrimonial project, which had been discussed ever since King Philip's lifetime, was the union of the Archduchess Eleanor with the young Duke Antoine of Lorraine. Maximilian seems to have been really eager for this marriage, which he regarded as a means of detaching a neighboring prince from the French alliance, but was so dilatory in the matter that Margaret wrote him a sharp letter, asking him if he ever meant to marry his granddaughters. Upon this the affronted emperor rebuked her for these undutiful remarks, and asked peevishly if she held him for a Frenchman who changed his mind every day. But in spite of these protestations he took no further steps in the matter, and in 1515 Duke Antoine married Renée de Bourbon, a princess of the blood royal of France. The marriage of Louis XII to Henry VIII's handsome sister Mary was a more serious blow. 6 years before, the English princess had been wedded by proxy to the Archduke Charles, and Margaret, whose heart was set on this alliance, vainly pressed her father to conclude the treaty. Meanwhile, in January, 1514, Anne of Brittany died, and the widowed king sent offers of marriage, first to Margaret herself, and then to her niece Eleanor. A few months later news reached Brussels that Louis had made a treaty with Henry, and was about to wed the Princess Mary. So the Archduke lost his promised bride, and his sister was once more cheated of a husband. The Lady Regent was deeply hurt, but found some consolation for her wounded feelings in the double marriage that was arranged in the course of the same year between the Archduke Ferdinand and Anna, daughter of Ladislaus, King of Hungary, and between this monarch's son Louis and the Archduchess Mary. In May, 1514, the little princess was sent to be educated with her future sister-in-law at Vienna, where the wedding was celebrated a year afterwards. At the same time, marriage proposals for another of his granddaughters reached Maximilian from a new and unexpected quarter. The young King of Denmark, Christian II, on succeeding to the throne, declined the French marriage which had been arranged for him by his father, and conceived the ambitious design of allying himself with the imperial family. In March, 1514, 2 Danish ambassadors, the Bishop of Schleswig and the court-martial Magnus Jo, were introduced into Maximilian's presence by Christian's uncle, the Elector of Saxony, and asked for the Archduchess Eleanor's hand on behalf of their royal master. The prospect of an alliance with Denmark met with the emperor's approval, and could not fail to be popular in the Low Countries as a means of opening the Baltic to the merchants of Bruges and Amsterdam. Accordingly, the envoys met with a friendly reception, and were told that, although the elder Archduchess was already promised to the Duke of Lorraine, the emperor would gladly give King Christian the hand of her sister Isabella. The contract was signed at Linz on the 29th of April, 1514, and the dowry of the princess was fixed at 250,000 florins, an enormous sum for those times. Only 3/5 of his sister's fortune, however, was to be paid by Charles, and the remainder by her grandfather, the King of Aragon. 12 Isabella of Austria, Queen of Denmark by Bernard van Orley, Cardon Collection, to face P. June 12, 1514. A royal wedding from Linz. The ambassadors travelled by slow stages to Brussels, where they were received with great honour. But Margaret was scarcely prepared for the proposal which they made, that the wedding might take place on the following day, when King Christian was to be crowned at Copenhagen. It was, however, impossible to refuse such a request, and on Trinity Sunday, the 11th of June, the marriage was solemnized with due splendor. At 10 o'clock a brilliant assembly met in the great hall of the palace, which had been hung for the occasion with the famous tapestries of the Golden Fleece, and Magnus Jo, who represented the king, appeared, supported by the Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg and the Marquis of Brandenburg. Presently a flourish of trumpets announced the bride's coming, and Charles led in his sister, a tall, slender maiden of 13, robed in white, with a crown of pearls and rubies on her fair locks. Madame Isabeau, as Margaret wrote with motherly pride to her father, was certainly good to see. 13 They took their places under a baldacchino near the altar, followed by the regent, who led her niece Eleanor by the hand. The Archbishop of Cambrai, clad in rich vestments of purple and gold, performed the nuptial rites, and the Danish ambassador placed a costly ring, bearing 3 gold crowns set round with large sapphires and the motto Ave Maria Gratia Plena, on the finger of the bride, who plighted her faith in the following words: J.E., Isabelle d'Autriche et de Bourgogne, dun ma foi à trace haute et trace puissant prince et seigneur, Christi Ernroy de Danemark, et à toi Magnus Jo, son vrai et l'île procureur. Etjele prens par toi en epo et mari legitime. 14 Then the Mass of the Holy Ghost was chanted, the Spanish ambassador being seated at the Archduke's side, and the others according to their rank, all but the English envoy, who refused to be present owing to a dispute as to precedence. Afterwards the guests were entertained by the regent at a banquet, followed by a tournament and a state ball, which was kept up far into the night. Finally all the chief personages present escorted the bride with lighted torches to her chamber, and Magnus Jo, in full armor, lay down on the nuptial bed at her side in the presence of this august company. Then, rising to his feet, he made a deep obeisance to the young queen and retired. During the next 3 days a succession of justs and banquets took place, and on the feast of Corpus Christi a public reception was held in the palace, at which the bride appeared wearing the ring of the 3 kingdoms and a jeweled necklace sent her by King Christian. Unfortunately, the Archduke danced so vigorously on the night of the wedding that this unwanted exertion brought on a sharp attack of fever. Monseigneur, wrote his aunt to the Emperor, fulfilled all his duties to perfection, and showed himself so good a brother that he overtaxed his strength, and fell ill the day after the wedding. Not, she hastened to add, that his sickness is in any way serious, but that the slightest ailment in a prince of his condition is apt to make one anxious. 15 August, 1515 Evil omens. On the 4th of July the Danish ambassadors took their leave, but Isabella remained in her home for another year. She and Eleanor shared in the fates which celebrated the Archduke's coming of age, and were present at his joyous entrée into Brussels. But in the midst of these festivities the Danish fleet, with the Archbishop of Drontheim on board, arrived at Vieren in Zealand, and on the 16th of July, 1515, the poor young queen took leave of her family with bitter tears, and sailed for Copenhagen. On the day of Isabella's christening, 14 years before, the ceremony had been marred by a terrific thunderstorm, and now the same ill luck attended her wedding journey. A violent tempest scattered the Danish fleet off the shores of Jutland, and the vessel which bore the queen narrowly escaped shipwreck. When at length she had landed safely at Helsingfors, she wrote a touching little letter to the regent: "Madam, my aunt and good mother, I must tell you that we landed here last Saturday, after having been in great peril and distress at sea for the last 10 days. But God kept me from harm, for which I am very thankful. Next Thursday we start for Copenhagen, which is a day's journey from here. I have been rather ill, and feel weak still, but hope soon to be well. Madam, if I could choose for myself I should be with you now, for to be parted from you is the most grievous thing in the world to me, and the more so as I do not know when there is any hope of seeing you again. So I can only beg you, my dearest aunt and mother, to keep me in your heart, and tell me if there is anything that you wish me to do, and you shall always be obeyed, God helping me. That he may give you a long and happy life is the prayer of your humble and dutiful niece Isabeau. 16 August 7, 1515. 2 days later Isabella continued her journey to Hvidovre, the royal country house near Copenhagen. There she was received by King Christian, who rode at her side, a splendid figure in gold brocade and shining armor, when on the following day she made her state entry into the capital in torrents of rain. On the 12th of August the wedding was celebrated in the great hall of the ancient castle, which had been rebuilt by King Christian's father, and was followed by the coronation of the young queen. But Isabella was so much exhausted by the fatigue which she had undergone, that before the conclusion of the ceremony she fell fainting into the arms of her ladies. Her illness threw a gloom over the wedding festivities, and seemed a forecast of the misfortunes that were to darken the course of her married life and turn her story into a grim tragedy. Footnotes: 1 L. Gauchard, Voyages des Souverains de Pays Bas I 455. 2 Bulletins de la Commission Royale d'Histoire, 2 Im Seria, v 113-119. Jehan Le Mayer, Les Funérailles de Foudan Philippe. 3 El Eagle, Correspondance de l'Empereur Maximilien Iet de Marguerite d'Autriche, I 203. 4 El Eagle, I 393. 5 El Eagle, I 241. 6 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, I 369. 7 El Eagle, I 165. 8 El Eagle, I 281, 399 to 441. 9 El Eagle, 2. 205 10 H. Ullman, Kaiser Maximilian, 2. 484, 498. 11 El Eagle, 2. 252, A. Hen, Histoire du Règne de Charles V, I 96. 12 El Eagle, 2. 383 13 El Eagle, 2. 256 14 J. Altmaier, Isabelle d'Autriche, 53. 15 El Eagle, 2. 257 16 Altmaier, Isabelle d'Autriche, 43. Book 2 Christian II, King of Denmark, the father of Christina 1513-1523 I Christian II, King of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, as the proud title ran, was in many respects a remarkable man. His life and character have been the subject of much controversy. Some historians have held him up to admiration as a patriot and martyr who suffered for his love of freedom and justice. Others have condemned him as a cruel and vindictive tyrant, whose crimes deserved the hard fate which befell him. Both verdicts are justified in the main. On the one hand, he was an able and enlightened ruler, who protected the liberties of his poorer subjects, encouraged trade and learning, and introduced many salutary reforms. On the other, he was a man of violent passions, crafty and unscrupulous in his dealings, cruel and bloodthirsty in avenging wrongs. His career naturally invites comparison with that of Lodovico Sforza, whose son became the husband of his daughter Christina. Both princes were men of great ability and splendid dreams. In their zeal for the promotion of commerce and agriculture, in their love of art and letters, both were in advance of the age in which they lived. Again, their vices and crimes, the cunning ways and unscrupulous measures by which they sought to attain their ends, were curiously the same. No doubt Christian too, born and bred as he was among the rude Norsemen, belonged to a coarser strain than the cultured Duke of Milan, and is hardly to be judged by the same standard. But the two princes resembled each other closely, and the fate which eventually overtook them was practically the same. Both of these able and distinguished men lost their states in the prime of life, and were doomed to end their days in captivity. This cruel doom has atoned in a great measure for their guilt in the eyes of posterity, and even in their lifetime their hard fate aroused general compassion. January, 1516. The king's dove. Certainly no one could have foreseen the dismal fate which lay in store for Christian II. When he ascended the throne, seldom has a new reign opened with fairer promise. His father, good King Hans, died in 1513, lamented by all his subjects, and leaving his successor a prosperous and united kingdom. Christian was 32, and had already shown his courage and ability in quelling a revolt in Norway. A man of noble and commanding presence, with blue eyes and long fair hair, he seemed a born leader of men, while his keen intelligence, genial manners, and human interest in those about him, early won the affection of his subjects. Unfortunately, his own passions proved his worst enemies. In Norway he had fallen in love with a beautiful girl named Dyveke the Dove, whose mother, a designing Dutch woman named Sigebrit Willems, kept a tavern at Bergen. On his accession he brought Dyveke and her mother to Hvidor, and gave them a house in the neighborhood. This illicit connection excited great scandal at court, and the Chancellor, Archbishop Wakendorf of Drontheim, exhorted the king earnestly to put away his mistress on his marriage. Even before Isabella left Brussels, the Archbishop wrote glowing accounts of her beauty and goodness to his master, and told the king of the romantic attachment which she cherished for her unknown lord. After her arrival at Copenhagen he did his utmost to ensure her comfort, and see that she was treated with proper respect. For a time Christian seems to have been genuinely in love with his young wife, whose innocent charm won all hearts in her new home. In his anxiety to please her, he furnished his ancestral castle anew, and sent to Germany for musicians, fearing that the rude voices of Danish singers might sound harsh in her ears. A young Fleming, Cornelius Seppărus, was appointed to be his private secretary, and the Fuggers of Antwerp were invited to found a bank at Copenhagen. At the same time 24 Dutch families, from Waterland in Holland, were brought over in Danish ships, and induced to settle on the island of Amager, opposite the capital, in order that the royal table might be supplied with butter and cheese made in the Dutch fashion. This colony, imported by Christian II, grew and flourished, and to this day their descendants occupy Amager, where peasant women clad in the national costume of short woolen skirts, blue caps, and red ribbons, are still to be seen. Unfortunately, the influence which Sigebrit and her daughter had acquired over the king was too strong to be resisted. Before long they returned to court, and, to the indignation of Isabella's servants, Sigebrit was appointed mistress of her household. Rumors of the slights to which the young queen was exposed soon reached the Netherlands, and when Maximilian informed Margaret that he intended to marry her niece Eleanor to the King of Poland, she replied with some asperity that she could only hope the marriage would turn out better than that of her unhappy sister. The emperor expressed much surprise at these words, saying that he considered his granddaughter to be very well married, since the King of Denmark was a monarch of the proudest lineage, and endowed with noble manners and rare gifts, if his people were still somewhat rude and barbarous. 17 But, in spite of Maximilian's protests, the reports of King Christian's misconduct soon became too persistent to be ignored. When, In October, 1516, Charles, who had assumed the title of King of Spain on his grandfather Ferdinand's death, held his first chapter of the Golden Fleece. The knights with one accord refused to admit the King of Denmark to their order, because he was accused of adultery and ill-treated his wife. At length Maximilian was moved to take action, and wrote to his grandson Charles in sufficiently plain language, saying, 1513-23 Eleanor's romance, the shameful life which our brother and son-in-law, the King of Denmark, is leading with a concubine, to the great sorrow and vexation of his wife, our daughter, and your sister, is condemned by all his relatives, and in order to constrain him to abandon this disorderly way of living, and be a better husband to our said daughter, we are sending Messire Sigismund Erbsteiner to remonstrate with him, and have begged Duke Frederick of Saxony, his uncle, who arranged the marriage, to send one of his servants on the same errand. And we desire you to send one of your chief counselors to help carry out our orders, and induce the king to put away his concubine and behave in a more reasonable and honorable manner. 19 But none of these remonstrances produced any effect on the misguided king. When Erbsteiner reproached him with sacrificing the laws of God and honor and the emperor's friendship to a low-born woman, he shook his fist in the imperial envoy's face, and bade him begone from his presence. 20 At the same time he showed his resentment in a more dangerous way by making a treaty with France and closing the Sound to Dutch ships. He even seized several trading vessels on pretence that the Queen's dowry had not been paid, and when Archbishop Wachendorf ventured to expostulate with him on his misconduct, banished the prelate from court. 21 Meanwhile Isabella herself bore neglect and insults with the same uncomplaining sweetness. But we see how much she suffered from a private letter which she wrote to her sister Eleanor about this time. This attractive princess, who at the age of 18 still remained unmarried, had fallen in love with her brother's brilliant friend, Frederick, Count Palatine, the most accomplished knight at court, and the idol of all the ladies. The mutual attachment between the Palatine and the Archduchess was the talk of the whole court, and met with Margaret's private approval, although it was kept a secret from Charles and his ministers. Eleanor confided this romantic story to her absent sister, and expressed a secret hope that the popular Count Palatine might succeed her aunt as regent when the young king left Brussels for Spain. In reply Isabella sent Eleanor the warmest congratulations on her intended marriage, rejoicing that her sister at least would not be forced to leave home, and would be united to a husband whom she really loved. The poor young queen proceeded to lament her own sad fate in the following strain: "It is hard enough to marry a man whose face you have never seen, whom you do not know or love, and worse still to be required to leave home and kindred, and follow a stranger to the ends of the earth, without even being able to speak his language." 22 1513-23 A love letter. She goes on to describe the misery of her life, even though she bears the title of queen. What is she, in fact, but a prisoner in a foreign land? She is never allowed to go out or appear in public, while her lord the king spends his time in royal progresses and hunting parties, and amuses himself after his fashion, apart from her. Far better would it be for Eleanor to follow her own inclination, and choose a husband who belongs to her own country and speaks her language, even if he were not of kingly rank. Unfortunately, the pretty romance which excited Isabella's sympathy was doomed to an untimely end. The death of Mary of Castile, Queen of Portugal, in May, 1517, left King Emmanuel a widower for the second time. He had married two of Charles's aunts in turn, and was now over 50, and a hunchback into the bargain. Nonetheless, the plan of a marriage between him and his niece Eleanor was now revived, and in August these proposals reached the young king at the seaport of Middelburg, where he and his sister were awaiting a favorable wind to set sail for Spain. Filled with alarm, Frederick implored Eleanor to take a bold step, confess her love to Charles, and seek his consent to her marriage with his old friend. In a letter signed with his name, and still preserved in the archives of Simancas, the Palatine begged his love to lose no time if she would escape from the snare laid for them both by the uncle of Portugal. Ma mignon, he wrote, si vous voulez, vous pouvez être la cause de mon bien ou de mon mal. C'est pourquoi je vous supplie d'avoir bon courage pour vous et pour moi. Cela peut se faire si vous voulez. Car je suis prêt, et ne demande autre chose, sinon que je sois à vous, et vous à moi. 23 Accordingly, on the feast of the Assumption Eleanor approached her brother after hearing Mass in the Abbey chapel. But while she was gathering all her courage to speak, Charles caught sight of the Palatine's letter in her bosom, and, snatching it from his sister's hands, broke into furious reproaches, swearing that he would avenge this insult with the traitor's blood. As Spinelli, the English envoy, remarked, the letter was but honest, concerning matters of love and marriage. 24 But the young king would listen to no excuses, and, in spite of the regent's intervention, Frederick was banished from court in disgrace. A fortnight later Charles and his sister sailed for Castile, and in the following summer Madame Leonor became the bride of El Uncle de Portugal, King Emmanuel. To the death of Christian II's mistress, Devec, in the summer of 1517 produced a change in the situation at Copenhagen. This unfortunate girl, a victim of her ambitious mother's designs, died very suddenly one afternoon after eating cherries in the royal gardens. The king's suspicions fell on his steward, Tourbenax, who was brutally put to death in spite of his protestations of innocence. But the queen's position was distinctly improved. Christian now treated his wife with marked kindness, and appointed her regent when, early in the following year, he went to Sweden to put down a rising of the nobles. Sigebert Willems's influence, however, still remained paramount, and, in a letter to the Queen from Sweden, Christian begged her to consult the Dutch woman in any difficulty, and ended by wishing her and Mother Sigebert 1,000 good nights. Stranger still to relate, when, on the 21st of February, Isabella gave birth to a son, the infant prince was entrusted to Sigebert's care. 1513 to 23 Birth of princes. This happy event, combined with Isabella's unfailing affection for her wayward lord, led to improved relations between Christian and his wife's family. After the death of Maximilian, Charles became anxious to secure his brother-in-law's support in the imperial election, and in February, 1519, a treaty was concluded between the two monarchs at Brussels. 25 The Danish envoys, Anton de Metz and Herman Willems, Sigebert's brother, received rich presents from Margaret, who was once more acting as regent of the Netherlands, and she even sent a silver gilt cup to the hated Dutch woman herself. 26 A month later the King of Denmark was elected Knight of the Golden Fleece at a chapter of the order held at Barcelona, and in a letter which Charles addressed to him he expressed his pleasure at hearing good accounts of his sister and little nephew, and promised to pay the arrears of Isabella's dowry as soon as possible. 27 On the 28th of June, 1519, Charles was elected King of the Romans, and the formal announcement of his election was brought to Barcelona by Eleanor's rejected suitor, the Palatine Frederick, whom he received with open arms. A few days after this auspicious event the Queen of Denmark, on the 4th of July, 1519, gave birth to twin sons, who received the names of Philip and Maximilian. Both, however, died within a week of their baptism, upon which Sigebert is said to have remarked that this was a good thing, since Denmark was too small a realm to support so many princes. With the help of Dutch ships and gold, Christian succeeded in subduing the Swedish rebels, and was crowned with great solemnity in the Cathedral of Ups on the 4th of November, 1520. but the rejoicings on this occasion were marred by the execution of 90 Swedish nobles and 2 bishops, who were treacherously put to death by the king's orders. This act, which earned for Christian the title of the Nero of the North, is said to have been instigated by Sigebrit and her nephew Slagbach, a Westphalian barber, who had been raised from this low estate to be Archbishop of London. The insolent conduct of these evil counsellors naturally increased the king's unpopularity in all parts of the kingdom. Yet at the same time Christian too showed himself to be an excellent and enlightened ruler. He administered justice strictly, and introduced many salutary reforms. 1513-23 Birth of Dorothea. The common practice of buying and selling serfs was prohibited, burgomasters and town councils were appointed to carry out the laws, and a system of tolls and customs was established. Schools and hospitals were founded, inns were opened in every town and village for the convenience of travelers, piracy and brigandage were sternly repressed. An act was passed ordering that all cargoes recovered from wrecks were to be placed in the nearest church, and, if not claimed by the end of the year, divided between the crown and the church. When the bishops complained of the loss thus inflicted on them, the king told them to go home and learn the 8th commandment. Still greater was the opposition aroused when he attempted to reform clerical abuses. Early in life Christian showed strong leanings towards the doctrines of Luther, and on his return from Sweden he asked his uncle, the Elector of Saxony, to send him a Lutheran preacher from Wittenberg. Although these efforts at proselytizing met with little success, the king openly professed his sympathy with the new gospel. He had the Bible translated into Danish, bade the bishops dismiss their vast households, issued edicts allowing priests to marry, and ordered the begging friars to stay at home and earn their bread by honest labor. 28 All these reforms could not be effected without vigorous opposition, and the discontent among the nobles and clergy became every day more active. In the spring of 1521 a young Swedish noble, Gustavus Wasa, raised the standard of revolt in Dalecarlia, and led his peasant bands against Stockholm. Upon this Christian decided to pay a visit to the Low Countries to meet the new emperor, who was coming to be crowned at Aix-la-Chapelle, and seek his help against the citizens of Lubeck and the Swedish rebels. The government was once more placed in the hands of Isabella. A few months before this, on the 10th of November, 1520, while Christian was absent in Sweden, the queen had given birth to a daughter, named Dorothea after the king's grandmother, the able and ambitious Princess of Brandenburg, who married 2 kings of Denmark in succession. Now she followed her husband with wistful thoughts as he started on his journey, attended only by his chamberlain, Anton de Metz, and 3 servants, and rode all the way to her old home in the Netherlands. On the 20th of June 9 Danish ships sailed into the port of Antwerp, and a few days afterwards Christian too rode into the town. His fine presence and the courage which he had shown in riding through Germany with this small escort excited general admiration. I noted, wrote Albert Dürer in his journal, how much the people of Antwerp marvelled at the sight of this manly and handsome prince, who had come hither through his enemy's country, with these few attendants. 29 1513-23 King Christian at Brussels. The Nuremberg master had been spending the winter in the Low Countries, paying his respects to the regent at Malines, and conversing with Erasmus of Rotterdam and Lucas van Leyden. He was starting on his journey home, when, on the feast of the Visitation, he was sent for by the King of Denmark, who received him very graciously, and asked him to dine at his table and to take his portrait. So great was the interest which Christian showed in the painter's work, that Dürer gave him a fine set of his prints, which are still preserved in the museum at Copenhagen, and accepted an invitation to accompany him to Brussels the next day. Thus Albert Dürer was a witness of the meeting between Christian and his brother-in-law Charles V, who had just arrived from his coronation at Aix-la-Chapelle, and had been received with great rejoicing by his subjects. At 5 that summer evening Charles rode out from Brussels at the head of a brilliant cavalcade, and met his royal brother-in-law in a meadow, where they embraced each other and conversed with the help of an interpreter, Christian speaking in German, and Charles in French. They entered Brussels after sunset, and found the streets hung with tapestries and lighted with innumerable torches and bonfires. The emperor escorted Christian to the Count of Nassau's palace on the top of the hill, which Dürer describes as the finest house that he had ever seen. The next morning Charles brought his guest to the palace gates, where the regent and Germaine de Foix, King Ferdinand's widow, were awaiting them, and for the first time Margaret came face to face with her niece's husband. Christian kissed the two ladies in French fashion, and after dinner the two princes spent the evening dancing with the court ladies. Now, wrote the Venetian ambassador, Gaspare Contarini, at 2 hours after dark, they are still dancing, for young monarchs such as these are not easily tired. 30 The impression which the Danish king made on the learned Italian was very favorable. He describes him as a fine-looking prince, with an earnest, animated expression, long locks, and a beard curled after the Italian fashion. In his black satin doublet, Spanish cloak, and jeweled cap, he looked every inch a king. On the Sunday after his arrival Christian entertained the emperor, the Lady Margaret, and the Queen Dowager of Spain, at dinner. Albert Dürer was present on this occasion, and was afterwards employed to paint a portrait of the king in oils, for which Christian gave him 30 florins, an act of liberality which contrasted favorably with Margaret's parsimony. The Lady Margaret in particular, remarks the painter in his journal, gave me nothing for what I made and presented to her. Another personage in whose society the king took pleasure was Erasmus, who discussed the reform of the church with him, and was much struck by the monarch's enlightened opinions. On the 12th of July Christian accompanied his brother-in-law to Antwerp, to lay the foundations of the new choir of Our Lady's Church, and went on to Ghent, where he paid formal homage for the Duchy of Holstein, and was confirmed in his rights over the Hanse towns, but could not persuade Charles to join him in making war on the friendly citizens of Lübeck. At Ghent the king sent for the English ambassador, Sir Robert Wingfield, with whom he had a long and friendly conversation, expressing great anxiety to meet King Henry VIII. In reply, Wingfield told him that he would soon have the opportunity of seeing the English monarch's powerful minister, Cardinal Wolsey, to whom he could speak as frankly as to the king himself. 31 Accordingly, on the 5th of August Christian accompanied Charles and Margaret to the Prinzenhof at Bruges, where Wolsey joined them a week later. The regal state of the English cardinal formed a striking contrast to the king's simplicity. He arrived with a train of over 1,000 followers, clad in red satin, and 20 English nobles, wearing gold chains, walked at his horse's side. On Sunday he rode to Mass with the emperor, and dined with Charles and Margaret, praising the delicate and sumptuous manner in which he was entertained. When the King of Denmark sent to ask him to come to his lodgings, the cardinal demurred, saying that, as he represented His Majesty of England, the king must be the first to visit him, but that if Christian preferred he would meet him in the palace garden. Christian, however, waived ceremony, and called on Wolsey the next morning. The interview was a very friendly one. Christian expressed his anxiety to enter into a close alliance with England, and begged King Henry to be a good uncle to his young kinsman, James V of Scotland. Wolsey on his part was much impressed by the king's good sense and peaceable intentions. 1513-23 Revolt in Denmark. Surely, sir, he wrote to his royal master, the King of Denmark, though in appearance he should be judged to be a rash man, yet he is right wise, sober, and discreet, minding the establishing of good peace betwixt Christian princes, wherein he right substantially declared his mind to me at good length. 32 Christian II, King of Denmark to face p30. But the next day the king sent the cardinal word that he had received such bad news from his own country that he must return without delay. He actually left Bruges that day, and was escorted to the city gates by the papal nuncio Caracciolo and Contarini, who took leave of the king, and returned to dine with Erasmus and his English friend, Messer Toma Moro 33. Unfortunately, Christian's visit to the Low Countries produced no good result, and there was some justification for the imperial chancellor's cynical remark, "It would have been better to keep the king here, where he can do no harm, than to let him go home to make fresh mischief." 34 He left Bruges dissatisfied with the emperor, and on reaching Copenhagen his first act was to dismiss the queen's confessor, Mansueri. When the emperor begged him to leave his sister free in matters of conscience, he broke into a passionate fit of rage, tore the golden fleece from his neck, and trampled it underfoot, cursing his meddlesome brother-in-law. What was worse, he seized several Dutch ships in the Sound, and drew upon himself the serious displeasure of the regent and her council. Meanwhile Gustavus Vasa had laid siege to Stockholm, and there was a rising in Jutland. A papal legate arrived at Copenhagen to inquire into the judicial murder of the Swedish bishops and demand the punishment of Slagbach. The unfortunate archbishop was made a scapegoat, and put to death in January, 1522. Stones were thrown at Sigebrit when she drove out in the royal carriage, and one day she was thrown into a pond by some peasants, and only rescued with difficulty. Even Christian began to realize the danger of the situation, and wrote to Isabella from Jutland, begging her to bid Mother Sigebrit hold her tongue, and not set foot outside the castle, if she wished him to return home alive. In another letter, written on the 4th of February, 1522, from the convent of Dahlen, the king congratulates his wife on her safe deliverance, and the birth of a marvelously handsome child. 35 This is the only intimation we have of the birth of Isabella's second daughter, Christina. The exact date is not to be found in the Danish archives, and has hitherto eluded all research. The child who saw the light in these troubled times received the name of Christina from her grandmother, the Queen Dowager of Denmark, a princess of Saxon birth, who still resided at King Hans's favorite palace of Odense. All we know of Queen Christina is that, on the 2nd of April, 1515, 2 years after her husband's death, she addressed an urgent prayer to King Henry VIII, begging him to send her a relic of St. Thomas of Canterbury. 36 We are not told if a phial containing a drop of the saint's blood was sent to Denmark in response to this entreaty, but the request is of interest as a proof of the English martyr's widespread renown. A few weeks after the birth of her little daughter Isabella wrote a touching appeal to her aunt, imploring the regent's help against the Danish rebels, 1513-23 Christian II. Deposed We have sad news from my lord in Jutland. The nobles there have rebelled against him, and seek to deprive him and our children of their crown and their lives. So we entreat you to come to our help, that we may chastise these rebels. 37 Anton de Metz was sent to Brussels on the same errand, but could obtain small hopes of assistance. The regent's council complained that King Christian had damaged the trade of the Low Countries and ill-treated their sailors, and the temper of the court was reflected in Sir Robert Wingfield's dispatches to England. The Easterlings, remarked the ambassador, handle the King of Denmark roughly, and his own people are said to have killed the woman of Holland, who was mother to his dove, as the king's mistress was called, whereby it appeareth that ill life and like governance often cometh to a bad end. 38 King Christian's affairs, as Wingfield truly said, were in an evil plight. In June Stockholm surrendered to Gustavus Vasa, and the citizens of Lubeck sent a fleet to burn Helsingfors and threaten Copenhagen. To add to the unfortunate king's difficulties, his uncle Frederick, Duke of Holstein, who had always nursed a grievance against his elder brother, the late King Hans, now took up a hostile attitude, and made common cause with the rebels. On the 20th of January, 1523, the nobles of Jutland met at Viborg, deposed Christian II formally, and elected his uncle Frederick to be king in his stead. In vain Christian endeavored to raise fresh forces, and sent desperate appeals to his kinsfolk in the Low Countries and Germany, and to his allies in England and Scotland. Margaret replied curtly that the emperor himself needed all the men and ammunition that could be obtained in those parts. The young King of Scotland's Chancellor, the Archbishop of Glasgow, sent a sympathetic message, regretting that the enmity of England prevented him from helping King Christian against his rebel subjects. When the Dean of Roskilde appeared in London with a letter from the Danish monarch, begging King Henry to induce Margaret to help him against the Easterlings, Wolsey sent a splendid barge to conduct the ambassador to Greenwich, but gave him little encouragement beyond fair words. "So I hope," wrote Sir Robert Wingfield, who, in spite of Christian's civilities at Ghent, had little pity for him, "that this wicked king will fail." 39 1513 to 23 Flight of the royal family. The unhappy monarch was at his wits' end. Yet many of his subjects were still loyal. The bulk of the middle and lower classes, the burghers, artisans, and country folk, looked on him as their best friend, and when he appeared at the fair of Ringstead, 1,000 strong arms were raised, and 1,000 lusty voices swore fealty to Christian, the peasants' king. Copenhagen was strongly fortified, and as long as he stayed there he was safe from his foes. But an unaccountable panic seized him. Whether, as in the case of Lodovico Sforza, whom he resembled in so many ways, remorse for past crimes enfeebled his will, or whether his nerves gave way, he could not summon up courage to meet his foes, and decided to fly. A fleet of 20 ships was equipped, fully supplied with arms and ammunition, and laden with the crown jewels, archives, and treasures. The Queen and her young children, the 5-year-old Prince John, the 2 little princesses, Dorothea and Christina, a babe of 15 months, went on board the finest vessel of the fleet, the Great Mary, and Mother Sigebrit was hidden in a chest to save her from the fury of the people, who regarded her as the chief cause of the king's unpopularity. But the greatest compassion was felt for Isabella and her innocent babes, and even the usurper Frederick wrote to beg the queen to remain in Denmark, assuring her that she and her children would be perfectly safe. On the 14th of April the fleet set sail. An immense crowd assembled on the ramparts to see the last of the royal family. The king made a farewell speech, exhorting the garrison to remain loyal to his cause, and promising to return in 3 months with reinforcements. Then the ships weighed anchor, and neither Isabella nor her children ever saw the shores of Denmark again. Footnotes: 17 L'Aigle, 2. 336 18 de Riefenberg, Histoire de l'Ordre de la Toison d'Or, 307. 19 L'Aigle, 2. 337 20 L. Van Berg, Correspondance de M. d'Autric, 2. 135 21 Ullmann, 2. 510 22 Hubertus Leodius Thomas, Spiegel de Humors Grosser Potentaten, 79. E. Moeller, Eleanor d'Autric, 307. 23 Moeller, 327. L. Mignot, Rivalite de Francis Iet Charles V, I 140. 24 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 2. 1151. H. Baumgarten, Geschichte Karl V, I 58. 25 Hen. 249. 26 Archives du Royaume, Bruxelles Registre de Revenus et Dépenses de Charles V, 2. 7227 J. Altmaier, 46. 28 F. Dahlmann, Geschichte von Dänemark, 3. 359 29 M. Conway, Literary Remains of Albert Dürer, 124. 30 Venetian State Papers, 3. 139 31 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 3. 2. 555, 561, 582. 32 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 3. 2. 614. 33 Venetian State Papers, 3. 162 34 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 3. 2. 576. 35 Altmaier, 23. Reed's Manuscripts, 13. 28 36 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 2. 191 37 Altmaier, Isabel d'Autriche, 23. 38 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 3. 2. 1086. 39 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 3. 2. 1189. Altmaier, Relations commerciales du Danemark et de Pays-Bas, 105. Book 3 Kings in Exile 1523-1531 I 1523-31 Visit to London. The troubles of the Danish royal family were not over when they left Copenhagen. A violent storm scattered the fleet in the North Sea, and drove several of the ships on the Norwegian coast, where many of them were lost with all their cargo. The remaining 11 or 12 ships entered the harbour of Viren, in Walcheren, on the 1st of May. Here the king and queen were kindly received by Adolf of Burgundy, the admiral of the Dutch fleet, who kept them for a week in his own house, and then escorted them to the regent's court at Malines. Margaret welcomed her niece with all her old affection, and took her and the royal children into her own house. But she met the king's prayer for help coldly, saying that it was beyond her power to give him either men or money. The moment, it is true, was singularly unpropitious. Not only were all the emperor's resources needed to carry on his deadly struggle with France, but nearer home the regent was engaged in a fierce conflict with her old enemy, Charles of Guelders, for the possession of Friesland. As Adolf of Burgundy wrote to Wolsey, "We need help so much ourselves that we are hardly in condition to help others." 40 Christians soon realized this, and determined to apply to Henry VIII, relying on his former assurances of brotherly affection, and feeling confident of Wolsey's support. The scheme met with Margaret's approval, and, since Isabella had only brought one Dutch maid and the children's nurses from Copenhagen, the regent lent her several ladies, in order that she might appear in due state at the English court. 41 On the 5th of June the king and queen left Malines with a suite of 80 persons and 50 horses, and, after waiting some time at Calais to hear the latest news from Denmark, crossed the Channel, and reached Greenwich on the 19th. Wolsey had already told the imperial ambassador, De Preet, that the King of Denmark would receive little encouragement from his master, and had expressed a hope that he would not give them the trouble of coming to England. He met the royal travellers, however, at the riverside, and conducted them to the palace, where they dined in the great hall with the king on the following day, Henry leading Christian by the hand, and Queen Catherine following with Isabella and her sister-in-law, Mary, Duchess of Suffolk, the widow of Louis XII, who was still known as La Reine Blanche. From Greenwich the King and Queen of Denmark moved to Bath Place, where they were lodged at Henry's expense. Catherine welcomed her great niece with motherly affection, but both Henry and Wolsey told Christian plainly that he had made a fatal mistake in deserting his loyal subjects, and advised him to return at once and encourage them by his presence. All the English monarch would do was to send envoys to Denmark to urge the usurper Frederick and his supporters to return to their allegiance. For, as Henry himself wrote to the emperor, this perfidy of the king's subjects is a most fatal example, if for the most trifling cause a prince is to be called in question, and expelled and put from his crown. 42. The futility of these measures was evident to Duchess, who wrote to Charles at Toledo, saying that unless he took up the exiled monarch's cause for his sister's sake he would never recover his kingdom. Copenhagen was now besieged by land and sea, and if the garrison were not relieved by Michaelmas they would be forced to surrender, and Christian's last hope would be gone. The king himself, Duchess owned, seemed little changed, and he advised the emperor to insist on Sigebret's removal before giving him any help. "Your Majesty," wrote the ambassador, "ought first of all to have the woman of Holland sought out and punished, an act which in my small opinion would acquire great merit in the eyes of both God and man." 43. At Isabella's request, both Margaret and King Henry had spoken strongly to Christian on this subject, but he still persisted in his infatuation, and it was not till after he had left the Netherlands, and his wife and aunt were dead, that this miserable woman was arrested in Ghent and burnt as a witch. 44. 1523-31. A noble wife. As for the Queen, no words could express Duchess's admiration for her angelic goodness. "It is indeed grievous," he wrote, "to see this poor lady in so melancholy a plight, and I cannot marvel too much at her virtues and heroic patience." Henry was equally moved, and wrote to Charles in the warmest terms of his sister's noble qualities, but did not disguise his contempt for her husband. 45. There was, clearly, nothing more to be gained by remaining in England, and on the 5th of July the King and Queen returned to the Low Countries. Isabella joined her children at Malines, and Christian went to Antwerp to equip ships for the relief of Copenhagen. But he soon quarrelled with Margaret, and left suddenly for Germany. In September he appeared at Berlin, having ridden from Brussels attended by only 2 servants, and succeeded in raising a force of 25,000 men, with the help of his brother-in-law, the Marquis of Brandenburg, and Duke Henry of Brunswick. But when the troops assembled on the banks of the Elbe, King Christian was unable to fulfill his promises or provide the money demanded by the leaders, and he was glad to escape with his life from the angry hordes of soldiers clamoring for pay. By the end of the year Copenhagen capitulated, and in the following August the usurper Frederick was elected king by the General Assembly, and solemnly crowned in the Frauenkirche. 46. The crimes of the unhappy Christian recoiled on his own head, and in the act of deprivation by which he was formally deposed, it was expressly stated that his neglect of his noble and virtuous wife, and infatuation for the adventurous Sigebret and her daughter, had estranged the hearts of his people. But through all these troubles Isabella clung to him with unchanging faithfulness. She followed him first to Berlin, then to Saxony, where he sought his uncle's help. In March she went to Nuremberg on a visit to her brother, King Ferdinand, and pleaded her husband and children's cause before the Diet in so eloquent a manner that the assembled princes were moved to tears. "Everyone here," wrote Hannard, the minister whom Charles V had sent to his sister's help, "is full of compassion for the Queen, but no one places the least trust in the King. If it were not for her sake, not a single man would saddle a horse on his behalf." Hannard, in fact, confessed that he had done his utmost to keep Christian away from Nuremberg, feeling sure that his presence would do more harm than good. Even Isabella's entreaties were of no avail. She begged her brother in vain for the loan of 20,000 florins to satisfy the Duke of Brunswick, whose angry threats filled her with alarm. "I am always afraid some harm may happen to you when I am away," she wrote to her husband. "I long to join you, and would rather suffer at your side than live in comfort away from you. 47 But Christian, as Hannard remarked in a letter to the regent Margaret, had few friends. Even his servants did not attempt to deny the charges that were brought against him, and the Queen alone, like the loyal wife that she was, sought to explain and excuse his conduct. 1523-31 Martin Luther. To add to Isabella's troubles, her brother Ferdinand was seriously annoyed at the leanings to the Lutheran faith which she now displayed. Christian's Protestant tendencies had been greatly strengthened by his residence in Saxony during the winter of 1523. He heard Luther preach at Wittenberg, and spent much time in his company, dining frequently with him and Spalatin, the court chaplain, and making friends with the painter Lucas Cranach. The fine portrait of King Christian by this artist forms the frontispiece of a Danish version of the New Testament published by Hans Mikkelsen, the burgomaster of Malmö, who shared his royal master's exile. When the Marquis Joachim of Brandenburg remonstrated with his brother-in-law for his intimacy with the heretic Luther, Christian replied that he would rather lose all three of his kingdoms than forsake this truly apostolic man. 48 Isabella's naturally religious nature was deeply impressed by these new influences, and both she and her sister-in-law, Elizabeth of Brandenburg, secretly embraced the Reformed doctrine. At Nuremberg she attended the sermons of the Lutheran Dr. Osiander, and received communion in both kinds from his hands on Maundy Thursday, to the great indignation of King Ferdinand, who told her he could not own a heretic as his sister. Isabella replied gently that if he cast her off God would take care of her. Luther on his part was moved by the apparent sincerity of his royal convert. Strange indeed are the ways of God, he wrote to Spalatin. His grace penetrates into the most unlikely places, and may even bring this rare wild game, a king and queen, safely into the heavenly net. 49 While Luther addressed a strong remonstrance to the newly elected King of Denmark and the citizens of Lübeck, Christian's chancellor, Cornelius Seppărus, drew up an eloquent memorial to Pope Clement VII. On the exiled king's behalf, and travelled to Spain to seek the emperor's help. By Hannard's exertions a congress was held at Hamburg in April, which was attended by representatives of the emperor, the regent of the Netherlands, the imperial electors and princes, as well as by deputies from Denmark, England, Poland, and Lübeck. Isabella accompanied her husband on this occasion, at Hannard's request. I hear on all sides, he wrote to Charles, that the people of Denmark would gladly welcome the return of the Queen and her children if the King would not meddle with public affairs, and a good governor appointed by your Majesty should act as regent until the young prince is of age. 50 But when, by way of compromise, some members of the Congress proposed that Frederick should retain the throne, and recognize Prince John as his successor, Christian rejected this offer angrily, and negotiations were soon broken off. Both Charles and Margaret now gave up all hope of effecting Christian's restoration, and concluded a treaty in the following August with King Frederick, by which his title was recognized, and the Baltic was once more open to the merchants of the Low Countries. 1523-31 The children of Denmark. The exiled monarch, now compelled to realize the hopelessness of his cause, returned sorrowfully with his wife to the Low Countries, and Isabella had at least the joy of embracing her children once more. During this long absence the faithful servants who had followed their king and queen into exile had kept her well supplied with news of their health and progress. Prince John, wrote Nicholas Petrie, Canon of London, learns quickly, and begins to speak French. He is already a great favorite with the Lady Margaret. His sisters, the princesses, are very well, and are both very pretty children. The youngest, Madame Christine, has just been weaned. Madame Marguerite says that she will soon be receiving proposals of marriage for the elder one. These are good omens, for which God be praised. It is a real pleasure to be with these children, they are so good and charming. If only your grace could see them, you would soon forget all your troubles. 51 But not all Margaret's affection for Isabella and her children could reconcile her to the king's presence. Christian was, it must be confessed, a troublesome guest. His restless brain was always busy with new plots and intrigues. At first he announced his intention of taking Isabella to visit the emperor in Spain, but, after spending some weeks in Zealand fitting out ships, he suddenly changed his mind, and took Isabella, whose health had suffered from all the hardships and anxiety that she had undergone, to drink the waters at Aix-la-Chapelle. On his return he wished to settle at Ghent, but the regent and her council, fearing that his presence would excite sedition in the city, suggested that the castle of Gamaps should be offered him instead. Charles replied that if the king lived at Gamaps he would certainly spoil his hunting, and thought that Lille or Bruges would be a better place. In the end Lierre, a pleasant city halfway between Malines and Antwerp, was chosen for the exiled prince's home. Towards the end of 1524 Christian and his family took up their abode in the old castle which still goes by the name of Het Hof van Denemarken, or Cour de Danemark. A guard of 50 halberdiers and a considerable household was assigned to them by the emperor's order. A monthly allowance of 500 crowns was granted to the king, while the queen received a yearly sum of 2,000 crowns per employer and ses menus plaisirs. But Christian's reckless and disorderly conduct soon landed him in fresh difficulties. Isabella cut up her husband's old robes to make clothes for her little girls, and was reduced to such penury that she was compelled to pledge, not only her jewels, but the children's toys. Meanwhile Margaret's letters to her imperial nephew were filled with complaints of the Danish king's extravagance. She declared that he was spending 800 crowns a month, and perpetually asking for more. When she sent her maitre d'hotel, Monsieur de Souvaster, to set his affairs in order, he was confronted with a long list of unpaid bills from doctors, apothecaries, saddlers, masons, carpenters, tailors, and poulterers. But accounts of the straits to which the Queen and her children were reduced had evidently reached Spain, and Charles felt it necessary to remind his aunt gently that, after all, Isabella was his own sister, and that many pensioners whom he had never seen received many thousands of crowns a year from his purse. 1523 to 31 A zealous Lutheran. Another cause of perpetual irritation was the favor shown by the king to the Lutherans, whom the regent was trying to drive out of Flanders. The court of Lierre became the refuge of all who professed the new doctrine. Margaret insisted on the banishment of several of the king's servants, including the chaplain, Hans Manbo, and Prince John's tutor, Nicholas Petrie, and sent others to prison. But these high-handed acts only strengthened Christian's zeal in the cause of reform. The word of God, he wrote to his friend Spalatin, waxes powerful in the Netherlands, and thrives on the blood of the martyrs. 53 The letters which he addressed to his old subjects were couched in the same strain. He confessed his past sins, and prayed that he might be restored to his kingdom, like David of old, declaring that his sole wish was to live for Christ and do good to his enemies. At the same time he hired freebooters to ravage the coast of Denmark, and provoked King Frederick to close the Sound, an act which aroused widespread discontent in the Low Countries. In August, 1525, he sent a herald to England, begging King Henry and his good friend the Cardinal to intercede with the regent, and induce her to lend him men and money for a fresh expedition. But Margaret turned a deaf ear to all entreaties, and when Isabella's physician recommended her to try the waters of Aix-la-Chapelle again, she declined to sanction this journey on the score of expense. She sent her own doctor, however, to Lierre, and at his suggestion the invalid was moved for change of air to Swinard, the abbot of St. Peter's country house near Ghent. But Isabella's ills were beyond the reach of human skill, and she soon became too weak to leave her room. On the 12th of December Christian sent for his old chaplain from Wittenberg, begging him to return without delay. "Dear brother in Christ," he wrote, "here we forget Christ, and have no one to preach the word of God. I implore you to come and give us the comfort of the gospel. Greet our brothers and sisters." Upon receiving this summons, Manbo and Hans Mikkelsen hastened to Ghent, at the peril of their lives, and administered spiritual consolation to the dying queen. On the 19th of January she received the last sacraments from the priest of Swinard, and saw Monsieur de Sylvestre, by whom she sent her aunt affectionate messages, commending her poor children to Margaret's care. A few hours afterwards she passed quietly away. Both Catholics and Lutherans bore witness to her angelic patience, and a letter which Christian addressed to Luther, 10 days later, gives a touching account of his wife's last moments. 1523-31 Death of Isabella. As her weakness increased, Frau Margaret sent her servant, Philippe de Sylvestre, and other excellent persons, to admonish her after the fashion of the popish Antichrist's faith and the religion of his sect. But Almighty God in his mercy deprived my wife of her powers of speech, so that she made no reply, and they gave up speaking, and only anointed her with oil. But before this she had received the Blessed Sacrament in the most devout manner, with ardent longing, firm faith, and steadfast courage, and when one of our preachers exhorted her, in the words of the Gospel, to stand fast in the faith, she confessed her firm trust in God, and paid no heed to the superstitious mutterings of the others. After this she became speechless, but gave many signs of true faith to the end, and took her last farewell of this world on the 19th of January. May God Almighty be gracious to her soul, and grant her eternal rest. We are strong in the sure and certain hope that she has entered into eternal bliss, unto which God bring us all. 54 On the 4th of February the dead queen, who had not yet completed her 25th year, was buried with great pomp in the cloisters of the Abbey of St. Peter at Ghent, where a stately marble tomb was raised over her ashes. The painter Mabius was employed to design the monument, as we learn from a letter which the king addressed to the abbot of St. Peter's in 1528, complaining of his delay in completing the work. A Latin inscription by Cornelius Seppurus, giving Isabella's titles in full, and recording her virtues and the sufferings which she had endured during her short life, was placed on the monument, which is described by an English traveller of the 16th century, Philip Scipion 55. Unfortunately, the tomb was rifled by the mob at the time of the French Revolution, but the ashes of the Queen were carefully preserved by a pious cure, and afterwards restored to their former resting place. Isabella's early death was deeply lamented, not only in the Low Countries, where she was so beloved, but in her husband's kingdoms. Funeral services were held throughout the land, and all men wept for the good princess who had been the mother of her people. On all sides testimonies to her worth were paid. Henry of England wrote to King Christian that the late queen had been as dear to him as a sister, and Luther paid an eloquent tribute to her memory in his treatise on holy women. Of such kings' daughters there was indeed one, of the noblest birth, Isabella, Queen of Denmark, a princess of the royal house of Spain. She embraced the gospel with great ardor, and confessed the faith openly. And because of this she died in want and misery. For had she consented to renounce her faith, she would have received far more help and much greater kindness in this life. 56.3. The news of the Queen of Denmark's death reached her brother, the Emperor, on the eve of his marriage to Isabella of Portugal. Guillaume de Bars, the bearer of Margaret's letters, found him at a village in Andalusia, on his way to Seville, where the wedding was to take place on the following day, and had a long interview with his imperial master before he left his bed on the 9th of March. Charles spoke with deep feeling of his sister, and inquired anxiously if the regent had been able to obtain possession of her children, a thing, wrote de Bars, which his majesty desires greatly, because of the king's heretical leanings. 57 1523 to 31 Margaret intervenes. Margaret had certainly not been remiss in this matter. But Christian was more intractable than ever. He took his children to Ghent immediately after their mother's death, and refused to give them up until the regent had paid all his debts, including 7,000 florins for the funeral expenses, and 2,000 more which he owed to the landlord of the Falcon at Lier for Rhine wine and fodder. His language became every day more violent. He threatened to cut off the governor of Antwerp's head, and appealed to his comrades of the Golden Fleece for the redress of his supposed grievances. At length Margaret, seeing that none of her court officials and councillors could bring him to reason, rode to Lier herself on the 2nd of March, and made a last attempt to obtain possession of the children par voie aimable. The king, she found, had already packed up his furniture and plate, even the chalice which was used in the royal chapel, and was about to start for Germany. After prolonged discussion, the regent succeeded in persuading Christian to leave his children with her, on condition that she paid his debts in Lier, and provided for the late queen's funeral expenses, a thing which must be done, she wrote to Charles, out of sheer decency. But she quite refused the king's demand for an increased allowance, saying that he could not require more money than he had received in his wife's lifetime. Christian then left the Netherlands for Saxony, saying that he intended to raise a fresh army and invade Denmark. He is confident of recovering his kingdoms, wrote Margaret to the emperor, but my own impression is that his exploits will be confined to plundering and injuring your subjects. This prophecy was literally fulfilled, and during the next 4 years the peaceful folk in Friesland were harassed by turbulent freebooters in the King of Denmark's pay, while pirates ravaged the coasts of the North Sea, and led the Hansa cities to make severe reprisals on the Dutch ships. 1523 to 31 The Palace of Milan's Margaret's chief object, however, was attained. On the 5th of March she returned to Malines with the Prince of Denmark and his little sisters. Henceforth, Monseigneur, she wrote to Charles, you will have to be both father and mother to these poor children, and must treat them as your own. 58 The regent herself nobly fulfilled the sacred trust committed to her by the dying queen. From this time until her own death, 4.5 years later, Isabella's children were the objects of her unceasing care, and lacked nothing that money could provide or love suggest. They lived under her own roof in the Palace of Malines, that city of wide streets and canals, with the fine marketplace and imposing cathedral, which many called the finest town in Flanders. Margaret's first care was to arrange the royal children's household. Prince John was placed in the charge of a governess, Mademoiselle Roland de Cerclais, who superintended his meals and taught him Christian religion and good manners, while he had for his tutor Cornelius Agrippa, the distinguished scholar and defender of women's rights, who dedicated his book, On the Pre-Excellence of Women, to the regent. In Lent the prince and his sisters received regular instruction in the palace chapel, and 1 year Friar Jehan de Salis received 36 livres for preaching a course of Lent sermons before the prince and princesses of Denmark. Margaret herself kept a watchful eye on the children. 100 entries in her household accounts show how carefully she chose their nurses and companions, their clothes and playthings. One of her first gifts to the prince was a handsome pony, richly harnessed with black and gold trappings. Another was a dwarf page, who became his constant playfellow, and in his turn received good Ypres cloth and damask for his own wear. Italian merchants from Antwerp often came to lay their wares before the regent. We find her choosing black velvet and white satin for Prince John's doublet, and pearl buttons and gold fringe to trim his sleeves, and ordering the goldsmith, Master Leonard of Augsburg, to supply an antique silver dagger and an image of Hercules for the prince's cap. Or else a merchant is desired to send her 2 pairs of cuffs of exquisitely fine toile de Cambrai, embroidered with gold thread, for the young princesses wear 59 and 20 gold balls for the fringe of their bed. Amid all the anxious cares of state which filled her time, this great lady seldom allowed a day to pass without seeing her nephew and nieces. Their innocent prattle and merry laughter cheered her lonely hours, while the prince and his sisters found plenty to amuse them in their great aunt's rooms. The halls were hung with costly arras tapestries of David killing Goliath, stories of Alexander and Esther, hunting scenes and Greek fables, or adorned with paintings by the best masters. Van Eyck's Merchant of Lucca, Arnolfini with his wife, and Virgin of the Fountain, Rogier van der Weyden's and Memling's Madonnas, Jerome Bosch's Saint Anthony, Jacopo de Barbari's Crucifixion, were all here, as well as Michel van Coxien's Little Virgin with the sleeping child in her arms, which Margaret called her Mignon 60. The library contained a complete collection of family portraits, chiefly the work of the court painter, Bernard van Orly or Johann Mabius. 1523 to 31 Mabius's picture. Among these were pictures of Margaret's parents, Maximilian and Mary of Burgundy, of her second husband, Monsieur de Savoy, a brilliant cavalier clad in a crimson mantle sewn with daisies in allusion to his wife's name, and of her brother, King Philip, with his children, the young Archduke Charles and the future queens of France and Denmark. Prince John and his sisters would recognize the portraits of their own father and mother, King Christian and his gentle wife, which hung over the mantelpiece, together with those of their great-grandparents, Ferdinand and Isabella, the kings of France and England, and the Grand Turk. But better in the children's eyes than all the pictures and bronzes, the marble busts and ivories, the silver mirrors and chandeliers, better even than the Chinese dragons and stuffed birds of paradise from the New World, were the live pets with which their aunt loved to be surrounded. The famous green parrot which once belonged to Mary of Burgundy had lately died, to her great sorrow. Margaret herself had written its epitaph, and the court poet, Johann Le Mayer, had sung the bird's descent into the Elysian fields, and its converse with Charon and Mercury, in his elegy of El Amant Vert. But in its stead she had cages full of parakeets and singing birds, which were carefully tended by her ladies, and fed with white loaves newly baked every morning. There was an Italian greyhound in a white fur tippet, and a number of toy dogs in baskets lined with swan's down, and a marmoset that she had bought from a French peddler, which afforded the court ladies as much amusement as the royal children. Nor were other diversions wanting. Margaret was very fond of music, and not only kept a troupe of viol and tambourine players, but often sent for the town band of Ghent and Brussels, or the Prince of Orange's fife and organ players, to beguile her evenings. Sometimes the children of S. Rambaud and the choir boys of Notre Dame du Sablon in Brussels would sing chorales during dinner, or strolling players and German marionettes, Italian jugglers, or Poles and Hungarians with tame bears, would be allowed to perform in her presence. On one occasion a famous lute player from the court of Whitehall was sent over by King Henry, and received 7 gold crowns for his pains. Another time 3 Savoyards were rewarded with a handful of gold pieces for the tricks with which they had amused the court after supper. And every May Day the archers of the guard marched in procession to plant hawthorn bushes covered with blossom under the palace windows. 61 In these pleasant surroundings the children of Denmark grew up under the same roof as their mother and aunts before them, leading the same joyous and natural life. No wonder that through all her troubled life Christina looked back fondly to these early times, and never forgot the happy days which she had spent at Malines. There is a charming picture, now at Hampton Court, of the 3 children, painted by Mabius soon after their mother's death, and sent to King Henry VIII, whose favor Christian II was once more trying to obtain 62. The three children are standing at a table covered with a green cloth, on which apples and cherries are laid. Prince John, a manly boy with a thoughtful, attractive face, wearing a black velvet suit and cap and a gold chain round his neck, is in the center between his sisters. On his right, Dorothea, a pretty child with brown eyes and golden curls frizzled all over her head, reaches out her hand towards the fruit, while on his left the little Christina grasps an apple firmly in one hand, and lays the other confidingly on her brother's arm. Both little girls are dressed in black velvet with white ermine sleeves, probably made out of their father's old robes. But while Dorothea's curly head is uncovered, Christina wears a tight-fitting hood edged with pearls, drawn closely over her baby face. Her tiny features are full of character, and the large brown eyes, with their earnest gaze, and small fingers clasping the apple, already reveal the courage and resolution for which she was to be distinguished in days to come. 1523–31. A promising prince at this early period of their lives, it was, naturally enough, Prince John who chiefly occupied his guardian's thoughts. A boy of rare promise, studious, intelligent, and affectionate, he had inherited much of his mother's charm, and soon became a great favorite at court. Margaret was never tired of describing his talents and progress to the emperor, who took keen interest in his young nephew, and was particularly glad to hear how fond he was of riding. Copyright, H.M. The King, the Children of Christian II, King of Denmark by Jean Mavius, Hampton Court Palace, to face p54. Madam, my good aunt, he wrote, I hear with great pleasure of the kindness shown by M. de Bregils, the master of your household, to my nephew, the Prince of Denmark, and am very grateful to him for teaching the boy to ride and mounting him so well. And you will please tell Bregils that I beg him to go on from good to better, and train the boy in all honest and manly exercises, as well as in noble and virtuous conduct, for you know that he is likely to follow whatever example is set before him in his youth. And I have no doubt that, not only in this case, but in all others, you will not cease to watch over him. Your good nephew, Charles. 63. When in July, 1528, Margaret's servant Montfort was sent on an important mission to Spain, the emperor's first anxiety was to hear full accounts of Prince John and his sisters from the envoy's lips. He expressed great satisfaction with all Montfort told him, saying that he entertained the highest hopes of his nephew, and would far rather support his claim to Denmark than help his father to recover the throne. The more so, he added, since we hear that King Christian, to our sorrow, still adheres to the false doctrine of Luther. For King Christian, as the emperor hinted, was still a thorn in the regent's side. Although, since his wife's death, most of his time had been spent in Germany, he remained a perpetual source of annoyance. In July, 1528, he induced his sister Elizabeth to leave her husband, Joachim of Brandenburg, and escape with him to Saxony. All Germany rang with this new scandal, and while the Marquis appealed to Margaret, begging her to stop Christian's allowance as the only means of bringing him to his senses, Elizabeth, who had secretly embraced the Reformed faith, implored the emperor's protection against her husband, and refused to return to Berlin. At the same time the king did his utmost to stir up discontent round Liège, and raised bands of freebooters in Holland, whose lawless depredations were a constant source of vexation to Charles's loyal subjects. When the regent protested, he replied that he had nothing to do with these levies, and that his intentions were absolutely innocent, assurances which, Margaret remarked, would not deceive a child. Under these circumstances, relations between the two became daily more strained. Margaret loves me not, and has never loved me, wrote Christian to his Lutheran friends, while the regent turned to Charles in her despair, saying, Monseigneur, if the King of Denmark comes here, I simply do not know what I am to do with him. 64 1523 to 31 Death of Margaret. Suddenly a new turn in the tide altered the whole aspect of affairs. On the 3rd of August, 1529, the Peace of Cambrai was finally concluded. The long war, which had drained the emperor's resources, was at an end, and his hands were once more free. Christian lost no time in taking advantage of this opportunity to secure his powerful kinsman's help. He addressed urgent petitions to the emperor and King Ferdinand, and sent an envoy to plead his cause at Bologna, where on the 24th of February, 1530, Charles V received the imperial crown from the hands of Pope Clement VII. But the only condition on which the exiled monarch could be admitted into the new confederation was his return to the Catholic Church. For this, too, Christian seems to have been prepared. On the 2nd of February he signed an agreement at Lierre, in which he promised to obey the emperor's wishes, and to hold fast the Catholic faith, if he should be restored to the throne of Denmark. When Charles crossed the Brenner, Christian hastened to meet him at Innsbruck, and, throwing himself at the foot of Cardinal Campeggio, craved the Holy Father's pardon for his past errors, and received absolution. But, in spite of this public recantation, the king still secretly preferred the Reformed faith, and continued to correspond with his Lutheran friends. On the 25th of June he arrived at Malines with letters of credit for 24,000 florins, which he had received from the emperor as the price of his submission. But the council refused to give him a farthing without the regent's consent, and Margaret declined to see him, pleading illness as her excuse. Although only 50 years of age, she had long been in failing health, and only awaited the emperor's coming to lay down her arduous office and retire to a convent at Bruges. An unforeseen accident hastened her end. She hurt her foot by treading on the broken pieces of a crystal goblet, blood poisoning came on, and she died in her sleep on the 30th of November, without ever seeing her nephew again. The touching letter in which she bade him farewell was written a few hours before her death. Monseigneur, the hour has come when I can no longer write with my own hand, for I am so dangerously ill that I fear my remaining hours will be few. But my conscience is tranquil, and I am ready to accept God's will, and have no regrets saving that I am deprived of your presence, and am unable to see you and speak with you before I die. I leave you your provinces, greatly increased in extent since your departure, and resign the government, which I trust one have discharged in such a way as to merit a divine reward, and earn the goodwill of your subjects as well as your approval. And above all, Monseigneur, I recommend you to live at peace, more especially with the kings of France and England. Finally I beg of you, by the love which you have been pleased to bear me, remember the salvation of my soul and my recommendations on behalf of my poor servants. And so I bid you once more farewell, praying, Monseigneur, that you may enjoy a long life and great prosperity. Your very humble aunt, Margaret. 65 From Malines, the last day of November, 1530. This letter reached the emperor at Cologne together with the news of Margaret's death, and a solemn requiem was chanted for her soul in the cathedral. Charles and his subjects fully realized the great loss which his pays de Pardeka had suffered by his aunt's death. All the provinces, said Cornelius Agrippa, in the funeral oration which he pronounced in S. Rambat of Malines, all the cities, and all the villages, are plunged in tears and sorrow. For no greater loss could have befallen us and our country. 1523 to 31 Mary of Hungary, the young Prince of Denmark, whom Margaret had loved so well, was chief mourner on this occasion, and rode at the head of the procession which bore her remains to Bruges. Here they were laid in the convent of the Annunciation until the magnificent shrine that she had begun at Bru in Savoy was ready to receive her ashes and those of her husband. When, in the following March, the emperor came to Malines, Prince John welcomed him in a Latin speech, in which he made a pathetic allusion to the loss which he and his sisters had sustained in the death of one who had been to them the wisest and tenderest of mothers. Then, turning to his uncle with charming grace, he begged the emperor to have compassion upon him and his orphaned sisters, and allow them to remain at his court until their father should be restored to his rightful throne. The young prince's simple eloquence produced a deep impression. The emperor with tears in his eyes embraced him, and the magistrates of Malines presented him with a barrel of Rhenish wine in token of their regard. 66 Fortunately for the children of Denmark, as well as for the provinces which Margaret had ruled so well, another Habsburg princess was found to take her place. This was the emperor's sister Mary, whose gallant husband, King Louis of Hungary, had fallen on the field of Mohács 4 years before, fighting against the Turks. The widowed queen, although only 21, had shown admirable presence of mind, and it was largely due to her tact and popularity that her brother Ferdinand and his wife Anna, the dead king's sister, were recognized as joint sovereigns of Bohemia and Hungary. Her own hand was sought in marriage by many princes, including the young King James V of Scotland and her sister Eleanor's old lover, the Palatine Frederick, whose romantic imagination was deeply impressed by the young queen's heroic bearing. But Mary positively refused to take another husband, saying that, having found perfect happiness in her first marriage, she had no wish to try a second. To the end of her life she remained true to her dead lord, and never put off her widow's weeds. But her courage and spirit were as high as ever. She was passionately fond of hunting, and amazed the hardest riders by being all day in the saddle without showing any trace of fatigue. Her powers of mind were no less remarkable. She was the ablest of the whole family, and the wisdom of her judgments was equalled by the frankness with which she expressed them. Like all the Habsburg ladies, she was highly educated, and spoke Latin as well as any doctor in Louvain, according to Erasmus, who inscribed her name on the first page of his View of Creation. Mary shared her sister Isabella's sympathy with the Reformers, and accepted the dedication of Luther's commentary on the 4 Psalms of Consolation. When this excited her brother Ferdinand's displeasure, she told him that authors must do as they please in these matters, and that he might trust her not to tarnish the fair name of their house. God, she added, would doubtless give her grace to die a good Christian. 67 1523–31 The new regent. In the spring of 1530 Mary met Charles at Innsbruck, and accompanied him to Augsburg. When, a few months later, the news of Margaret's death reached him at Cologne, the emperor begged her to become regent of the Low Countries and share the burden of government with him. But Mary had no wish to enter public life, and asked her brothers leave to retire to Spain and devote herself to the care of their unhappy mother, Queen Juana. For some time she resisted the entreaties of both her brothers, and it was only a strong sense of duty which finally overcame her reluctance to assume so arduous and ungrateful a task. When at length she consented, she made it a condition that she should not be troubled with offers of marriage, and pointed out that her Lutheran sympathies might well arouse suspicion in the Netherlands. But Charles brushed these objections lightly aside, saying that no one should disturb her peace, and that he should never have trusted her with so important a post if he had regarded her Lutheran tendencies seriously. All he asked was that the Queen should not bring her German servants to the Low Countries, lest they should arouse the jealousy of his Flemish courtiers. Mary scrupulously fulfilled these conditions, and on the 23rd of January, 1531, the new regent entered Louvain in state, and was presented to the council by the emperor, as governess of the Netherlands. 2 months later she accompanied Charles to Malines, where for the first time she embraced her little nieces. For the present, however, Dorothea and Christina, who were only 9 and 10 years old, remained at Malines, while Prince John accompanied his uncle and aunt on a progress through the provinces. Mary soon realized all the difficulties of the task that she had undertaken with so much reluctance. "The Emperor," she wrote to Ferdinand from Brussels, "has fastened the rope round my neck, but I find public affairs in a great tangle, and if His Majesty does not reduce them to some degree of order before his departure, I shall find myself in a very tight place." 68 The treasury was exhausted, the people groaned under the load of taxation, and the prodigal generosity of the late regent had not succeeded in suppressing strife and jealousy among the nobles. As Mary wrote many years afterwards to her nephew, Philip II, "No doubt our aunt, Madame Marguerite, ruled the Netherlands long and well, but when she grew old and ailing she was obliged to leave the task to others, and when the emperor returned there after her death, he found the nobles at variance, justice little respected, and all classes disaffected to the imperial service." 69 1523-31 A forlorn hope. But the young regent brought all her spirit and energy to the task, and with her brother's help succeeded in reforming the gravest abuses and restoring some order into the finances. The gravest difficulty with which she had to contend was the presence of the King of Denmark. Since Margaret's death this monarch had grown bolder and more insolent in his demands. With the help of his old ally, Duke Henry of Brunswick, he collected 6,000 men at arms and invaded Holland, spreading fire and sword wherever he went. In vain Charles remonstrated with him on the suffering which he inflicted on peaceable citizens. Christian only replied with an insolent letter, which convinced the emperor more than ever of the man's little sense and honesty. He now feared that the king would seize one of the forts in Holland and remain there all the winter, feeding his soldiers at the expense of the unfortunate peasantry, and infecting them with Lutheran heresy. Under these circumstances Charles felt that it was impossible to desert his sister, and decided to put off his departure for Germany until he had got rid of this troublesome guest. At length, on the 26th of October, Christian sailed from Medemblik, in North Holland, with 25 ships and 7,000 men. "He has done infinite damage to my provinces of Holland and Utrecht," wrote Charles to Ferdinand, treating them as if they were enemies, and forcing them to provide him with boats and provisions, besides seizing the supplies which I had collected for my own journey. 70 So great were the straits to which Charles found himself reduced that he was compelled to raise a fresh loan in order to defray the expenses of his journey to Spires. But at least the hated adventurer was gone, and as a fair wind sprang up, and the sails of King Christian's fleet dropped below the horizon, the emperor and his subjects felt that they could breathe freely. "The King of Dacia," wrote the Italian traveler Mario Savorgnano, from Brussels, on the 6th of November, "has sailed with 20 big ships, thus relieving this land from a heavy burden. He goes to recover his kingdom of Denmark, a land lying north of the Simbric-Chersonsis. But I am sure that when the people come face to face with these mercenaries, especially those who have been in Italy and have there learned to rob, sack, burn, and leave no cruelty undone, in their greed for gold, they will rise and drive out the invaders." 71 This time Christian determined not to attempt a landing in Denmark, but to sail straight to Norway, where he had always been more popular than in any other part of his dominions, and still numbered many partisans. His expectations were not disappointed. When he landed, on the 5th of November, the peasantry and burghers flocked to his standard. The Archbishop of Drontheim and the clergy declared in his favor, and the States General, which met in January, 1532, at Oslo, the old capital, renewed their oaths of allegiance to him as their rightful king. But the strong forts of Bergen and Agershus, at the gates of the town, closed their gates against him, and his army soon began to dwindle away for want of supplies. Early in the spring a strong fleet, fitted out by King Frederick, with the help of the citizens of Lübeck, appeared before Oslo, and set fire to Christians' ships in the harbour, while a Danish army, under Knut Guildenstern, advanced from the south. Once more the king's nerve failed him. He met the Danish captain in a meadow outside Oslo, and, after prolonged negotiations, agreed to lay down his arms and go to Copenhagen, to confer with his uncle. The next day he disbanded his forces and took leave of his loyal supporters. Thus, without striking a blow, he delivered Norway into the usurper's hands, and surrendered his last claim to the three kingdoms 72,1523 to 31 Christian II's fall. In return for his submission, Guildenstern had promised the king honorable entertainment and given him a written safe conduct. Trusting in these assurances, Christian went on board a Danish ship, and on the 24th of July arrived before Copenhagen. As the ship sailed up the Sound in the early summer morning, people flocked from all parts to see their old king, and many of the women and children wept aloud. His fate, they realized, was already sealed. Before the arrival of the fleet, a conference had been held between Frederick and the Swedish and Hansa deputies, who agreed that so dangerous a foe must not be allowed to remain at liberty, and condemned the unfortunate monarch to perpetual imprisonment in the island fortress of Sonderburg. In vain Christian demanded to be set on shore and conducted into his uncle's presence. He was told that the king would meet him in the castle of Flensburg in Schleswig. But when, instead of sailing in this direction, the ship which bore him entered the narrow Alsener Sound, and the walls of Sonderburg came in sight, the unhappy king saw the trap into which he had fallen, and broke into transports of rage. But it was too late, and he was powerless in the hands of his enemies. No indignity was spared him by his captors. As he entered the lonely cell in the highest turret of the castle, Knut Guildenstern, who is said to have been one of his mistress Dyvek's lovers, plucked the fallen monarch by the beard, and tore the jewel of the golden fleece from his neck. None of the old servants who had clung to their exiled prince so faithfully were allowed to share his prison, and for many years a pet dwarf was his sole companion. 73 In this foul and treacherous manner King Christian II was betrayed into the hands of his foes and doomed to lifelong captivity. And, by a strange fate, in these early days of August, at the very moment when the iron gates of Sonderburg closed behind him, his only son, the rightful heir to the three kingdoms, died far away in southern Germany, within the walls of the imperial city of Regensburg. Meanwhile the news of Christian's unexpected success in Norway had reached Brussels and excited great surprise. The King of Denmark, wrote Mary of Hungary to her brother Ferdinand, has done so well by his rashness that he has actually recovered possession of one of his kingdoms, and his friends hope that he may be able to stay there. 74 1523 to 31 Court Fates. This was towards the end of December, when the imperial family had assembled in the palace to keep Christmas. Prince John had won golden opinions on the progress which he had made with his uncle and aunt, and was as much beloved by the emperor, wrote Mario Savorgnano, as if he were his own son. Now his little sisters were brought to Brussels by their uncle's command to share in the festivities. Early in January, 1532, Charles heard that his sister, Queen Catherine of Portugal, had given birth to a son, and the happy event was celebrated by a grand tournament on the square in front of the Portuguese ambassador's house. The emperor, accompanied by the Queen of Hungary and the prince and princesses of Denmark, looked on at the jousts and sword and torch dances from a balcony draped with white and green velvet, and at 9 o'clock sat down to a sumptuous banquet. The Queen was seated at the head of the table, opposite the fireplace, with the Emperor on her right and Princess Dorothea at his side. Prince John was on his aunt's left, and the youthful Christina, who made her first appearance in public on this occasion, sat between her brother and the Portuguese ambassador. Henry of Nassau, the Prince of Bisignano, and Ferrante Gonzaga, were at the same board, while Nassau's son, the young Prince René, who had lately inherited the Principality of Orange from his maternal uncle, sat with the Queen's ladies at another table. Charles was in high spirits. He talked and laughed with all the lords and ladies who were present during the interminable number of courses of meat, fish, game, wines, cakes, and fruits, that were served in succession, with brief interludes of music. When, at 11, the emperor rose from table, an Italian comedy was acted, in which Ferrante Gonzaga and several Italian and Spanish noblemen took part. Then King Cupid appeared, riding in a triumphal car, and a troupe of loves danced hand in hand, until, at a sign from Charles, the actors removed their masks. A collation of confetti and Madeira and Valencia wines was then served at a buffet laden with costly gold and silver cups and precious bowls of oriental porcelain. When all the guests had ate and drunk their fill, the finest crystal vases and bottles of perfume were presented to the Queen and princesses, and the other ladies received gifts from the ambassador. The royal guests joined with great spirit in the dancing which followed, and did not retire till 2 o'clock. 75 concerts and suppers, justs and dances, succeeded each other throughout the week, and the emperor gave splendid presents to the ambassador of Portugal, and sent cordial congratulations to his royal brother-in-law on the birth of his son and heir. A fortnight later Charles left Brussels, taking Prince John with him, and travelled by slow stages to Regensburg, where the imperial diet was opened in May. Here the court remained during the next 3 months, and the young prince was sent to receive the Count Palatine, the Archbishop of Mainz, and other princes of the empire, who arrived in turn to take part in the assembly. Unluckily the weather proved very disagreeable. Never, exclaimed the Venetian ambassador, was there such a detestable climate. A long continuance of heavy rains and unusual heat was followed by some bitterly cold days, which produced serious illness. Princes and nobles, ambassadors and servants, all succumbed in turn to the same epidemic. The Venetian took to his bed, and 4 of his servants became seriously ill. The emperor himself was invalid, and left the town to take waters and change of air in a neighboring village. There is hardly a house in the court, wrote the Mantuan envoy, where some person is not ill. Most people recover, but a good many die, especially those who are young. Among the victims was Prince John of Denmark. Charles returned to find his nephew in high fever and delirium. He was deeply distressed, and when the poor boy became unconscious, and the doctors gave no hope, he left the town again, saying that he could not bear to see the child die. The prince never recovered consciousness, and passed away at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 12th of August. The poor little Prince of Denmark died last night, wrote the Mantuan ambassador, to the infinite distress of the whole court, and above all of Caesar, who bore him singular affection, not only on account of the close ties of blood between them, but because of the young prince's charming nature and winning manners, which made him beloved by everyone and gave rise to the highest hopes. 76 1523-31 The emperor's grief. By the emperor's orders an imposing funeral service was held at Regensburg, after which the prince's body was taken to Ghent and buried in his mother's grave. Charles himself wrote to break the sad news to Mary of Hungary and her poor little nieces, Madam, my good sister, this is only to inform you of the loss we have suffered in the death of our little nephew of Denmark, whom it pleased God to take to himself on Sunday morning, the day before yesterday, after he had been ill of internal catarrh for a whole week. This has caused me the greatest grief that I have ever known. For he was the dearest little fellow, of his age, that it was possible to see, and I have felt this loss more than I did that of my son, for he was older, and I knew him better and loved him as if he had been my own child. But we must bow to the divine will. Although I know that God might have allowed this to happen anywhere, I cannot help feeling that if I had left the boy at home with you he might not have died. At least his father will be sure to say so. I expect you know where he is said to be. Without offense to God, I could wish he were in his son's place, and his son well received in his own kingdom. All the same, without pretending to be the judge, perhaps the king has not deserved to be there, and the little rogue is better off where he is than where I should have liked to see him, and smiles at my wish for him, for he was certainly not guilty of any great sins. He died in so Christian a manner that, if he had committed as many as I have, there would have been good hope of his soul's will, and with his last breath he called on Jesus. I am writing to my little nieces, as you see, to comfort them. I am sure that you will try and do the same. The best remedy will be to find them 2 husbands. 77 When Charles wrote these touching words, he had not yet heard of the disastrous end to King Christian's campaign, and believed the prince's father to be in possession of the Norwegian capital. But he added a postscript to his letter, telling the queen of a report which had just arrived, that the king had been taken prisoner by his foes. 4 days later this report was confirmed by letters from Lubeck merchants, and no further doubt could be entertained of the doom which had overtaken the unhappy monarch. His melancholy fate excited little compassion, either in Germany or in the Netherlands. Luther, to his credit, addressed an earnest appeal to King Frederick congratulating him on his victory, and begging him to take example by Christ, who died for his murderers, and have pity on the unfortunate captive. But in reply Frederick issued an apology, in which he brought the gravest charges against the deposed king, and accused him of having preferred a low woman of worthless character to the noblest and most virtuous of queens. Before long the old commercial treaties between Denmark and the Low Countries were renewed, and the Baltic trade was resumed on the understanding that no attempt was made to revive King Christian's claims. The prisoner of Sonderburg was forgotten by the world, and the one being who loved him best on earth, his sister Elizabeth of Brandenburg, could only commend his little daughters sadly to the regent, and beg her to have compassion on these desolate children. Mary replied in a letter full of feeling, assuring Elizabeth that she need have no fear on this score, and that her little nieces should be treated as if they were her own daughters. She kept her word nobly. 78 footnotes, 40 Calendar of State Papers, 3. 2, 1270. 41 Altmaier, Relations Commerciales, 108. 42 State Papers, Record Office, 6. 139, 155 to 158. Calendar of State Papers, 3. 2, 1293, 1329. 43 J. Altmaier, Relations, etc., 108. 44 D. Schaefer, Geschichte von Dänemark, 4. 2645 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 141, 156. 46 Altmaier, Relations, etc., 112, Schaefer, 4. 44, 48. 47 Altmaier, Isabel D. Autrich, 30. 48 Relations, etc., 126, C. Forstemann, Neues Erkendenbuch Z. Geschichte die Reformation, I 269. 49 J. Kosslin, Leben Luthers, I 66, C. Forstemann, I 169. 50 K. Lanz, Correspondence Karls v. I 108. 51 Altmaier, Isabel D. Autrich, 26. 52 Lanz, I-145, 150, 195, Archives du Royaume, Revenus et Dépenses de Charles V, 1520–1530, Reg. 1709, Schaeffer, 4. 8953 J. H. Schlegel, Geschichte König v. Dänemark, 123. 54 Schlegel, 124–126. 55 2 Churchill, Travels, 6. 348 56 Altmaier, Isabel, 35, Relations, 160. 57 Altmaier, Relations, etc., 166. 58 Lands, I-195. 59 Archives du Royaume, Bruxelles. Register de Dépenses, etc., NOS 1799, 1800, 1803. 60 L. de Laborde, Inventaire, Hen, 4. 387 to 390 61 Hen, 4. 387 to 391 62. This painting is mentioned in one of Henry VIII's catalogues as a table with the pictures of the three children of the King of Denmark, with a curtain of white and yellow sarsenet. In Charles I's inventory it is described as a Whitehall piece, curiously painted by Mabusius, wherein two men children and one woman child are playing with some oranges in their hands by a green table, little half-figures upon a board in a wooden frame. At the sale of the king's effects it was called a Mabius, and valued at £10. In 1743 the same picture hung in Queen Caroline's closet at Kensington Palace, and was described by Virtue as Prince Arthur and his sisters, children of Henry VII. 5 years later it was removed to Windsor and engraved under this name. Sir George Scharf was the first to correct this obvious error and restore the original title, see Archaeologia, 36 245. Old copies of the picture, mostly dating from the 17th century, are to be seen at Wilton, Longford, Corsham, and other places. 63 Altmaier, Isabel d'Autric, 52. 64 Lands, I-283, Hen. 4 337. 65 Lands, I-408, Gotchard, Analecta Belgica, I-378. 66 Schlegel, 126, Altmaier, Relations, etc., 186. 67 Altmaier, Relations, 190. 68 T. Just, Les Pays Bassus Charles V, 35. 69 L. Gotchard, Retrite Mort de Charles V, I-348. 70 Lands, I-572. 71 M. Sanudo, Diary I, Leave 174. 72 Schaeffer, 4. 178 to 194. 73 Schlegel, 127 to 219. 74 T. Just. Les Pays Bassus Charles V, 49. 75 M. Sanudo, Leave 417 to 419. 76 M. Sanudo, LVI. 813 to 823. 77 Lands, 2. 378 Altmaier, Relations, etc., 206. Book 4 Christina, Duchess of Milan 1533 to 1535 I. In the letter which the Emperor wrote to Mary of Hungary on his nephew's death, he remarked that the best way of consoling his little nieces for their brother's loss would be to find them husbands. The marriages of these youthful princesses had already engaged his attention for some time past. While Christina was still a babe in her nurse's arms, the regent Margaret had been planning marriages for her great-nieces. In 1527 Wolsey proposed King Henry's illegitimate son, the Duke of Richmond, as an eligible suitor for one of them, but the idea of such a union was scouted by the imperial family. 79 A marriage between Dorothea and her second cousin, King James V of Scotland, was discussed during many years, and only abandoned eventually owing to the fickle character of the young monarch. After Prince John's death, this princess inherited her brother's claims to the Danish throne, and King Frederick went so far as to propose that she should wed his younger son John, offering to recognize him as heir to Denmark, and leave the duchies of Schleswig-Holstein to his elder son Christian. But the Emperor and Mary of Hungary were both reluctant to treat with the usurper who had deposed their brother-in-law, and the death of Frederick in April, 1533, put an end to the scheme. 1533–35 Francesco Sforza. Another suitor now came forward in the person of Francesco Sforza, Duke of Milan. This prince was the younger brother of Massimiliano Sforza, who as a boy had spent several years at the court of Malines, and had been deposed by Francis I after a brief reign of 3 years. Born at Milan on the 4th of February, 1495, when his father, Lodovico, was at the height of his glory, and named after his grandfather, the great condottiere, Francesco II, had been the sport of fortune from his childhood. Before he was 2 years old, his mother, the brilliant Duchess Beatrice, died, and when he was 5 his father lost both throne and freedom. While the unfortunate Moro ended his days in the dungeons of Loches, his young children were brought up in Germany by their cousin Bianca, the second wife of the Emperor Maximilian. Francesco spent most of his time at Innsbruck, and, after the brief interlude of his brother's reign at Milan, retired once more to Trent. His opportunity came in 1521, when Leo X, in his dread of France, joined with Charles V to place the younger Sforza on his father's throne. A gallant soldier and cultivated man, Francesco II won the hearts of all his subjects, who rejoiced to see a Sforza Duke again among them. But misfortune dogged his footsteps. In 1523 Milan was once more taken by the French, and after their defeat at Pavia the Duke incurred the Emperor's displeasure, and was deprived of his state, chiefly owing to the intrigues of his chancellor, Moroni, with Pope Clement VII. It was only in December, 1529, when Charles came to Bologna for his coronation, that, at the intercession of the Pope and the Venetians, he consented to pardon Francesco, and give him the investiture of Milan for the enormous sum of 900,000 ducats. But it was a barren realm to which the Duke returned. His subjects were ruined by years of warfare, his own health had suffered severely from the hardships which he had undergone, and he had been dangerously wounded by the poisoned dagger of an assassin. At 38 he was a broken man, prematurely old and grey. The Venetian chronicler Marino Sanuto, who saw the Duke at Venice in October, 1530, describes him as looking very melancholy, and being only able to walk and move his hands with difficulty. 81 He applied himself, however, manfully to the almost hopeless task of relieving the distress of his subjects and restoring order and prosperity. With great difficulty he succeeded in raising 400,000 ducats, the first installment of the payment for the investiture of Milan, upon which the Castello was restored to him. His loyalty and modesty had gone far to recover the emperor's confidence, and Charles treated him with marked favor and kindness. 1533–35 The Duke's courtship. This encouraged Francesco to aspire to the hand of a princess of the imperial house. His subjects were exceedingly anxious to see their Duke married, and already more than one suitable bride had been proposed. But Margherita Paleologa, the heiress of Montferrat, whom her mother would gladly have given Francesco in marriage, was wedded to his cousin Federico, Duke of Mantua, in October, 1531, and the Pope's niece, the Duchessina Caterina de' Medici, another prize who had been dangled before the Duke of Milan's eyes, was betrothed to the Duke of Orleans in the following year. Before this event was announced, in January, 1532, the Milanese ambassador, Camillo Galino, who had accompanied Charles to Brussels, ventured to ask the emperor, on his master's behalf, for the hand of one of his nieces. Charles was evidently not averse to the proposal. It was part of his policy to consolidate the different Italian dynasties, and he was alive to the advantage of drawing the Duke of Milan into his family circle. But he returned an evasive answer, saying that Princess Dorothea was already destined for the King of Scotland, while her sister Christina was too young, and that he could arrange nothing without the consent of her father, the King of Denmark, who had gone to Norway to try and recover his kingdom 82 when Francesco met Charles at Bologna in the following December, and was admitted to the newly formed League of Italian States. He renewed his suit, and once more asked for Christina's hand. On the 10th of March Charles came to Milan, and spent 4 days in the Castello, after which he accompanied the Duke on a hunting party at Vigevano, and enjoyed excellent sport, killing 2 wild boars and 3 stags with his own hand. 83 During this visit the marriage was arranged, and on the 10th of June, 1533, the contract was signed at Barcelona by the Emperor on the one hand, and the Chancellor of Milan, Count Taverna, and the Ducal Chamberlain, Count Tommaso Galworthy, on the other. Christina was to receive 100,000 ducats out of the sum due to the Emperor, as her dowry, and in the event of Dorothea succeeding to the throne of Denmark another 100,000 was to be settled on her. Hawkins, the English ambassador, who rode home from Barcelona to announce the conclusion of the marriage, remarked that the Milanese had left well pleased, but that the Duke was somewhat to be pitied, since he was only to have the younger sister, and no fortune with her. Dower getteth he none. 84 In spite of this drawback, the Milanese received the news with great rejoicing, and any regret which they might have felt at the substitution of the younger for the elder sister was dispelled by the Spaniards in the Emperor's suite, who informed the Duke's ambassadors that Christina was taller and far more beautiful than Dorothea. Francesco himself wrote to an old friend in Cremona, Giorgio Guazzo, saying that he would lose no time in telling him of his great good fortune in winning so high-born and attractive a young lady for his bride. 85 At the same time he agreed with the Emperor to send Count Massimiliano Stampa, his intimate friend, to the Netherlands, to wed the princess in his name, and bring her to Milan that autumn. Meanwhile the news of the marriage was received with much less satisfaction in the Low Countries. Mary had taken the motherless children to her heart, and was especially attached to Christina, who resembled her in character and tastes. She inherited the family passion for riding and hunting, and combined her aunt's intelligence and ability with her mother's sweetness of disposition. The idea of marrying this charming child of 11 to a half-paralyzed invalid old enough to be her father was repulsive, and Mary did not hesitate to protest against the Emperor's decision with characteristic frankness. 1533-35 Mary's protest. Monseigneur, she wrote to Charles on the 25th of August, I have received your Majesty's letters with the copy of the treaty which you have been pleased to make between our niece, Madame Christian, and the Duke of Milan, on which point I must once for all relieve my conscience. I will at least show you the difficulties which to my mind lie in the way, so that your Majesty may consider if any remedy can be devised before the matter is finally arranged. As for our said niece, I have no doubt that she will agree to whatever you please to wish, since she regards you as her lord and father, in whom she places absolute trust, and is ready to obey you as your very humble daughter and slave. The child is so good and willing there will be no need for any persuasion on my part, either as regards the count's coming or anything else that you may please to command, but on the other hand, Monseigneur, since the words of the treaty clearly show that the marriage is to be consummated immediately, and she will have to take her departure without delay, I must point out that she is not yet old enough for this, being only 11 years and a half, and I hold that it would be contrary to the laws of God and reason to marry her at so tender an age. She is still quite a child, and, whatever may be the custom in yonder country, you are exposing her to the risk of bearing a child at this tender age, and of losing both her own life and that of her issue. Monseigneur, I am saying more than I ought to say, and speaking with a freedom which I can only beg you to forgive, because both my conscience and the love which I bear the child constrain me to write thus. On the other hand, seeing that this treaty requires the two sisters to make certain promises, I do not think that she is old enough to enter into these engagements, while her sister, although turned 12, is very young of her age, and should hardly make these promises without the consent of her father, who is still living. I know that I am meddling with other people's business by writing to you of those matters which are not, strictly speaking, my affair. But I feel that I must send you these warnings, not from any wish to prevent the marriage, if your Majesty thinks it well, but in order to give you a reason for breaking it off, if any difficulties should arise. For it seems to me, that as people often try to discover the fifth will in the coach, where there is no reason to make any difficulty, it would be easy to find some excuse for embroiling matters, when so good a cause exists. I quite understand that it may not be easy to alter the treaty at this hour, but, since I had not the opportunity of speaking to you on the subject before, I feel it to be my duty to warn you of these things, and to remind you of the child's tender age, of which your Majesty may not have been aware. However this may be, Monseigneur, I have written this to fulfill my duty to God, as well as to your Majesty, my niece, and the whole world, and can only beg you not to take what I have said in bad part, or to believe that any other cause could have led me to speak so plainly, and I take my Creator to witness that this is true, begging him to give you health and long life, and grant your good and virtuous desires, your very humble and obedient sister, Marie. From Ghent, August 25, 1533. 86 Charles answered the Queen's protest in the following brief letter, which showed that his mind was made up, and that he would allow no change in his plans. Madam, my good sister, I have received your letter, and will only reply briefly, as I am writing to you at length on other matters by my secretary, and also because my niece's affair is rather a matter for priests and lawyers than for me, and I have desired Granvelle to satisfy your objections. So I will only tell you that, as the children's father is more dead to them than if he had ceased to live, I signed the marriage treaty before I left Barcelona. As for the question of issue, I fear that the Duke's advanced years will prove a greater barrier than my niece's tender youth. I am sure that you will act in accordance with my wishes, and I beg you to do this once more. From Monzon, September 11, 1533. 87 There was clearly nothing more to be said, but Mary had secretly determined, whatever happened, not to allow the actual marriage to take place until the following year, and in the end she had her way. 1533-35 Stampa's mission. When the emperor wrote this letter to his sister, Count Massimiliano had already started on his journey. He left Milan on the eve of Saint Bartholomew, taking Count Francesco Sfondrati of Cremona and Pier Francesco Bottigella of Pavia with him, and travelled by Trent and Spires to Louvain, where he arrived on the 12th of September. The next day he was conducted to Ghent by Monsieur de Courrières, the captain of the Archers' Guard, and met at the palace gates by Monsieur de Molembeus, the Queen's Grand Falconer, who informed him that Her Majesty was laid up, owing to a slight accident out hunting, and could not receive him at present. After many delays, Stampa at length succeeded in obtaining an audience, and begged the Queen earnestly to satisfy his master's impatience, and allow the marriage to be concluded without delay. Mary replied very civilly that, since this was Caesar's will, she would certainly put no obstacle in the way, but explained that affairs of state compelled her to visit certain frontier towns, and begged the Count to await her return to Brussels. She then sent for the princesses, and Stampa was presented and allowed to kiss their hands. But, as he only saw them for 5 minutes, all he could tell his master was that Christina seemed very bright and lively, and was much better looking than her sister 88 in spite of the courtesy with which he was entertained by de Correas and the Duke of Airshot. Stampa clearly saw that it was Mary's intention to delay the marriage as long as possible, and began to despair of ever attaining his object. Fortunately, by the end of the week the Emperor's confidential chamberlain, Louis de Preet, arrived at Ghent. De Preet had been ambassador in England and France, and was now sent from Spain to represent His Majesty at the wedding and escort the bride to Milan. When he had seen Stampa's copy of the Treaty of Barcelona, he advised him to join the Queen at Lille and deliver his credentials. Here the Count accordingly presented himself on the 18th of September, and was graciously received by Mary, who assured him that the affair which lay so near his heart would shortly be arranged. He was conducted into a room where he found the princesses and their governess, Madame de Fines, and conversed with them for half an hour. When the Queen rose to attend vespers, she touched the Count's sleeve and made him walk at her side as far as the chapel, and thanked him for the fine horse which the Duke had sent her, telling him how fond she was of hunting. The next day Stampa was invited to supper, and afterwards ventured to ask if he might see the princesses dance. To this request the Queen gave her consent. The flutes and tambourines struck up a merry tune, and the princesses danced first a ballo al francese, then a branle, and a variety of French and German dances, in which the gentlemen and ladies-in-waiting took part. The Count was about to take his leave, since the hour was already late, when de Preet told him he must first see the princesses dance a ballo all'italiano, upon which the two sisters rose and, joining hands, danced an Italian ballet with charming grace. The ambassador was delighted, and wrote to tell his master what a favorable impression Christina had made upon him and his companions. She is hardly shorter than her sister, and much handsomer and more graceful, and is indeed as well built and attractive a maiden as you could wish to see. God grant this may lead to a happy marriage. 89. The next morning business began in good earnest. Prolonged negotiations were held between Stampa and the Queen's councillors Airshot, de Preet, and other nobles, and the rights of the Princess Dorothea and the condition of Denmark were fully discussed. While the Count was at dinner, de Preet came in, and, to his surprise, informed him that Her Majesty wished the wedding to be celebrated on the following Sunday, the 28th of September. The Count asked nothing better, and hastened to send the good news to Milan. 1533-35 Christina's wedding. On Saturday evening Christina signed the marriage contract before an illustrious assembly in a hall of the palace at Lille, which was hung with black and gold damask for the occasion, and between 4 and 5 on Sunday afternoon the wedding was solemnized by the Bishop of Tournai in the chapel. Count Massimiliano, gallantly arrayed in cloth of gold, was conducted to the altar by de Preet and the great officers of state. The violins and drums sounded, and the bridal procession entered, the Queen leading her niece by the hand. As the bishop placed the nuptial ring on the bride's finger, wrote Stampa to his lord, she received it with evident pleasure, and all the court displayed great satisfaction. When the ceremony was over, the bride retired, and Stampa spent some time in conversation with the Queen, vainly endeavoring to persuade her to fix a date for the Duchess's journey. But on this point Mary was inflexible. De Preet, who visited him the next day, explained that the Queen could not allow this youthful lady to be exposed to the perils and fatigue of so long a journey in winter, and that her departure must therefore be put off till the following spring. This was a grievous disappointment to the Count, who knew how anxious the Duke was to see his wife. But he had to accept the situation, and could only try and console his master by repeating the Queen's assurances of goodwill and affection. She even begged the Count to join her in a hunting expedition at Brussels in the following week. But this Stampa firmly declined, saying that he must return to Milan without delay. On the same evening he had the honor of a parting interview with the Duchess, and presented her with a fine diamond and ruby ring and a length of costly brocade in her lord's name. Christina's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of these gifts, and she thanked Count Massimiliano with a warmth which captivated him. Then he took leave of the Queen, who started at break of day in torrents of rain, to hunt on her way to Brussels, leaving the princesses to return by Tournai. The Count himself went to Antwerp to raise money for his journey, and dispatched a messenger to Milan with full accounts of the wedding. All this court and the Queen herself, he wrote, are delighted with this happy event. And your Excellency may rejoice with good reason, and may rest assured that you have the fairest, most charming, and gallant bride that any man could desire. 90 These dispatches reached Milan on the 13th of October, and were received with acclamation. Guns were fired from the Castello, the bells of all the churches were rung, and the Senate went in solemn procession to give thanks to God in the Duomo. It was indeed good tidings of great joy, wrote the chronicler Burragazzo, and such rejoicing had not been known in Milan for many years. 91 Francesco's own satisfaction was considerably diminished by hearing that his bride was not to set out on her journey until the following February. But he took the Queen's decision in good part, and wrote to express his eternal gratitude to her and Caesar for giving him their niece. However anxious I naturally am to have my wife with me, he added, I recognize the gravity of the reasons which have made you put off her journey to a more convenient season, and think, as you say, this should take place next February. 92 1533-35 The Duke's appeal. The Duke sent this letter by a special messenger, and received in reply the following brief note in Italian from Christina: Most illustrious consort, it gave me great pleasure to hear of your Excellency's good health from Messer Sasso, and I can assure you that my wish to join you is no less ardent than your own. But it is only reasonable that we should bow to the decision of the most serene Queen, who orders everything wisely and well. I will only add how sincerely I hope that you will keep well, and love me as much as I love you. Your Excellency's most loving consort, Christina, Duchess of Milan. From Brussels, November 4, 1533. 93 On the last day of January, 1534, the Duke held a council of state to consider the best means of raising the £100,000 due to Caesar, which was assigned to his niece for dower, and the citizens agreed cheerfully to new taxes on grain and wine in order to provide the necessary amount. But it was not until the 31st of March that Francesco was able to issue a proclamation informing the Milanese that his wife had started on her journey. The Duchess, he told them, would be among them by the end of April, and he could count on his loyal subjects to receive her with due honor, but, knowing as he did their poverty, he begged that the customary wedding gift should be omitted. The Milanese responded with enthusiasm to their Duke's appeal, and prepared to give his bride a worthy reception. Their example was followed by the citizens of Novara, Vigevano, and the other towns along the route between Savoy and Milan. The roads, which were said to be the worst in the duchy, were mended, triumphal arches were erected, and lodgings were prepared for her reception. The following quaintly worded memorandum was drawn up by Councillor Pier Francesco Bottigella, to whom these arrangements were entrusted: 1. Mend the roads and clean the streets through which the Lady Duchess will pass, and hang the walls with tapestries and carpets, the largest and widest that you can find. 2. Paint her arms on all the gates through which she passes. 3. Provide a baldacchino to be carried over her head. 4. See that lodgings are prepared for her at Novara, either in the bishop's palace or in the ducal hunting lodge, and let these be cleansed and decorated. 5. Prepare rooms in the town for the Duchess's household. 6. Let this also be done in the Castello Vecchio at Vigevano. 7. Desire that no gifts of any kind should be made to the Duchess at Novara, Vigevano, or any other place. 94. When these instructions had been duly carried out, Bottigella, who had accompanied Stampa on his mission to the Low Countries, and was already acquainted with the chief members of the Duchess's suite, set out for Chambéry by the Duke's orders, to meet the bride on the frontiers of Savoy and escort her across the Alps. 3 April, 1534. A wedding journey. Christina had now completed her 12th year, and Mary of Hungary could no longer invent any excuse to delay her journey to Milan. The bridal party finally set out on the 11th of March, conducted by Monseigneur de Prete, the Emperor's representative, and Camillo Gallino, the Duke's ambassador, with an escort of 130 horse. Madame de Sevaster, one of Maximilian's illegitimate daughters, whose husband had been one of the late regent's confidential servants, was appointed mistress of the Duchess's household, which consisted of 6 maids of honor, 6 waiting women, 4 pages, and 10 gentlemen. Christina herself rode in a black velvet litter, drawn by 4 horses and attended by 6 footmen, and her ladies travelled in similar fashion, followed by 20 mules and 3 wagons with the baggage. Mary had taken care that the bride's trousseau was worthy of a daughter of the imperial house, and the chests were filled with sumptuous robes of cloth of gold and silver, of silk, satin, and velvet, costly furs, jewels and pearls, together with furniture and plate for her table and chapel, and liveries and trappings for her servants and horses. The Duchess's own lackeys and all the gentlemen in attendance wore coats and doublets of black velvet, and the other servants, we learn from John Hackett, the English ambassador at Brussels, were clad in suits of medley grey, trimmed with velvet, all very well accounted. 95. The imposing cortege travelled by slow stages through the friendly Duchy of Lorraine and across the plains of the imperial county of Burgundy, taking journeys of 12 or 15 miles a day, until, on the 12th of April, it halted at Chambéry, the frontier town of Savoy. The reigning Duke, Charles III, was the Emperor's brother-in-law and stanch ally, and the travellers were hospitably entertained in his ancestral castle on the heights. Here Bottigella was introduced into Christina's presence by his old friend Camillo Gallino, and found her on the way to attend Mass in the castle chapel. "The Duchess," wrote the councillor to his lord, "received me in the most friendly manner, and asked eagerly after you, and was especially anxious to know where you were now. I told her that you were at Vigevano, but would shortly return to Milan, to prepare for her arrival. Mass was just beginning, so I had to take my leave, but hope for another opportunity of conversing with her before long, and can see how eager she is to ask 100 questions. She is very well and lively, and does not seem any the worse for the long journey. She has grown a great deal since I saw her last September, and is as beautiful as the sun. M. de Prete hopes to reach Turin in 7 days, and will start again tomorrow." 96 April, 1534. Beatrix of Savoy. The most arduous part of the journey now lay before the travellers. Leaving Chambéry, they penetrated into the heart of the Alps, through the narrow gorge of the Isère, between precipitous ravines with castles crowning the rocks on either side, until they reached the impregnable fortress of Montmelian, the ancient bulwark of Savoy, which had resisted all the assaults of the French. After spending the night here, they rode up the green pastures and pine-clad slopes of Sgene de Maurienne, and began the ascent of the Mont Cenis, over those troublesome and horrid ways of which English travellers complained so bitterly, where loose stones and tumbled rocks made riding almost impossible. These ways, indeed, wrote Cartwright, are the worst I ever travelled in my life, so much so that the roads of Savoy may be proverbially spoken of as the owls of Athens, the pears of Calabria, or the quails of Delos. 97 On the summit of the pass Duchess and his companions saw with interest the chapel of Our Lady of the Snows, where a few years before the famous Constable of Bourbon had offered up his sword on the altar of the Virgin, as he led the imperial armies across the Alps. Then they came down into a smiling green valley, with walnut woods and rushing streams, and saw the medieval towers of Susa at their feet. Here they were met by the emperor's ambassador at the court of Savoy, who came to pay his respects to the Duchess, bringing with him 2 elegant litters of crimson brocade, sent by Charles's sister-in-law, Beatrix of Portugal, Duchess of Savoy, for Christina's use. At Rivoli, 2 stages farther on, 50 councillors from Turin, with the Bishop of Vercelli at their head, appeared on horseback to escort the Duchess to the city gates. Here Christina mounted her horse and rode up the steep ascent to the citadel, with Duchess walking at her side. The beautiful Duchess Beatrix herself awaited her guest at the castle gates, and, embracing Christina affectionately, led her by the hand up the grand staircase into the best suite of rooms in the palace. The travellers spent 2 days in these comfortable quarters, and enjoyed the brief interval of rest, although the Duchess, as Bottigella was careful to tell the Duke, seemed the least tired of the whole party, and was in blooming health and high spirits. On the following Sunday Christina rode into Novara, on a brilliant spring morning, and was lodged in the bishop's palace, and received with the greatest enthusiasm by her lord's subjects. At Vigevano, the birthplace and favorite home of Lodovico Sforza, the nobles, with Massimiliano Stampa at their head, rode out to welcome the Duke's bride, and carried a rich baldacchino over her head. Nevertheless, halfway between Novara and Vigevano, Duchess complained to the Count that neither the reception of the Duchess nor the rooms prepared for her were sufficiently honourable. In fact, he found fault with everything. The Count expressed some surprise, since both the Emperor Maximilian and Charles V himself had stayed at Vigevano, and the latter had greatly admired the buildings and gardens laid out by Bramante and Leonardo. But, to pacify the exacting priest, Stampa proposed that the Duchess should only take her déjeuner in the castle, and push on to his own villa of Cussago, where she was to spend some days before entering Milan. But Duchess replied that the Duchess, not being yet accustomed to this climate, felt the heat of the sun, and must on no account ride any farther till evening. So all the Count could do was to send Bottigella on to see that the castello was adorned with wreaths of flowers and verdure, and that a good bed was prepared for the Duchess. 98 May, 1534 Christina's husband at least, Duchess could find nothing to grumble at in Stampa's country house at Cussago, the ducal palace and hunting grounds which had been given him by Francesco II, in reward for his unwavering loyalty. The beauty of the spot, the delicious gardens with their sunny lawns and sparkling fountains, their rose and myrtle bowers, their bosquets and running streams, enchanted the travellers from the north. The villa had been adorned with frescoes and marble doorways by the best Lombard masters of the Moro's court, and was once the favourite country house of Beatrice d'Este, the present Duke's mother, who often rode out from Milan to hunt in the forests of the Brianza or play at ball on the terraces. Now her son's child bride saw these green lawns in all the loveliness of early summer, and the frescoed halls rang once more to the sound of mirth and laughter. Music and dancing enlivened the days, and a drama La Sposa Sagace was acted one evening to amuse Christina. At nightfall the guns of the Castello, firing salutes in her honour, were heard in the distance, and the bonfires on the towers of Milan lit up the evening sky with crimson glow. Count Massimiliano took care that nothing should be lacking to the enjoyment of the Duchess, and begged Dupré to attend to her comfort in every particular, but, as he told the Duke, it was not always easy to satisfy these gentlemen. One day Christina and her ladies received a visit from the great Captain Antonio de Leyva, the Duke's old enemy, who now came, cap in hand, to pay homage to the Emperor's niece. Another day there was a still greater stir at the villa, for the Duke himself appeared unexpectedly, having ridden out almost alone, to pay a surprise visit to his bride. The first sight of her future lord must have given Christina a shock, and her ladies whispered to each other that this wan, grey-haired man, who could not walk without the help of a stick, was hardly a fit match for their fair young princess. But Francesco's chivalrous courtesy and gentleness went far to atone for his physical defects, and nothing could exceed the kindness which he showed his youthful bride. After all, she was but a child, and the sight of this new world that was laid at her feet with all its beauties and treasures was enough to dazzle her eyes and please her innocent fancy. On Sunday, the 3rd of May, the Duchess made her state entry into Milan. Early in the afternoon she rode in her litter to Sio Storgio, the Dominican convent outside the Ticino gate, where she was received by the Duke's half-brother, Giovanni Paolo Sforza, mounted on a superb charger, and attended by all his kinsmen, clad in white and gold. After paying her devotions at the marble shrine of S. Pietro Martiv, the prior and friars conducted her to partake of refreshments in the guests' hall, and receive the homage of the bishop and clergy, of the magistrates and senators. At 6 o'clock, after vespers, the procession started from the Porta Ticinese. First came the armorers and their apprentices, in companies of 200, with colored flags in their hands and plumes to match in their caps. One troop was in blue, the other in green. At the head of the first rode Alessandro Missiglia, a splendid figure, wearing a silver helmet and shining armor over his turquoise velvet vest, and mounted on a horse with richly damascened harness. The green troop was led by Girolamo Nigriolo, the other famous Milanese armorer. Then came 300 archers in pale blue silk, and 6 bands of trumpeters and drummers, followed by a great company of the noblest gentlemen of Milan, all clad in white, with flowing plumes in their hats and lances in their hands, riding horses draped with silver brocade. Visconti, Trivulzio, Borromeo, Somaglia, all the proudest names of Milan were there, and in the rear rode the veteran Antonio de Leyva, with the emperor's representative, Dupré, at his side. May, 1534. The bride's entry immediately behind them, under a white and gold velvet baldacchino, borne by the doctors of the university, rode the bride, mounted on a white horse with glittering trappings, and wearing a rich white brocade robe and a long veil over her flowing hair, a vision more divine than human, exclaims the chronicler who witnessed the sight, only, he adds in an undertone, she is still very young. At the sight of the lovely child the multitude broke into shouts of joy, and the clashing of bells, the blare of trumpets, and sound of guns, welcomed the coming of the Duchess. Close behind her rode Cardinal Ercole Gonzaga, the Duke's cousin, and on either side a guard of 12 noble youths, with white ostrich feathers in their caps, so that Her Excellency appeared to be surrounded with a forest of waving plumes. In the rear came Madame de Suvaster and her ladies in litters, followed by a crowd of senators, bishops, and magistrates. 6 triumphal arches, adorned with statues and paintings, line the route. Peace with her olive branch, plenty with the cornucopia, prosperity bearing a caduceus, joy crowned with flowers, welcomed the bride in turn. Everywhere the imperial eagles were seen together with the Sforza arms, and countless mottos with courtly allusions to the golden age that had at length dawned for distracted Milan. Thy coming, O Christina, confirms the peace of Italy. On the piazza of the Duomo, a pageant of the seasons greeted her: spring with arms full of roses, summer laden with ripe ears of corn, autumn bearing purple grapes, and winter wrapped in snowy fur, while Minerva was seen closing the doors of the temple of Janus, and Juno and Hymen, with outstretched arms, hailed Francesco, the son of the great Lodovico, and Christina, the daughter of Dacia and Austria. At the steps of the Duomo the long procession halted. Cardinal Gonzaga helped the Duchess to alight, and led her to the altar, where she knelt in silent prayer, kissed the pax held up to her by the Archbishop, and received his benediction. The walls of the long nave were hung with tapestries, and the choir draped with cloth of gold and adorned with statues of the patron saints of Milan. "When you entered the doors," wrote the chronicler, "you seemed to be in paradise." Then the Duchess mounted her horse again, and the procession passed up the Goldsmith Street to the Castello. Here the decorations were still more sumptuous. One imposing arch was adorned with a painting of Saint John leaning on the bosom of Christ, copied from Leonardo's Cenacolo in the refectory of S. Maria del Grazie. Another bore a figure of Christ with the orb and scepter, and the words "Mercy and truth have kissed each other." On the piazza in front of the Castello, a colossal fountain was erected, and winged children spouted wine and perfumed water. The Castello itself had been elaborately adorned. The arms of Denmark and Milan were carved in fine marble over the portals, the walls were hung with blue draperies studded with golden stars and wreathed with garlands of myrtle and ivy, and on either side of the central doorway two giant warriors leaning on clubs supported a tablet crowned with the imperial eagles, and inscribed with the words, "The wisest of princes today weds the fairest of virgins, and brings us the promise of perpetual peace." 99 Christina, Duchess of Milan, 1534, Oppenheimer Collection, Francesco Sforza, Duke of Milan, 1534, British Museum, to face P92 May, 1534. In the Castello. As the procession reached the gates of the Castello, a triumphant burst of martial music was sounded by the trumpeters on the topmost tower, and Count Massimiliano, the Castellan, presented the golden keys of the gates to the Duchess, on bended knee. Christina received them with a gracious smile, and, accepting his hand, alighted from her horse, amid the cheers of the populace, who, rushing in on all sides, seized the baldacchino, tore the costly brocade into ribbons, and divided the spoil. Meanwhile the Duke, leaning on a stick, received his wife with a deep reverence, and led her by the hand into the beautiful suite of rooms, hung with mulberry-colored velvet and cloth of gold, which had been prepared for her use. 100 Cardinal Gonzaga and a priest supped with the bride and bridegroom that evening, to the sweet melodies of the Duke's flutes and viols. The gates of the Castello were closed, enormous bonfires blazed on the walls, and rockets went up to heaven from the top of the great tower. Thousands of torches illumined the darkness, and the streets were thronged with gay crowds, who gladly took advantage of the Duke's permission and gave themselves up to mirth and revelry all night long. Long was that day remembered in Milan. Old men who could recall the reign of Lodovico, and had witnessed the coming of Beatrice and the marriage of Bianca, wept, and thanked God that they had lived to see this day. But their joy was destined to be of short duration. For at 6 o'clock on the evening of the 4th of May the marriage of the Duke was finally celebrated in the hall of the Rocchetta, which was hung with cloth of gold beautifully decorated with garlands of flowers. Among the illustrious guests present were the Cardinal of Mantua, the Legate Caracciolo, Antonio de Leyva, and the chief nobles and senators. The bishops of Medina and Vigevano chanted the nuptial mass, and Monseigneur de Pret delivered a lengthy oration, which sorely tried the patience of his hearers. No sooner had he uttered the last words than the Duke took the bride's hand, and brought the ceremony to an abrupt conclusion by leading her into the banquet hall. There a supper of delicate viands, fruit, and wines, was prepared, and the guests were entertained with music and songs during the evening. 101 May, 1534. Alfonso d'Este letters of congratulation now poured in from all the courts of Europe. Christina's own relatives Ferdinand and Anna, the King and Queen of Hungary and Bohemia, the King and Queen of Portugal, the Elector of Saxony and the Marquis of Brandenburg all congratulated the Duchess on her safe arrival and happy marriage, while the Pope, the Doge of Venice, and other Italian princes, sent the Duke cordial messages. One of the most interesting letters which the bridegroom received was an autograph epistle from his cousin, Bona Sforza, Queen of Poland, who would probably herself have been Duchess of Milan if Massimiliano Sforza had reigned longer. It had been the earnest wish of her widowed mother, Isabella of Aragon, to effect this union, and it was only after the French conquest of Milan in 1515 that her daughter became the wife of King Sigismund. From her distant home Bona kept up an active correspondence with her Italian relatives, and now sent Francesco the following friendly letter: "Dearest and most illustrious cousin, I rejoice sincerely to hear that your most illustrious wife has reached Milan safely. I feel the greatest joy at your happy marriage, and trust that heaven will send you a fine son. My husband and children join with me in wishing you every possible happiness. Bona, Queen." From Krakow, July 15, 1534. 102. Another of Francesco's illustrious kinsfolk, Alfonso d'Este, Duke of Ferrara, came to Milan in person to offer his congratulations to his nephew, although he preferred to remain incognito, and his name does not figure among the guests who were present at the wedding festivities. But Ferrarese chroniclers record that the Duke went to Milan on the 30th of April, to attend the wedding of Duke Francesco Sforza, who took for wife Madame Christina, daughter of the King of Dacia, and returned home on the 6th of May 103. 44 years before, Alfonso, then a boy of 14, had accompanied his sister Beatrice to Milan for her marriage, and escorted his own bride, Anna Sforza, back to Ferrara. Now his long and troubled life was drawing to a close, and he died a few months after this last journey to Milan, on the 31st of October, 1534. By his last will he left 2 of his best horses and a pair of falcons to his beloved nephew, the Duke of Milan. 104. Some writers have conjectured that Alfonso brought his favorite painter, Titian, to Milan, and that the Venetian master painted portraits of the Duke and Duchess on this occasion. 105. No record of Titian's visit, however, has been discovered, and he probably painted the portraits of Francesco and Christina from drawings sent to him at Venice. May, 1534. Titian's portrait. Titian's friend, Pietro Aretino, was in constant correspondence with Count Massimiliano Stampa, who rewarded his literary efforts with gifts of gold chains, velvet caps, and embroidered doublets. "I shall be clad in your presence all through the summer months," he wrote in a letter, signing himself, "Your younger brother and devoted servant." Aretino was not only profuse in thanks to this noble patron, but sent him choice works of art, mirrors of oriental crystal, medals engraved by Anachino, and, best of all, a little painting of the youthful Baptist clasping a lamb, so lifelike that a sheep would bleat at the sight of it. 106. The wily Venetian was exceedingly anxious to ingratiate himself with the Duke of Milan, and not only dedicated a paraphrase to him on his marriage, but, according to Vasari, painted portraits of both the Duke and Duchess. These pictures were reproduced by Campo in the History of Cremona, which he published in 1585, while Christina was still living. The portrait of Francesco was at that time the property of the Milanese noble Mario Amigone, while that of Christina hung in the house of Don Antonio Lomboni, president of the magistrates. 107. This last portrait was afterwards sent to Florence by order of the Grand Duke Ferdinand, who married the Duchess's granddaughter, Christine of Lorraine. "I send your Highness," wrote Guido Mazzenta in January, 1604, "the portrait of the most serene Lady, Christina, Queen of Denmark, and grandmother of the most serene Grand Duchess, painted by Titian, by order of Duke Francesco Sforza, when he brought her to Milan as his bride." 108. Unfortunately, this precious portrait was afterwards sent to Madrid, where it is said to have perished in a fire. In Campo's engraving, the youthful Duchess wears a jeweled cap and pearl necklace, with an ermine cape on her shoulders. Her serene air and thoughtful expression recall Holbein's famous picture, and give an impression of quiet happiness and content which agrees with all that we know of her short married life. The change was great from Malines and Brussels, and Christina often missed her old playmates. But her simple, docile nature became easily accustomed to these new surroundings, and the affectionate little letters which she sent to her aunt and sister all breathe the same strain. "We are as happy and contented as possible," she writes to Dorothea, and when Camillo Galino was starting for Germany, she sends a few words, at her lord's suggestion, to be forwarded to Flanders, just to tell her aunt how much she loves and thinks of her. 109. Certainly, when we compare her lot with that of her mother, and remember the hardships and sorrows which the young queen had to endure, Christina may well have counted herself fortunate. Her husband treated his child wife with the greatest kindness. Her smallest wish was gratified, her tastes were consulted in every particular. The rooms which she occupied in the Rocchetta, where his mother, Duchess Beatrice, had lived, were hung with rich crimson velvet, the walls of her bedroom were draped with pale blue silk, a new loggia was built, looking out on the gardens and moat waters. The breaches which French and Spanish guns had made in the walls were repaired, and the castello resumed its old aspect. 3 state carriages, lined with costly brocades and drawn by 4 horses draped with cloth of gold, were prepared by the Duke for his wife, and were first used by the Duchess on Ascension Day, when, 10 days after her wedding, she made her first appearance in public. As she drove to the Duomo, followed by the legate and ambassadors, and escorted by a brilliant cavalcade of nobles, the streets were thronged with eager crowds, who greeted her with acclamation, and waited for hours to catch a sight of her face. On Corpus Christi, again, a few weeks later, the Duke and Duchess both came to see the long procession of bishops and priests pass through the streets, bearing the host under a stately canopy from the Duomo to the ancient shrine of S. Ambrogio. June, 1534. Francesca Paleologa. The popularity of the young Duchess soon became unbounded. Her tall figure, dark eyes, and fair hair, excited the admiration of all her subjects, while her frank and kindly manners won every heart. Although prices went up in Milan that year, and the tolls on corn and wine were doubled, the people paid these dues cheerfully, and, when they sat down to a scanty meal, remarked that they must pay for Her Excellency's dinner. 110. Fortunately, by the end of the year there was a considerable fall in prices, and a general sense of relief and security prevailed. To the Duke himself, as well as to his people, the coming of the Duchess brought new life. For a time his failing health revived in the sunshine of her presence. He threw himself with energy into the task of beautifying Milan and completing the facade of the Duomo. At the same time he employed painters to decorate the Castello and Duomo of Vigevano, and an illuminated book of the Gospels, adorned with exquisite miniatures and bearing his arms and those of the Duchess, may still be seen in the Brera. Hunting parties were held for Christina's amusement both at Vigevano and in Count Massimiliano's woods at Cussago. Madame de Sylvestre and most of the Duchess's Flemish attendants had returned to the Netherlands with Deprete, and Francesco took great pains to provide his wife with a congenial lady-in-waiting. His choice fell on Francesca Paleologa, a lady of the noble house of Montferrat, and cousin of the newly married Duchess of Mantua. Her husband, Constantine Comnenus, titular Prince of Macedonia, had served under the Pope and Emperor, and her daughter, Deianira, had lately married Count Gaspar Trivulzio, a former partisan of the French, who was now a loyal subject of the Duke. From this time the Princess of Macedonia became Christina's inseparable companion, and remained devotedly attached to the Duchess throughout her long life. At the same time Francesco appointed one of his secretaries, Benedetto da Corte of Pavia, to be master of the Duchess's household, and to teach her Italian, which she was soon able to speak and write fluently. The Milanese archives contain several charming little notes written in Christina's large, round hand to the Duke during a brief visit which he paid to Vigevano, for change of air, in the summer of 1535. My lord and dearest husband, I have received your dear letters, and rejoice to hear of your welfare. This has been a great comfort to me, but it will be a far greater pleasure to see you again. I look forward to your return with such impatience that a single hour seems as long as a whole year. May God keep you safe and bring you home again very soon, for I can enjoy nothing without your excellency. I am very well, thank God, and commend myself humbly to your good graces. Signora Francesca is also well, and commends herself to your highness. Your very humble wife, Christina. Milan, June 7, 1535. The bearer of this letter has been very good to me. Francesco's health had lately given fresh cause for anxiety. He suffered from catarrh and fever, and was frequently confined to his bed. A Pavian envoy who had been promised an audience had to leave the castello without seeing his excellency, and a visit which he and the Duchess had intended to pay to Pavia in the spring was put off, to the great disappointment of the loyal citizens. Now his absence was prolonged owing to a fresh attack of illness, and the young wife wrote again at the end of the month, lamenting the delay and expressing the same impatience for his return. My dearest husband, June, 1535. Dorothea of Denmark. I was delighted, as I always am, with your dear letter of the 20th instant, but should have been much better pleased to see you and enjoy the pleasure of your presence, as I hope to do by this time, especially as these seniors assured me that your absence would be short. But they were, it is plain, quite wrong. However, I must be reasonable, and if your prolonged absence is necessary I will not complain. I thank you for your kind excuses and explanations, but I will not thank you for saying that I need not trouble to write to you with my own hand, because this at least is labor well spent, and I am only happy when I can talk with your excellency or write to you, now that I cannot enjoy your company. I commend myself infinitely to your remembrance, and trust God may long preserve you, and grant you a safe and speedy return. Your very humble wife, Christina. From Milan, June 1535. 111. But the warm-hearted young wife's wish remained unfulfilled, and 4 months after these lines were written Christina was a widow. V. January, 1535. The Palatine. The chief event of Christina's brief married life was the marriage of her elder sister, the Princess of Denmark. Dorothea was by this time an attractive girl of 14, shorter and slighter than her sister, and inferior to her in force of character, but full of brightness and gaiety. She was very popular in her old home at Malines, and often shot with a crossbow at the meetings of the Guild of Archers. Several marriages had been proposed for her, and King James of Scotland had repeatedly asked for her hand, but the Emperor hesitated to accept his advances, from fear of offending King Francis, whose daughter Magdalene had long been pledged to this fickle monarch, while the difficulty of providing a dower and outfit for another portionless niece, made Mary reluctant to conclude a second marriage. But, a few months after Christina's marriage, a new suitor for Dorothea's hand came forward in the person of the Count Palatine, who had vainly aspired to wed both Eleanor of Austria and Mary of Hungary. Frederick's loyal support of Charles's claims to the imperial crown, and his gallant defense of Vienna against the Turks, had been scurvily rewarded, and hitherto all his attempts to find another bride had been foiled. When, in 1526, after the King of Portugal's death, he approached his old love, the widowed Queen Eleanor, his advances were coldly repelled, and when he asked King Ferdinand for one of his daughters, he was told that she was too young for him. After Mary of Hungary's refusal, he left the imperial court in anger, and told Charles V that he would take a French wife 112, but Isabel of Navarre, Margaret of Montferrat, and the King of Poland's daughter, all eluded his efforts, and when he asked for Mary Tudor's hand, King Henry told him that he could not insult his good friend and cousin by offering him a bride born out of wedlock. 113 Now Ferdinand, unwilling to lose so valuable an ally, suddenly proposed that the Palatine should marry his niece Dorothea, saying that both he and Charles would rejoice to see him reigning over the three northern kingdoms. At first Frederick hesitated, saying that he was a grey-headed man of 50, little fitted to be the husband of so young a lady, and had no wish to reign over the turbulent Norsemen. Mary, however, welcomed her brother's proposal, regarding it as a means of strengthening the emperor's cause in northern Europe. In Denmark the succession of Frederick's son Christian III was disputed, and a Hanseatic fleet had seized Copenhagen, while Christopher of Oldenburg, a cousin of the captive king, had invaded Jutland. With the help of these allies it might be possible for the Palatine to recover his wife's inheritance. But the execution of this plan was full of difficulties, as Prince John's old tutor, the wise Archbishop of London, told Charles V in a letter which he addressed to him in the autumn of 1534, "Most sacred Caesar, I know Denmark well, and am convinced that the Danes will never recognize Christian II as their king. Count Christopher's expedition will prove a mere flash in the pan, and when he can no longer pay his men, the peasants, who flock to his banner at the sound of their old king's name, will return to their hearths. Then the nobles will have their revenge, and the proud Lubeck citizens will seize Denmark and establish the Lutheran religion in the name of Christopher or King Henry of England, or any other prince, as long as he is not your majesty, and if they succeed, the trade of the Low Countries will be ruined." 114 The bait held out to the Palatine, however, proved too alluring, and he easily fell a victim to the snare. The emperor sent him flattering messages by Hubert, the faithful servant who has left us so delightful a chronicle of his master's doings, and promised his niece a dowry of 50,000 crowns. It was late on New Year's Eve when Hubert reached his master's house at Neumarkt, on his return from Spain, and Frederick was already in bed, but he sent for him, and bade him tell his news in 3 words. The messenger exclaimed joyfully, "I bring my lord a royal bride, a most gracious Kaiser, and a sufficient dowry." Upon which the Palatine thanked God, and bade Hubert go to the cellar and help himself to food and drink. 115 One of Charles's most trusted Flemish servants, Nicholas de Marnal, was now sent to Milan, to obtain the consent of the Duke and Duchess to Dorothea's marriage. After a perilous journey over the Alps in snow and floods, Marnal reached Milan on the 10th of January, 1535, and received a cordial welcome. Francesco approved warmly of a union which would ensure the princess's happiness and serve to confirm the peace of Germany, but quite declined to accept the emperor's suggestion that he should help to provide a pension for Christina's brother-in-law, saying that this was impossible, and that His Majesty would be the first to recognize the futility of making promises which cannot be kept. After a short stay at Milan, Marnal went on to Vienna, and advised the Palatine to go to Spain himself if he wished to settle the matter. Frederick, always glad of an excuse for a journey, traveled by way of Brussels and France to Saragossa, and accompanied the emperor to Barcelona, where Charles signed the marriage contract on the eve of sailing for Africa. May, 1535. A happy marriage on the 18th of May, 1535, the marriage was solemnized at Brussels, and Frederick consented to leave his bride with her aunt until her outfit was completed. Queen Eleanor expressed the liveliest interest in her old lover's marriage, and insisted on seeing Dorothea before she went to Germany. At length the wedding party reached Heidelberg, on the 8th of September, where the gallant bridegroom, who, in Hubert's words, loved to shine, rode out in rich attire to meet his bride, and escorted her with martial music and pomp worthy of a king's daughter to the famous castle on the heights. The next day the nuptial mass was celebrated by the Bishop of Spires, and a series of splendid entertainments were given by Frederick's brother, the Elector Louis, after which the Count took his bride to his own home at Neumarkt, in the Upper Palatinate. 116. Now at length, wrote Hubert, my lord thought that he had attained a haven of rest, and found a blessed end to all his troubles, but he was grievously mistaken, and soon realized that he had embarked on a new and tempestuous ocean. 117. The splendid prospects of recovering his wife's kingdom were destined to prove utterly fallacious, and only involved him in heavy expenses and perpetual intrigues. The emperor, as he soon discovered, had no great affection for the enterprise of Denmark. 118. And before long Copenhagen surrendered, and Charles and Mary were compelled to come to terms with Christian III, and acknowledge his title. Fortunately, in all other respects his marriage proved a happy one. Dorothea was greatly beloved by her husband's family and subjects, and made him a devoted wife, although, as Hubert soon found out, she was as great a spendthrift as her lord, and confessed that she was never happy until she had spent her last penny. 119. The very frivolity of her nature suited the volatile Count. She shared his love of adventure, and was always ready to accompany him on perilous journeys, to climb mountains or ford rivers, with the same unquenchable courage and gaiety of heart. Even when, in her anxiety to bear a child, she imitated the example of Frederick's mother, the old Countess Palatine, and went on pilgrimages and wore holy girdles, this was done without any spirit of devotion, but with great mirth and laughter. And how little, adds the chronicler, either pilgrimages or girdles profited her, we all know. 126. Before the Palatine and his bride reached Heidelberg, Europe was thrilled by the news of the capture of Tunis, and the flight of the hated Barbarossa before his conqueror. It was the proudest moment of the emperor's life. 20,000 Christian captives were released that day, and went home to spread the fame of their great deliverer throughout the civilized world. The news reached Milan on the 2nd of August, and was hailed with universal joy. Te Deums were chanted in the Duomo, bells were rung in all the churches, and the guns of the Castello boomed in honor of the great event. Camillo Gallino was immediately sent by the Duke to congratulate the Emperor on his victory, and thank His Majesty once more for all the happiness which the generous gift of his niece had brought Francesco and his people. 121. Frederick, Count Palatine ascribed to a Dürer, Darmstadt, to face p. 106 November, 1535 Francesco Sforza's death. The late Pope, Clement VII, had already expressed his intention of rewarding Gallino's services with a cardinal's hat, and his successor, Paul III, would probably have kept his promise, but the ambassador fell ill in Sicily, and died at Palermo in September, to the Duke's great sorrow. 122 Soon after receiving the news, Francesco himself fell ill of fever, and once more lost the use of his limbs. All through October he grew steadily worse, and by the end of the month the people of Milan learned that their beloved prince was at the point of death. On Monday, the Feast of All Saints, the public anxiety was at its height, and silent crowds waited all day at the gates of the Castello to hear the latest reports. At length, early in the morning of All Souls' Day, they learnt that the last Sforza Duke was no more. Christina watched by his bedside to the end, and wept bitterly, for, in the chronicler's words, they had loved each other well. 123 All Milan shared in her grief, and nothing but sobbing and wailing was heard in the streets. Everyone lamented the good Duke, and grieved for the troubles and misery which his death would bring on the land. But the city remained tranquil, and there was no tumult or rioting. This was chiefly due to Stampa, who, by the Duke's last orders, took charge of the Duchess, and administered public affairs in her name, until instructions could be received from Caesar. A messenger was dispatched without delay to the Emperor at Palermo, with letters from the Count and a touching little note from Christina, informing her uncle how her dear lord's weakness had gradually increased, until in the early morning he passed to a better life. The dead prince lay in state for 3 days in the ducal chapel, clad in robes of crimson velvet and ermine, on a bier surrounded by lighted tapers. But the funeral was put off till the 19th of November, in order, writes the chronicler, to give the people time to show the love they bore their lamented master, and also because of the difficulty of obtaining sufficient black cloth to drape the walls of the Castello and put the court in mourning. It was a sad time for the young widow. During 3 weeks not a ray of light was allowed to penetrate the gloom of the funereal hall where she sat with her ladies, while solemn requiems and masses were chanted in the chapel. It had been Francesco's wish to sleep with his parents in the church of S. Maria del Grazie, where the effigies of Lodovico and his lost Beatrice had been carved in marble. But when this became known there was a general outcry. The people would not allow their beloved Duke to be buried anywhere but in the Duomo with the great Francesco and the other Sforza princes. So it was decided only to bury the Duke's heart in the Dominican church. His body was laid in a leaden casket covered with black velvet, and a wax effigy, wearing the ducal crown and robes, was exposed to public view. November, 1535 funeral rites late on Friday, the 19th of November, an imposing funeral procession passed from the Castello to the Duomo, through the same streets which, only 18 months before, had been decked in festive array to receive the late Duke's bride. First came the bishops and clergy with candles and crosses, then the senators, magistrates, and nobles, wearing long black mantles and hoods. After them gentlemen bearing the ducal standard, cap, and baton, and Francesco's sword and helmet, and what moved the spectators more than all, the white mule which he had ridden daily, led by 4 pages, looking just as it did when His Excellency was alive, only that the saddle was empty. Then the bier was carried past, under a gold canopy, and the wax effigy of the dead man, was seen clad in gold brocade and ermine, with a vest of crimson velvet and red shoes and stockings. Immediately behind rode the chief mourner, Giovanni Paolo Sforza, followed by Antonio de Leyva, the imperial and Venetian ambassadors, the Chancellor Taverna, Count Massimiliano Stampa, and the chief ministers and officials. After them came a vast multitude of poor, all in mourning, bearing lighted tapers, and weeping as they went. A catafalque, surrounded with burning torches, had been erected in the center of the Duomo, and here, under a canopy of black velvet, the Duke's effigy was laid on a couch of gold brocade, with his sword at his side and the ducal cap and baton at his feet, a thing, says the chronicler, truly marvelous to see. 124 The next morning the funeral rites were celebrated in the presence of an immense concourse of people, and a Latin oration was delivered by Messer Gualtiero de Corbetta. During 3 days requiems were chanted at every altar in the Duomo, and the great bell, which had never been rung before, was tolled for the space of 3 hours, accompanied by all the bells of the other churches in Milan. And there was no one with heart so hard that he was not moved to tears that day, writes Burragazzo, the chronicler, who was a living witness of the love which the citizens bore to their dead Duke. 125. At the end of the week the casket containing Francesco's remains was finally laid in a richly carved sarcophagus, which had been originally intended to receive the ashes of Gaston de Foix, the victor of Ravenna, and which was now placed against the wall of the choir, for a perpetual memorial in the sight of all Milan. 126. No one loved the Duke better and lamented his loss more truly than Count Massimiliano Stampa, and Pietro Aretino, who realized this, condoled with his noble friend, and at the same time paid an eloquent tribute to the dead prince. In the following letter, the Duke is dead, and I feel that this sad event has not only taken away all your happiness, but part of your own soul. I know the close intimacy in which you lived, nourished in your infancy at the same breast, and bound together in one heart and soul. But you must take comfort, remembering that His Excellency may well be called fortunate in his end. His wanderings began when he was barely 6 years old, and he was driven into exile before he was old enough to remember his native land. After so many wars and labors, after experiencing famine and sickness himself, and seeing the cruel misery and affliction endured by his subjects, he lived to see perfect tranquility restored in his dominions, and to enjoy the passionate affection of all Milan. Now, secure in the friendship of Caesar and the love of Italy, he has given back his spirit to God who gave it. Rejoice, therefore, and render praise and glory to Francesco Sforza's name, because by his wisdom and virtue he conquered fortune, and has died a prince on his throne, reigning in peace and happiness over his native land. So, my dear Lord, I beg you dry your tears, and meet those who love you as I do with a serene brow. The fame of your learning and greatness is known everywhere. Rise above the blows of fate, and console yourself with the thought of your Duke's blessed end. There lies His Excellency's corpse. Give it honorable burial, and I meanwhile will not cease to celebrate him dead and you who are alive. 127 Footnotes, 79 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 2. 146 80 Schaefer, 4. 204, 209. 81 Diary I, Lyene. 231 82 Altmaier, Relations, etc., 298, Sanudo, Leave 389, 414. 83 Sanudo, Lei 610, 637. 84 State Papers, Record Office, 7. 465 85 M Sanudo, Lei 157, A Campo, Storia di Cremona, 107. 86 Lands, 2. 87, 88. 87 Lands, 2. 89 88 Archivio di Stato, Milan, Carteggio Diplomatico, 1533. 89 Archivio di Stato, Milano, Carteggio Diplomatico, 1533. 90 Carteggio Diplomatico, 1533, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 91 G. M. Burragazzo, Cronaca Milanese, 1500 to 1544, p. 516, Archivio Storico Italiano, 3. 1842, 92 Potens Sovrane, 1533 to 34, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 93 Autografi di Principi Sforza, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 94 Potens Sovrane, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 95 State Papers, Record Office, 7. 545-96 Potens Sovrane, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 97 T. Cartwright, Crudities, I 215, Hardwick Papers, I 85. 98 Potens Sovrane, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 99 M. Guazzo, Histori d'Italia, 272-275, P. Avenatti, Entrata Solemn di Christina di Spagna, Ms. Continuazione della Storia di Corio, O 240, Biblioteca Ambrosiana. 100 C. Magenta, I Visconti e gli Sforza nel Castello di Pavia, I 750, Nubolonio, Cronaca di Vigevano, 131. 101 Ms. Continuazione di Corio, O 240, Biblioteca Ambrosiana. 102 Autografi di Principi, Sforza. Archivio di Stato, Milan. 103 Efrati, Annali di Ferrara, Harleian Manuscripts 3310. 104 E. Gardner, A King of Court Poets, 355. 105 Crow and Cavalcaselle, Titian, I 355. 106 P. Aretino, Lettera, I 214. 107 A. Campo, 107. 108 Gay, Carteggio, 3. 531 109 Autografi di Principi, Sforza, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 110 Burragazzo, 521. 111 Autografi di Principi, Sforza, Archivio di Stato, see Appendix I. 112 Lands, I 419. 113 H. Thomas, 310. 114 Altmaier, Relations Commerciales, etc., 317, Lands, 2. 120 115 H. Thomas, 328. 116 Hen, 6. 132 117 H. Thomas, 350. 118 Lands, 2. 659 119 H. Thomas, 350. 120 Zimmer's Chronic, 4. 145 121 Burragazzo, 525. 122 G. Galino, Annali di Alessandria, 141. 123 Potens Sovrane, Archivio di Stato. 124 Burragazzo, 525. 125 Ibid, 529. 126 M. Guazzo, 312. 127 P. Aretino, Lettera, I 43. Book V. The Widow of Milan 1535-1538 I. Christina's short married life was over. At the end of 18 months she found herself a widow, before she had completed her 14th year. But the brief interval which had elapsed since she left Flanders had sufficed to turn the child into a woman. From the moment of the Duke's death, her good sense and discretion won golden opinions from the grey-headed statesmen around her. The senators and ambassadors, the deputies from Pavia and the other Lombard cities, who came to offer their condolences, were deeply moved at the sight of this princess, whose heavy mourning and widow's weeds contrasted strangely with her extreme youth. The dignity and grace of her bearing charmed them still more, and all the Milanese asked was to keep their duchess among them. By the terms of the late Duke's investiture, if he died without children, the Duchy of Milan was to revert to the Emperor, but the city of Tortona was settled on the Duchess. By Francesco's will the town and castello of Vigevano, which he had done so much to beautify, were also bequeathed to her. Immediately after the Duke's funeral, in obedience to his dying lord's order, Stampa hoisted the imperial standard on the Castello of Milan, but refused to allow Antonio de Leyva to take possession of the citadel until he received orders from Caesar himself. This was faithfully reported to the emperor by Christina, who gave her uncle a full account of the steps which she had taken to administer affairs as her lord's representative, adding, "If I have failed in any part of my duty or done anything contrary to your majesty's wishes, I beg you to excuse my ignorance, assuring you that I have acted by the advice of my late husband's counselors, and with no regard to my own interests, but with the sole object of promoting your majesty's honor and service, and remain your very humble and obedient servant, Christian." November 20, 1535. 128. The messenger whom Stampa sent to Palermo on the day of the Duke's death missed the emperor, who had already left for Messina, and the news did not reach him until he had landed in Calabria, on his way to Naples. It was not till the 27th of November that a horseman bearing letters from Caesar arrived in Milan. Here intense anxiety prevailed among all classes, and the Spaniards were as much hated as the Duke and Duchess had been beloved. Accordingly, the relief was great when it became known that, although Signor Antonio de Leyva was appointed Governor-General, Stampa was to retain his post as Castellan, and the Duchess was to remain in the Castello. "The Duchess remains Duchess," wrote the chronicler, "and all the other officials retain their places. Above all, Count Massimiliano keeps his office, and the city is perfectly quiet." 129 December, 1535. The Prince of Piedmont Stampa now made a last effort to maintain the independence of Milan. He proposed that the widowed Duchess should be given in marriage to the Duke of Savoy's eldest son, Louis, a prince of her own age, who was being educated at his imperial uncle's court. A petition to this effect, signed by Chancellor Taverna and all the leading senators, was addressed to the emperor, and Giovanni Paolo Sforza was sent to Rome to meet His Majesty and obtain the Pope's support. Gianpaolo Sforza and Taverna, wrote the Venetian envoy, Lorenzo Bragatin, have begged Caesar to give the hand of his niece, the widow, to the Duke of Savoy's son, and this is the wish of all the people of Milan. 130. Unfortunately, Giovanni Paolo fell ill on the journey, and breathed his last in a village of the Apennines, and before Charles left Naples he heard that the promising young Prince of Piedmont had died on Christmas Day at Madrid. His brother, Emmanuel Philibert, was a child of 7, and although his ambitious mother, Duchess Beatrix, hastened to put forward his claim, nothing more was heard of the scheme. By this time another marriage for Christina was being seriously discussed at the imperial court. Even before the Duke's death, the French king had done his best to provoke a quarrel with him, and had begun to make active preparations for war. Hardly had Francesco breathed his last, than he openly renewed his old claim to Milan, and sent an ambassador to the emperor at Naples, demanding the duchy for his second son, Henry, Duke of Orleans, the husband of Catherine de' Medici. This plan, which would have made the French supreme in North Italy, could not be entertained for a moment, but Charles, in his anxiety to avoid war, was ready to accept almost any other alternative. When his sister Eleanor implored him to agree to her husband's proposal, and, by way of cementing the alliance, give the little widow of Milan in marriage to the king's third son, the Duke of Angoulême, he replied that he would gladly treat of the proposed marriage, but only on condition that Angoulême, not Orleans, was put in possession of Milan. The union of the French prince with Christina now became the subject of prolonged negotiations between the two courts. The imperial chancellor, Granvelle, drew up a long and careful memorandum, dwelling on the obvious advantages of the scheme, on the virtues and charms of the young Duchess, on her large dowry and great popularity in Milan, and Charles told Francis plainly that he would agree to no scheme by which the widowed Duchess was removed from the state, where she was so much beloved and honored, and where the people placed all their hopes of tranquility in her presence. One great object of these negotiations, he wrote, is to find a noble and suitable husband for our niece, the widow of Milan, who is to us almost a daughter, and who has always shown herself so discreet and so obedient to our wishes. 131 March, 1536. Many suitors, both the Pope and the Venetians, supported the scheme as the best means of avoiding war and preserving the independence of Milan. At the same time Pope Paul did not fail to put in a plea for his own kinsman, the son of his niece Cecilia Farnese, and Count Bosio Sforza, a descendant of Francesco I's half-brother. Bosio had been a loyal supporter of the late Duke, but died soon after Christina's marriage, leaving a son of 15, who was brought up at the court of Milan. The Pope himself addressed a grateful letter to Christina, thanking her for the kindness which she had shown the boy, and throwing out a hint that a marriage with her young Sforza cousin might be possible. Another husband whom Granvelle proposed for her was Duke Alexander of Florence, but, fortunately, Charles decided to give him his own illegitimate daughter Margaret, and Christina thus escaped union with this reckless and profligate prince, who was soon afterwards murdered by his kinsman. 132. Meanwhile the Scottish ambassadors at the French court made proposals to the emperor on behalf of their king, James V, who had not yet made up his mind to wed Magdalene of Valois, and these negotiations were only interrupted by the high-handed action of King Henry's new favourite, Thomas Cromwell. Thus, a few weeks after the Duke of Milan's death, his widow's hand had become the subject of animated controversy in all the courts of Europe. 133. But while others were negotiating, the French were arming. On the 6th of March, the first day of Carnival, news reached Milan that a French army had crossed the Alps. The strong citadel of Montmelian was betrayed by the treachery of a Neapolitan captain, and after a gallant defense the Duke of Savoy was compelled to evacuate Turin, and take refuge with his wife and children at Vercelli. All hope of peace was now over, and, in a consistory held in the Vatican on the 8th of April, the Emperor appealed to the Pope to bear witness how earnestly he had tried to prevent war, and how fruitless his efforts had proved. At Granvelle's suggestion, he determined to carry the war into the enemy's country, and, following in the steps of Charles VIII, crossed the Apennines, and marched by the Emilian Way and along the banks of the Po towards Asti. May, 1536. Meeting with Charles V. The dread of a French invasion had united all parties in Milan. The citizens forgot their hatred of the Spaniards in their terror of another siege, and cheerfully submitted to fresh taxes to pay the defending army. It was a late spring that year in Lombardy, the weather was bitterly cold, and by the end of April the vines had only put forth tiny shoots, and the roses were not yet in flower. Nothing was heard in the streets but the din of approaching warfare, and the tramp of armed Landsknechten marching from Tyrol on their way to the frontier. But in the last days of April Christina's dull life was brightened by the sudden arrival of the Duchess of Savoy, who fled from the camp at Vercelli to take refuge in the Castello of Milan. Times were altered since the two princesses had met at Turin, and the Duchess Beatrix, who had welcomed the little bride so warmly, was sadly changed in body and mind. She had lost her eldest son, and been driven out of her home by foreign invaders, never to return there again in her lifetime. With her she brought her two remaining children, the little Princess Catherine and Emmanuel Philibert, who was one day to become famous as the bravest captain in Europe. And she also brought a treasure which excited the utmost enthusiasm among the Milanese, the Holy Shroud of Saint Joseph of Arimathea, which had been preserved for centuries at Chambéry. Crowds flocked to the Duomo when Beatrix's Franciscan confessor preached, in the hope of seeing the precious shroud, but the Duchess would not allow the relic to leave the castello, and on the 7th it was exposed on the ramparts to the view of an enormous multitude assembled in the Piazza 134. A week later Francesco Sforza's cousin, Ferrante Gonzaga, and the Duke of Savoy, came to Milan, but soon left for the camp. Beatrix then obtained permission to pay the emperor a visit on his journey north, and by Charles's express request took Christina with her. On the 18th of May the magistrates of Pavia received orders from the Duchess of Milan's Maggiordomo, Benedetto da Corte, to prepare lodgings for Her Excellency and the Duchess of Savoy, as near to each other as possible. 135 The Castello of Pavia had suffered terribly in the siege by Lautrec in 1528, but a few rooms were hastily furnished, and on the 20th Beatrix and Christina arrived, escorted by Count Massimiliano and several courtiers. Early on the following morning the two duchesses rode out to Arena on the Po, where they found the emperor awaiting them. Charles was unfeignedly glad to see both his sister-in-law and the niece whom he had left as a child at Brussels 4 years before, and welcomed them affectionately. 136 But the interview was a short one, and the next day he continued his journey to Asti, where he joined Antonio de Leyva and Ferrante Gonzaga, and prepared to invade Provence. October, 1536 Cardinal Caracciolo. Meanwhile Beatrix and Christina returned to Milan, and spent the summer together in the Castello. A close friendship sprang up between the two duchesses. Beatrix took a motherly interest in her young companion, and the children's presence helped to cheer these anxious months. At first the emperor's arms were entirely successful. The French retired before him to Avignon, laying the country waste, and he met with no opposition until he reached Aix, which resisted all his attacks. During the long siege which followed, his soldiers suffered severely from disease and famine, and many youths of the noblest Milanese families were among the victims. 137 Early in September, while Christina's own secretary, Belcorpo, was robbed and murdered on his way to the camp, Antonio de Leyva, the redoubtable commander-in-chief, died, and was buried in Sio Storgio at Milan. The papal legate, Cardinal Caracciolo, a Neapolitan by birth, was appointed to succeed him as Viceroy of Milan. He had only just assumed the reins of office, and paid his first visit to the young Duchess, when he received a summons from the Emperor to join him at Genoa. Finding it impossible to reduce Aix, Charles had determined to abandon the campaign, and on the 16th of November a 3-month truce was signed between the two monarchs. The Emperor was anxious to return to Spain, where his presence was sorely needed. But before his departure he sent for the Cardinal, desiring him to leave some trusty lieutenant to govern the state in his absence, and take charge of his niece the Duchess. Accordingly, Caracciolo went to Genoa on the 4th of October, accompanied by Beatrix of Savoy, who, after a long interview with the Emperor, joined her husband at Nice, the only city which still belonged to him. Soon after this her health gave way under the prolonged strain, and this once brilliant and beautiful woman died in January, 1538, as she said herself, of a broken heart. Christina, now left alone at Milan, wrote a long letter to the Cardinal, whom she addressed in the language of a caressing child, saying that he was dear to her as a father, and seeking his help for two objects which lay very near her heart. "The true affection," she writes, "which your Excellency has shown me, and the kind remembrance of me which you always keep, makes me anxious for your health and welfare. So I beg you to tell me how you have prospered on your journey, and if you are well in health." She then begs her friend the Cardinal to use his influence with the Emperor on behalf of her sister Dorothea, the person now nearest and dearest to her on earth, who is in need of her powerful uncle's help. Probably the Palatine was, as usual, endeavoring to recover arrears of the pension due to him by the Emperor, and to obtain compensation for the costs which he had incurred in the disastrous expedition against Copenhagen. Hubert had lately been sent to Charles with this object, and had at the same time suggested that, if the emperor needed a viceroy for Milan, no one could be more suitable than his lord. But whatever the precise object of Dorothea's request may have been, Christina's intercession, it is to be feared, availed her little. The Duchess's other petition was more easily granted. As a whole year, she wrote, will soon have elapsed since the death of my dearest husband, of blessed memory, I beg you to entreat His Majesty, in my name, to be pleased to give orders that this anniversary may be observed in a due and fitting manner. And I am quite certain that he will not refuse to hear this my prayer. 138 It would indeed have been impossible for the emperor to refuse so reasonable a request, and the anniversary of the late duke's death was observed with due ceremonial in all the churches of Milan. But the days of the young duchess's abode in the city were fast drawing to a close. Before Charles left Italy he had determined to place a strong Spanish garrison in the Castello, to defend Milan against the risk of a French invasion, and had only delayed to take this step from fear of exciting discontent in the city. Stampa had hitherto succeeded in warding off the blow, but now he was forced to bow to the imperial command, and surrender the Castello to a foreign captain. Charles, it must be owned, did his best to soften the blow. He made the count a present of the rich fief of San Sino in the province of Cremona, and sent him as a parting gift the costly plate which had belonged to the late duke, with a cordial invitation to follow him to Spain. But we see, from a letter which Stampa's friend Aretino sent him, how sorely this vexed his noble heart. December, 1536 Aretino's comfort I will not grieve, my illustrious friend, wrote the time-serving Venetian, if you have to give up the Castello, which you held for love of his excellency, of happy memory, because to my mind it was a prison for your genius. Dry your tears, and console yourself with the reflection that now at least you are a free man. His Majesty is relieved from the jealousy of his Spanish servants, and you are saved from further anxieties on this subject. Now you can, if you choose, follow him to Spain, and lay down your office with honor unstained, and then return to Milan to live in freedom and contentment. 139 This was poor comfort for Massimiliano, but the emperor's will was not to be gainsaid, and the count could only lay down his office and take leave of the young duchess, assuring her of his undying loyalty and faithfulness. Charles had not forgotten his niece, and before he sailed for Barcelona on the 15th of November he sent one of his oldest and most trusted servants, Jean de Montmorency, Sieur de Courrières, the captain of the Archers' Guard, to take charge of the Duchess, and eventually conduct her to Flanders. But while negotiations for her second marriage were still pending, it was felt desirable that she should remain in Lombardy, and since the Castello would no longer be a fit place for her, Montmorency was ordered to escort her to Pavia. On the 10th of December, 1536, de Courrières arrived with 50 archers of the Imperial Guard, and, after a brief consultation with the Cardinal and Stampa, decided to take the Duchess to Pavia without delay. 140 The leaves of the trees in the gardens were turning yellow, and a pale wintry sun shone down on the Castello, which Christina had first seen in the joyous Maytime, when a little procession of black-robed ladies, with their attendants, issued from the Rocchetta, and mounted the horses and litters in waiting for them. A few bystanders saluted them reverently, and followed them with wistful eyes as they rode out of the gates, down the street leading to the Porta Tichenese, until they were out of sight. A few days later Count Massimiliano Stampa marched out of the Castello at the head of his troops, and gave up the keys, which he had received from the last Sforza Duke, to the Spanish captain Alvarez de Luna, who entered the gates amid the curses and groans of the citizens. Henceforth the life of Milan as an independent state was over, and the yoke of Spain descended on the ancient capital of Lombardy. 2 December, 1536. A palace in ruins. The city of Pavia had always been loyal to the house of Sforza. In no part of the duchy was there greater rejoicing on the restoration of Duke Francesco II, nowhere was his premature death more deeply lamented. Several of Christina's most faithful servants were natives of Pavia, among others, Benedetto da Corte, the master of her household, and Bottigella, who had been so active in the preparations for her reception. Now the people of Pavia welcomed her coming warmly, and exerted themselves to see that nothing was lacking to her comfort. But the city and Castello had suffered terribly in the protracted struggle with France. The palace which had been the pride of the Sforza dukes was stripped of its fairest treasures. The frescoes and tapestries were destroyed, the famous library was now in the castle of Blois, and a great part of the walls had been thrown down by French guns and allowed to crumble to pieces. So dilapidated was the state of the building that it was difficult to find habitable rooms for the Duchess and her suite. On the 21st of December, 10 days after Christina's arrival, she was forced to address a request to the chief magistrate, Lodovico Pellizzone, begging that her bedroom might be supplied with a wooden ceiling, as the room was lofty and bitterly cold in this winter season. Pellizzone wrote without delay to the governor of Milan, but received no reply, and on New Year's Day Montmorency himself wrote to remind the cardinal of the duchess's request, urging that the work might be done without delay, and putting in a plea for a better provision of mattresses to accommodate the members of her household. Still no redress was obtained, and at length the captain of the archers took the law into his own hands, and sent for carpenters to panel the Duchess's bedroom 141. But in spite of these drawbacks, in spite of the wind that whistled through the long corridors and the comfortless air of the empty halls, Christina's health and spirits were excellent. Her spirits quickly recovered their natural buoyancy in these new surroundings, her eyes shone with the old brightness, and the sound of merry laughter was once more heard in the spacious halls and desolate gardens. On the 3rd of January, only 2 days after Montmorency addressed his fruitless remonstrance to the viceroy, Christina herself wrote a letter to the same illustrious personage in a very different strain. She had, it appears, seen a very handsome white horse in the hostelry of the Fountain in Pavia, and was seized with a passionate desire to have the palfrey for her own use. So she wrote in the most persuasive language to her good father the cardinal, begging his leave to buy the horse, which she is convinced will suit her exactly. But, since she fears that her monthly allowance will not suffice to defray the cost, she begs his eminence to advance the necessary sum, and charge it to the extraordinary expenses for which she is not responsible. This letter, written in her large round hand, was sent to Milan by one of the Duchess's lackeys, with the words CITO, CITO on the cover, and an urgent plea for an immediate answer. 142. The kindly old cardinal, who had a soft side for the youthful princess, could hardly refuse so pressing a request, and Christina probably bought the white horse, and had the pleasure of mounting it when she rode out to visit the friars of the Certosa or hunted in their park. February, 1537. The emperor's servant. She had another good friend and devoted servant in the Sieur de Corias, Monsignor de Coria, as he was called in Italy. This gallant gentleman had grown up in close intimacy with the emperor from his boyhood. He accompanied Charles to Spain as cupbearer, and was appointed captain of the archers' guard on attaining his majority. In 1535 he followed his master to Africa at the head of a chosen band of archers, 50 of whom remained with him as an escort for the Duchess. By Charles's orders, he sent constant reports to His Majesty from Pavia. The correspondence fills a whole volume, and is extremely interesting if only because it shows the familiarity with which the great emperor treated his old servant, and the freedom which Montmorency allowed himself in addressing his master. On the 15th of February, Charles wrote from Valladolid, thanking Decorrias cordially for the services which he had rendered the Duchess, approving highly of her residence at Pavia, and promising to pay for the maintenance of his archers. He alludes pleasantly to Montmorency's meeting with another of his confidential servants, Simonet, whom he had left at Milan. Simonet was right to put off his return to Flanders until the worst rigors of winter were over, and was fortunate in meeting you, for old folks of the same country are very glad to meet in foreign lands, even if they are not natives of Brabant. Farewell, cher et fille, for the present, and God have you in his holy keeping. 5 weeks later he wrote again, expressing his satisfaction at hearing of his dear niece's health and happiness, and saying how entirely he trusted Montmorency to provide for her comfort. At the same time, he continued, we cannot help feeling, both with regard to the Duchess's widowed condition and the troubled state of Italy, that she would be better with our sister, the Queen of Hungary, in our own country, Pardeka, where some suitable marriage might be found for her. Accordingly we have written to our sister on the subject, and desired Cardinal Caracciolo to make all needful preparation for her journey. You had better see that she has a proper escort and all else that is necessary to her comfort, without making these things public, until we hear from our sister. 143 Mary on her part was most anxious for her niece's return, and lost no time in letting Charles know how impatiently she expected her. But, with characteristic dilatoriness, the Imperial Council, which met at Monzon on the 2nd of June, pronounced that it was highly expedient for the widow of Milan to go to Flanders, but that the Queen's wishes must first of all be consulted. 144 Meanwhile Count Massimiliano Stampa returned from Spain with instructions from the Emperor to make arrangements for the Duchess's journey with the Cardinal and Montmorency, and Charles wrote again to beg the captain to start without delay. But this, as Montmorency replied, was not so easy. 3 months' pay was due to his men, and in his penniless condition it was hard to provide them with food or their horses with fodder. I will do my utmost, sire, he wrote on the 15th of June, but some things are impossible. As I told you when you left me at Genoa, 6 months' wages were due to me, and I can only beg you to have pity on your poor captain, for we are in sore straits, and you alone can help us, for, as the scripture saith, tua est potentia. At the same time, like the brave soldier that he was, the writer cannot refrain from expressing his joy at the good news of the capture of Espole, which had just arrived from Flanders. August, 1537 Captain of the Archers, sire, I hear grand news from Espole, and am sure, when you return to your Low Countries, you will find that the Queen has been very vigilant in charge of your affairs, and will be welcomed by very humble and loyal subjects. But you will have something to say to the citizens of Ghent, for I fear those gentlemen are not as wise as they might be. Sire, I hear that, after the surrender of Heston, your sister the Queen of France came to the camp in rich attire, with a number of ladies all in white. Such insolence cannot last long, as Espole both the town and the Apostle bear witness. I hear that Madame the new Duchesse d'Étampes was nowhere. Sic transit gloria mundi. All this Latin is to show your Majesty that I have not wasted my time in Pavia, any more than Don Beltrami did at Louvat. Once more I beg you to have pity on Locretionet, who needs your help more than ever. But the summer months went by, and still no orders and no money came from Spain. Pavia became unhealthy, and the Duchess and all the members of her household fell ill of fever. Hardly one has escaped, wrote Montmorency on the 22nd of August, but now, thank God, my lady has recovered, and I am trying to raise money to carry out your orders, although I fear my purse is not long enough to feed my poor archers. 145 A month later the captain went to Milan to expedite matters, but as yet could hear nothing from Spain, and on his return to Pavia early in October, he addressed long remonstrances both to Charles and Granvelle. "Sire," wrote the irate captain, "I have been ordered to take my Lady Duchess to Flanders, but not a word has been said as to the route that I am to take. Since it is your pleasure, it shall be done, but if any harm comes to her in Germany, seeing the poor escort we shall have, who will be to blame? My fear is that, as we pass through the Duchy of Württemberg, the Duke's son may fall upon us with his Landsknechten, and my lady would certainly not be a bad match for him. Your Majesty has not given me a single letter or warrant for the journey, and has not written me a word. And when I get Pardeka, I know not what I am to do or say. My lady, too, is much surprised not to have received a letter from your Majesty before her departure, but of this, of course, I have no right to speak." In a postscript he adds that he has raised 500 gold crowns, and given each of his men 10 crowns to buy new saddles, as they hope to start on the 15th of October. He ends by humbly reminding His Majesty that he is growing old, and is almost 50, and that if he does not soon take a wife it will be too late. "All this coming and going ages a man, and before long I shall be as wrinkled as the rest. So when I reach the Queen, I hope some little token of honor may be given me, that men may see your Majesty has not wholly forgotten me. And you will, I hope, tell me what I am to do when I have taken Her Excellency to Flanders, as I have written to Granvelle repeatedly, and had no answer, but suppose he is busy with great affairs. And I pray that all prosperity may attend your Majesty, and that this year, which has begun so well, may end by seeing you back in Piedmont." 146 October, 1537. Christina's departure. On the 14th of October Christina herself wrote to inform the Emperor of her intended departure, and of the good order of her affairs, thanks to the Cardinal and Seigneur de Courrières. "We hope to start tomorrow, and travel by way of Mantua and Trent, and through Germany, taking whichever seems to be the shortest and safest route." There had, it appears, been much discussion over the revenues assigned to the Duchess as her dower, and in the end she was deprived of the town and castello of Vigevano, which the Duke had left her by his will. But by the terms of her marriage contract she remained absolute mistress of the city of Tortona, and informed the Emperor that, acting on the advice of the Cardinal, as Lady of Tortona, she had appointed a certain Gabriele Panigarola to be governor of the town, and begged his approval. At the same time she sent her uncle a memorial, drawn up by Montmorency, explaining that, since she had not received the arrears of her dowry, she was not able to pay her servants, and had been forced to contract many debts at Pavia, and to spend money on the repair of the rooms which she occupied in the castello. Many last requests were addressed to the Duchess by the poor and needy whom she had befriended, and from her own servants, who with one voice begged to be allowed to follow her to Flanders. One of the most pressing came from an old Milanese couple, whose son, Niccolo Belloni, was Christina's secretary, and at their earnest prayer she decided to allow the young man to remain in her service as one of the 4 Italians who accompanied her to Flanders by the Emperor's orders. And the last letter which the Duchess wrote to the Cardinal, on the eve of her departure, was to plead for a community of noble ladies in Pavia who were reduced to dire poverty owing to the late wars, and begged humbly for a remission of taxes 147. During the 10 months which she had spent at Pavia the young Duchess had made herself beloved by all classes of people, and her departure was lamented by the whole city. 3 October, 1537. En voyage. On the 15th of October Christina and her suite left Pavia, and started on their long-deferred journey to Flanders. When she first set foot in Italy as a bride, 3.5 years before, the Lombard plains were in the first flush of spring, roses and myrtles were breaking into bloom, and the flowers sprang up under her feet. Now the autumn rains fell in such torrents that Cardinal Caracciolo was seriously alarmed, and wrote to Benedetto da Corte and Monsignor de Coria, asking if it might not be well to delay their departure. The first idea had been to go from Pavia to Cremona in a single day, but the bad roads and swollen rivers increased the difficulties of travel, and the Cardinal wrote to implore Messer Benedetto and Coria not to undertake such long journeys, lest the Duchess should be overtired. So the party only rode as far as Codogno, the castle of Count Gaspar Trivulzio, where he and his beautiful wife, Deianira, received them joyfully, and entertained them as magnificently as if they had been invited to a wedding. Christina's lady-in-waiting, the Princess of Macedonia, rejoiced to be under her daughter's roof, and Benedetto da Corte wrote to tell the Cardinal that nothing could exceed the splendor and hospitality of Count Gaspar's reception. On the 18th the travelers rode along the plains flooded by the swollen Po till they reached Cremona, the dower city of Bianca Visconti, where she had been married to the great condottiere Francesco Sforza, and which had clung with unswerving loyalty to the fortunes of his house. Here the Castellan came out to meet the Duchess, at the head of the chief citizens, and escorted her to the castello under the shadow of the famous Torazza, where she and all her suite found the best of cheer. The next morning the travelers resumed their way, and crossed the rushing Olio, under the castle of the Gonzagas of Bozzolo, and rode along the green meadows by Castiglione's country home, where his aged mother was still living. The great courtier's name was familiar to all Charles V's servants, and Montmorency, who had known him in Spain, may have paused to look at the fair sepulchral chapel which Giulio Romano had lately reared in the pilgrimage church of S. Maria del Grazie. At Mantua another splendid welcome awaited Christina. The Gonzaga princes never forgot their close relationship to the Sforzas, and while the reigning Duchess welcomed the Princess of Macedonia as a kinswoman, the old Marquesana, Isabella, rejoiced to embrace her nephew's wife, and looked with affection on this youthful Duchess who bore the same title as her long-lost Beatrice. The next morning Benedetto da Corte sent the Cardinal a glowing account of their journey, which, in spite of the weather, had been one triumphal progress. Reverendissimo, Her Excellency arrived safely here at Mantua yesterday with all her company, horses and carriages, and was received most royally, as has, indeed, been the case in every place where we have halted on our way. Her whole household has been entertained with the best fare, and with little damage to our purses. The kindness with which we have been received has made these perpetual rains tolerable. We are quite accustomed to them, and shall not be afraid of the next tempest. We are resting here on this 6th day of our journey at the entreaty of these illustrious princes. On Sunday, please God, we shall reach Verona, and I have sent to ask the governor to prepare convenient lodgings for Her Excellency. His Reverence the Cardinal of Trent has sent a messenger here tonight to inquire how many we number, and so we go on gaily from stage to stage. Once we have reached Trent, we shall seem to be in sight of the Rhine, and can pursue our way at less peril to our lives, and, let us hope, to the greater advantage of His Majesty's service. I kiss your Reverence's hand, and so also does Monsignor de Coria. Benedetto da Corte. Mantova, October 20. 148 October, 1537. The Cardinal of Trent. The Cardinal's worst anxieties were relieved by the receipt of Benedetto's letter, and he sent a reply to the Castle of Trent thanking him and Monsignor de Coria for their trouble, and expressing great satisfaction to hear of their prosperous journey. The travelers now turned their steps northwards, and, after spending a night in the city of the Scaligeri, followed the Adige through the rocky defile known as La Chiosa di Verona. As they passed through the fortified gates at the farther end of the ravine, a salute from the guns made them aware that they had entered Austrian territory. A few miles farther they were met by the Cardinal Bishop, Bernhard von Klees, who had ridden out with a great train to welcome the Duchess. A strong imperialist no less than an active reformer, Bernhard von Cleese had been raised to the cardinalate at Charles's coronation, and was now Vice-Chancellor of the Empire 149. He had lately received a visit from Christina's uncle, King Ferdinand, and his wife, Anna, who honored his niece's wedding with their presence, and the sumptuous rooms which they had occupied were now placed at Christina's disposal. Nothing was lacking, wrote Benedetto da Corte, which could please the eye or delight the mind. The splendor of the episcopal palace and the open-handed liberality of the cardinal made a great impression on Montmorency, who wrote himself to tell the cardinal how well Madama had borne the journey. "I cannot tell you," he adds, "how splendidly Monsignor Reverendissimo has received the Duchess, and how sumptuously he has feasted us. Here we mean to rest all today, and tomorrow we will pursue our journey with the utmost diligence." But so pressing was the cardinal, and so luxurious were the quarters provided for them, that the travellers remained at Trent several days, and only resumed their journey on the 27th of October. The most arduous part of the way now lay before them, and Benedetto describes how they harnessed the mules to the chariot in order that the Duchess and her ladies might drive across the Brenner Pass, at least as far as Innsbruck. Montmorency was in some doubt as to the route which the Duchess had better take through Germany, but, much to his satisfaction, he found the long-expected letter from the Emperor awaiting him at Innsbruck. It was written from Monzon on the last day of October, a fortnight after Christina had left Pavia. Charles put the blame of his delay on the Queen of Hungary's shoulders, and, since it was too late to wait for her directions, bade him consult the Cardinal of Trent as to their future journey. "If you have already left Trent, you had better go on either by road or else by the Rhine. If you are at Innsbruck, you can take advice from the king our brother or from Dr. Matthias Held, one of Ferdinand's most trusted German councillors, and choose whichever route they consider the safest. If you have received no letters from the Queen, you had better send a messenger to Flanders, and we will inform you as soon as we know her pleasure regarding our niece's future plans." In conclusion, the Emperor tells Montmorency that he is sending the letters patent for which he asked, although they are hardly necessary, and has already told the Queen to refund all the expenses which he has incurred, and to be mindful of his great and long services. 150 The travellers spent some time at Innsbruck in the ancient castle which is still adorned with the Sforza arms, and Christina saw the superb monument erected by her great-grandfather Maximilian in the church hard by. Ferdinand and his wife and daughters were in Vienna, but the route which Montmorency chose was that followed by most travellers, along the Lake of Constance and down the Rhine to Spires. From the first Christina had been very anxious to visit her sister Dorothea on her journey north, and she succeeded in obtaining her uncle's consent to this arrangement. The two princesses had not met since Christina left Brussels in the spring of 1534, and Dorothea was no less impatient to see her sister. Even before the travellers reached Trent, they met two Genoese merchants, who told Montmorency that on their way through Germany they had seen the Count Palatine Frederick and Madame la Principessa, his wife, with a great company, on their way to Heidelberg to await the Duchess's coming. When, in November, the travellers at length reached Heidelberg, they found themselves impatiently expected, and Christina received the warmest welcome from the Elector Palatine and his family. December, 1537. At home again, festivities such as Frederick and Dorothea took delight in jesting, banquets, and dances followed each other in rapid succession, and the castle blazed with innumerable torches through the winter nights. It was a great change from the funereal blackness of the Castello of Milan and the desolate halls of Pavia, and the young Duchess enjoyed it to the full. The days sped by all too quickly, and so happy were the sisters in each other's company that the Elector invited Christina to stay over Christmas. The young Duchess accepted the proposal gleefully, and all were preparing to spend a joyous festival, when Montmorency received peremptory orders from the Queen Regent to bring her niece forthwith to Flanders. After this no delays were possible. The sisters parted sadly from each other, and the travellers once more took boat and sailed down the Rhine to Cologne. From here it was an easy journey to Aix-la-Chapelle, and through the friendly state of Clovis to Maastricht, and thence to Louvain and Brussels. On the 8th of December Christina set foot once more in the ancient palace of the Dukes of Brabant, and was clasped in her aunt's arms. 10 days afterwards she wrote a letter to inform the Emperor of her safe arrival, and of the good and loving welcome which she had received from Madame my aunt. She begged His Majesty to keep her still in his remembrance, and signed herself, your humble niece, Christian. 151 She was at home once more among her own people, and all the strange sights and scenes, all the wonderful experiences which she had known, in these 4 eventful years, seemed to fade away like a dream. But she had left Flanders a child, and she came back a woman. 4 September, 1537 The Clovis marriage. Christina's return was impatiently awaited at Brussels. The courtiers who remembered her mother, and had known her as a child, were eager to see the young Duchess, whose courage and wisdom had been shown in such trying circumstances. All through the summer her coming had been expected, and the regent was seriously annoyed at the prolonged delays which had hindered her niece's departure from Milan. Her heart yearned over the child from whom she had parted with so much reluctance. More than this, she had in her mind's eye a second husband ready for the young Duchess. This was William, the only son and heir of the reigning Duke of Clovis. A handsome and well-educated young man of 22, the young Duke had not yet developed that fatal weakness of purpose which proved his bane, and was to all appearances an excellent match for the Emperor's niece. The political advantages of the union were obvious. Duke John had married the heiress of Jülich and Berg, and reigned over 3 rich and peaceful provinces on the lower Rhine. He had always been on friendly terms with the Emperor, and when, a few months after the Duke of Milan's death, he asked for the young widow's hand on behalf of his son, Mary welcomed these advances gladly, and hastened to communicate them to the Emperor. 152 At first Charles replied coolly that, if the marriage with Angoulême could not be arranged, the proposals made by the King of Scotland or Clovis might be entertained. In October, 1536, Mary sent a confidential messenger, La Tilloye, to Genoa to learn the Emperor's pleasure in the matter, but nothing further was done. After the fresh outbreak of war in 1537, and the invasion of Artois by the French, Charles became more alive to the importance of the question, and wrote to his sister from Spain, saying that he had ordered the widow of Milan to go to the Low Countries, and hoped she would proceed at once to the conclusion of the marriage with Clovis. 153 At that moment all Mary's energies were absorbed in the struggle with France. She herself went to Lille to superintend military operations, and appeared on horseback in the trenches before Therouanne, where her courage excited the admiration of John Hutton, the English ambassador. "Let the king but tarry 15 days, she exclaimed, and I will show him what God may strengthen a woman to do." But, in spite of these brave words, Mary, as Hutton soon discovered, was sincerely desirous to end the war. "The Queen's anxiety for peace," he wrote home, "is as great as her ardour in war." 154 She knew the straits to which the Emperor was reduced and the exhaustion of the treasury. "The poverty of this country is so great," she wrote to Charles on the 9th of June, "that it is impossible to provide necessary funds for the war. We must have peace, or we are lost." 155 Under these circumstances she lent a willing ear to her sister Queen Eleanor's advances, and the 2 sisters had the satisfaction of arranging a truce at Baume, a village near Therouanne. The siege of this city was raised, the French evacuated the towns which they held, and on the 10th of September peace was ratified by the Emperor at Monzon. January, 1538. The succession of Guelders. Mary felt that she could once more breathe freely. She lost no time in renewing negotiations with the Duke of Clovis, and the proposed marriage became the talk of the court. The Queen, wrote Hutton, on the 2nd of September, from Bruges, where Mary was hunting after her wont and spending all day in the saddle, looked daily for the Duchess of Milan, who shall be married to the Duke of Clovis' son and heir. 156. A month later the Clovis envoys arrived at Brussels, and, after repeated interviews with the Queen and her council, returned, well satisfied, to obtain their master's consent to the terms of the contract. The news spread rapidly, and was reported by ambassadors from Spain and Germany, from Rome and Paris, with the same unanimity. Suddenly an unexpected event altered the face of affairs. Charles of Egmont, the fiery old Duke of Guelders, who had for many years been the Emperor's bitter enemy, fell ill, and, feeling his end to be near, summoned the estates of his realm to choose a successor. Since he had no issue, his own wish was to leave his states to the French king, but his subjects positively refused to be handed over to a foreign power, and chose the young Duke William of Clovis, who hastened to visit Nijmegen, where he was acclaimed by his future subjects. This was a clear breach of faith, since, by the treaty concluded a year before with the Emperor, Guelders was to pass into his hands at Charles of Egmont's death, and the ancient rights to the duchy which the House of Clovis formerly claimed had been already sold to the Dukes of Burgundy. 157. Mary's indignation was great. She wrote angrily to tell William of Clovis that Guelders was the property of the Emperor, and that if he persevered in his pretensions all idea of his marriage to her niece must be abandoned. The young Duke returned a courteous answer, saying that nothing could be farther from his thoughts than a breach of loyalty to the Emperor, and professing the utmost anxiety for the marriage. At the same time the old Duke's action excited great annoyance in Lorraine, where his nephew, the reigning Duke Anthony, claimed to be heir to Guelders, through his mother, Philippa of Egmont. An attempt to pacify him by reviving a former marriage contract between his son Francis and the Duke of Clovis's daughter and met with no encouragement, and ambassadors were sent to Guelders to enter a protest on the Duke of Lorraine's behalf. 158. But Charles of Egmont turned a deaf ear to all remonstrances, and on the 27th of January, 1538, William of Clovis received the homage of the states of Guelders, and was publicly recognized as the old Duke's successor. Such was the state of affairs when Christina reached Brussels on the 8th of December, 1537. Her faithful guardian, Montmorency, alludes to the Clovis marriage in the following letter, which he addressed to Cardinal Caracciolo on the 5th of January, 1538, I wrote last from Trent on the 26th of October, and since then have received several letters from you, and have duly informed the Duchess of their contents. She is very grateful for your kindness regarding her affairs, and begs you not to relax your efforts. As to Madame's marriage with Clovis, as far as I can learn, it will not take place, because the Duke has quarrelled with Lorraine, and Guelders is interfering. Negotiations, however, are not yet broken off. 3 months later he referred to the matter again in another letter, and this time expressed his conviction that the marriage would never take place. 159. Montmorency's own claims had not been forgotten. Soon after his return he married a lady of the Lannoy family, and was appointed bailiff of Alost. Both Charles and Mary treated him with marked favor, and employed him on important diplomatic missions. But he still held an honorary post in the Duchess's household, and never ceased to be her devoted servant. During the winter Hutton alluded repeatedly to the affair of Clovis in his letters to Cromwell, saying that the Duke had been recognized by the communes of Guelders as their liege lord, and that the Queen quite refused to let him wed the Duchess, although he was still eager for the alliance. All sorts of wild rumors were flying about, and an Italian merchant at Antwerp wrote to London that young Clovis was about to marry the daughter of Lorraine, with Guelders as her dowry. But on the 25th of January Hutton reported that the Queen had sent Nassau and Ypres to Duke William, to break off marriage negotiations and clear her of all former promises. 160 January, 1538 The Palace of Brabant. Christina herself was the person least concerned in these rumors. Princes and ministers might wrangle as they chose, they could not destroy the happiness of being in her old home, surrounded by familiar faces. The sound of the French tongue and the carillon in the towers were music in her ears. Three things above all impressed Italian travelers, like Guicciardini and Beatties, who came to the Low Countries for the first time: the cleanliness of the streets and houses, the green pastures with their herds of black and white cows, and the beautiful church bells. These were all delightful to the young Duchess, who had been so long absent from her old home. The city of Brussels, with its fine houses and noble churches, its famous Hôtel de Ville, and 350 fountains, was a pleasant town to live in. And the Palace of Brabant itself was a wonderful place. There was the great hall, with its lofty pointed arches, and priceless Burgundian tapestries, and the golden suns and silver moons recently brought back from the New World by Cortés, the conqueror of Mexico. The Queen gave Christina a suite of rooms close to her own, looking out on the glossy leaves and interwoven boughs of the labyrinth, and the gardens beyond, which Albert Dürer had called an earthly paradise, and which the Cardinal of Aragon's secretary pronounced to be as beautiful as any in Italy. 161 Here the young Duchess lived with her ladies and household, presided over by Benedetto da Corte and Niccolo Belloni. Every morning she attended Mass in the court chapel, and dined and spent the evenings with the Queen. On fine days, when Mary could spare time from public affairs, they rode out together and hunted the deer in the park, or took longer expeditions in the forest of Soignes. As fearless and almost as untiring a rider as her aunt, Christina was quite at home in the saddle, and followed the Queen's example of riding with her foot in the stirrup, an accomplishment which was new in those days, and excited Brantome's admiration. 162 The following Christmas was celebrated with great festivity at Brussels. The war was over, and the presence of a youthful princess gave new charm to court functions. Wherever Christina went she made herself beloved. Her quick wit and frank enjoyment of simple pleasures charmed everyone. Although in public she still wore heavy mourning robes after the Italian fashion, and hid away her bright chestnut locks under a black hood, in the evening, by her aunt's desire, she laid aside her weeds, and appeared clad in rich brocades and glittering jewels. Then she conversed freely with her aunt's ladies and with the foreign ambassadors, or played cards with the few great nobles who were admitted to the Queen's private circle: Henry, Count of Nassau, the proudest and richest lord in Flanders, the Duke of Aerschot and his wife, and de Croy, the heiress of the princes of Chimay, his sister, Madame de Bergen, Count Buren, and a few others. February, 1538 A perfect knight among them was one whom the young Duchess regarded with a special interest. This was the hero of Espole, René, Prince of Orange. The only son and heir of the great house of Nassau, René had inherited the Principality of Orange, in the south of France, from his uncle Philibert of Chalons, the imperialist leader who fell at the siege of Florence, and whose sister Claude was Henry of Nassau's first wife. As a child René had been Prince John of Denmark's favorite playmate, and Christina had not forgotten her brother's old friend. Now he had grown up a handsome and chivalrous prince, skilled in all knightly exercises. He had won his first laurels in the recent campaign, and was the foremost of the valiant band which surprised the citadel of Espole. The queen honored him with her especial favor, and, as the Nassau house stood close to the palace, the young prince was often in her company. When, on Shrove Sunday, a grand tournament was held at court, one troop, clad in blue, was led by Count Buren's eldest son, Floris d'Egmont, and the other by René, wearing the orange colors of his house, with the proud motto, Je maintiendrai. Christina looked down from her place at the queen's side on the lists where the gallant prince challenged all comers, and it was from her hand that the victor received the prize. Neither of them ever forgot that carnival. 163 footnotes, 128 potent sovereign, 1535. Archivio di Stato. 129 Burragazzo, 528. 130 G. de Leva, Storia documentata di Carlo V, etc., 3. 152 131 Granvelle, Papiers d'État, 2. 407, 446, 435. 132 Granvelle, 2. 407 133 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, V1, 586, Granvelle, 2. 417 134 Burragazzo, 532. 135 Museo Civico di Storia Patria, Pavia, 546. 136 L. Gotchard, Voyages de Souverains de Pays Bas, 2. 133 137 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, V2, 230. 138 Autografie di Principi, Archivio di Stato, see Appendix 2. 139 Aretino, Lettera, I-45. 140 Correspondance de Charles V avec de Montmorency, Seigneur de Corrières, Papiers d'État de l'Audience, No. 82, p. 1, Archives du Royaume, Bruxelles. 141 Carteggio con Montmorency, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 142 Autografie di Principi, Archivio di Stato, Milan, see Appendix 3. 143 Papiers d'État, 82. 2, 12, Archives du Royaume. 144 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, V2, 353. 145 Papiers d'État, 82, 8-10. 146 Papiers d'État, 82, 12. 147 Autografie di Principi, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 148 Carteggio con Montmorency, Conti di Coria, 1537-38, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 149 El Pastor, Geschichte di Pape Saint, 4. 375, M. Guazzo, 371. 150 Papiers d'État, 82, 13, Archives du Royaume, Bruxelles. 151 Papiers d'État, 82, 19, State Papers, Record Office, 8. 6, Calendar of State Papers, 12. 2, 415, 419. 152 Lands, 2. 657 153 Lands, 3. 667, 677. 154 State Papers, Record Office, 7. 695 155 Lands, 2. 675 156 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 12. 2. 231. 157 Hen, 7. 263 267. 158 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 13. 1. 35. 159 Cartegio Diplomatico, 1537-38, Archivio di Stato, Milan. 160 State Papers, 13. 1. 8, Record Office, 8. 27, 29. 161 El Pastor, Res de Cardinal Luigi di Aragona, 116. El Guicciardini, PC Bassi, 74. 162 Ovras, 12. 107 163 State Papers, Henry VIII, Record Office, 8. 16. Book 6 The Courtship of Henry VIII. 1537-1539 I. The widow of Milan's fate still hung in the balance. While Mary of Hungary had not yet lost all hope of marrying her to the Duke of Clovis, and Queen Eleanor was no less anxious to see her the wife of a French prince, fresh proposals reached Brussels from an unexpected quarter. This new suitor was none other than the Emperor's bel uncle, King Henry of England. This monarch, who had openly defied the laws of the Church, and after divorcing Charles's aunt, had pronounced Queen Catherine's daughter to be illegitimate, could hardly expect to find favor in the eyes of the regent. Mary's own opinion of Henry's character is frankly given in a very interesting letter which she wrote to her brother Ferdinand in May, 1536, when the King of England had sent Anne Boleyn to the block and made Jane Seymour his third wife. May, 1536 Henry VIII. And his wives I hope, she wrote, that the English will not do us much harm now we are rid of the King's mistress, who was a good French woman, and whom, as you have no doubt heard, he has beheaded, and since no one skillful enough to do the deed could be found among his own subjects, he sent for the executioner of S. Omer, in order that a Frenchman should be the minister of his vengeance. I hear that he has married another lady, who is said to be a good imperialist, although I do not know if she will remain so much longer. He is said to have taken a fancy to her before the last one's death, which, coupled with the fact that neither the poor woman nor any of those who were beheaded with her, saving one miserable musician, could be brought to acknowledge her guilt, naturally makes people suspect that he invented this pretext in order to get rid of her. It is to be hoped, if one can hope anything from such a man, that when he is tired of this wife he will find some better way of getting rid of her. Women, I think, would hardly be pleased if such customs became general, and with good reason, and although I have no wish to expose myself to similar risks, yet, as I belong to the feminine sex, I, too, will pray that God may preserve us from such perils. 164 But whatever Mary's private opinions were, political reasons compelled her to preserve a friendly demeanor towards King Henry. The English alliance was of the utmost importance to the trade of the Netherlands, and the enmity of France made it essential to secure Henry's neutrality, if not his active help. The death of Queen Catherine, as Cromwell wrote, had removed the one ally matter of unkindness between the two monarchs, and was soon followed by more friendly communications. When the news of Prince Edward's birth reached Spain, the Emperor held a long conversation with Sir Thomas Wyatt, the poet and scholar, who had been sent to the imperial court early in 1537. He expressed great pleasure at the news, laughing and talking pleasantly, inquiring after the size and goodliness of the child, and ended by saying frankly that he approved of the king's recent marriage as much as he had always disliked his union with Anne Boleyn 165. These last remarks must have fallen strangely on the ears of Wyatt, whose old intimacy with the hapless queen had nearly cost him his life, and whose death he lamented in some of his sweetest verse. But he was too good a courtier not to repeat them in his letters to Cromwell and the king. The news of the prince's birth was shortly followed by that of the Queen's death, which took place at Hampton Court on the 24th of October. "Divine Providence," said the royal widower, "has mingled my joy for the son which it has pleased God to give me with the bitterness of the death of her who brought me this happiness." December, 1537. Marie de Guise Cromwell wrote to inform Lord William Howard, the special envoy who had taken the news of the prince's birth to France, of her grace's death, and in the same letter desired him to bring back particulars of two French ladies who had been recommended as suitable successors to the late queen, since his majesty, moved by tender zeal for his subjects, had already resolved to marry again. One of these was King Francis's plain but accomplished daughter Margaret, who eventually married the Duke of Savoy, although Cromwell, knowing his master's tastes, remarked that, from what he heard, he did not think she would be the meetest. 166. The other was Mary, Duchess of Longueville, the eldest daughter of Claude de Guise, brother of the Duke of Lorraine. The charms of this young widow were renowned at the French court, and the English ambassador's reports of her modesty and beauty inspired Henry with an ardent wish to make her his wife. Even before Jane Seymour was in her grave, he attacked the French ambassador, Castellan, on the subject, and suggested that both these princesses, and any other ladies whom the King of France could recommend, might be sent to meet him at Calais. 167. Francis, who was more gallant in his relations with women than his brother of England, laughed long and loudly when this message reached him, and sent Castellan word that royal princesses could not be trotted out like hackney horses for hire. He quite declined to allow his daughter to enter the lists, and as for Madame de Longueville, whom the king was pleased to honor with his suit, she was already promised to his son-in-law, the King of Scots. This fickle monarch, who had courted Dorothea and Christina by turn, and finally married Madeleine de Valois, had lost his young wife at the end of 6 months, and was already in search of another. At the same time Francis sent his royal brother word that he should count it a great honor if he could find a bride in his realm, and that any other lady in France was at his command. 168. But Henry was not accustomed to have his wishes thwarted, and in December, 1537, he sent a gentleman of his chamber, Sir Peter Mudez, on a secret mission to Joinville, the Duke of Guise's castle on the borders of Lorraine, to wait on Madame de Longueville, and find out if her word was already pledged. Both Madame de Longueville and her clever mother, Antoinette de Bourbon, returned evasive answers, saying that the Duke of Guise had agreed to the marriage with King James, but that his daughter's consent had never been given. This reply encouraged Henry to persevere with his suit, while Mudez's description of the Duchess's beauty, in Castellan's words, set the tow on fire. He complained that his brother had behaved shamefully in preferring the beggarly King of Scots to him, and was forcing the lady to marry James against her will. In vain Castellan told him that Madame de Longueville had been promised to the King of Scots before Queen Jane's death, and that Francis could not break his word without mortally offending his old ally and son-in-law. Nothing daunted, Henry sent Mudez again to Joinville in February, 1538, to obtain Madame de Longueville's portrait, and ask if she were still free. This time his errand proved fruitless. The marriage with the King of Scots was already concluded, and the contract signed. Nevertheless, Henry still harped on the same string. Il revient toujours à ses moutons, wrote Castellan, et ne peut pas oublier sa bergère. Truly he is a marvelous man. 169. Meanwhile Cromwell, who had no personal inclination for the French alliance, was making inquiries in other directions. Early in December, while Mudis was on his way to Joinville, the Lord Privy Seal wrote privately to Hutton, desiring him to send him a list of ladies in Flanders who would be suitable consorts for the king. In a letter written on the 4th of December, the ambassador replied that he had little knowledge of ladies, and feared he knew no one at the regent's court meet to be Queen of England. December, 1537. A goodly person, the widow of Count Egmont, he wrote, was a fair woman of good report, and the Duke of Clovis had a marriageable daughter, but he heard no great praise of her person or beauty. There is, he added, the Duchess of Milan, whom I have not seen, but who is reported to be a goodly personage of excellent beauty. 175 days later Hutton wrote again, to announce the arrival of the Duchess, who entered Brussels on the 8th, and was received by a great company of honourable gentlemen. She is, I am informed, of the age of 16 years, very high in stature for that age, higher, in fact, than the regent, and a goodly personage of competent beauty, of favour excellent, soft of speech, and very gentle in countenance. She weareth mourning apparel, after the manner of Italy. The common saying here is that she is both widow and maid. She resembleth much one Mistress Skelton 171 that sometime waited in court upon Queen Anne. She used most to speak French, albeit it is reported that she can speak both Italian and High German. The same evening Hutton added these further details in a postscript addressed to Cromwell's secretary, Thomas Wriothesley: if it were God's pleasure and the King's, I would there were some good alliance made betwixt his Highness and the Emperor, and there is none in these parts of personage, beauty, and birth, like unto the Duchess of Milan. She is not so pure white as was the late Queen, whose soul God pardon, but she hath a singular good countenance, and when she chanceth to smile, there appeareth two pits in her cheeks and one in her chin, the which becometh her right excellently well. 172. The honest Englishman's first impressions of Christina were evidently very favourable. During the next week he watched her carefully, and was much struck by the great majesty of her bearing and charm of her manners. At the same time he expressed his earnest conviction that, now peace was concluded between the Emperor and the French King, a close alliance between his own master and the Emperor was the more necessary, and suggested that a marriage between Henry and the Duchess, and another between the Princess Mary and the Duke of Clovis, would be very advantageous to both monarchs, who would then have all Germany at their command. Cromwell lost no time in placing these letters in his master's hands. Hutton's account of the Duchess's beauty and virtues made a profound impression on the king, and, since Madame de Longueville was beyond his reach, he determined to pay his addresses to the Emperor's niece. With characteristic impetuosity, he wrote to Wyatt on the 22nd of January, saying that, as the Duchess of Milan's match with the Duke of Clovis was broken off, he thought of honouring her with an offer of marriage. This he desired Wyatt to suggest as of himself, in conversation with the Emperor and his ministers, Granvelle and Covos, giving them a friendly hint to make overtures on behalf of the said Duchess. 173 January, 1538. King Henry's suit. Strangely enough, 2 years before Charles had himself proposed this alliance between his niece and the King of England. In May, 1536, when he was hurrying northwards to defend Savoy against the French, the news of Anne Boleyn's fall reached him at Vercelli. Without a moment's delay he wrote to Chappuis, his ambassador in London, saying that, since Henry, being of so amorous a complexion, was sure to take another wife, and it was most important that he should not marry in France, Chappuis might propose his union with one of the Emperor's nieces, either Queen Eleanor's daughter, the Infanta Maria of Portugal, or the widowed Duchess of Milan, a beautiful young lady, very well brought up, and with a rich dower. And then, as if a qualm had seized him at the thought of sacrificing Christina to a man of Henry's character, he added a postscript desiring the ambassador not to mention the Duchess unless His Majesty should appear averse to the other 174. By the time, however, that these letters reached London, it was plain that the fickle monarch's affections were already fixed on Jane Seymour, and nothing more came of the Emperor's proposal until, in January, 1538, Henry himself wrote to Wyatt. Sir Thomas, who knew his royal master intimately, hastened to approach the Emperor, and on the 2nd of February Charles wrote from Barcelona to Chappuis, saying that, although royal ladies ought by right to be sought, not offered, in marriage, the king's language was so frank and sincere that he was willing to waive ceremony, and lend a favorable ear to his brother's proposal. Before these letters reached the imperial ambassador, he received a message from Henry, saying that he wished to treat of his own marriage with the Duchess of Milan, being convinced that a princess born and bred in northern climes would suit him far better than the Portuguese infanta. The next day Cromwell paid a visit to Chappuis, and confirmed every word of the royal message. 175. On the eve of Valentine's Day Henry saw Castellan, and told him in bitter tones that, if his master did not choose to give him Madame de Longueville, he could find plenty of better matches, and meant to marry the Duchess of Milan and conclude a close alliance with the Emperor. 176. On the same day the German reformer Melanchthon, writing from Jena to a Lutheran friend, summed up the situation neatly in the following words: the widow of Milan, daughter of Christian, the captive king of Denmark, was brought to Germany to wed the young Duke of Juliers. This is now changed, for Juliers becomes heir to Guelders, against the emperor's will, and the girl is offered to the Englishmen, whom the Spaniards, aiming at universal empire, would join to themselves against the Frenchmen and us. There is grave matter for your consideration. 177. 2. The ball was now set rolling, but, as Chappuis foretold, there were many difficulties in the way. For the moment, however, all went well. Henry sent Hutton orders to watch the Duchess closely, and report on all her words, deeds, and looks. In obedience to these commands, the ambassador hung about the palace from early morning till late at night, was present at supper and card parties, attended the Queen out riding and hunting, and lost no opportunity of entering into conversation with Christina herself. February, 1538. Hutton's advances. One evening towards the end of February a page brought him some letters from the Duchess's servant, Gian Battista Ferrari, who had friends among the Italian merchants in London, with a request that the ambassador would forward them by his courier. The next morning, after Mass, when the Queen passed into the council chamber, Hutton took advantage of this opportunity to thank the Duchess most humbly for allowing him to do her this small service. Christina replied, with a gracious smile, that she would not have ventured to give him this trouble, had she not been as ready herself to do him any pleasure that lay in her power. It was stormy weather. For 3 days and nights it had rained without ceasing, and courtiers and ladies alike found the time hang heavy on their hands. This weather liked not the Queen, remarked Christina, who was standing by an open window looking out on the park. She is thereby penned up, and cannot ride abroad to hunt. As she spoke, the wind drove the rain with such violence into her face that she was obliged to draw back farther into the room, and Hutton, growing bolder, asked if it were true that the Duchess herself loved hunting. Nothing better, replied Christina, laughing, and she seemed as if she would gladly have prolonged the conversation. But then 2 ancient gentlemen drew near. Master Bernadotte Court, her Grand Master, who, next to Monsieur de Courrières, is chief about her, and another, and, with a parting bow, the Duchess retired to her own rooms. She speaked French, adds Hutton in reporting this interview to Cromwell, and seemeth to be of few words. And in her speaking she lispeth, which doth nothing misbecome her. I cannot in anything perceive but she should be of much soberness, very wise, and no less gentle. 178 Among the ladies who came to court for the carnival fetes, Hutton found a friend in the Duke of Ayrshot's sister, Madame de Bergen, a lively lady whom he had known in the town of Bergen op Zoom, where he had spent much time as governor of the merchant adventurers. The Dutch merchants in the city had presented him with a house, an honor which the ambassador appreciated highly, although he complained that it led him into great extravagance, and that the furniture, tapestries, and pictures, necessary for its adornment, plucked the lining out of his purse, and left him as rich as a newly shorn sheep. 179 March, 1538 Mr. One day Madame de Bergen saw Hutton in the act of delivering a packet of letters which Wyatt had forwarded from Barcelona to the Queen, and her curiosity was excited by the warmth of Mary's thanks. That evening she invited the English ambassador to dinner to meet her kinsman the Bishop of Liege, a goodly personage, remarks Hutton, but a man of little learning and less discretion, and, like most bishops in these parts, very unfit for his office. When this secular ecclesiastic retired, the Lady Marchioness, whose tongue always wagged freely, asked Hutton if the letters which he had delivered to the Queen came from England, and confessed that she hoped they contained good news regarding the Duchess of Milan, whose beauty, wisdom, and great gentleness, she could not praise too highly. She told him that he would have been amazed had he seen Christina gorgeously apparelled as she was the day before, and confided to him that the Duchess was having her portrait taken by the court painter, Bernard van Orley, and had promised to give it to her. Hutton begged to be allowed to borrow the picture in order to show it to his wife, and told Cromwell that as soon as he could secure the portrait he would send it to England. Accordingly, on the 9th of March the ambassador received the picture, which Madame de Bergen begged him to accept as her gift, and sent a servant to bear it without delay to the Lord Privy Seal's house in St. James's. Late on the following evening, much to the ambassador's surprise, a young Shropshire gentleman, named Mr. Philip Hoby, who had lately entered Cromwell's service, appeared at his lodgings, accompanied by the king's painter, Master Hans Holbein. At this time the German master was at the height of his reputation. Since 1536, when he entered Henry's service as court painter, he had executed some of his finest portraits, including the famous picture of the king in Whitehall Palace, the superb portrait of Queen Jane, and that of Cromwell himself, which is so marvellous a revelation of character. Now the Lord Privy Seal sent him across the Channel to take a sketch of the Duchess of Milan, and bring it back with all possible dispatch. Hutton's first idea was to send a messenger to stop the bearer of the Flemish portrait, fearing it might give a wrong impression of the lady, since it was not so perfect as the cause required, and as the said Mr. Hans could make it. But his servant had already sailed, and the ambassador could only beg Cromwell to await Master Hans's return before he formed any opinion of the Duchess. The next morning he waited on the Queen, and informed her how the Lord Privy Seal, having received secret overtures from the imperial ambassador for a marriage between the King's Majesty and her Grace of Milan, thought the best way to approach the king was to show him a portrait of the Duchess. And forasmuch as his lordship heard great commendation of the form, beauty, wisdom, and other virtuous qualities, with which God had endowed the Duchess, he could perceive no means more meet for the advancement of the same than to procure her perfect picture, for which he had sent a man very excellent in the making of physiognomies. After long and elaborate explanation, Hutton asked humbly if his lordship's servant might salute the Duchess, and beg her to appoint a time and place for the painter to accomplish his task. March, 1538 Holbein's portrait. Mary was evidently greatly surprised to hear of the ambassador's errand. She started from her chair in amazement, but, quickly recovering composure, she sat down again, and listened attentively till Hutton had done speaking. Then she thanked him and Lord Cromwell for their goodwill to the Emperor, and said that she had no objection to grant his request, and that he should see the Duchess herself. With these few words she rose and passed into the council chamber. Presently Christina entered the room, attended by two ladies. She listened graciously to Hutton's message, expressed her gratitude to Lord Cromwell for his kind intentions, and sent Benedetto da Corte back with him to meet the English gentleman. Fortunately, Philip Hoby was a pleasant and cultivated young man who could speak Italian fluently. He conversed for some time with Messer Benedetto, much to Hutton's envy and admiration, and at 2 o'clock that afternoon was conducted by him into the presence of the Duchess. Cromwell had given Hoby minute instructions as to his behavior on this occasion, and had composed a long and elaborate speech which he was to deliver to Christina herself. The said Philip shall, as of himself, express a wish that it might please the king, now a widower, to advance her grace to the honour of Queen of England, considering her virtuous qualities were a great deal more than ever was notified, and for a great confirmation of amity and love to continue between the Emperor's Majesty and the King's Highness. Hoby was charged to take careful note of the Duchess's answers, gestures, and expression, and was especially to note if she seemed favourably inclined to these proposals, in order that he might be able to satisfy Henry's anxiety on the subject. 180 Philip Hoby was too accomplished a courtier not to discharge his errand with tact and courtesy. The Duchess was graciously pleased to accede to his request, and at 1 o'clock the next day Holbein was ushered by Messer Benedetto into his mistress's presence. The time allowed for the sitting was short, but Master Hans was an adept at his art, and had already taken drawings in this swift and masterly fashion of all the chief personages at the English court. Having but 3 hours' space, wrote Hutton, he showed himself to be master of that science. For his picture is very perfect, the other is but slobbered in comparison to it, as by the sight of both your lordship shall well perceive. 181 An hour afterwards Hoby and the painter both took leave of the Duchess and started for England. In order to avoid suspicion and observe the strict secrecy enjoined by Cromwell, Hoby did not even seek a farewell audience from the Regent, who contented herself with sending friendly greetings to the Lord Privy Seal, saying that he should hear from her more at large through the imperial ambassadors. March, 1538, at Hampton Court the precious sketch, from which Holbein afterwards made the great table 182 which hung in the Palace of Westminster until Henry's death, was safely delivered into Cromwell's hands, and shown by him to the king on the 18th of March. Henry was singularly pleased with the portrait, and, as his courtiers noticed, seemed to be in better humour than for months past. For the first time since Queen Jane's death he sent for his musicians, and made them play to him all the afternoon and evening. 2 days afterwards he went to Hampton Court, and gave orders for new and sumptuous buildings at this riverside palace. After that he returned to Whitehall by water, accompanied by his whole troop of musicians, paid a visit to his brother-in-law's wife, Catherine, Duchess of Suffolk, and resumed his old habit of going about with a few of his favourites in masks. A sure sign, remarked Chipwis, that he is going to marry again. The imperial ambassadors, Chipwis and his colleague Don Diego Mendoza, were now treated with extraordinary civility. They were invited to Hampton Court, where Henry entertained them at a splendid banquet, and showed them his fine new lodgings and the priceless tapestries and works of art with which Cardinal Wolsey had adorned this magnificent house. The next day they were taken to the royal manor of Nonsuch to see the little prince, one of the prettiest children you ever saw, and his sister, Madame Elizabeth, who is also a sweet little girl. Then they went on to Richmond to visit Princess Mary, who played to them with rare skill on both spinet and lute, and spoke of her cousin the Emperor in terms of the deepest gratitude. The French ambassadors, Castellan and the Bishop of Tarbes, who arrived at Hampton Court just as the imperial envoys were leaving, were received with marked coolness, a treatment, as Chipwis shrewdly remarks, no doubt artfully designed to excite their jealousy. 183 March, 1538 Christina's charm. The sight of Holbein's portrait revived Henry's wish to see Christina, and he pressed Chipwis earnestly to induce his good sister the Queen of Hungary to bring her niece to meet him at Calais. But on this point Mary was obdurate. She told the ambassador that this was out of the question, and although she wrote civilly to the Lord Privy Seal, thanking him for his good offices, she complained bitterly to Chipwis of Cromwell's extraordinary proceeding in sending the painter to Brussels, and laid great stress on her condescension in allowing him to take her niece's portrait. So far Charles himself had never written fully to his sister on the subject, and Mary asked Chipwis repeatedly if these proposals really came from the Emperor, and if the King and Cromwell were sincere. As for her part, she believed these flattering words were merely intended to deceive her. Chipwis could only assure her that both Henry and his minister were very much in earnest. When the courier arrived from Spain, the king was bitterly disappointed because there was no letter from Charles, and sent Cromwell twice to implore the ambassadors, for God's sake, to tell him if they had any good news to impart. On Lady Day the minister came to Chipwis's lodgings, and, after 2 hours' earnest conversation, went away somewhat consoled. The next day Henry sent for the ambassadors, and discussed the subject in the frankest, most familiar manner, ending by saying with a merry laugh, "You think it a good joke, I trow, to see me in love at my age." In his impatience, Henry complained that Hutton was remiss in his duties, and did not say enough about the Duchess in his dispatches. Yet the excellent ambassador was unremitting in his attendance on her grace, and spent many hours daily at court, watching her closely when she danced or played at cards, and telling the king that he felt satisfied that her great modesty and gentleness proceeded from no want of wit, but that she was rather to be esteemed wisest among the wise. 184 From the day of Hoby's visit Christina treated Hutton with marked friendliness, and threw aside much of her reserve in talking with him. On the bright spring days, when the Queen and her niece hunted daily in the forest, the Englishman seldom failed to accompany them. He admired the Duchess's bold horsemanship, and was much struck by the evident delight which she and her aunt took in this favourite sport. By way of ingratiating himself with Mary, he presented her with 4 couple of English hounds, the fairest that he had ever seen, and a fine gelding, which made Christina remark that he had done the Queen a great pleasure, and that she had never seen her aunt so well mounted. Hutton hastened to reply that, since her grace was good enough to admire the horse, he would do his utmost to secure another as good for her own use, which offer she accepted graciously. 185 All these incidents naturally provoked attention, and, in spite of the secrecy with which the negotiations were carried on, the king's marriage with the Duchess of Milan was freely discussed both in Flanders and in England. "Few Englishmen," wrote the Duke of Norfolk to Cromwell on the 6th of April, "will regret the King of Scots' marriage to Madame de Longueville, hoping that one of Burgundian blood may have the place she might have had." 186 And the report that after Easter the king was going to meet his future bride at Calais became so persistent that even Castellan believed it, and complained to his royal master of the strange alteration in Henry's behavior, and of the marvelous haughtiness and coldness with which he was now treated. 187 3. March, 1538 Marriage negotiations. On the 27th of March the imperial ambassadors dined at the Lord Privy Seal's house, to meet Archbishop Cranmer, Chancellor Audley, Thomas Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, the Lord High Admiral Southampton, and 2 other bishops, who were the commissioners appointed to treat of 2 royal marriages. One of these was the long-planned union of Princess Mary with the infant Don Louis of Portugal, brother of the reigning king, which was the ostensible object of Don Diego's mission to England. The other was the king's own marriage with the Duchess, which Henry sent word must be arranged at once, since until this was concluded he absolutely refused to treat of his daughter's alliance with the infant. As they sat down at table, by way of benedicite, remarks Chipwis, the king's deputies began by rejoicing to think they had not to deal with Frenchmen, and pouring scorn on their mendacious habits. But before the end of the meeting many difficulties had arisen. First of all, the English commissioners demanded that the Count Palatine should renounce all his wife's rights to the crown of Denmark without compensation. Then the question of the papal dispensation, which was necessary owing to Christina's relationship to Catherine of Aragon, was moot, and, as Chipwis soon realized, was likely to prove an insuperable difficulty, since nothing would induce Henry to recognize the Pope's authority. 188 During the next few weeks several meetings between the commissioners took place, and the ambassadors were repeatedly admitted to confer with the king and his privy council, but little progress was made, and Chipwis informed the regent that there was even less hope of agreement than there had been at first. Henry on his part complained loudly of the coldness of the imperial envoys, and of their evident desire to push forward the Portuguese marriage and drop his own, which was the one thing for which he really cared. 189 An attempt to effect some mode of reconciliation between him and the Pope only incensed Henry, who sent 2 doctors of law, Bonner and Haynes, to Madrid, to protest against the meeting of a general council, and to point out how the bishops of Rome wrested scripture to the maintenance of their lusts and worldly advantage. And he told Don Diego angrily that the meeting of a council would do him the worst injury in the world, since if he refused to attend it he would be cut off from the rest of Christendom. 190 To add to the king's ill temper, he was suffering from a return of the ulcers in the leg from which he had formerly suffered, and for some days his condition excited serious alarm. May, 1538 Louise de Guise on his recovery, Castellan, who had been looking on with some amusement while the emperor's folk were busy brewing marriages, approached his majesty with flattering words, and tried to instill suspicions of Cromwell into his mind. Henry swallowed the bait greedily, and the French ambassador's remarks on his favorite's great Spanish passion rankled in his mind to so great an extent that he sent for Cromwell and rated him soundly, telling him that he was quite unfit to meddle in the affairs of kings. The wily Frenchman, satisfied that the only way of managing this wayward monarch was to make him fall in love, took advantage of his present mood to speak to him of the Queen of Scotland's sister, Louise de Guise, whom he described as being quite as beautiful as herself, with the additional advantage of being a maid, and not a widow. Henry, who was on his way to Mass when Castellan made the suggestion, slapped him familiarly on the back, and laughed, saying he must hear more of this young lady. The next day the controller of the king's household was sent to ask the ambassador for particulars about Mademoiselle de Guise, and was told that she was so like Madame de Longueville that you would hardly know the sisters apart, and that a Scotchman who had seen both, wondered how King James could prefer Mary to so lovely a creature as Louise. The French ambassador now found himself overwhelmed with attentions. The king sent him presents of venison and artichokes from his gardens, invited him to spend Sunday at Greenwich, and, when the plague broke out in London, lent him the beautiful old house in Chelsea which had belonged to Sir Thomas More, as a country residence. 191 The wedding of King James was finally celebrated at Châteaudun on the 9th of May, and, hearing that the Duke of Guise and his fair daughter Louise had accompanied the new queen to Havre, Henry sent Philip Hoby across the Channel to see Mademoiselle de Guise and have her picture painted. These orders were duly executed, and Louise's portrait, probably painted by Holbein, was placed in the king's hands. But, although Henry did not find the portrait ugly, he was now anxious to see Louise's younger sister, Renée, who was said to be still more beautiful, and would not be put off when Castellan told him that she was about to take the veil in a convent at Reims. "No doubt," remarked Montmorency, the Constable of France, "as King Henry has made himself Pope in his own country, he would prefer a nun to any other princess." 192. Nothing would now satisfy Henry but that the French king or queen should meet him at Calais with the Duke of Guise's daughters, Mademoiselle de Lorraine, and Mademoiselle de Vendôme, who had all been recommended to his notice. When the English envoy, Brian, proposed this to Queen Eleanor, she replied indignantly that she was not a keeper of harlots, and the constable told Castellan once more that French princesses were not to be trotted out like hackneys at a fair. At last the ambassador, tired of repeating that this plan was impossible, asked Henry if the knights of King Arthur's Round Table had ever treated ladies in such a fashion. This brought the king to his senses. He reddened and hesitated, and, after rubbing his nose for some moments, said that his proposal might have sounded a little uncivil, but he had been so often deceived in these matters that he could trust no one but himself. 193. Still Henry would not give up all hope of winning the fair Louise, and towards the end of August he sent Philip Hoby on a fresh errand to Joinville. As before, he was to take Holbein with him, and, after viewing well the younger sister, asked the Duchess of Guise for leave to take the portraits of both her daughters, Louise and Renée, in one fair table. Hoby was to explain that he had business in these parts, and that, since he had already made acquaintance with Mademoiselle de Guise at Havre, he could not pass Joinville without saluting her. On leaving Joinville he was to proceed to the Duke of Lorraine's court, and inform him that the Lord Privy Seal, having heard that His Excellency had a daughter of excellent quality, begged that the king's painter might be allowed to take her portrait. On the 30th of August the travellers reached Joinville, as we learn from the following letter addressed by the Duchess of Guise to her eldest daughter in Scotland, August, 1538. Holbein at Joinville. It is but 2 days since the King of England's gentleman who was at Havre, and the painter, were here. The gentleman came to see me, pretending that he was on his way to find the Emperor, and, having heard that Louise was ill, would not pass by without inquiring after her, that he might take back news of her health to the king his master. He begged to be allowed to see her, which he did, although it was a day when the fever was on her, and repeated the same words which he had already said to me. He then told me that, as he was so near Lorraine, he meant to go on to Nancy to see the country. I have no doubt that he was going there to draw Mademoiselle's portrait, in the same way that he has drawn the others, and so I sent down to the gentleman's lodgings, and found that the said painter was there. Since then they have been at Nancy, where they spent a day and were well feasted and entertained, and at every meal the maitre d'hotel ate with them, and many presents were made them. That is all I know yet, but you see that, at the worst, if you do not have your sister for a neighbor, you may yet have your cousin. 194. This time Hoby's journey was evidently unsuccessful. Louise was ill of intermittent fever, and Renée had already been sent to the convent at Reims, where she was afterwards professed, and it is clear from Antoinette's letters that she had no wish to marry either of her daughters to Henry. A month before, on the 3rd of August, she wrote to the Queen of Scotland, "I have heard nothing more of the proposals which you know of," and again on the 18th, "I have begged your father to speak of these affairs to the king, that we may be rid of them if possible, for no one could ever be happy with such a man." 195. As for Anne de Lorraine, in spite of many excellent qualities, she lacked the beauty and charm of her cousins, and, as her aunt Antoinette said, "Elle est bien honnête, mais pas si belle que je voudrais." 196. August, 1538. Henry's scruples. The result of these disappointments was to revive Henry's wish to marry Christina. Several times in the course of the summer Castellan remarked that this monarch was still hankering after the Duchess of Milan, and had repeatedly tried to induce the regent to bring her niece to meet him at Brussels. "The king my master," said Cromwell to Chappuis, "will never marry one, who is to be his companion for life, without he has first seen and known her." 197. In a long and careful paper of instructions which Henry drew up for the ambassador Wyatt, he lays great stress on this point. His Grace, prudently considering how that marriage is a bargain of such nature as may endure for the whole life of man, and a thing whereof the pleasure and quiet, or the displeasure and torment, doth much depend, think that to be most necessary, both for himself and the party with whom it shall please God to join him in marriage, that the one might see the other before the time that they should be so affianced, which point his Highness hath largely set forth heretofore to the emperors. Ambassador. 198. But on her side Mary was equally inflexible. Nothing would induce her to take a step forward in this direction, and even Hutton began to realize how coldly the marriage overtures were received at Brussels. The Queen never failed to ask after the King's health or to express her anxiety for the strengthening of the ancient friendship between the realm of England and the House of Burgundy, but when the ambassador ventured to allude to the subject of her niece's preferment, she invariably gave an evasive reply. Since both the Queen and the Duchess spent much of the summer hunting in the forest of Soignes, or in more distant parts, Hutton seldom had an opportunity of seeing Christina. Her servants were still very friendly, especially the Lord Benedictcourt, as Hutton calls the Italian master of her household. One evening in June, when Hutton had been at court, Benedetto came back to supper with him, whether of his own accord or at his mistress's command the Englishman could not tell. As they walked along the street, Benedetto asked the ambassador if he had brought the Queen any good news about the Duchess. Hutton replied that the first good news must come from the Emperor, and, to his mind, was a long time upon the road. The old man looked up to heaven, and said devoutly, "I pray God that I may live to see her given to your master, even if I die the next day. But," he added significantly, "there is one doubt in the matter." Hutton asked eagerly what this might be, upon which Benedetto explained that, as the king's first wife, the Lady Catherine, was near of kin to the Duchess, the marriage could not be solemnized without the Pope's dispensation, and this he feared His Majesty would never accept. The ambassador replied warmly that he did not know what might be against the Bishop of Rome's laws, but that he was quite sure his master would do nothing against God's laws. Then they sat down to supper with other guests, and nothing further was said on the subject. But the old Italian knew what he was talking about, and the papal dispensation proved to be the one insuperable obstacle which stood in the way of a settlement. 199 September, 1538 Death of Hutton. Another of Christina's servants, Gian Battista Ferrari, paid a visit to England this summer, and brought back glowing accounts of the beauties of London and the splendours of King Henry's court. He had an Italian friend named Ponizzone, who was one of the royal equerries, and had been sent over to England with some Barbary horses from the Gonzaga stables. Ponizzone introduced him to Cromwell, who entertained him hospitably, and sent him back to tell his mistress all that he had seen and done at the court of Whitehall. Christina was exceedingly curious to hear Battista's account of his visit, and was surprised when he told her that England was as beautiful as Italy. When she proceeded to inquire if he had seen the king, Battista replied that he had been fortunate enough to be received by His Majesty, and broke into ecstatic praises of Henry's comeliness, gracious manners, and liberality. The Duchess said that she had often heard praises of his grace, and was glad to know from Battista's lips that they were true. After supper she sent for him again, and he informed her that Chappuis had told him the marriage would shortly be concluded. At this it seemeth she did much rejoice. So at least Battista assured Hutton. 200 Ferrari himself was evidently very anxious to see his mistress Queen of England, and in a letter which he addressed on the 7th of September to his friend, Guglielmo Pani zone scudier del invictissimo re di Inghilterra Olandra, alla corte di sua maesta, he wrote, Madama the Duchess, my mistress, loves the king truly, and proceeded to send commendations to the Lord Privy Seal, Signor Filippo, Hoby, Portinari, and others. This letter contained one sad piece of news. The ambassador here is said to be dying. I am grieved because of the friendship between us and his excellent qualities. The next one we have will, I hope, be yourself. 201 Battista's news was true. Honest John Hutton, the popular governor of the merchant adventurers, fell ill at Antwerp, and died there on the 5th of September. His genial nature had made him a general favorite, and he was lamented by everyone at court. It is a great loss, wrote Don Diego to Cromwell, because he was so good a servant and so merry and honest a soul. To his own master, the emperor, he remarked that the English ambassador who had just died was a jovial, good-natured man, but more fit for courtly functions and social intercourse than grave political business, for which he had neither taste nor capacity. 202-4. The meeting of the Emperor and King of France at Aigues-Mortes in July, 1538, produced a marked change in the political situation. This interview, which the Pope had failed to bring about at Nice, was finally effected by Queen Eleanor, and the two monarchs, who had not met since Francis was a prisoner at Madrid, embraced each other, dined together, and ended by swearing an inviolable friendship. The truce was converted into a lasting peace, and several marriages between the two families were discussed in a friendly and informal manner. Never, wrote the constable to Castellan, were there two faster friends than the king and emperor, and I do not for a moment imagine that His Imperial Majesty will ever allow the widow of Milan to marry King Henry. So do not believe a single word that you hear in England. 203 August, 1538 Cromwell and Chappuis. This unexpected reconciliation was a bitter pill to Henry and Cromwell. The French and Imperial ambassadors at Whitehall exchanged the warmest congratulations, and did not fail to indulge in a hearty laugh at King Henry's expense. On the 21st of August Chappuis and Don Diego followed the court to Ampthill, where the king was hunting, and were entertained by Cromwell at one of his own manors. As they sat down to dinner, the Lord Privy Seal asked brusquely if it were true that the king and emperor had made peace, to which the ambassadors replied in the affirmative. He then proceeded to start a variety of disagreeable topics. First he remarked that he heard the Turk was already in Belgrade, next he said that the young Duke of Clovis had taken possession of Gelderland, upon which Chappuis retaliated by expatiating on the perfect friendship and understanding between Charles and Francis. After dinner they were admitted into the king's presence, and informed him that the Queen of Hungary had received the powers necessary for the conclusion of the Duchess's marriage, and wished to recall Don Diego in order that he might draw up the contract. Henry expressed great sorrow at parting from the Spaniard, and, drawing him apart, begged him to induce the Queen to treat directly with him, repeating 2 or 3 times that he was growing old, and could not put off taking a wife any longer. Meanwhile Cromwell was telling Chappuis, in another corner of the hall, how much annoyed the king had been to hear that the emperor was treating of his niece's marriage with the Duke of Clovis, which would make people say either that she had refused the king or else had only accepted Henry after refusing Clovis. Chappuis stoutly denied the truth of this report, and Cromwell confessed that the king was very eager for the marriage, and, if there were any difficulty about the Duchess's dowry, he would gladly give her 20,000 crowns out of his own purse. 204 As the ambassadors were putting on their riding boots, Cromwell ran after Don Diego with a present from his master of £400, after which they returned to London and dined in Chelsea with Castellan, to meet Madame de Montreuil, the lady-in-waiting of the late Queen Madeleine of Scotland, who was returning to France. They all spent a merry evening, laughing over King Henry's matrimonial plans, and Castellan declared that the King and Lord Privy Seal were so much perturbed at his master's alliance with the Emperor that they hardly knew if they were in heaven or on earth. 205 September, 1538 Stephen von Don Diego arrived in Flanders to find general rejoicings, gunshots and melody and jesting were the order of the day, and an English merchant declared that the proud Spaniards were ready to challenge all the world. Queen Mary marked the occasion by honoring her favorite, Count Henry of Nassau, with a visit at his castle of Breda in Holland. The beautiful gardens and vast orchards planted in squares, after the fashion of Italy, which excited the Cardinal of Aragon's admiration, were in their summer beauty, and a series of magnificent fêtes were given in honor of the Queen and her companion, the Duchess of Milan. The Count was assisted in doing the honors by his third wife, the Marchioness of Zaneta, a rich Spanish heiress, whom the Emperor had given him in marriage, and his son René, Prince of Orange. The presence of Christina at Breda on this occasion, and the attentions that were paid her by her hosts, naturally gave rise to a report that she was about to wed the prince, and Cromwell told Don Diego before he left Dover that this rumor had caused the king great annoyance. 206 But the festivities at Breda met with a tragic close. On the day after the royal ladies left the castle, Henry of Nassau died very suddenly, and Don Diego heard the sad news when he reached the castle gates, on his way to salute his kinswoman, the Marchioness. The ambassador now hastened to court, and craved an audience of the Queen to deliver King Henry's letters, but he found her little inclined to attend to business, and engaged in preparations to pay a visit to King Francis, who had gallantly invited her to a hunting party at Compiègne. At first there had been some doubt if the Duchess should be of the party, but Queen Eleanor was eager to see her niece, and Christina was nothing loath to take part in these brilliant festivities. Meanwhile Henry's renewed impatience to conclude his marriage was shown by the promptitude with which another ambassador was sent to take Hutton's place. On the 27th of September the new envoy, Stephen Vaughan, was admitted into the Queen's presence, and begged for an answer to the letters delivered by Don Diego. Mary told him that he might inform His Majesty that there was no truth in the reports of her niece's marriage, and that, if any coolness had arisen between them, it was the king's own fault for seeking a wife in other places. Hobie's mission to Joinville and Nancy was, it is plain, well known at Brussels. But the Queen kept her counsel, and told Vaughan that, if his master was still in the same mind, she would urge the Emperor to hasten the conclusion of the treaty. Only she must beg the ambassador to have a little patience, as her time was fully occupied at this moment. But the next day he was again put off, and told the Queen would see him when she reached Mons. Accordingly, Vaughan and his colleague, Thomas Wriothesley, Cromwell's confidential secretary, arrived at this town on the 8th, only to be told by Don Diego that they must await the Queen's pleasure at Valenciennes. The Spanish ambassador did his best to atone for their disappointment by giving them an excellent dinner, and lending them 2 of his own horses with velvet saddles and rich trappings for the journey. 207 October, 1538 at Compiègne. At length, at 8 on Sunday morning, the 6th of October, they were conducted into the Queen's presence by the Grand Falconer, Molembeus, and Vaughan, who spoke French fluently, explained Henry's reasons for arranging the marriage treaty without delay. Mary replied briefly that she had already written to accede to the king's request, and that no further steps could be taken until after her meeting with the French king. Dinner was being served while she spoke these words, and, as the meat was actually coming in, the ambassadors were compelled to retire. Before they left the room, however, they saluted the Duchess, who was standing near her aunt, and ventured to tell her how much my Lord Privy Seal remained her humble servant, although, as she no doubt knew, his overtures had been so coldly received. Christina smiled and thanked them for their goodwill with a gentle grace, which went far to mollify their ruffled feelings, and made Rio Thesly write home that all Hutton had said of the Duchess's charms was true. She is as goodly personage, of stature higher than either of us, and hath a very good woman's face, competently fair and well favoured, but a little brown. 208. As if to make amends for these delays, the great lords in attendance overwhelmed the ambassadors with civilities. Airshot invited them to dinner, Count Buren embraced them warmly and asked affectionately after the king, Depret, Molembeus, and Iselstein, escorted them to the door, and Don Diego made them a present of wine. When Rio Thesly fell ill of fever at Cambrai, the queen sent her own physician to attend him, and begged him either to remain there or return to Brussels. This he refused to do, and travelled on by slow stages to Compiègne, hoping to obtain another audience there. But the roads were bad, and 2 leagues from Cambrai one of the carts broke down, leaving the English without household stuff or plate. When Don Diego came to supper 209 on Tuesday, news reached Cambrai that King Francis was on his way to salute the Queen, and Mary rode out to meet him, leaving the Duchess of Milan at home with others, who like herself, remarks Rio Thesly, had no great liking for Frenchmen. 210 But the king's greeting was most cordial, and when, on the following day, Queen Eleanor arrived with a great train of lords and ladies, there was much feasting and merriment, until on the 10th the whole party started for Compiègne. It was a brilliant company that met in the ancient castle of the French kings, in the forest on the banks of the Oise, near the bridge where, 100 years before, Jeanne d'Arc had made her last heroic stand. King Francis had summoned all the princes and princesses of the blood to do honor to the Queen of Hungary, and the neighboring villages were filled to overflowing with court officials and servants. There was the king himself, a fine figure in cloth of gold and nodding plumes, gallant as ever in spite of ill health and advancing years, with a glance and smile to spare for every fair lady, and there was his consort, Queen Eleanor, too often neglected by her fickle lord, but now radiant with happiness, and in her beautiful robes and priceless pearls, as winning and almost as fair as when she fascinated the young Palatine 20 years ago. The sense of family affection was as strong in Eleanor as in all the Habsburgs, and she was overjoyed to meet her sister and embrace the daughter of the beloved and lamented Isabella. With her came the king's daughter Margaret, the homely-featured but pleasing and accomplished princess for whom a royal husband was still to be found, and who, the courtiers whispered, might now wed the Prince of Spain. October, 1538. A brilliant company. Her brothers were there too, the dull and morose Henry, who had succeeded his elder brother as Dauphin 2 years before, but had never recovered from the effects of his long captivity in Spain, and the more lively but weak and vicious Charles of Angoulême, now Duke of Orleans, whom Eleanor was so anxious to see married to the Duchess of Milan. With them was the Dauphin's Italian wife, Catherine de' Medici, whose wit and grace atoned in her father-in-law's eyes for her lack of beauty, although her husband's heart was given to Diane de Poitiers, and a childless marriage made her unpopular in the eyes of the nation. But a galaxy of fair ladies surrounded the king and queen. Chief among them was Madame d'Etampes, whose dazzling charms had captivated the fickle king, and who now reigned supreme both in court and council. Of the youthful ladies whose charms had aroused King Henry's interest, only Mademoiselle de Vendôme was here. The fair Louise had not yet recovered from her illness, and the Duchess of Guise was nursing her at Joinville. But both her father, Claude of Guise, the governor of Burgundy, and his brother, the Cardinal of Lorraine, were present, and held a high place in the king's favor. Claude's elder brother, the Duke of Lorraine, had lately been to meet the emperor at Aigues-Mortes and plead his claims to Guelders, but on his return he fell ill with a severe attack of gout, and was unable to obey the king's summons. In his stead he sent Duchess Renée his wife, another Bourbon princess, a daughter of Gilbert de Montpensier and sister of the famous Constable. Her daughter Anne remained at home to nurse the Duke, but her eldest son, Francis, came with his mother to Compiègne. This cultured and polished prince, who bore the king's name, had been brought up at the French court, and could ride and joust as well as any of his peers, but he was quite thrown into the shade by his cousin, Antoine de Bourbon, Duke of Vendôme, the darling of the people and the idol of all the ladies. A head and shoulders taller than the Dauphin and his brother, Antoine was the cynosure of all eyes at court festivals. The elegance of his attire, the inimitable grace with which he raised his hat, his wit and gaiety, fascinated every woman, while the gilded youth of the day copied the fashion of his clothes and the precise angle at which he wore the feather in his cap. Frivolous, volatile, and recklessly extravagant, Vendôme wore his heart on his sleeve, and was ready to enter the lists for the sake of any fair lady. He fell desperately in love with the Duchess of Milan at first sight, and devoted himself to her service. As premier prince of the blood, he rode at Christina's side, and led her out to dance in the eyes of the court. Together they joined in the hunting parties that were organized on a vast scale in the forest of Compiègne, and while all the French were lost in admiration at the fine horsemanship of the royal ladies, Antoine de Bourbon threw himself at the Duchess's feet, and declared himself her slave for life. But whether this gay cavalier was too wild and thoughtless for her taste, or whether her heart was already given to another, Christina paid little heed to this new suitor, and remained cold to his impassioned appeals. The Duke of Vendôme, wrote Rio Thesely to Cromwell, is a great wooer to the Duchess, but we cannot hear that he receiveth much comfort. 211 October, 1538. A visit to Chantilly. On the 17th of October the Constable de Montmorency prevailed on the royal party to accompany him to his sumptuous home at Chantilly, 9 leagues farther on the road to Paris. This brave soldier and able minister had grown up in the closest intimacy with the royal family, and was habitually addressed as bon père by the king's children, but had, unfortunately, excited the hatred of the reigning favorite, the Duchess of Étampes, who called him openly un grand coquin, and declared that he tried to make himself a second monarch. On the other hand, his constant loyalty to Queen Eleanor gratified Mary of Hungary, who now gladly accepted his invitation to Chantilly. And de Montmorency was as great a patron of art as his royal master, and during the last 15 years he had transformed his ancestral home into a superb Renaissance palace. The halls were decorated with frescoes by Primaticcio, the gardens were adorned with precious marbles and bronzes, with busts of the Caesars and statues of Mars and Hercules, with fountains of the finest Urbino and Palissy ware. Portraits by Clouet, priceless manuscripts illuminated by French and Burgundian masters, and enamels by Leonard Limousin, were to be seen in the galleries. But what interested Mary and Christina most of all were the tapestries woven at Brussels from Raphael of Urbino's cartoons, which the Constable had rescued after the sack of Rome, and which he restored some years later to Pope Julius III. 212. After entertaining his guests magnificently during 2 days, the Constable accompanied them on a hunting party in the forest, and finally brought them back to Compiègne on the 19th of October. Here the Queen of Hungary's return was impatiently awaited by the English ambassadors, who found themselves in a miserable plight. The town was so crowded that they had to be content with the meanest lodgings, the hire of post horses cost £40, and provisions were so scarce that a partridge or woodcock sold for 10d, and an orange for more than a groat. The king's ambassadors at the French court, Sir Anthony Browne, and Bonner, the bishop-elect of Hereford, who joined them at Compiègne on the 14th, were in still worse case, for they could get no horses for love or money, and spent 6 days without receiving a visit from the court officials. These outraged personages stood at the window, and saw the French councillors, and even the constable, go by, without giving them the smallest sign of recognition. At least, Vaughan and Wriothesley were treated with the utmost civility by the Flemish nobles, and their audience was only deferred on account of the Queen's visit to Chantilly. Don Diego was courtesy itself, and, before he started for Spain, wrote a letter to Cromwell, assuring him that Queen Mary was the truest friend and sister his master could have, but that it had been impossible for her to attend to business when her days were spent in festivities and family meetings. 213 At length, on Sunday, the 20th, the ambassadors were received by the Queen, and introduced Brown and Bonner, as well as Dr. Edward Carne, a learned lawyer whom Henry had sent to assist in drawing up the marriage treaty. Mary informed them that Francis was bent on taking her to the Duke of Vendôme's house at Lawfere on the way home, but begged Wriothesley, who was still unwell, to go straight to Brussels. The next day Brown started for England, saying that it was impossible to follow a king who goes out of all highways, and on the 22nd Wriothesley and his companions set out on their return to Brussels. 214 October, 1538 Marriage-making v. By the end of October the English envoys were back at Brussels, rejoicing to be once more in comfortable quarters. Here they found great fear and distrust of France prevailing, and much alarm was expressed lest the Queen should have been induced to give the Duchess of Milan in marriage to a French prince. This, however, was not the case, and the English ambassadors were satisfied that beyond feasting and merrymaking nothing had been done. A friendly gentleman, Monsieur de Brederode, told them that there had been some attempt at marriage-making among the women. Queen Eleanor still pressed her sister earnestly to further the marriage of Christina with the Duke of Orleans, as the best way of ensuring a lasting peace, and had revived her old dream of marrying her daughter, Maria of Portugal, to the Prince of Spain. But Mary turned a deaf ear to all these proposals, saying that she could not consider them without Charles's approval. At Lawfere, in the valley of the Oise, Francis entertained his guests at a splendid banquet, after which he presented Mary with a very fine diamond, and Christina with a beautiful jewel, besides lavishing rings, bracelets, brooches, caps, and pretty trinkets from Paris and Milan, Lisbon, and Nuremberg, on the ladies of their suite. Here he took leave of his guests, but the Duke of Vendôme insisted on escorting the Queen and her niece as far as Valenciennes. 215 November, 1538 King Henry's anger. On Monday, the 4th of November, Mary and Christina reached Brussels, and were received with warm demonstrations of affection. Now, after all these gay and glorious words, the English ambassadors confidently hoped to see some end to their toil. But they soon realized that their hopes were doomed to disappointment. First, the Queen was too tired to receive them, then nothing could be done until the return of the Duke of Ayrshot, who was her chief adviser. At length, on the 16th, the first conference took place at the Duke's house. The captain of the archers, Christina's old friend de Courrières, conducted the ambassadors to the room where the commissioners were awaiting them: Ayrshot, Hoogstraten, Lolling, and the Chancellor of Brabant, Dr. Scoren, a very wise father. After a lengthy preamble, setting forth the powers committed to the regent, the terms of the contract were discussed. The chief points on which Wriothesley insisted were that Henry should be allowed to see his bride, that the payment of her dowry should be assigned to Flanders instead of Milan, and that Christina's title to Denmark should be recognized, although, remarked the ambassador, for my little wit I care not if this last condition were scraped out of the book. 216 The Duchess's claim to the throne of Denmark, as Wriothesley realized, was so remote that it seemed hardly worth discussing. The dowry and the question of the papal dispensation were the two real stumbling blocks, and he advised Cromwell, if the king was really anxious to secure this desirable wife, not to press the former point, money being so scarce in Spain and the Netherlands that the emperor would rather leave his niece unwed, than part with so large a sum. At the close of the sitting the Duke of Ayrshot begged Wriothesley to stay to dinner, and gave him the chief place at table and preeminence in all things. The fare was abundant, 4 courses of 10 dishes were served in silver, with covers of a marvellous clean and honourable sort, and carvers and waiters stood around, and attended as diligently to the ambassador's wants as if he were a prince. Later in the evening the Duke's brother-in-law, the Marquis of Bergen, who was always well disposed to the English, came to supper, and chatted pleasantly for some time, but shocked Wriothesley by asking him if it were true that all religion was extinct in England, that Mass was abolished, and that the bones of saints were publicly burned. Cromwell's commissioner, who had himself plundered the shrines of Saint Swithin at Winchester and of St. Thomas at Canterbury, could hardly deny this latter charge, although he declared stoutly that only such money-making devices and tricks of the friars as the root of Boxley and the tomb of Becket had been unmasked. But, in spite of the outward civility with which the ambassador was treated, he realized that all good Catholics in Flanders looked on him with horror and disgust. January, 1539 Mary's appeal. All through the summer abbeys and shrines had been going down fast. Dagon is everywhere falling, wrote a Kentish fanatic, and, as Castellan said, by the end of the year hardly a single abbey was left standing. The recent trend of political events had served to excite the king's worst passions, and when the French ambassador went to see him early in November, he found him in a towering rage. The French had treated his ambassadors abominably. The emperor and king were plotting together to take the Duchess of Milan away from him and give her to Monsieur de Vendôme, which, if it be done, would finish the picture. 217 Late on this same evening, Lord Exeter, a grandson of Edward IV, and head of the noble house of Courtenay, and his cousin, Lord Montague, the son of Lady Salisbury and brother of Cardinal Pole, were thrown into the Tower on the charge of high treason. All that the most prolonged cross-examination of their servants and friends could bring out to prove their guilt, was that in my Lord of Exeter's garden at Horsley Place, in Surrey, Sir Edward Neville had been heard singing merry songs against the knaves that ruled about the king, and, clenching his fist, had cried, "I trust to give them a buffet and see honest men reign in England one day." But the king had long ago told the French ambassador that he was determined to exterminate the White Rose, and, as Castellan remarked, no pretext was too flimsy to bring men to the block. On the 9th of December, Exeter, Montague, and Neville, all died on the scaffold, and Castellan wrote to King Francis, "No one knows who will be the next to go." Terror reigned throughout the land, and no one of noble birth was saved. 218 Mary of Hungary might well shudder at the thought of giving her niece to such a man. But every day her position became more difficult. Soon after her return from Compiègne she wrote to Charles, urgently begging for instructions as to how she was to proceed with the English ambassadors. If the king persists in treating of the Duchess's marriage, is she to consent or to refuse altogether? And if so, on what pretext? Is she to discuss the question of the papal dispensation, which Henry will never consent to receive from the Pope, but without which the Emperor cannot possibly allow the union? 219 In reply to this letter, Charles wrote from Toledo, on the 5th of December, telling her to temporize with the English, and to consult her council on the best method of procedure. 220 A carefully worded paper, in Mary's own handwriting, setting forth the results of the deliberation with the council in clear and concise language, was forwarded to the Emperor early in January. If the King of England would seriously mend his ways and proceed to conclude the marriage in earnest, not merely to sow dissension between His Majesty and the King of France. This would no doubt be the most honorable alliance for the Duchess and the most advantageous for the Low Countries, but there is no evidence of this, rather the reverse, as your ambassador in France tells us, from what he hears of the conversations held by King Henry with the French envoy in London. The Queen considers this point to be entirely settled, and it remains only to know your Majesty's wishes. Are we to dissemble with the English as we have done till now, which, however, is very difficult, or are we to break off negotiations altogether? This can best be done by putting forward quite reasonable terms, but which are not agreeable to the King. The Queen begs His Majesty to tell her exactly what she is to do, remembering that the King of England, when he cannot ally himself with the Emperor or in France, may seek an alliance with Clovis, and will be further alienated from religion, and may do much harm by putting himself at the head of the German princes, all of which she prays your Majesty to consider. 221 But no reply to this appeal came for many weeks. In vain Mary implored Charles to put an end to this interminable procrastination, and relieve her from the necessity of dissembling with the English ambassadors, who never left her in peace. Once more, Monseigneur, she wrote at the end of January, I implore you tell me if I am to allow these conferences to drag on, for it is impossible to do this any longer without the most shameless dissimulation. 222 Still no answer came from Spain, and the solemn farce was prolonged. During the next 2 months frequent meetings between the commissioners were held at Brussels, and the Queen herself was often present. Indeed, wrote Wriothesley, she is one and principal in it, and how unmeet we be to match with her ourselves do well acknowledge. 223 But little progress was made, although Henry, in his anxiety for the marriage, offered to give the Duchess as large a dowry as any Queen of England had ever enjoyed. On St. Thomas's Day he informed the French ambassador in the gallery at Whitehall that his marriage was almost concluded. All the same, wrote Castellan to the constable, I know that he would gladly marry Madame de Guise had he the chance. If you think the King and Emperor would enjoy the sport of seeing him thus virulent, I can easily get it up, provided you show his ambassador a little civility, and make the Cardinal and Monsieur de Guise caress him a little. 224 Mary, Queen of Hungary by Bernard van Orley, Cardon Collection, to face p. 188 January, 1539 Fair words. But 2 days after this interview Henry addressed a pathetic appeal to the regent on his behalf, saying that old age was fast creeping on, and time was slipping and flying marvelously away. Already the whole year had been wasted in vain parleyings, and, since neither money nor prayers could redeem this precious time, he could wait the emperor's pleasure no longer, but must seek another bride. If this appeal produced no effect, he told Wriothesley to take leave of the Duchess, and declare to her the great affection which the king bore her, and how earnestly he had desired to make her his wife, but, since this was plainly impossible, he must beg her not to marvel if he joined with another. 225 When this letter reached Brussels, Mary and Christina were absent on a hunting expedition, but on New Year's Eve they returned. The Queen received Wriothesley the next morning, and, after listening patiently to the long discourse in which he delivered his master's message, said that she was still awaiting the Emperor's final instructions, remarking that perhaps the king hardly realized the distance between Spain and Flanders. There was nothing for it but to await the coming of the courier from Spain. But even Wriothesley began to realize that, for all this gentle entertainment and fair words and feastings, the deputies meant to effect nothing. Like Hutton, the ambassador felt the spell of Christina's charms, and certain expressions which her servants Benedetto and Ferrari had dropped, led him to suppose that the Duchess was favorably inclined towards his master. But he was convinced that attempts had been made to poison her mind against the king, and to prefer the suit of William of Clovis or of Francis of Lorraine, who was also said to be seeking her hand. I know, he wrote to Cromwell, that some of these folks labor to avert the Duchess's mind from the King's majesty, and to rest herself either upon Lorraine or Clovis, but as far as I can learn she is wiser than they, and will in no wise hearken to them, offering rather to live a widow than to fall from the likelihood of being queen, and to light so low as from a mistress to become an underling, as she must if she marry either of them, their fathers and mothers being yet both alive. What for the virtue that I think I see in her, the good nature that every man must note her to be of, as well as her good inclination to the King's majesty, I have privily wished myself sometimes that the King might take her with nothing, as she hath somewhat, rather than his highness should, by these cankered tongues, be tromped and deceived of his good purpose, and so want such a wife as I think she would be to his grace. For I shall ever pray God to send his majesty such a mate, humble, loving, and of such sort as may be for his grace's quiet and content, with the increase of the offspring of his most noble person. 226-6. At length the eagerly expected courier reached Brussels, but, as usual, the Queen and Duchess were away hunting, and it was only on the 1st of February that the ambassadors obtained their desired audience. Mary received them in her bedroom between 7 and 8 in the morning, and told them that the Emperor had decided to await the arrival of the Count Palatine, who with his wife, the Duchess's elder sister, was shortly expected at Toledo, in order that he might discuss the subject fully with them, but, since she knew Henry to be impatient for an answer, she had dispatched a trusty messenger, Cornelius Seppărus, to Spain to beg her brother for an immediate decision. 227 February, 1539. An awkward question. Wriothesley now ventured on a bold step. As the Queen rose to leave the room, he begged, in order to satisfy his own peace of mind, to be allowed to ask her one question, hoping that she would give him a frank answer. At these words Mary blushed deeply, conscious of the double part that she was playing, and bade him speak, assuring him that she would take whatever he said in good part. "Madam," returned Wriothesley, "I beseech your grace to tell me plainly how you find the Duchess herself affected towards this marriage with the King my master. If, as was commonly reported, the Duchess had really said that she minded not to fix her heart that way, all his efforts were but lost labor." And he made bold to ask this question because he knew that of late divers malicious tongues, servants of the Bishop of Rome, had dared to speak lewdly in hugger-mugger of the King's majesty. The question was an awkward one, but Mary proved equal to the occasion. She thanked the ambassador for his frankness, and replied with some warmth that she was quite sure her niece had never spoken such words, and that, if evil men spoke lewdly of the king, she would know how to deal with them. "Touching my niece's affection," she added, "I dare say unto you, that if the emperor and your master the king agree upon this marriage, she will be at the emperor's command." Wriothesley could only express his gratitude for this gracious answer, even if it were not so plain as he could have wished. Seeing that nothing else would satisfy him, the Queen referred him to the Duchess herself, and at 2 o'clock the same afternoon the ambassador was conducted to Christina's lodgings. He found her standing under a canopy in a hall hung with black velvet and damask, with 5 or 6 ladies near her, and a dozen gentlemen and pages at the other end of the room. Christina received him with a graceful salute, bade him heartily welcome, and asked the purpose of his errand. Wriothesley proceeded to explain the object of his visit at great length, saying that he was quite sure that a lady of her gravity and discretion would never allow such unseemly words to pass her lips, yet, since untrue and wicked reports might have reached her ears and cooled her inclination towards the king, he felt it would be his bounden duty, were this true, to inform his majesty, in order that he might withdraw his suit without further waste of time and disiannuur. Christina listened to this long harangue without moving a muscle. When the ambassador had ended, she desired him to put on his cap, saying it was a cold day, and that she regretted not to have noticed that he was uncovered before. Wriothesley replied that this was his duty, and that he hoped often to have the honor of talking with her bareheaded in the future. Without paying any heed to this last remark, Christina replied in the following words: Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, I do heartily thank you for your good opinion of me, wherein I can assure you, you have not been deceived. I thank God he hath given me a better stay of myself, than to be of so light a sort as, by all likelihood, some men would note me. And I assure you that neither these words that you have spoken, nor any like to them, have passed at any time from my mouth, and so I pray you report for me. February, 1539. Christina's answer. But grateful as Wriothesley expressed himself for this frank answer, he was not yet satisfied. It is an evil wind, as we say in England, that bloweth no man good, and at least the Duchess would see by this, how little faith was to be placed in idle tales. There are those, he said mysteriously, who play on both hands, they tell your Excellency many things, and us somewhat. But would she go farther, and tell him if he might assure the king his master of her own good inclination towards the marriage? At these words Christina blushed exceedingly, and said with some hesitation, As for my inclination, what should I say? You know I am at the Emperor's commandment. And when the ambassador pressed her to be a little plainer, she smiled and repeated, You know I am the Emperor's poor servant, and must follow his pleasure. Mary, exclaimed Wriothesley, why, then I may hope to be one of the first Englishmen to be acquainted with my new mistress. Oh, madam, how happy shall you be if you are matched with my master, the most gentle gentleman that liveth, his nature so benign and pleasant that I think no man hath heard many angry words pass his mouth. As God shall help me, if he were no king, instead of one of the most puissant princes of Christendom, I think, if you saw him, you would say that for his virtues, gentleness, wisdom, experience, goodliness of person, and all other gifts and qualities, he were worthy to be made a king. I know your grace to be of goodly parentage, and to have many great princesses in your family, but if God send this to a good conclusion, you shall be of all the rest the most happy. This fulsome panegyric was too much for Christina's gravity. She listened for some time, like one that was tickled, then smiled, and almost burst out laughing, but restrained her merriment with much difficulty, and, quickly recovering herself, said gravely that she knew his Majesty was a good and noble prince. Yes, madam, replied the ambassador with enthusiasm, and you shall know this better hereafter. And for my part, I would be content, if only I may live to see the day of your coronation, to say with Simeon, Nunc dimittis servum tuum, Domini. And he dwelt with fervour on the wish of the English to have her for their queen, and on the admiration and love which the fame of her beauty and goodness had excited in the king. Christina bowed her thanks, saying that she was much bounden to his Majesty for his good opinion, and then, calling her Grand Master, bade him escort the ambassador home. Your Majesty, wrote Wriothesley to the king that evening, shall easily judge from this of what inclination the women be, and especially the Duchess, whose honest countenance, with the few words that she wisely spoke, make me to think there can be no doubt in her. A blind man should judge no colors, but surely, sir, after my poor understanding and the little experience that I have, she is marvelous wise, very gentle, and as shamefaced as ever I saw so witty a woman. I think her wisdom is no less than the Queen's, which, in my poor opinion, is notable for a woman, and I am deceived if she prove not a good wife. And somewhat the better I like her for that I have been informed that, of all the whole stock of them, her mother was of the best opinion in religion, and showed it so far that both the emperor and all the pack of them were sore grieved with her, and seemed in the end to hold her in contempt. I would hope no less of the daughter, if she might be so happy as to nestle in England. Very pure, fair of colour she is not, but a marvellous good brownish face she hath, with fair red lips and ruddy cheeks. And unless I be deceived in my judgment, she was never so well painted but her living visage doth much excel her picture. 228 February, 1539 Worthy to be a queen. Two things, Wriothesley told Cromwell, in a letter which he wrote to him the next day, were plain. The queen would be very loath to let them go with nothing settled, and the Duchess was well inclined, considering that nothing had as yet been said to her on the king's behalf. And he suggested that he might be allowed to show her a portrait of Henry, the sight of which, he felt sure, would make her die a maid rather than marry anyone else. The woman is certainly worthy to be a queen, he adds, and in my judgment is worth more than all the friendship and alliances in the world. 229 Unfortunately, these letters, which the writer hoped would give the king so much pleasure, found Henry in a furious temper. In January, 1539, Pope Paul III issued the long-delayed bull of excommunication, and called on the emperor and the French king to declare war on the heretic monarch, and forbid all intercourse between their subjects and the misguided English. Cardinal Pole, whose kinsman Henry had beheaded, and whose own life had been attempted by his emissaries, was sent to Spain to induce Charles to take up arms against this abominable tyrant and cruel persecutor of the Church of God. 230 At the same moment a treaty was signed between Charles and Francis at Toledo, by which the two monarchs pledged themselves to conclude no agreements with Henry excepting by mutual consent. 231 Henry now became seriously alarmed. He complained bitterly to Castellan of the way in which he was reviled in France, not only by the vulgar, but by the Cardinal of Paris and members of the council. And he sent Cromwell to Chipwis with an imperative summons to come to court without delay. The imperial ambassador obeyed, and came to Whitehall on the Feast of the Three Kings. Henry was on his way to Mass, but he stopped to greet Chipwis, and complained once more of the Queen of Hungary's interminable delays and of the scandalous treatment of his ambassadors. Chipwis made the best excuses which came into his mind, and assured the king that Mary was only awaiting the emperor's instructions as to the papal dispensation, and that he would hear from Spain as soon as the Palatine had reached Toledo. To this Henry vouchsafed no answer, but walked straight on, to the door of the chapel. During Mass Cromwell entered into conversation with Chipwis, and told him that the Pope had thrown off the hypocrite's mask, and was doing his best to kindle a flame in Italy. Before the ambassador could reply he changed the subject, and said he saw clearly that the emperor intended to marry his niece to Clovis or Lorraine. Chipwis laughed, and remarked that the Duchess could hardly be given to both princes, but added in all seriousness that his master knew the difference between the King of England and these suitors. After dinner Henry seemed in a better temper, but told Chipwis in confidential tones that he was growing old, and that his subjects pressed him to hasten his marriage, and that these vexatious delays were all due to the French, who boasted that the emperor could do nothing without their consent. February, 1539 A cold frost. He seemed in great trouble, reported Chipwis, and it is plain, as everyone about him tells me, that he is very much in love with the Duchess of Milan. He told one of his most intimate friends the other day that he would gladly take her without a penny. And just now the French ambassador asked me if it were true that he had sent her a diamond worth 16,000 ducats. 232 At the same time Chipwis heard that Henry was negotiating with the German princes, and offering his daughter Mary to the young Duke of Clovis, in order to prevent him from marrying the Duchess. He is so much in love, wrote Castellan, that for one gracious word from her I believe he would go to war to recover Denmark. 233 The same week Henry wrote to Wyatt, complaining bitterly of the treatment which he had received from his imperial brother, as being wholly unworthy of a prince who professed to be his zealous friend. After so hot a summer we saw never so cold a winter. After all these professions of love and friendship, in the end nothing but a cold frost. He ended by declaring he would no longer be kept hanging in the balance, and must have an immediate answer, even if it were a flat denial. 234 At length even Charles could procrastinate no longer, and on the 15th of February he told Wyatt that it was impossible for the marriage to take place without the Pope's dispensation, as the King's dispensation would never satisfy the Duchess herself, or any of her relations, and might cause endless inconvenience if children were born of the union. All the stay, wrote Cromwell to Wriothesley, is upon the dispensation, to which they object now, but whereof they never spake before. 235 Even before the courier from Spain arrived, Henry's face was so black that Castellan wrote home begging to be recalled, and declaring that this king was the most cruel and dangerous man in the world. He was in such a rage that he had neither reason nor understanding left, and once he found out that Francis could do nothing for him, Castellan was convinced that his own life would not be worth a straw. A few days later the ambassador left London, and rejoiced to find himself safely back in France. 236 February, 1539 A gay carnival. While London was full of alarms, Wriothesley and his colleagues were spending a gay Shrovetide at Brussels, all unconscious of the clouds that were darkening the horizon. During the last few weeks nobles and courtiers had vied with each other in paying them attentions. Visitors of the highest rank honored their humble lodgings. Madame de Bergen, Aerschot's lively sister, a dame of stomach that hath a jolly tongue, dined with them. The Queen herself was expected to pay them a visit, and great preparations in the way of plate and furniture were made for her reception. Count Buren, a very great man in Holland, was particularly friendly, and impressed Wriothesley so much by his honesty and loyalty that he gave him the best horse in his stables. Another day he entertained the captain of Gravelines, who railed against the abominations of Rome to his heart's content, and told him it would be the Pope's fault if the king's marriage were not concluded. Carnival week brought a round of festivities. On Monday, the 17th of February, the ambassadors were invited to meet the Queen at supper at the Duke of Aerschot's house, and were received at 5:30 by the Duchess and her sister-in-law, Madame de Bergen. The Duchess sent for her young daughter and her two sons, boys of 10 and 12, and presently they were joined by Monsieur de Veli, the new French ambassador. Wriothesley expressed great pleasure at meeting him, saying that, since their masters were good friends, they ought not to be strangers, and received a cordial reply. The rest of the company looked on with some surprise at these friendly fashions, a rumor being abroad that the French king was about to attack England and force Henry to submit to the Pope. Then a flourish of trumpets, sackbuts, and fifes was heard at the gates, and the guests rose as the Queen and Duchess entered the hall. At supper the French ambassador sat on the Queen's right, and Wriothesley on her left, while Christina was between him and Vaughan. Madame d'Egmont sat next to Dr. Carne, and the Prince of Orange was on the Duchess of Aerschot's right hand. Mary made herself very agreeable to both her neighbors, and when, after supper, her chapel choir sang roundelays and merry drinking songs, she asked Wriothesley if he were fond of music, and invited him to sup with her on the morrow and hear her minstrels. The ambassador confessed that he was very fond of music, and often had some at his poor home to cheer his dull spirits. "Well, it is an honest pastime," said the Queen, "and maketh good digestion, for it driveth thoughts away." Here Wriothesley ventured to remark that he would feel merrier if he had not wasted so much time here, and asked if there was still no news from Spain. "None," replied the queen, and Wriothesley observed that reports reached him from Germany that the emperor was merely trying to gain time, and meant to do the Bishop of Rome's bidding. "Jesus," exclaimed the queen, "I dare say the emperor never meant such a thing," upon which Wriothesley hastened to say that he felt sure the emperor was too wise and honorable a prince to deceive the king, but now that he had made friends with his old enemy, he hoped he would not make a new enemy of his old friend. After supper the duke and several ladies came in, wearing masks and rich costumes, and threw dice with the queen and her niece for some fine diamonds, which the princesses won. Then the Prince of Orange led out Christina to dance, and the other youthful guests followed suit, while Wriothesley sat at the queen's side on the dais and watched the princely pair. February, 1539. An unpleasant surprise the next evening, Shrove Tuesday. Wriothesley and his colleagues dined at the palace, and this time the English ambassador sat in the post of honor, on the Queen's right, with the Duchess on his left. Mary was in high spirits, toasted her guests and drank with each of them in turn. After supper Wriothesley approached Christina, and ventured to tell her that she would be happy if her best friends did not put hindrances in her way, and begged her not to lend ear to malicious reports of his master. The Duchess shook her head, saying she would listen to no calumnies, and always hold the king to be a noble prince. But he felt sure that she was afraid of the queen, and told her he hoped to converse more freely with her another time. Never had he seen her look so beautiful as she did that night, never did he wish more ardently to see her his master's bride. For indeed it were pity, he wrote home, if she were bestowed on a husband she did not like, only to serve others. There was one prince at table for whom, it was easy to see, Christina had no dislike. This was René of Orange, who had an opportunity of distinguishing himself in his lady's eyes that evening. The queen led the way into the great hall, where first Aerschot and 3 other nobles challenged all comers to fight, and then the Prince of Orange and Floris d'Egmont took their places at the barriers, and broke lances and received prizes for their valor, while the queen's band of lutes, viols, and rebecks, played the finest music that Wriothesley had ever heard. When the justing was ended, Mary led her guests to the royal gallery, where another banquet was served, and there was much lively discourse, and more talking than eating. So that gay carnival came to a close, and with it the last hope of winning the fair Duchess's hand. 237. An unpleasant surprise was in store for Wriothesley the next morning. Certain disquieting rumors having reached Brussels, Vaughan went to Antwerp on Ash Wednesday, and found great consternation among the English merchants. A proclamation had been issued forbidding any ships to leave the port, and several English vessels laden with merchandise had been detained. The wildest rumors were current on the exchange. It was commonly said that the emperor, with the kings of France and Scotland, had declared war on King Henry, and that a large Dutch and Spanish fleet was about to sail for England. Already in Brussels gallants and pikemen were taking bets on the issue of the war, and Wriothesley wrote to Cromwell that he and his colleagues might peradventure broil on a faggot. He was unable to obtain an audience until Friday, when the Queen told him that, by the Emperor's orders, she was recalling Chipwis to conduct the marriage negotiations. This unexpected intimation, coming as it did after the startling news from Antwerp, disconcerted him considerably. He sent an express to London, and received orders to take his departure at once. Castellan was already on his way to France, but Henry quite refused to let Chipwis go until Wriothesley and Vaughan had left Brussels. A long wrangle between the two courts followed. The ambassadors were detained on both sides. The Spanish and Dutch ships in English harbors were stopped, all ports were closed, and active preparations were made for war along the shores of the Channel. After fair weather, wrote Cromwell to Wriothesley, there is succeeded a weather very cloudy. Good words, good countenance, be turned, we perceive, to a wonderful strangeness. But let that pass. They can do us no harm but to their own detriment. 238 March, 1539 Strange entertainment. The situation of the ambassadors was by no means pleasant. A marked change was visible in the behavior of the court. They were treated as very strangers by those nobles who had been their best friends. No one called at their house or came to dine with them. The Duchess's servants, who used to go to and fro constantly, now dared not come except at dusk in the half-light, and would not allow Wriothesley to send them home by torchlight. Wherever they went, the English heard their king slandered, and met with cold looks and scornful words. Worse than all, they were forced to pay excise duties 18 pence on every barrel of beer above the price asked by the brewer, an indignity to which no ambassador before had ever been exposed. "I write in haste and live in misery," wrote Wriothesley to Cromwell on the 7th of March 239. The emperor, however, was still friendly. His heart was set on a crusade against the Turk, and he had no wish to embark on war with England. Pole met with a cold reception at Toledo, and, finding Charles averse to executing the Pope's sentence, retired to his friend Sadoleito's house at Carpentras. This was a relief to Henry, and he bade Wyatt thank his imperial brother, but could not forbear pointing out that these friendly words agreed ill with the doings of his officers in the Low Countries. A dispatch addressed to Wyatt on the 10th of March contains a long recital of the extraordinary treatment which his ambassadors at Brussels had met with, since Lent began. As for a penance, their entertainment hath been marvellous strange, yea, and stranger than we will rehearse, strangeness in having audience with long delay, strangeness in answer and fashion. Also they have been constrained to pay excise, which no ambassador of England paid in any man's remembrance. They have complained to the Queen, but nevertheless must pay or lack drink. These rumours and hints of war, the arrest of our ships, this strangeness shown to our ministers, this navy and army in readiness, the recall of Chipwis, ran abroad this realm and everywhere. We do not write to you the rumours half so spiteful, and the entertainment half so strange, as it hath been. I think never such a thing was heard, and especially after a treaty of marriage such a banquet. 240 Henry concluded this letter by saying that, since the emperor insisted on the need of papal dispensation, there could be no further question of any marriage between him and the Duchess, and he would be now at liberty to seek another wife. On the same day he wrote to Carne, who had been secretly corresponding with the Duke of Clovis, telling him to open negotiations for a marriage with that prince's sister, the Lady Anne. 241 12 days after this dispatch was sent to Spain, Wriothesley left Brussels. At Calais he met Chipwis, who had just crossed the Channel, and Mary's almoner, the Dean of Cambrai, who was being sent to take the ambassador's place, and was awaiting a fair wind to embark for Dover. All three ambassadors dined in a friendly manner with Lord Lisle, the deputy governor of Calais, and continued their respective journeys without hindrance. But the much-discussed marriage treaty was at an end. The long-drawn comedy had reached its last act. "All hope of the Duchess," wrote Wriothesley to Cromwell, "is utterly past." August, 1539. A Welshman's opinion. The rupture was loudly lamented by the English merchants in Antwerp, and keen disappointment was felt throughout England, where the marriage had always been popular. Among many scattered notices of the feeling which prevailed on the subject, the following incident is of especial interest, because of the sidelight which it throws on Christina's personal reluctance to the marriage. On a summer evening in August, 1539, 5 months after Wriothesley left Brussels, a married priest named George Constantine, of Llanhawaden in South Wales, rode from Chepstow to Abergavenny with John Barlow, Dean of Westbury. The priest had got into trouble in Wolsey's time, for buying copies of Tyndale's New Testament, and was forced to fly the country and practice as a physician for several years in the Netherlands. Now he had returned to England, and was on his way to his old home in Wales. He walked from Bristol to Westbury, where he supped with Dean Barlow, a brother of his friend the Bishop of St. David's, who made him heartily welcome, and invited him to be his travelling companion the next day to Pembrokeshire. As the two ecclesiastics rode through the green valleys on the way to Abergavenny, the dean asked Constantine if he could tell him why the king's marriage had been so long delayed. The priest replied that he, for his part, was very sorry the king should still be without a wife, when he might by this time have been the father of fair children. As the dean knew, both the Duchess of Milan and she of Clovis were spoken of, and now the little doctor, Nicholas Wotton, had been sent to Clovis with Mr. Beard, of the Privy Chamber, and the king's painter, so there was good hope of a marriage being concluded with the Duke of Clovis, who favoured God's word, and was a mighty prince now, holding Gelderland against the emperor's will. But why, asked the dean, was the marriage with the Duchess of Milan broken off? Constantine, who was familiar with all the gossip of the regent's court, replied that the Duchess quite refused to marry the king, unless he would accept the Bishop of Rome's dispensation, and give pledges that her life would be safe and her honor respected. Why pledges? Asked the dean innocently. Marry, returned Constantine, she saith that, since the king's majesty was in so little space rid of 3 queens, she dare not trust his counsel, even if she dare trust his majesty. For in Flanders the nobles suspect that her great-aunt, Queen Catherine, was poisoned, that Anne Boleyn was innocent of the crimes for which she was put to death, and that the third wife, Queen Jane, was lost for lack of attention in childbed. Such, at least, were the mutterings which he heard at court before Whitsuntide. The dean remarked that he was afraid the affair of Milan must be dashed, as Dr. Petter, who was to have gone to fetch the royal bride from Calais, was at the court of St. James's last Sunday, upon which Constantine gave it as his opinion that there could be no amity between the king and the emperor, whose god was the Pope. So the two men talked as they rode over the Welsh hills on the pleasant summer evening. But the poor priest had good reason to regret that he had ever taken this ride, for his false friend the dean reported him as a sacramentary to the Lord Privy Seal, and a few days after he reached Llanhawaden he was arrested and thrown into the Tower, where he spent several months in prison as a penalty for his freedom of speech. 242 footnotes, 164 papiers d'état, 1178, Archives du Royaume, Bruxelles. 165 Calendar of State Papers, 12. 2. 367. 166 State Papers, Henry VIII, Record Office, 8. 2. 167 J. Colic, Correspondance Politique de M. de Castellan, 4, 5, Calendar of State Papers, 12. 2. 394. 168 Calendar of State Papers, 12. 2. 392, G. Pimodan, Lamire de Guises, 72. 169 Colic, 12, 15, Calendar of State Papers, 13. 1, 54. 170 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 5. 171 Anne Boleyn's cousin Mary Skelton, who had been a great favourite with the king, see Calendar of State Papers, 13. 1, 24. 172 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 7. 173 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 1, 42. 174 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, V2, 572. 175 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, V2, 429. 176 Colic, 24, Calendar of State Papers, 13. 1, 82. 177 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 1, 93. 178 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 16179 Ibid, 8. 3180 British Museum, Additional Manuscripts, 5498, F2, Calendar of State Papers, 13. 1, 130. 181 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 17 to 19 182 Holbein's portrait is described in the catalogues of the King's Pictures at Westminster in 1542 and 1547 as number 12. Agreed table with the picture of the Duchess of Milan, being her whole stature. After Henry's death it passed into the hands of Fitzalan, Earl of Arundel, the King's Lord Chamberlain and godson, who married Lady Catherine Grey, and acquired the Palace of Nonsuch, with most of its contents. When he died, in 1580, it became the property, first of his elder daughter Jane, wife of Lord Lumley, and then of her great-nephew, Thomas Howard, Earl of Arundel. This great collector took the Duchess of Milan's portrait with him abroad during the civil wars, and after his death, in 1645, it hung, with many other Holbeins, in the house of his widow at Amsterdam. Lady Arundel left the whole collection to her son, Henry Howard, who became the 6th Duke of Norfolk, and Holbein's portrait remained in the family until, in 1909, it was acquired by the National Gallery for the sum of £72,000. A second portrait of the Duchess of Milan, a half-length, is mentioned in Henry VIII's catalogues, No. 138. A table with a picture of the Duchess of Milan, and was discovered by Sir George Scharf in a waiting room near the private chapel at Windsor. This is probably the portrait by Van Orley which Hutton sent to England before Holbein's arrival at Brussels. The attitude of the sitter, her dress and features, are the same as in Holbein's picture, but the face is less finely modelled and lacks charm and expression. The hands are in a slightly different position, and instead of one big ruby ring she wears 3 rings, a cameo and a gold ring on the right hand, and a black ring, the badge of widowhood, on the 3rd finger of the left hand. This curious and interesting portrait is plainly the work of an inferior artist, and, as the ambassador justly remarked, bears no comparison with Holbein's Duchess. Surely, in the words of his biographer, one of the most precious pictures in the world. Warnham's Life of Holbein, p. 322, LCUST in the Burlington Magazine, August, 1911, p. 278, and Sir G. Scharf in Archaeologia, XL 205. 183 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, V2, 523. 184 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 21 185 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 3186 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 1, 263. 187 Colic, 29, 33, 35. 188 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, V2, 524. 189 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 1, 258. 190 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, V2, 526, 558. 191 Colic, 48, 50, 53, 58, 70. 192 Ibid, 58, 73, Pemodan, 73. 193 Colic, 70, 79, 81, Spanish State Papers, 6. 1, 9. 194 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 2195 Ibid, 2. 10196 There has been some confusion as to the date of Holbein's visit to Joinville, owing to a mistake in the calendar of state papers, 13-1-130, where Cromwell's instructions to Hobby for his journeys to Brussels and France are entered under the date of February, 1538. But the Duchess of Guise's letter, see Appendix, as well as the payment of £10 made by Sir Brian Tuke, Treasurer of the Household, to Hans Holbein on the 30th of December, 1538, for going to the parts of High Burgundy about certain of the king's business, make it clear that this journey took place at the end of August. G. Scharf, Archaeologia, 367. From Lorraine the painter went on to Bale, where he spent some months, and returned to England at Christmas. The original documents in the British Museum, additional manuscripts, 5498, F1, bear no date, and are on separate sheets, and the heading of the instructions regarding the journey to Brussels was added by a later hand, and is thus worded: instructions given by the L. Cromwell to Philip Hobby, sent over by him to the Duchess of Lorraine, then Duchess of Milan, i.e., Christina, Duchess of Lorraine, at that time Duchess of Milan. But the editor of the calendars inserted the words to the between then and Duchess of Milan, thus making it appear that Hobby went first to Lorraine, and then to the Duchess of Milan, whereas the journey to Brussels took place in March, and that to Lorraine in August. Since this chapter was written, the subject has been fully dealt with by Mr. A. B. Chamberlain in the Burlington Magazine, April, 1912. 197 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, V2, 531. 198 Knott's Life of Wyatt, 2. 488 199 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 33 200 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 4201 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 2. 119. 202 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 1. 42. 203 Colic, 77. 204 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 15 to 31 205 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 41 206 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 46 207 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 53, 56, Calendar of State Papers, 13. 2. 214. 208 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 56 to 60 209 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 2. 245, 247. 210 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 67 211 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 78, Calendar of State Papers, 13. 2. 255. 212 F. de Creux, and de Montmorency, 415, 418, 491. 213 State Papers, 13. 2. 238. 214 Ibid, 13. 2. 247, 248. 215 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 2. 261. 216 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 2. 255. 217 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 2. 289. 218 Ibid, 13. 2. 291, 296. 219 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 1. 96. 220 Lands, 2. 686 221 Papiers d'État, 82, 20, Archives du Royaume, Bruxelles. 222 Lands, 2. 296 223 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 72 224 Calendar of State Papers, 13. 2. 467, 468. 225 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 110, 118, 123. 226 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 1. 37. 227 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 139 228 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 140 to 148 229 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 1. 93, 121. 230 Ibid, 14. 1. 14, Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 1. 97. 231 Ibid, 14. 1. 26. 232 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 1. 16 to 19. 233 Ibid, 14. 1. 52, Lands, 2. 297 to 306 234 Not, 2. 306 235 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 1. 145. 236 Colic, 84. 237 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 1. 125, 126 238 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 155 239 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 166, 175. 240 Not, Life of Wyatt, 2. 511 241 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 1. 189, 191. 242 Archaeologia Cambrensis, XXIII. 139 to 141. Book 7 Clovis, Orange and Lorraine 1539 to 1541 I. The negotiations for the King of England's marriage with the Duchess of Milan were broken off. But there was no lack of suitors for Christina's hand. During the winter and spring of 1539 the emperor's niece received offers of marriage from 3 princely bridegrooms. The first of these was Antoine, Duke of Vendôme, whose courtship of the Duchess on the journey to Compiègne had aroused King Henry's jealousy. The second was William of Clovis, who since the old Duke Charles's death had taken possession of Guelders, and was now seeking to obtain the investiture of the duchy, together with Christina's hand. The third was Francis, the Marquis of Pont-à-Mousson, and heir of Lorraine. From the day that this prince first met the Duchess at Compiègne, he sought her for his bride with a constancy and steadfastness that were eventually to be crowned with success. but for the moment the Duke of Clovis seemed to have the best chance of winning the coveted prize. From the first Mary of Hungary had regarded this alliance with favor, and when, in January, 1539, she consulted her councillors on the Duchess's marriage, it was this union which met with their highest approval. "Duke William," wrote the Queen in her reply to the Emperor, "has greatly offended your Majesty, both as a private individual and sovereign lord, by taking possession of Guelders. Still, as he renews his suit and professes to be your loyal friend and servant, it would be well to treat with him and offer him the Duchess's hand, on condition that he will give up Gelderland." 243. The alternative proposal, she proceeded to say, deserved consideration, seeing the great anxiety which the Duke of Lorraine's son showed for the marriage. No doubt the Emperor's niece, with her large dowry, would be a very honorable match for him, and well worth the surrender of his rights on Guelders, but, since it was most desirable to recover this duchy without delay, it might be well to secure the help of Lorraine by this means. The situation was a difficult one, and from the moment of the old Duke's death in June, 1538, Mary had never ceased to entreat Charles to come to Flanders and take active measures for the recovery of Guelders before it was too late. Throughout the winter Duke William went from town to town, endearing himself to his new subjects, and when the deputies of Lorraine asserted their master's superior claims, he told them that he would never give up Guelders to any mortal man. By the death of his father on the 6th of February, 1539, he succeeded to the rich provinces of Clovis and Jülich, and became the wealthiest and most powerful prince in North Germany. 244 March, 1539. And of Clovis still Charles put off his coming, and told his sister that he was bent on undertaking a second crusade against the Turks, and could not spare the time for a journey to Flanders. This was too much for Mary's equanimity, and she protested in the strongest language against the Emperor's folly in exposing his person to such risks, declaring that this crusade would not only prove the utter ruin of the Netherlands, but of all Christendom. 245 Fortunately, Mary's remonstrances were supported by the Emperor's wisest councillors, and, in deference to their representations, he decided to abandon his crusade for the present and come to Flanders. This decision was confirmed by the discontent which the Duke of Clovis's intrigues helped to foment in Ghent, always a turbulent city, as well as by the news that the King of England had entered into a close alliance with Clovis, and was about to marry his sister. Cromwell, with his habitual duplicity, had been in correspondence with the German princes while he professed to be zealous for the Emperor's alliance, and in March Christopher Mont, his envoy to Frankfurt, was desired to make diligent inquiries as to the shape, stature, and complexion, of the Duke of Clovis's sister Anne. If these were satisfactory, he was to suggest that proposals of marriage should be made by that prince and his brother-in-law, the Elector John Frederick of Saxony. Mont sent glowing descriptions of the lady's beauty, and was bold enough to declare that she excelled the Duchess of Milan as much as the golden sun excels the silver moon. 246 Henry was now all on fire to see the Lady Anne, although he had not yet lost all interest in Christina, whose name still figures constantly in letters from Brussels. On the 6th of April we hear that the Duchess of Milan is sick of fever, and 10 days later Cromwell writes to the king that her grace is no longer sick, and that at Antwerp the people still cherish a hope that your highness will yet marry her. 247 If he could not make her his wife, the king was determined to prevent another suitor from succeeding where he had failed, and renewed his offer of his daughter Mary with a large dowry to the Duke of Clovis. William, however, showed no alacrity to avail himself of this offer, and sent envoys both to Brussels and Toledo to press his suit for Christina's hand. The sudden death of the Empress at Toledo on the 1st of May altered all Charles's plans. A few weeks before this Isabella had given birth to a son, who only lived a few hours, and Charles had written to inform his sister of the infant's death. On the 2nd of May he wrote a few touching lines with his own hand to tell Mary the grievous news. The doctors had pronounced her to be out of danger, but catarrh attacked the lungs, and proved fatal in a few hours. I am overwhelmed with sorrow and distress, and nothing can comfort me but the thought of her good and holy life and the devout end which she made. I leave you to tell my subjects over yonder, of this pitiful event, and ask them to pray for her soul. I will do my best to bow to the will of God, whom I implore to receive her in his blessed paradise, where I feel certain that she is. And may God keep you, my dear sister, and grant you all your desires. 248 May, 1539. The Palatine's travels. When this sad event took place, Christina's sister Dorothea and her husband, Count Frederick, were staying at the imperial court. These adventurous travelers had come to Spain in the vain hope of inducing the emperor to support their claims on Denmark, and, after crossing the Pyrenees in rain and snow, had at length reached Toledo, where they were hospitably entertained. The empress treated Dorothea with great affection, but Frederick's German servants, who consumed 5 meals a day and ate meat on Ash Wednesday, shocked the Spanish courtiers, and drew down the censures of the Inquisition upon them. Even the emperor asked his cousin why he brought so numerous a suite on his travels, but, although he would make no promises of further help, he good-naturedly paid Frederick's expenses at Toledo, and gave him a present of 7,000 crowns. The death of the empress, Dorothea's best friend, put an end to all hope of further assistance. The emperor shut himself up in a Carthusian convent, and the Palatine and his wife started for the Low Countries. 249. On their way through France they were royally entertained by the king and queen in the splendid Palais de Tournelles, and Francis took so great a fancy to his wife's niece that Eleanor felt it wise to keep Dorothea continually at her side. Here they were detained some time by Frederick's illness, and after his recovery spent several days at Chantilly with the constable, and at the king's fine new villa of Cartwright, on their way to the Netherlands. 250 September, 1539. A mock fight. Here the travelers were eagerly awaited by Christina and her aunt. After the funeral services for the repose of the Empress's soul had been duly celebrated, and the last requiem sung in Escojouel, the Queen set out on a progress through Holland and Friesland, and spent some time at Bois-le-Duc, on the frontiers of Guelders, trying to arrange matters with the Duke of Clovis. But, although friendly letters and messages were exchanged, nothing could be settled until the Emperor's arrival, which was now delayed till the autumn, and the court moved to The Hague for August. Here the Queen received news that the Count Palatine and his wife had reached Dordrecht and were coming by sea to Holland. Christina at once travelled to Rotterdam, intending to go by boat to meet the travellers. But the weather was rough and stormy, and the sailors were reluctant to set out. The Duchess, however, would hear of no delay, and, embarking in a small boat, bade the sailors put out to sea. Hardly had they left the shore before a terrific gale sprang up, and from the deck of their ship the Palatine and his wife saw a bark tossed on the raging seas, sending up signals of distress. Altering their course, they hastened to the rescue, and found, to their great surprise, that the Duchess of Milan was on board. Count Frederick scolded his sister-in-law soundly for her rashness, but Dorothea was enchanted to see Christina, and laughed and cried by turn as she embraced her. 251. The Queen awaited the travellers no less eagerly, in her anxiety to hear the latest news from Spain, and agreed readily to Frederick's proposal that his wife should remain at The Hague while he returned to Germany. Early in September the Palatine took leave of his relatives and went to Antwerp, saying that he must raise money for his journey to Heidelberg. But he kept his true destination a secret. During his illness in Paris, Bishop Bonner had brought Frederick a letter from Cromwell, begging him to come to England, since he was only divided from this country by a narrow arm of the sea, and his Majesty was very anxious to see him again. All immediate alarm of war had died away, and the irascible monarch's anger was allayed by the arrival of a new French ambassador in the person of Marillac, and by the permission which Mary gave him to buy ammunition in the Low Countries. In return, he ordered an imposing requiem to be held in St. Paul's for the late Empress, and desired Cromwell and the Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, with 20 bishops, to attend the service. 252 He resumed his old habit of spending the summer evenings on the river, enjoying the music of flutes and harps, and sent to France and Italy for excellent painters and musicians. A sure sign, Marillac was told, that he was about to marry again. Another fete, at which the ambassador declined to be present, was a mock fight on the Thames between two galleys, one of which bore the king's arms, while the other was decorated with an effigy of the Pope with the triple tiara and keys, attended by the cardinals. The show ended in the triumph of the English sailors, who threw the Pope and cardinals into the river. The whole thing, according to Marillac, being as badly represented as it was poorly conceived. 253 Now the king was anxious to hear the emperor's intention from the Palatine's own lips, while Frederick on his part was flattered by this powerful monarch's invitation, and felt that his assistance might prove of use in his visionary schemes for the recovery of Denmark. But, knowing that of late relations between Henry and the Queen had been strained, he kept his counsel, and told no one but his wife that he was bound for Calais. Here he was courteously entertained by Lord Lisle, an illegitimate son of Edward IV, and escorted by him to Canterbury and London. Frederick was lost in admiration at the rows of stately palaces along the Thames, and the fine castle of Richmond, but was disappointed, when he visited Westminster Abbey, not to see the famous antlers of the stag which King Dagobert caught, and which wore a golden collar inscribed with the words, "Julius Caesar let me go free." Afterwards he learnt that these legendary trophies had lately been removed by the king's orders, for fear the monks, whom he was about to expel, might conceal them. In the absence of the king at Ampthill, Cromwell, who had been told to grope out the reason of Frederick's coming, entertained the count splendidly at his own house, and showed him the Tower of London and the Temple Church. But the deputy's wife, Lady Lisle, who looked on Cromwell with deep distrust, begged her husband to beware of the Lord Privy Seal's fair words, and was none too well pleased to hear that he had partaken of the partridge pasty and baked cranes which she had sent from Calais, together with her own toothpick for the Palsgrave's use, having noticed that her noble guest used a quill to pick his teeth with. 254 September, 1539 The Palatine at Windsor. Meanwhile the Palatine's visit to England was exciting much curiosity, and not a little alarm, in some quarters. The Pope and the French king feared it might lead to a secret covenant between Henry and Charles, while in London it was commonly reported that Frederick came to renew negotiations for his union with the Duchess of Milan, and the Duke of Clovis hastily sent ambassadors to conclude his sister's marriage. These envoys reached Windsor on the same day as the Count Palatine, whom Henry invited to a banquet there on the 24th of September. When he bade the Lord High Admiral escort the Palsgrave to Windsor, Southampton, eager to curry favour with the king, expressed his opinion that the Clovis alliance was preferable to a marriage with a French princess or one of the emperor's family, albeit the Duchess of Milan was a fair woman and well spoken of, and told the king of the resentment which his union with the Lady Anne had aroused at the court of Brussels. Henry remained plunged in thought for some moments, then a smile broke over his face, and he exclaimed, "Have they remembered themselves now? They that would not when they might, when they would they shall have nay." 255 Nothing was lacking, however, to the splendour of the Palatine's reception at Windsor. The Duke of Suffolk rode out to meet him beyond Eton Bridge with 100 horsemen clad in velvet, and the banquet was served on golden dishes in a hall carpeted with cloth of gold, to the strains of delicious music from the king's famous band. The Clovis envoys were at table, but after dinner the king took the count apart, and conversed with him for over 2 hours on his travels. Frederick took this opportunity of begging the king to help him in driving out the usurper of Denmark, and releasing his unhappy father-in-law, Christian II. 256. Henry listened kindly, and promised to consider the matter, but no mention was made of Christina. The next day a great hunting party was given in the Palsgrave's honor. A pavilion of green laurel boughs was set up in a meadow on the banks of the river, and while the king and his guests were at dinner the merry note of hunting horns rang through the air, and a stag bounded across the turf, followed by the hounds at full cry. Immediately the whole party sprang to horse and joined in the chase, which lasted for 3 hours, and ended in the slaughter of 34 stags. From Windsor Frederick went to Hampton Court, and on the 3rd of October finally took leave of the king, who gave him 2,000 crowns as a parting gift. Hubert also received a silver cup from the Lord Privy Seal, who begged him and his lord to return at Christmas, and surprised him by asking if the Palsgrave had any castle to let or sell, as it might be convenient for him to secure a retreat abroad. The minister evidently realized the precarious nature of his position, and Hubert remembered his request when he heard of the doom which soon afterwards overtook the king's favourite. 257 October, 1539. The Lady Anne. In his last interview Henry told the count that he feared it would be impossible for him to join in any enterprise against Denmark, as his new allies the German princes were in league with the present king. At the same time he informed his good cousin of his intended marriage to the Lady Anne of Clovis, a princess of suitable age and elegant stature, and begged him to obtain a safe conduct from the regent for his bride's passage through the Low Countries. 258. The next day Frederick crossed the Channel and joined his wife at Brussels. Here, as Dorothea had already told him, he found the queen much displeased at the trick which he had played her, and Hubert came in for his share of blame. They soon left Brabant for Heidelberg, and the Palatine sent Lady Lisle, or, as he called her, Madame Ma Bonne Mère, a barrel of fine red and white Rhine wine in remembrance of her loving son. 259. 2. King Henry's marriage to Anne of Clovis, as Southampton told his master, was exceedingly unpopular in the Netherlands. The alliance of so powerful a monarch with Duke William was fraught with danger, and the people bitterly resented the insult which, in their eyes, had been offered to the Duchess of Milan. The merchants of Antwerp said openly that, if King Henry chose to break faith with their princess, he should not enjoy the company of another wife, and declared they would not allow the Lady Anne to pass through their city. The Clovis envoys in England were so much alarmed by these reports that they travelled back to Turin in disguise, and advised the bride to take the sea route from Germany. But Mary of Hungary was too wise to show her annoyance, and sent a gracious message to Henry, saying that she would send Count Buren to wait on the Lady Anne, on her journey through the Emperor's dominions. The king wrote back in high glee to thank his dearest sister, and on the 27th of December his new bride landed safely at Dover. 260. The loyal citizens of Flanders consoled themselves with the thought that, if their Duchess was not to be Queen of England, they would keep her among them, and the old rumour was persistently repeated, she shall marry the Prince of Orange. All through the past year René had devoted himself to Christina's service, had worn her favours and broken lances in her honour. Her Italian servants called him openly the Duchess's cavalier servant. 261. But it was plain to Italians and Flemings alike that the affection was not at all on one side, and that this gallant prince had won Christina's heart. Old courtiers smiled kindly on the young couple, and ladies drew aside discreetly to leave them together. They were eminently fitted for each other by age, race, and character. If the succession to the Principality of Orange, which had been lately restored by the French king, hardly entitled Renée to a place among the reigning princes of Europe, at least he could offer her splendid homes at Brussels and Breda, and a position which many ladies of royal birth might envy. The Countess Palatine Dorothea privately encouraged the prince, and her husband warmly approved of the match, and said openly that, since his sister-in-law could not be King Henry's wife, she had better marry the man of her choice, and not waste the best years of her life, as he himself had done. 262 September, 1539. The revolt of Ghent. Queen Mary was, clearly, not averse to the prince's suit, and had a strong liking for Renée, but reasons of state prevented her from giving the union her public sanction, and all parties were agreed that nothing could be arranged until the emperor's arrival. The date of his journey was now definitely fixed, and in November Mary told the English ambassador Vaughan that her brother would be at Brussels by the new year. Charles at length realized the critical situation of affairs, and saw that if he wished to keep his provinces de par deca he must no longer delay his coming. 263 In September, 1539, the citizens of Ghent, who had long been discontented, broke into open revolt. After refusing to pay their share of the subsidy voted by the states, the leading citizens put to death their chief magistrate, Levin Pyl, because he declined to bear their insolent message to the regent, and proceeded to tear up the famous Kafvel, a parchment deed containing an agreement which they had made with Charles V 24 years before. Worse than all, they sent deputies to King Francis, asking him to defend their liberties against the emperor. At the first tidings of these disorders Mary hastened to Malines and took energetic measures to suppress the insurrection, which had already spread to several of the neighboring towns. 264 For some weeks the alarm was great, and watchers were posted on the Tower of Rambat night and day, but the Queen's presence of mind, and the support of her able lieutenants, Aerschot and de Courriers, who was now bailiff of Alost, succeeded in confining the mutiny to the walls of Ghent. A simultaneous rising at Maastricht was put down by the Prince of Orange, who raised 300 horse and hastened to restore order in that city. But the citizens of Ghent still openly defied the regent, although Francis, to do him credit, refused to help the rebels. More than this, he addressed a letter with his own royal hand to Charles, saying that, if the emperor was coming to chastise his revolted subjects, he hoped that he would do him the honor of passing through France, assuring him, on the faith of a prince, that every possible honor and hospitality would be shown him. 265 So critical was the situation, both with regard to Ghent and Guelders, that Charles decided to accept the offer and take the shortest route to Flanders. My good brother the emperor, wrote Francis to his ambassador in England, is coming to visit me on his way to the Low Countries, a thing which not only does me the greatest honor, content, and pleasure, but is a proof of the good and perfect friendship between us. He expressed the same feelings in still stronger terms to Wyatt, whom Cromwell sent to Blois in December to be present at the meeting of the two monarchs. The emperor, he added, is doing me the greatest honor that can be, by coming to visit me, and showing thereby that he taketh me for an honest man. 266 November, 1539 A splendid reception on the 23rd of November Charles left Burgos, and 4 days later he entered Bayonne, attended by the Dauphin and the Constable Montmorency, whom the king had sent to meet him on the frontier. He had begged Francis to dispense with ceremonies, as his great object was to reach Flanders as quickly as possible, and to excuse him from entering on political matters, since he could not decide anything of importance until he had seen the Queen Regent. 267 But, in spite of this request, he was everywhere received with the utmost pomp and festivity. Triumphal arches were erected at the city gates, and the prison doors were thrown open at his entrance. Bordeaux presented him with 300 barrels of wine, Poitiers gave him a golden eagle, Orleans a dinner service of richly chased plate. The meeting of the two monarchs took place at Loches on the 10th of December. Charles, clad in deep mourning, walked under a canopy of cloth of gold, adorned with the imperial eagles, across the picturesque court to the gates of the castle, where King Francis met him, surrounded by a brilliant company. 3 times over he embraced his guest, and led him to the hall, where Eleanor, in robes of purple satin glittering with pearls, welcomed her brother with transports of joy. Banquets and hunting parties now followed each other, as the court journeyed by slow stages along the banks of the Loire, from one fair chateau to another. At Amboise a heap of tow caught fire as Charles rode up the famous spiral staircase in the dusk, and he narrowly escaped being suffocated. But, mercifully, no one was injured, and Francis escorted his imperial brother by way of Blois and Orleans to Fontainebleau, where Christmas was spent and the emperor was allowed to enjoy a week's rest. On New Year's Day the emperor entered Paris, where the parliament and university received him as if he were a god from heaven, and the following motto was inscribed on the gates in golden letters: Ouvre, Paris, ouvre tes hautes portes, entrez y vote le plus grand de chrétiens. 268 Queen Eleanor, who scarcely left her brother's side, took him to see the Sainte-Chapelle which St. Louis had built to receive the crown of thorns, and escorted him to the Louvre, where sumptuous rooms had been prepared for his reception. On Sunday a grand tournament was held on the Place des Tournelles, in front of the palace which then occupied the Place de Vosges, and the Duke of Vendôme and the Count of Amélie opened the joust, while it was closed by Francis of Lorraine, the Marquis of Pont-à-Mousson. Charles left Paris on the 7th of January, and was presented by the city with a silver model of the Column of Hercules, 7 feet high, bearing his motto, Plus Ulter 269. The king took his guest to dine at his new pleasure house, the Château de Madrid, accompanied him to Saint Denis, where he visited the tomb of the kings, and went on to the constable's house at Chantilly. Finally, on the 20th, the emperor took his leave of the king and queen at St. Quentin, and with tears in his eyes thanked his host for this truly brotherly reception. 270 January, 1540. The calendar of fools. In spite of the sinister warnings which Charles had received before he set out on his journey, in spite of Mary of Hungary's fears and of Madame d'Etampes' thinly veiled hostility, the experiment had proved a brilliant success. Spanish and French poets celebrated the triumph of peace over war, and the return of the Golden Age. And Charles himself laughed heartily when the king's jester, Tribolet, told him that he had inscribed His Imperial Majesty's name on his calendar of fools, because he had been so rash as to venture into his enemy's country, but now that he had reached the end of his journey without mishap, he should rub out Charles's name, and write that of Francis in its place. 271. The French king went home in high delight, and wrote to Marillac saying that now all his differences with the emperor would be easily arranged. During those 5 weeks the king had respected his guest's wishes and avoided politics, but the constable, who enjoyed the emperor's confidence in a high degree, had made good use of this opportunity, and flattered himself that he had been entirely successful. He was above all anxious to effect a marriage between the widowed emperor and the king's daughter, and told Granvelle that Madame Marguerite was a rose among thorns, an angel among devils, and that, if his imperial majesty thought of making a second marriage, he could not do better. But Charles was firmly resolved never to take another wife, and, when the constable pressed the point after he had left France, wrote that he must beg the king to give up all idea of such a union, as he did not intend to marry again, and was too old for Madame Marguerite. 272 1539 to 41. A courtly farewell. In spite of the splendor and cordiality of his reception, Charles was sad and tired, and longed more than all else to find himself among his kindred and people. It was with heartfelt relief that he reached Cambrai, and found the Prince of Orange, the Duke of Airshot, and his faithful de Courriers, with the archers' guard, awaiting him. The next day he went on to Valenciennes, where his loyal subjects welcomed his return with passionate joy. Triumphal arches adorned the streets, and the houses were hung with tapestries. Now it was his turn to act as host, and do honor to the Dauphin and Duke of Orleans, who, with Vendôme, the Constable, and Amélie, the Duke of Guise's eldest son, had insisted on escorting him across the frontier. 273 The keys of the city were presented to the Dauphin at the Cambrai gate, torches blazed all along the streets, and the bells rang merry peals as Charles led the way to the ancient Hôtel de Ville, known as La Salle, where the Queen of Hungary and the Duchess of Milan received him with open arms. The next 2 days were given up to mirth and festivity. Charles showed the French princes the sights of the town, while the constable was invited to dine alone with the Queen and her niece, and sat down to table between the two royal ladies. A splendid banquet was followed by a ball, which lasted far on into the morning. All the ladies appeared in magnificent costumes, French, Italian, Flemish, or Spanish, as they chose, and wore the richest jewels. The emperor moved through the vast hall, blithe and debonair beyond his wont, jesting with his old friends and rejoicing to be once more in his native land. Mary and Christina, both of whom, remarks the chronicler, although widows, were still young and beautiful, danced with the French princes all the evening, and were in high spirits. 274 There was much gay talk, and the Pope's legate, the young Cardinal Farnese, amused the guests with stories of the latest gossip from the court of England, which Queen Eleanor had heard from Marillac. According to him, the new queen, Anne of Clovis, was too old and ugly for King Henry's taste, while her dresses and those of her German fraus were so monstrous that the king would not allow them to appear at court, and told his wife to adopt French fashions. 275 The next morning the French princes appeared early to bid the queen farewell, and were very gracious in their manner of leave-taking. The Dauphin received a superb diamond jewel in the shape of a griffin, and a very fine emerald was bestowed on the constable. There was some talk of a marriage between the Duke of Orleans and a daughter of King Ferdinand, while the King of Navarre and his wife, Margaret of Angoulême, were eager for a match between their only daughter, Jean, and the Prince of Spain. Vendôme probably realized that he had little chance of winning the Duchess of Milan, but he shrugged his shoulders and went his way gaily, saying he would wed the Pope's granddaughter, Vittoria Farnese, the sister of the boy cardinal. And they all rode off in high spirits to join the king at La Fère and show him the emperor's costly gifts. They met him on his way back from hunting, riding at the side of the queen's litter, clad in a scarlet cloak, which made the English ambassador remark how much better Eleanor was treated since her brother's visit. And the whole court, in Bishop Bonner's words, made much demonstration of gladness, thinking they have God by the foot. 276 3. Among all his political anxieties and preoccupations, the emperor had not forgotten his niece. Before he left Spain on this perilous journey through his old enemy's country, he drew up a paper of instructions to be given to his son Philip in case of his own death. A large part of this advice was devoted to the choice of a wife for the prince himself, the heiress of Navarre being on the whole, in Charles's opinion, the most eligible bride for his son. After suggesting various alliances for his little daughters, Maria and Juana, the emperor proceeded to urge on his successor the importance of finding a husband for his niece, the widow of Milan, saying that he counted her as one of his own children. 3 princes, he said, were all eager to marry her: the Duke of Clovis, the heir of Lorraine, and the Duke of Vendôme, but it would be necessary to defer his decision until he had ascertained the best measures for recovering Denmark and settling the question of Guelders. And if God, he added, should call to himself the Palatine Frederick, who is old and broken, one of these princes might marry his widow. 277 Christina's marriage, it is easy to see, was closely bound up with the settlement of guilders, an object which lay very near to her uncle's heart. February, 1540 guilders. The English ambassador Wyatt, who had been posting after the emperor across France, through deep and foul roads, was convinced that Charles in his heart of hearts cared more for guilders than he did for all Italy. This earnest desire to recover guilders was, he felt sure, the true reason why the emperor had undertaken this long journey in the depth of winter, and exposed his person to such great risks in passing through France. When, contrary to the constable's express orders, Wyatt obtained an audience from the emperor at Châtel Hérault, as he came in from hunting with the Dauphin, and informed him of his Majesty's marriage and alliance with Clovis, Charles turned angrily on him, saying, "What hath Monsieur de Clovis to do with guilders? I mean to show him that he has played the young man. I hope the king will give him good advice, for, I can tell you, Monsieur de Clovis shall give me reason. I say he shall. If he does," he continued, laying his hand on his heart, "he shall find in me a sovereign, a cousin, and a neighbor. Otherwise he will lose all three." 278 When, 2 months later in Brussels, Wyatt craved another interview of the emperor, and begged him in Henry's name to look favorably on his brother-in-law's petition, Charles said he must desire the king not to meddle between him and his subjects, repeating the same words, "Gene Ferrerin," 2 or 3 times over. An envoy from the Duke of Clovis came to meet him at Brussels, but was told that the emperor could not attend to his master's business until the affairs of Ghent were settled. These, as Wyatt remarked, had already quieted down in a singular manner from the moment that the emperor started on his journey, and deputies from the revolted city had been sent to meet him at Valenciennes. But he refused sternly to see them, saying that they would learn his pleasure when he came to Ghent. 279 April, 1540 A severe punishment. It was Charles's intention to overawe the turbulent city by an imposing display of armed force. On the 14th of February, 1540, he entered Ghent, that great, rich, and beautiful city, writes the city chronicler, with its broad streets, fair rivers, noble churches, houses, and hospitals, the finest in the Netherlands, at the head of a stately procession. The Queen rode on his right hand, the Duchess of Milan on his left, followed by the Princess of Macedonia and other ladies in litters, the officers of the household, and a long train of foreign ambassadors, princes, and knights of the Golden Fleece. Cardinal Farnese, Don Ferrante Gonzaga, Viceroy of Sicily, the Prince of Orange, the Dukes of Alva and Aerschot, Count Egmont, Buren, Deprete, Lolling, and Granvelle, were all present. In their rear came the troops 4,000 horse, 1,000 crossbowmen, 5,000 Landsknechten, and a strong body of artillery, numbering in all 60,000 persons and 15,000 horses. Their entry lasted 6 hours, and it was dusk before the last guns and baggage defiled through the streets. Charles, with his sister and niece, alighted at the Prinzenhof, the house where he had been born just 40 years before, and the archers' guard took up their station at the gates. 280 A strong body of infantry was encamped in the neighboring market-place, pickets of cavalry occupied the chief squares, and the rest of the troops were quartered in other parts of the city. But there was not the least show of resistance on the part of the citizens. Absolute tranquility reigned everywhere while the stricken city awaited the emperor's sentence. It was, as might be expected, a severe one. 23 of the ringleaders were arrested, and after a prolonged trial were found guilty. On the 17th of March, 9 of these were put to death in the market-place, while the others were banished and heavily fined. On the 29th of April the Emperor convened the chief officers of state and magistrates in the Great Hall of the Prinzenhof, and, in the presence of the Queen and her court, delivered his sentence on the guilty city. The charters and privileges of Ghent were annulled, the property of the corporation was confiscated, and heavy additional fines were imposed, beside the payment of the 400,000 florins which had been the cause of the quarrel. In their consternation, the burghers turned to Mary and implored her to intercede on their behalf, but she could only advise them to throw themselves on the Emperor's mercy. On the 3rd of May a memorable and historic scene took place in the court of the Prinzenhof. Here the Emperor, seated on a tribunal, with his crown on his head and scepter in his hand, and surrounded by the archers' guard, received the senators and chief burghers, as, robed in black, with bare heads and feet, and halters round their necks, they knelt in the dust at his feet. The sentence of condemnation was read aloud in the presence of a brilliant assembly of nobles and courtiers, and of a vast crowd who looked on from the windows and roofs of the neighboring houses. Then Mary, who occupied a chair at her brother's side, rose, and, turning to the Emperor, in eloquent words implored him to have pity on his poor city of Ghent, and to remember that he had been born there. The Emperor gave a gracious answer, saying that out of brotherly love for her and pity for his poor subjects he would pardon the citizens and restore their property. But he decided to build a citadel to keep the city in subjection, and, after taking his brother Ferdinand to the top of the belfry tower to choose a site, he eventually fixed on the high ground above the river Scheldt, where St. Bavon's Abbey stood. The demolition of the ancient monastery was at once begun, and before the Emperor left Ghent the first stone of the new fortress was laid 281. While these tragic events were taking place, a succession of illustrious guests arrived at court. First of all, at the end of February, came Ferdinand, King of the Romans, a simple and honest prince, the best of husbands and fathers, and as fondly attached to his sister Mary as she was to him. At the same time the Palatine Frederick sent his wife to join the family party and plead her unfortunate father's cause with the all-powerful emperor. Although his journey to England had failed to secure Henry's support, he still cherished designs against Denmark, and was anxious to prevent a renewal of the truce between the Low Countries and King Christian III. After consulting Archbishop Carondelet, the president of the council, and Granvelle, the two sisters, Dorothea and Christina, drew up a petition to the emperor, imploring him to have pity on the poor prisoner, who had already languished 7 years in solitary confinement, and reminding him gently of the pledges given to the Palatine at his marriage. April, 1540. William of Clovis, my sister and I, so ran the words of Dorothea's prayer, your humble and loving children, entreat you, as the fountain of all justice, to have compassion on us. Open the prison doors, which you alone are able to do, release my father, and give me advice as to how I may best obtain the kingdom which belongs to me by the laws of God and man. 282. But although the sisters' touching appeal on behalf of their captive father moved many hearts, and both Henry VIII and James V of Scotland wrote to assure the Palatine of their sympathy, no one was inclined to embark on so desperate an enterprise, and Dorothea went back to her lord at Heidelberg without having obtained any satisfaction. On the 14th of April a truce was concluded with the Danish envoys, who had followed the emperor to Ghent, and the illusory hopes of the three crowns which had been so long dangled before the Palatine's eyes melted into thin air. 283. There was still one important question awaiting settlement. William of Clovis had sent 3 successive ambassadors to congratulate Charles on his return and to seek the investiture of Guelders at his hand. Now, at King Ferdinand's instance, he arrived at Ghent one day in person, to the surprise of the whole court. The Duke of Clovis, wrote an eyewitness of his entry, has come to Ghent with a fine suite, to claim Guelders and marry the Duchess of Milan. This is not to be wondered at, for she is a young and very beautiful widow as well as a princess of the noblest birth. He who wins her for his bride will be a fortunate man. 284 The English ambassador at Turin, Nicholas Wotton, had done his utmost to prevent the Duke from accepting Ferdinand's invitation, and Wyatt was charged by Cromwell to neglect no means of preventing an alliance which would defeat all his schemes. The wily ambassador laid his snares cleverly. When the Clovis ambassador, Olus Leger, told him that the Duke was about to wed the Duchess, he whispered that his master had better be careful and take counsel of King Henry before he took any further pledges. I told him, wrote Wyatt to King Henry, to advise his master, in case of marriage, to use his friend's counsel, and herein, if I shall be plain with your majesty, I cannot but rejoice in a manner of the escape that you made there, for although I suppose nothing but honour in the lady, yet methinks your highness's mate should be without mote or suspicion, and yet there is thought affection between the Prince of Orange and her, and hath been of long, which, for her bringing up in Italy, may be noted but service which she cannot let, but I have heard it to proceed partly from her own occasion. Of this your majesty will judge, and do with your friend as ye shall think meet. 285 René's courtship of the Duchess was no secret, and Christina's preference for the popular prince was plain to everyone at the imperial court, but the unworthy insinuations by which the ambassador strove to blacken her character were altogether his invention. April, 1540 The Duke's suit. Since this was the surest way to win both Henry's and Cromwell's favour, Wyatt made unscrupulous use of these slanders to poison William of Clovis's mind against the Duchess whose hand he sought. On the 13th of April the Duke arrived at Ghent, and was met by the Prince of Orange, who brought him to King Ferdinand's rooms. Late the same evening the English ambassador had a secret interview with him, and did his utmost to dissuade him from entering into any treaty with the Emperor. The Duke's irresolution was now greater than ever. The next day Ferdinand himself conducted him into the Emperor's presence, where he received the most friendly greeting, and was invited to join the imperial family at dinner. The gracious welcome which he received from Mary, and the sight of Christina, went far to remove his doubts, and during the next few days the harmony that prevailed among the princes excited Wyatt's worst misgivings. The Venetian ambassador, Francesco Contarini, met the Countess Palatine returning from Ghent, and heard from her servants that a marriage was arranged between her sister and the Duke of Clovis. Monsieur de Velly, the French envoy, sent this report to Paris, and it was confidently asserted at the French and English courts that Clovis had settled his quarrel with the Emperor, and was to wed the Duchess. 286 May, 1540 An abrupt departure, but these reports were premature. The Duke told Wotton and Wyatt that nothing would induce him to give up Guelders, and at their suggestion he placed a statement of his claims in the hands of Ferdinand, who promised to submit the document to the Emperor. During the next fortnight the question was discussed in all its bearings by Charles and his councillors. The Duke pressed his suit for the Duchess's hand, and the Emperor went so far as to offer him the reversion of Denmark if he would renounce Guelders. But William was as obstinate as the Emperor, and, when Ferdinand induced Charles to offer Clovis his niece and the Duchy of Guelders for his lifetime, he quite refused to accept this proposal. All Ferdinand could persuade him to do, was to consent that the question of Guelders should be referred to the imperial chamber, a compromise which satisfied neither party. Still friendly relations were maintained outwardly. On Sunday, the 27th of April, the imperial family attended Mass in state, the Emperor riding to the Church of St. John with the King of the Romans and the boy legate, Cardinal Farnese, on his left, followed by the Dukes of Brunswick, Clovis, Savoy, and the Marquis of Brandenburg. In the afternoon Ferdinand sent for the Duke again, and made one more attempt to arrange matters, without success. Some insolent words spoken by Clovis's servants aroused the emperor's anger, upon which the duke became alarmed, and sent Wotan word that, seeing no hope of agreement, he intended to return home. Early the next morning, without taking leave of anyone, he rode out of the town secretly, and never halted until he was safe in his own dominions. His royal brother-in-law, King Henry, sent him a long letter, congratulating him on his safe return, and advising him solemnly not to marry the Duchess of Milan without finding out the true state of her affections towards the Prince of Orange, lest he should be deceived. Wotan told the king, in reply, that the duke's affection for Christina was now cooled, partly because she had refused him, and partly because of the information which Henry had given him. All idea of the marriage was certainly abandoned, and on the 22nd of June Clovis himself wrote to tell Henry that he had received friendly overtures from the French king, and was sending ambassadors to make proposals for his niece, the Princess of Navarre. 287. Meanwhile the Duke's strange conduct had excited much surprise at Ghent. The Emperor, who had spent the anniversary of his wife's death in retirement at a Carthusian convent in the neighborhood, returned to find Clovis gone. Henry of Brunswick rode with his friend to the outskirts of the town, and hurried back to be present at the imperial table, where he tried to explain the Duke's abrupt departure by saying that he was afraid of treachery. But Ferdinand and Mary were both seriously annoyed, and the only member of the family to rejoice was Christina, who felt that she could once more breathe freely. The pacification of Ghent was now complete, and the bulk of the forces were disbanded. On Ascension Day the 6th of May the imperial family attended Mass at St. John's, the Queen walking lovingly up the church, hand in hand with the King of the Romans. The ambassadors were all present, as well as Cardinal Farnese, in Wotan's opinion a very calf, and a greater boy in manners and condition than in years. On the 12th the King of the Romans took leave of his family, but the council at which he assisted lasted so late in the evening that he did not actually set out on his journey till 2 o'clock on the following day. About 6 in the cool hours of the May morning, the Emperor, with his sister and niece, rode out to see the foundations of the new citadel laid, and then continued their journey towards Antwerp, where great gunshot and bonfires welcomed their arrival. 288. 4. July, 1540. Cromwell's fall. The court spent the next 3 weeks at Bruges, the beautiful old city which was always a favorite with Charles and his sisters, in the ancient Prinzenhof where their mother had died. During these summer days many important events took place, and startling news came from England. On the 10th of June Cromwell was suddenly arrested and sent to the Tower on a charge of high treason. A fortnight later the new Queen, Anne of Clovis, left Whitehall for Richmond, and on the 9th of July her marriage was pronounced null and void by a decree of convocation. The ostensible reason for the divorce was a pre-contract between Anne and Francis of Lorraine. It was true that as children they had been affianced by their respective parents, but, as was common in such cases, all idea of the marriage had been afterwards abandoned, and Henry had professed himself entirely satisfied with the explanations given by Anne's relatives on the subject. But from the first moment that he met his bride at Rochester, on New Year's Day, 1540, he was profoundly disappointed. When Cromwell asked him how he liked her, he replied, nothing so well as she was spoken of, adding that, had he known as much of her before as he did now, she should never have set foot in his realm. However, he felt constrained to marry her, for fear of making a ruffle in the world, and driving her brother into the emperor's arms. At Whitsuntide he told Cromwell that from the day of his marriage he had become weary of life, and took a solemn oath that before God Anne had never been his lawful wife. From that moment Cromwell knew that his own fate was sealed. "The king loves not the queen," he said to Wriothesley. What a triumph for the emperor and the pope! A week afterwards he was committed to the Tower, and on the 28th of July he was beheaded. 289 The news of his fall was received with general satisfaction abroad. King Francis gave vent to boisterous joy, and sent his brother word how sincerely he rejoiced to hear that this false and wicked traitor, who had brought the noblest heads in England to the block, was at length unmasked. The Emperor, on the contrary, showed no surprise or emotion when he heard the news from Archdeacon Pate, the new envoy who had succeeded Wyatt, but merely said, "What? Is he in the Tower of London, and by the King's counsel?" And when, on the 6th of July, Pate informed him that the King had repudiated his wife, he cast his eye steadfastly on the speaker, and asked what scruples His Majesty entertained regarding his marriage with the daughter of Clovis. The ambassador explained, as best he could, what he took to be the motives of the King's action, upon which the Emperor said that he was convinced Cromwell was the true cause of all the terrible crimes which had of late years been committed against religion and order in England. So friendly was the Emperor that Pate wrote to the Duke of Norfolk, "If His Majesty hath thereby lost the hearts of the electors, he hath in their places gained those of the Emperor and the French King." 290 June, 1540 René of Orange. Both at Bruges and Antwerp the news aroused much excitement among the merchants, who were unanimous in the opinion that the king now intended to take the Duchess of Milan for the true heart which she bore him. But nothing was further from Christina's mind. She had rejoiced at the failure of the king's suit, and saw the Duke of Clovis leave Ghent without regret. Now all seemed ripe for the fulfillment of her long-cherished hopes. The Prince of Orange had been unremitting in his attendance on the Emperor since his arrival, and, as all men knew, was honored by His Majesty's confidence and affection. His popularity with the army was unbounded, and it was a common saying that wherever the prince's little pony went, every Dutchman would follow. The Queen looked kindly on his suit, and Christina's heart was already his own. But when, in these bright June days at Bruges, he modestly laid his suit before the Emperor, an unexpected difficulty arose. 3 years before, a marriage with the Duke of Lorraine's only daughter had been proposed for the young Prince of Orange by his uncle, William of Nassau-Dillenburg, the head of the German branch of the house. The idea met with Henry of Nassau's cordial approval, and at his request the Emperor sent his servant Montbardon to obtain Duke Antoine's consent. This was granted without any difficulty, and the contract was drawn up before the Count of Nassau's death. 291 Now the Duke urged the Prince to keep this long-standing engagement and marry his daughter and the plain but excellent lady whose portrait Holbein had taken for King Henry. The Prince had never seen his destined bride, and was very reluctant to carry out the contract, but the Emperor was resolute. Antoine already had a serious grievance in the matter of Guelders, and it was of the highest importance to secure his alliance. Accordingly, Charles told René that he must prove himself a loyal knight, and with his own hand drew up the articles of the marriage treaty, and sent them to Nancy by the Archdeacon of Arras. Christina's name is never mentioned in the whole transaction. It was the old story of the Count Palatine and the Archduchess Eleanor. She was a daughter of the House of Habsburg, and knew that the Emperor's will must be obeyed. So she could only bow her head in silence and submit to his decrees. If she wept bitter tears, it was in secret, in her quiet chamber in the ancient Cour de Princes at Bruges, looking down on the green waters of the canal. 292 There was great rejoicing throughout Lorraine when the Emperor's messenger reached Nancy and the marriage was proclaimed. Anne was very popular throughout the duchy, and since her mother's death, a year before, had taken a prominent place at the ducal court, where her tact and kindness made her universally beloved. The wedding took place in the last week of August at Bar. 293 All the members of the ducal house were present, including the Duke and Duchess of Guise, with their sons and daughters, and the Cardinal of Lorraine, who came from the French court to pronounce the nuptial blessing. The Prince of Orange's martial appearance and his splendid suite made a favorable impression on his new relatives, as Antoinette de Bourbon wrote to her daughter in Scotland, "I have delayed longer than I intended before writing to you, but we have been so well amused by the wedding of Mademoiselle de Lorraine that until this moment I have not had leisure to begin this letter. Yesterday we left the assembled company. There was a very large gathering, and the wedding took place last Tuesday. Monsieur Le Prince arrived honorably attended, and is, I can assure you, a very charming and handsome prince. He is much pleased with his bride, and she is devoted to him. They are to go home in a fortnight. The fete was at Bar, but there were very few strangers present, only a few nobles and ladies of the neighborhood. 294 On the 27th of September the Prince of Orange brought his bride to Brussels, where the states were assembled. The whole court rode out to welcome the happy pair, and escorted them to the Nassau Palace, where the prince changed his traveling dress for a court mantle, and hastened to pay his respects to the emperor. A succession of fetes was given in their honor, and dances, masks, and banquets were the order of the day. The princess charmed everyone by her gracious manners, and her fine figure and splendid clothes and jewels became the object of general admiration. October, 1540 Anne of Lorraine. On the 2nd of October a grand tournament was given in the prince's house, which the Emperor, Queen Mary, and Christina, honored with their presence. René himself challenged all comers at the barriers, and his wife was the most charming hostess. Before Charles left, he presented Anne with a costly ring, and appointed the prince to succeed Antoine de Lolling as stadtholder of Holland and Friesland. 3 days afterwards the newly married pair left court for their own home at Breda, and the emperor set out on a progress through Artois and Hainault, leaving his sister and niece at Brussels. René's wife soon became a great favorite with the queen, and Christina danced as gaily as the rest at the wedding fetes. But it is significant that the only mention made of her in contemporary records is in the dispatches of the English ambassador, Richard Pate, who tells us that the Duchess of Milan spent much of her time in the company of her brother-in-law, the Palatine. 295 Frederick had come to Brussels to confer with the emperor on German affairs, and, if possible, to raise a loan of 600,000 ducats for his intended campaign against Denmark. But although Charles professed himself ready and anxious to oblige his good cousin, the regent would give him no answer, and ended by telling him to get the money from the imperial treasury. Richard Pate held long and confidential conversations with the Palatine, who recalled his visit to Windsor with delight, and spoke with warm admiration of the beauty of the singing in St. George's Chapel. He was curious to know if his old friend the king had grown as fat as he was represented in recent portraits, and rejoiced to hear that his majesty was lusty and merry. As for the Duchess of Milan, he could only feel sorry that so charming a lady should still lack a husband, and frankly regretted that she had not married King Henry, or, failing him, the Prince of Orange. 296 After his return to Germany, Frederick made another attempt to bring about his sister-in-law's marriage to the Duke of Clovis, who still hesitated between his old love for Christina and his reluctance to give up Guelders. But negotiations were already in progress with another suitor, who had bided his time patiently, and who was now at length to obtain his reward. 1539–41 Louise de Guise. The Prince of Orange's union with Anne of Lorraine had strengthened the ties that bound her father to the emperor, and a second marriage, which took place this autumn, united the two houses still more closely. Among the young nobles who accompanied René to Bar for his wedding was Charles, Prince of Chimay, the eldest son of the Duke of Aerschot, the wealthy and powerful governor of Brabant, who was foremost among the regent's confidential advisers, and whom she affectionately called by the pet name of Morisot. On the death of his mother in 1539, the young prince had succeeded to her vast estates, and lived at the fine castle of Beaumont, near the French frontier. At Bar he saw and fell in love with Louise de Guise, the lovely girl whom Henry VIII would gladly have made his wife. But there were difficulties in the young suitor's way. His own family began by opposing the marriage, and it was some time before Charles's consent could be obtained. The Duke of Guise had long been the emperor's most bitter enemy, and was known to have strongly opposed his journey through France. Fortunately, Duchess Antoinette was from the first on the lover's side, and succeeded in gaining her husband's consent. For some time past King Francis had been trying to arrange a marriage between her eldest son, the Count of Aumale, and the Pope's granddaughter, Victoria Farnese, as Louise calls her in one of her letters. But the Pope haggled over the dowry, and insisted on asking the Emperor's consent, so that Antoinette had a troublesome task in her lord's absence, and complained sorely to the Queen of Scotland of these vexatious delays. By way of consolation, however, she writes on the 30th of November, "We have an offer for your sister. Monsieur le Duc d'Aerschot has sent to ask for her, on behalf of his eldest son, the Prince of Chimay, a youth about 20, handsome and well brought up, we hear. He will give him a portion of 50,000 crowns a year, and he will have some fine estates, such as the Duchy of Aerschot, the Principality of Chimay, the counties of Beaumont and Porcien, most of them near Guise. I have told your father, who is at court, and he approves, and has spoken to the king and to our brothers, who all advise us to accept the proposal. So do my brother-in-law the Duke of Lorraine and my mother Madame de Vendôme. It has been arranged that we should all meet at Bar on the Conception of Our Lady, as my lord the Duke wishes the matter to be settled at his house. I hope your father will be there, but if not he will give me the necessary powers. If things can be arranged, she will be well married, for the prince has great possessions and beautiful houses and plate and furniture in abundance. But it is a great anxiety to be treating of two marriages at once. 297 Happily for the good Duchess, the young prince had his way, and the contract between him and Louise was duly signed at Bar on the 22nd of December. On the same day the emperor, accompanied by the regent and Duchess of Milan, paid a visit to the Duke of Aerschot at Beaumont, and offered him their warmest congratulations on his son's marriage. 298 The wedding took place at Joinville in the following March, by which time Christina's own marriage to Louise's cousin was arranged, and all Lorraine rang with the sound of wedding bells. V. January, 1541 Christina's betrothal. The vaunted alliance between Charles and Francis did not last long, and less than a year after the emperor and king had parted at St. Quentin, vowing eternal friendship, a renewal of war seemed already imminent. Francis was bitterly disappointed to find that none of the great results which he expected from Charles's visit had come to pass. The emperor firmly declined to marry his daughter, and gave no signs of surrendering Milan to the Duke of Orleans. All he would offer was the reversion of the Low Countries as his daughter's portion if she married Orleans. This failed to satisfy Francis, who declared that he would have Milan and nothing else. In order to prevent his niece, Jean of Navarre, marrying the Prince of Spain, the king offered her to the Duke of Clovis, who signed a treaty with France this summer, but was not actually affianced to the little princess until the Duchess of Milan was finally betrothed to Francis of Lorraine. Upon hearing of the alliance between France and Clovis, Charles retaliated by solemnly investing his son Philip with the Duchy of Milan. This ceremony took place at Brussels on the 11th of October, and was regarded by Francis as an open act of defiance. He vented his anger on the constable, who asked leave to retire, while Madame d'Etampes did her best to obtain her rival's disgrace and induce the king to declare war against the emperor. But Francis was loath to let his old servant go, and said to Montmorency, with tears in his eyes, "How can you ask me to let you leave me? I have only one fault to find with you, that you do not love what I love." 299 The constable consented to remain, and for the moment the crisis was delayed. After visiting the forts along the frontier and leaving garrisons in every town, the emperor came to Namur for Christmas, and prepared for his final departure. 40 chariots were needed for his own use, and all the horses and carts in the neighboring provinces were requisitioned to provide for the conveyance of his immense suite. On Innocents' Day the court moved to Luxembourg, and all the gentlemen of the countryside rode out to meet the emperor. With him came the Queen and the Duchess of Milan, and on the same evening they were joined by the Duke of Lorraine and his son Francis, the Marquis of Pont-à-Mousson. On the Feast of the Three Kings the imperial party attended Mass in the cathedral, and the emperor, after his usual custom, presented golden cups to 3 abbeys in the town. And on the same day the marriage of the Marquis to the Duchess of Milan was finally concluded, to the great delight of the old Duke, who was as much pleased as the bridegroom. 2 days afterwards Charles took an affectionate farewell of his sister and niece, and went on to Regensburg, leaving them to return to Brussels, while the Duke of Lorraine hastened to Nancy to summon the states and inform his loyal subjects of his son's marriage. 300 On the 1st of March the contract drawn up by the imperial ministers, Granvelle and Dupret, was signed by the Duke of Lorraine at Bar, and on the 20th by the Emperor. The ducal manors of Blamont and Denoyever were settled upon the Duchess, and, in order that she might not lose any rank by her marriage, the Marquis received the title of Duke of Bar. 301 On the 12th of March the Queen and Duchess both went to the castle of Beaumont in Hainault, to be present at the splendid reception which the Duke of Aerschot gave his daughter-in-law. The Duchess of Guise herself accompanied the beloved Louise to her future home, and wrote the following account of the festivities to Queen Mary of Scotland from her husband's chateau at Guise: Madam, March, 1541 Wedding bells. I have been so confidently assured that the safest way for letters is to send them by Antwerp merchants that I am sending mine by this means, and your sister will be my postmistress in future. I wrote to tell you of the conclusion of her marriage, and sent the articles of the treaty and the account of her wedding by your messenger. I have just taken her to her new home, a fine and noble house, as well furnished as possible, called Beaumont. Her father-in-law, the Duke, received her very honorably, attended by as large and illustrious a company as you could wish to see. Among others, the Queen of Hungary was present, and the Duchess of Milan, and both the Prince and Princess of Orange, who, by the way, is said to be with child, although this is not quite certain as yet, and I confess I have my doubts on the subject. I think your sister is very well married. She has received beautiful presents, and her husband has made her a very rich wedding gift. He is young, but full of goodwill and excellent intentions. It did not seem at all like Lent, for the sound of trumpets and the clash of arms never ceased, and there was some fine jesting. At the end we had to part not without tears. I am now back at Guise, but only for one night, and go on tomorrow to La Fère. My brother the Cardinal, and my brother and sister of Saint Pol, will be there on Wednesday. For love of them I will stay at La Fère over Thursday, and set out again on Friday, to reach Joinville as soon as may be, in the hope of finding your father still there, as well as our children, that is to say, the little ones and the priests. 302 10 days later Louise herself wrote a long and happy letter to her sister from Beaumont, full of the delights of her new home and of the kindness with which she had been received by her husband's family. Madam, since God gave me this great blessing of a good husband, I have never found time to write to you. But I can assure you that I count myself indeed fortunate to be in this house, for, besides all the grandeur of the place, I have a lord and father-in-law whom I may well call good. It would take 3 sheets of paper if I were to tell you all the kindness with which he treats me. You may therefore be quite satisfied of your sister's happiness, and she is further commanded to offer you the very humble service of the masters and lords of this house, who beg that you will employ them on any occasion that may arise, since they will always be very glad to obey your wishes. We also have a very wise and virtuous queen, who has done me the greatest honor by coming here to our house, expressly, as she condescended to say, to receive me. She told me herself that she meant to take me for her very humble daughter and servant, and that in future she hoped I should be often in her company, which, considering how little she has seen of me, was exceedingly kind. The Duchess of Milan said the same, and was the best and kindest of all. We may soon hope to see her in Lorraine, for her marriage to the Marquis is in very good train. Since my mother went home, she has sent a letter asking me to find out if this route to Scotland will be shorter than the other. If this is the case, and you like to send me your letters for her, I shall be delighted. Only, madam, you must be sure to address your packets to the Duke of Ayrshire, which will be easy for you, as then the merchants who come from Scotland will leave them at Antwerp or Bruges, or any other town, and they will not fail to reach me, since my father-in-law is greatly loved and honored throughout the Netherlands. And I pray that God will give you a long and happy life. Your very humble and obedient sister, Louise of Lorraine. From Beaumont, the 25th day of March. 303. The keenest interest in these marriages was shown at the court of Scotland. King James wrote cordial letters from Edinburgh to his sister-in-law and to the Duke of Ayrshire, and congratulated the Princess of Orange on her happy expectations, begging her to write to him and his wife more frequently. 304. And had always been on affectionate terms with her aunt and cousins at Joinville, and the presence of Louise at Brussels this summer was another bond between them. April, 1541. An unwilling bride. Meanwhile King Francis was greatly annoyed to hear of the Duchess of Milan's marriage. He complained bitterly to the Duke of Guise and the Cardinal of their brother's desertion, and vowed that Antoine and his son should feel the full weight of his displeasure. He was as good as his word, and, when the prince assumed the title of Duke of Bar, disputed his rights to this duchy on the ground that it was a fief of the crown. In order to satisfy these new claims, the Duke was compelled to sign an agreement on the 22nd of April, by which he and his son consented to do homage to the king for the Duchy of Bar, and to grant free passage of French troops through this province. 305. At the same time Francis invited the Duke of Clovis to come to Blois, as he wished his marriage to the Princess of Navarre to be celebrated without delay. On the 11th of April the states assembled at Dusseldorf were amazed to hear from Chancellor Olaus Leger that their duke, being unable to obtain the Duchess of Milan's hand without the surrender of Guelders, was about to contract another marriage with the Princess of Navarre, and had actually started on his wedding journey. 306. The King and Queen of Navarre had always been averse to their daughter's union with the Duke of Clovis, but Margaret's resistance was overcome by the royal brother whom she adored, and her husband gave a reluctant consent to the marriage, but the little Princess Jean, a delicate child of 12, refused in the most determined manner to marry this foreign prince. In vain she was scolded and whipped, and threatened by her uncle the king with worse punishments. For many weeks the child persisted in her refusal, and, when compelled to yield, signed a protest on the eve of her marriage, which with the secret connivance of her parents was duly witnessed and preserved. On the 14th of June, 1540, the strange wedding was finally solemnized at Châtel-Hérault, on the Garonne. A series of Arcadian fêtes in beautiful summer weather were given by King Francis, who never lost an opportunity for indulging his love of romance. Arbors and colonnades of verdure were reared on the river banks. King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table were seen riding forth in quest of adventure. High-born ladies, clad as nymphs and dryads, danced on the greensward by torchlight. 307. The bridegroom gave his bride magnificent jewels, although Jean was never seen in public, and did not even appear at the ball on the night before the wedding. Finally, when all were assembled in the royal chapel, and the king came to lead his niece to the altar, the little princess, weighed down by her costly jewels and gold and silver brocades, was unable to walk. "Take her by the neck," cried the impatient monarch to Montmorency, and the constable of France, not venturing to disobey the royal command, lifted up the frightened child in his arms and bore her to the altar before the eyes of the whole court. As he did so he was heard to mutter, "Cn est fini, de ma faveur, adului dis," and, surely enough, the day after the wedding he received his dismissal, and left court, never to return during the lifetime of Francis. 308 July, 1541. Christina's wedding. The Duke had agreed, in order to satisfy the King and Queen of Navarre, that the marriage should be merely formal, and consented to leave his unwilling bride with her parents for another year. Accordingly, 3 days later he bade them farewell, and rode, attended by a strong French escort, through the Ardennes, and travelled down the Moselle and Rhine to Cologne. As he passed through Luxembourg he saw the trained bands gathering in force on the frontier, and heard that they were assembling under Count Buren to meet his successful rival, Francis of Lorraine, and bring him to Brussels for his wedding. 309 Here great preparations had been made to do honor to the emperor's niece, and the guests came from far and wide. Christina's trousseau was worthy of her exalted rank, and the queen presented her with a wonderful carcanet of rubies, diamonds, and emeralds, with pendants of large pear-shaped pearls. The marriage was solemnized on Sunday, the 10th of July, in the Great Hall where, 26 years before, Isabella of Austria had been married to the King of Denmark. Only 2 of the foreign ambassadors were absent from the wedding banquet, the Englishmen Vaughan and Carne, a fact which naturally excited much comment. King Henry changed color when Chipwis told him of Christina's marriage, and was at no pains to conceal his surprise and vexation. He said repeatedly that he wondered how the emperor could allow so noble and renowned a princess to marry the Marquis, when there could be no doubt that Anne of Clovis was his lawful wife, and insisted that this had been the chief reason of his own separation from this lady. After the wedding he again referred to the incident, and told Chipwis in confidence that the Duke of Lorraine had secretly made over his rights on Guelders to the French king, and would never help the emperor against France, since Monsieur de Guise and the Cardinal of Lorraine were entirely on the French side. Chipwis listened with polite attention, and reported most of the king's conversation for the amusement of the court at Brussels. 310 Here a series of fêtes took place after the wedding. A grand tournament was held in front of the Hôtel de Ville, followed by the mock siege of a fortress in the park, and a hunting party in the forest of Soignes. 311 On the 14th, the Duke and Duchess of Bar left Brussels to pay a round of visits in the neighborhood and see the country, and on the 27th the Queen went to meet them at the Duke of Aerschot's hunting palace at Heverlee, near Louvain, and spent several days there with the 2 other newly married couples, the Prince and Princess of Orange and the Prince and Princess of Chimay. 312 August, 1541 A noble lady. Finally, on the 1st of August, the bride and bridegroom set out on their journey, attended by a brilliant company, which included the Prince and Princess of Orange, the Duke of Aerschot, the Prince and Princess of Chimay, the Counts of Bergen, Buren, and Brederode. They travelled by slow stages, resting at Namur, Luxembourg, Thionville, and Metz. Triumphal arches were erected over the gates of each city, and the burghers came out in procession to greet the bride. At Metz Christina was presented with an illuminated book on marriage, by the regent of the university, Edmond du Boulay, and the chapter of Toul offered her a gold cup, filled with 300 crowns, while the city gave her 200 crowns and 10 barrels of choice wine. 313 On the 8th the wedding party reached Pont-à-Mousson, and found a large family gathering waiting to receive them. A few days before the Cardinal of Lorraine had joined the Duke and Duchess of Guise at Joinville, and had accompanied them to Pont-à-Mousson, as Antoinette wrote, in order to give our new lady her first greeting and conduct her to Nancy. Great preparations have been made to welcome her, and there is to be some fine jesting. I will tell you if there is anything worth writing, and must confess I am very curious to see if the Marquis makes a good husband. At least the country rejoices greatly at the coming of so noble and excellent a lady. 314 The Duchess of Guise had collected most of her family for the occasion, and brought 4 of her sons Amélie, Mayenne, Charles, Archbishop of Reims, and Louis, Bishop of Troyes to Pont-à-Mousson, as well as her little grandson, the Duke of Longueville, the Queen of Scotland's son by her first marriage. Duke Antoine and his younger son, Nicolas de Vaudemont, Bishop of Metz, were also present, together with all the chief nobles of Lorraine. It was a strange meeting. Guise and his sons had often crossed swords with the Prince of Orange and Aerschot, and the Duke had refused to meet the Emperor on his memorable visit to Chantilly. Now he was engaged in repairing the forts along the frontier in view of another war, an occupation which had at least one merit in his wife's eyes, and kept him longer at home than he had been for many years. All alike, however, friends and foes, joined in giving the new Duchess a hearty welcome, and drank joyously to the health and prosperity of the illustrious pair. At Pont-à-Mousson Francis took his bride to the convent of Poor Clares, to see his grandmother, Philippa of Guelders, who had taken the veil 20 years before, but still retained all her faculties, and was the object of her son's devoted affection. The Duke of Guise and his wife constantly visited the good old lady, whose name appears so often in Antoinette's letters, and who now embraced her new granddaughter tenderly and gave the bridal pair her blessing. The next day Christina entered Nancy, where immense crowds assembled to receive her, and choirs of white-robed maidens welcomed her coming at the ancient gateway of La Craffe. One quaint medieval practice which had lasted until this century was dispensed with. It was the custom for a band of peasants from the neighboring village of Laxo, to beat the pools in the marshes under the palace walls all through the night when the princes of Lorraine brought their brides home, to drive away the frogs, whose croaking might disturb the ducal slumbers. But instead of this, the peasant women of Laxo stood at the palace gates as the Duchess alighted, and presented her with baskets of flowers and ripe strawberries and cherries. 315 August, 1541 Rejoicings at Nancy. A grand tournament was held the following morning, on the Place des Dames in front of the ducal palace, in which many of the Flemish nobles took part, and was followed by a state banquet and ball, all very sumptuously done, wrote Lord William Howard, the English ambassador. 316 Then the wedding festivities came to an end, the gay party broke up, and the old city, which was henceforth to be Christina's home, resumed its wonted air of sleepy tranquillity. Footnotes: 243 Papiers d'État. 8220, Archives du Royaume, Bruxelles. 244 Lands, 2. 297, Calendar of State Papers, 13. 2. 16. 245 Lands, 2. 289, 683. 246 State Papers, Record Office, Henry VIII, I 605, Calendar of State Papers, 14. 1. 192. 247 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 1. 348, 374. 248 See Appendix, Papiers d'État, 82, 26, Archives du Royaume, Bruxelles. 249 Hubert Thomas, 376 to 390, CUST, Gentleman Errant, 377 to 379. 250 Tsimaris Chronic, 2. 547 251 H. Thomas, 396. 252 Colic, 104. 253 Ibid, 105. 254 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 2. 61, H. Thomas, 393 to 398. 255 State Papers, Record Office, Henry VIII, I 616, Calendar of State Papers, 14. 2. 54. 256 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 2. 66, 69, 94, 368. 257 H. Thomas, 399 to 401, Colic, 136. 258 Colic, 135. 259 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 2. 215, H. Thomas, 401. 260 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 2. 127, 232, Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 1. 200, Colic, 138, 139. 261 Calendar of State Papers, 14. 2. 127, Not, 2. 399 262 Calendar of State Papers, 16. 61, Hen, 6. 301 to 396 263 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 205 264 Bulletin de la Commission d'Histoire, Serie 2, 3, 490. 265 Granvelle, Papiers d'État, 2. 540, Calendar of State Papers, 14. 1. 437, 2. 193, Gauchard, Relation de Troubles de Gand, 258. 266 Colic, 142, Not, 2. 353 267 Gauchard, 252. 268 Gauchard, 49. 269 Hen, 7. 4. A de Rouble, Le Mariage de Jean d'Albret, 46, R de Bull, Histoire de Dux de Guise, I 123. 270 Gauchard, 305. 271 M. du Belly, 4. 413 272 Granvelle, Papiers d'État, 2. 562, Colic, 153. 273 Gauchard, 531. 274 Gauchard, 664 to 666. 275 Calendar of State Papers, 15. 65 276 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 236 237. 277 Granvelle, Papiers d'État, 2. 542 278 Not, 2. 358 279 Not, 2. 380, 391. 280 Gauchard, Relation de Troubles de Gand, 65. 281 Hen, 7. 40 to 90, Gauchard, 67 to 70, 389. 282 lands, 2. 308 283 hen, 7. 282, not, 2. 418 284 gotchard, 65, 71. 285 not, 2. 398 286 not, 2. 417, State Papers, Record Office, 8. 329 287 Calendar of State Papers, 15. 349, 367. 288 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 336, 340, 354, Calendar of State Papers, 15. 318 289 Calendar of State Papers, 15. 363, 390, 391. 290 Colic, 191, State Papers, Record Office, 8. 386, 397, 412. 291 El Hugo, Trait sur l'origine de la Maison de Lorraine, 212. 292 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 398 293 Pfister, Histoire de Nancy, 2. 188 294 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 15, Advocates Library, Edinburgh. 295 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 444 296 Calendar of State Papers, Henry VIII, 16. 1, 60. 297 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 22 298 W. Bradford, Itinerary of Charles V, 517, State Papers, Record Office, 8. 508 299 F. de Creux, Montmorency à la Cour de François I 392. 300 Gotchard, Voyages de Charles V, 2. 167 301 A. Calmet, Histoire de Lorraine, 3. 387 302 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 5. See Appendix. The priests were Antoinette's two sons, Charles, Archbishop of Reims, and Louis, both of whom afterwards became cardinals. 303 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 153, see Appendix. 304 Ibid, 2. 157 305 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 609 306 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 550, Calendar of State Papers, 15. 344, 362, A. de Rubel, Mariage de Jean d'Albret, 83. 307 M. du Belli, Memoirs, 4. 415 308 A. de Rubel, 118, F. de Creux, and de Montmorency à la Cour de François I, 403. 309 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 585 310 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 1, 332, 349. 311 Hen, 7. 282, Calendar of State Papers, 16. 1, 470. 312 Calendar of State Papers, 16. 1, 508. 313 JB Revolt, Histoire de Lorraine, 3. 743, Hugo, 217, C. Pfister, Histoire de Nancy, 2. 192 314 Balcar's Manuscripts, 2. 4, see Appendix. 315 Pfister, 2. 63, 188, Revolt, 3. 703 316 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 609. Book 8 Christina, Duchess of Lorraine 1541–1545 I January, 1477 King René The ducal house of Lorraine, into which Christina had now married, was one of the oldest and proudest in Europe. The duchy took its name of Lotharingia from Lothair, a great-grandson of Charlemagne, who reigned over a vast kingdom stretching from the banks of the Scheldt and Rhine to the Mediterranean. After this monarch's death, his territories became the object of perpetual contention between the German Empire and France, and were eventually divided among a number of counts and barons who owned the emperor or the French king as their suzerain. Godfrey of Bouillon, the leader of the First Crusade, was one of many illustrious princes who reigned over Lorraine, but Gerard d'Alsace, who died in 1046, was the ancestor of the ducal house to which Christina's husband belonged. 317 From him descended a long line of hereditary princes, who were loyal vassals of France and took an active part in the wars against England. Raoul, the founder of the Collegiate Church and chapter of St. George's at Nancy, was killed fighting valiantly at Crécy, and his son John was taken prisoner with the French king by the Black Prince at Poitiers. Duke John's second son, Ferry, Count of Vaudemont and Joinville, fell at Agincourt. In 1444 this prince's grandson, Ferry II, the representative of the younger branch of the House of Lorraine, married Yolande, daughter of René of Anjou, King of Provence, Jerusalem and Sicily, and Duke of Lorraine in right of his wife, Isabella, the heiress of Duke Charles II. Yolande, whose sister, Margaret of Anjou, married Henry VI, became Duchess of Lorraine after the death of her nephew in 1473, and united the two branches of the family in her person. But she renounced the sovereignty in favor of her son, René II, who still bore the proud title of King of Sicily and Jerusalem, although, as the English ambassador, Wotton, remarked, he had never seen either the one or the other. René had a fierce struggle for the possession of Lorraine with Charles of Burgundy, who defeated him completely in 1475, and entered Nancy in triumph. But in January, 1477, King René recovered his duchy with the help of the Swiss, and Charles was defeated and slain in a desperate battle under the walls of Nancy. 318 10 years later René married Philippa of Egmont, sister of Charles, Duke of Guelders, and, together with his admirable wife, devoted the rest of his life to the welfare of his subjects and the improvement of the capital. During his reign the ducal palace, founded by his ancestors in the 14th century, was enlarged and beautified, and the neighboring church and convent of the Cordeliers were built. Here René was buried after his early death in 1508, and his sorrowing wife reared a noble monument in which he is represented kneeling under a pinnacled canopy crowned by a statue of the Virgin and Child. 319 December, 1519 Queen Philippa's 6 stalwart sons grew up under Philippa's watchful eye, to bear their father's name and maintain the honor of his house. The eldest, Antoine, succeeded René as Duke of Lorraine and Bar, and the second, Claude, became a naturalized French subject, and inherited the family estates in France, including Joinville, Guise, and Aumale. Both princes were educated at the French court, where Claude became the friend and companion of the future King Francis, and in 1513 married Antoinette de Bourbon, the Count of Vendôme's daughter. This lovely maiden was brought up with her cousins, Louis XII's daughters, the elder of whom married Francis of Angoulême, the heir to the crown. When, in 1515, this prince succeeded his father-in-law on the throne, he promised the young Duke of Lorraine the hand of Louis XII's widow, Mary of England, but the fair dowager had already plighted her troth to Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, and Antoine consoled himself with another princess of the blood royal, Renée de Bourbon, daughter of Gilbert de Montpensier and Chiara Gonzaga. The wedding was celebrated at Amboise on the 26th of June, 1515, and Antoine and Claude both left their brides in Lorraine with Queen Philippa while they followed Francis to Italy. There they fought gallantly by the king's side at Marignano. Antoine was knighted on the field of battle, while Claude received a dangerous wound, and a third brother was slain in the melee. Two of Philippa's younger sons lost their lives in the French king's later campaigns. One was killed at Pavia, and Louis, the handsomest of all his handsome race, died of the plague in Lautrec's army before Naples. A sixth son, Jean, Bishop of Metz, was made a cardinal at 20, and, like his brother, Claude of Guise, became a prominent figure at the French court. During Antoine's absence his duchy was governed wisely and well by his mother, Philippa, but when he no longer needed her help, the good queen retired from the world, and on the 8th of December, 1519, entered the Order of the Poor Clares at Pont-à-Mousson. Here she spent the remaining 27 years of her life in works of devotion, and edified her family and subjects by the zeal with which she performed the humblest duties, going barefoot and wearing rough serge. But she still retained great influence over her sons, who were all deeply attached to her and often came to visit her in the convent. By a will which she made when she forsook the world, she left her furniture, jewels, and most of her property, to her second son, Claude, pour aider ce jeune ménage, 320, and the Duke and Duchess of Guise went to live at her dower house of Joinville, the Bochâtel on the heights above the river Marne, which had once belonged to Saint Louis's follower, Leceur de Joinville. Here that remarkable woman, Duchess Antoinette, the mother of the Guises, reared her large family, the 6 sons who became famous as soldiers or prelates, and the 4 beautiful daughters who were courted by kings and princes. Antoine's wife, Renée, had not the ability and force of character which made her cousin a power at the French court, as well as in her own family, but she was greatly beloved in Lorraine, and inherited the cultivated tastes of her Gonzaga mother, the sister of Elizabeth, Duchess of Urbino, and sister-in-law of the famous Isabella d'Este. Renée brought the graces and refinement of the Mantuan court to her husband's home, and the blossoming of art which took place at Nancy during Antoine's reign was largely due to her influence. Grande Porterie. Palais Ducal, Nancy to face p. 260 August, 1541. The Ducal Palace. A whole school of local architects and painters were employed to adorn the Ducal Palace, which under his rule and that of his immediate successors became, in the words of a contemporary, as fine a dwelling place for a great prince as could possibly be desired. 321. King René had rebuilt the older portions of the house. His son now added the noble gateway known as La Grande Porterie, with his own equestrian statue carved by Mansugavain, and the magnificent upper gallery called La Galerie de Serfs, from the antlers and other trophies of the chase which hung upon its walls. 322. A wealth of delicate sculpture was lavished on the façade. Flowers and foliage, heraldic beasts, and armorial bearings, adorned the portal. Le Boeuf qui preachy, an ox's head in a pulpit appeared in one corner, and on the topmost pinnacle, above the busts of René and Antoine, a monkey was seen clad in a friar's habit. Within, the vaulted halls were decorated with stately mantelpieces and richly carved friezes. Without, the roofs glittered with gilded copper fretwork and a tall bronze flesh, bearing the cross of Lorraine and the thistle of Nancy, crowned the Tour du Paradis, which enclosed the fine spiral staircase leading to the Galerie des Serfs. Another round tower, containing an inclined way broad enough for a horse and chariot, stood in the older part of the palace, and led up to the treasury, where the crown jewels were kept. Here, too, were the apartments occupied by the ducal family. On one side they opened onto the Cour d'Honneur, where tournaments and pageants were held. On the other the windows looked down on the gardens, with their cut yews and box hedges, their arbors and bosquets, and in the center a superb fountain adorned with putty by Mansegavane, while beyond the eye ranged across the sleepy waters of the moat to green meadows and distant woods. 323 The grand portal and staterooms at the new end of the palace looked down on the Grande Rue, and were only divided by a narrow street from the shops and stalls of the marketplace. The fact that the Duke's house stood in the heart of the city naturally fostered the affection with which he was regarded by the people of Nancy. The citizens were familiar with every detail of the ducal family's private life, and took the deepest interest in their comings and goings, their weddings and funerals, in the guests who arrived at the palace gates, and in the children who grew up within its walls. Duke Antoine was especially beloved by his subjects. Early in life he had learnt by experience the horrors of war, and all through his reign he tried manfully to preserve a strict neutrality between the rival powers on either side, with the result that Lorraine enjoyed an unbroken period of peace and prosperity. The burden of taxation was lightened, trade and agriculture flourished, and the arts were encouraged by this good prince, who was justly called the father of his people. When his beloved wife Renée died, in June, 1539, his sorrow was shared by the whole nation. "Since I sent my last letter," wrote the Duchess of Guise to her daughter in Scotland, "you will have heard of the death of your aunt whom God pardoned a fortnight ago. The attack of flux de ventre which carried her off only lasted 9 days, but she was enfeebled by long illness. Nature could no longer offer any resistance, and God in his good pleasure took her to himself. She died as a good Christian, doing her duty by all and asking forgiveness of everyone, and remained conscious to the end. After Friday morning she would not see her children, or even her husband, but, as this distressed him greatly, she sent for him again after she had received God. On Sunday she was anointed with holy oil, and died at 10 o'clock the next evening. It was the 10th of June. It is a heavy loss for all our family, but your uncle bears up bravely. He sent for us, and I set out for Nancy at once, but only arrived there after her death. Your father, with whom I have been in Picardy, followed on Saturday. I have just returned to Pont-à-Mousson, where I came to see my mother-in-law, the good old Queen. The funeral will be on St. John's Day, and your aunt will be buried in the Cordeliers, opposite the tomb of the late King, René II. 324 4 days after his wife's death, Antoine himself sent these touching lines to his niece, the Queen of Scotland, August, 1541. Francis of Lorraine, I was glad to hear from you the other day, madam, and must tell you the great sorrow which it has pleased God to send me, in calling my wife to himself. She died on the morrow of Pentecost. God be praised, madam, for the beautiful end which she made, like the good Christian that she was. Commend me to the King your Lord, and if there is any service which I can render you or him, let me know, and I will do it gladly. Your humble and loving uncle, Antoine. 325 Renée bore the Duke a large family, but only 3 of her children lived to grow up: Francis, Marquis of Pont-à-Mousson, born in 1517, Anne, the Princess of Orange, who was 5 years younger, and Nicholas, Count of Vaudemont, born in 1524, who took deacon's orders, and became Bishop of Metz when the Cardinal of Lorraine resigned this see. Francis had the French king for his godfather, and was sent, as a matter of course, to be educated at the court of France with the Dauphin. This prince inherited the tall stature and regular features of his father's family, together with his mother's love of art and letters. His studious tastes and quick intelligence made him the delight of all his teachers, and King Francis was heard to say that the Marquis Dupont was the wisest prince of his age. But although he could ride and tilt as well as any of his peers, he was never robust, and the strain of melancholy in his nature increased as years went by. In 1538 the young Marquis accompanied his father to meet the Emperor at Aigues-Mortes, and made a very favorable impression on Charles, who proposed that he should marry one of King Ferdinand's daughters. Several other alliances had been already suggested for this promising Prince 326 in 1527, while he was still a boy. The fateful marriage between him and Anne of Clovis had been arranged, and when this was abandoned, King Francis first offered him one of his own daughters, and then his cousin, Mary of Vendôme, whom the King of Scotland had deserted for the fair Duchess of Longueville. At the same time Henry VIII asked Castellan to arrange a marriage between his daughter Mary and the heir of Lorraine 327, but from the moment that Francis of Lorraine saw the Duchess of Milan at Compiègne his choice never wavered, and his constancy triumphed in the end over all difficulties. The lamented death of Duchess Renée, and the marriage of her only daughter, Anne, in the following year, had left the palace at Nancy without a mistress, and rendered Christina's presence there the more welcome. The old duke was as proud of his daughter-in-law as his subjects were of their young duchess, and Christina's frank manners and open-handed generosity soon made her very popular in Lorraine. She received a cordial welcome from Antoinette and the Guise princes at Joinville, and was on the best of terms with her young brother-in-law, Monsieur de Metz. Above all, she was adored by her spouse, whose devotion to Christina quickly dispelled the Duchess of Guise's fears lest this grave and thoughtful prince should not prove a good husband. His love satisfied every longing of her heart, and filled her soul with deep content. After all the storms of her early youth, after the lonely months at Milan and Pavia, after the disappointment of her cherished hopes, the young Duchess had found a happiness beyond her highest dreams. As she wrote to her old friend Granvelle a few months later, "My husband treats me so kindly, and has such great affection for me, that I am the happiest woman in the whole world." 328 November, 1541. A visit to Fontainebleau too. The King of France's ill temper was the one drawback to the general satisfaction with which Christina's marriage had been received. The coldness with which he treated the Duke of Lorraine and his son, the sacrifice of their rights on Bar, rankled in the old man's heart. His surprise was the greater when he received a courteous invitation to bring his son and daughter-in-law on a visit to the French court. His brother the Cardinal wrote saying that Queen Eleanor was anxious to see her niece, and that the king wished to confer the Order of Saint Michel on her lord, and begged Duke Antoine to accompany the young couple to Fontainebleau. Christina and her husband, who since his marriage had become a strong imperialist, were reluctant to accept the invitation, lest an attempt should be made to draw Lorraine into an alliance against the emperor. But the cardinal's bland promises and Antoine's anxiety to keep on good terms with the king prevailed over their hesitation, and early in November the two dukes and the young duchess spent 3 days at Fontainebleau. Hunting parties and banquets occupied the first 2 days. Eleanor took the greatest delight in her niece's company, and the king, who could never resist a woman's charms, was assiduous in his attention to Christina. The Queen of Navarre's presence afforded the Duchess additional pleasure, and this accomplished princess showed her Leonardo and Raphael's paintings, and did the honors of the superb palace which had excited the emperor's admiration 2 years before. On the third evening the king expressed his wish to confer the Order of Saint Michel on the young duke in so pressing a manner that it was impossible to refuse this offer. But an unpleasant surprise was in store for him and his father. The next morning the cardinal informed them that the king demanded the cession of the town and fortress of Stina, in return for the privilege of holding the Duchy of Bar. This unexpected demand aroused an indignant protest from Antoine and Francis. Stina was one of the bulwarks of Lorraine, and its position on the frontiers of Luxembourg made it of great importance to the defense of the empire. But nothing that the Duke and his son could say was of the slightest avail. They were told that if Stina was not surrendered peaceably the king would declare war and reduce their country to subjection. These threats alarmed the old duke to such a pitch that before leaving Fontainebleau he was induced to sign a treaty by which Stina was given up in perpetuity to the French crown. It was a grievous blow to the prestige of Lorraine, and filled Christina and her husband with grave fears for the future. The following letter which the Duchess wrote to Granvelle a few weeks afterwards shows how bitterly she resented the wrong. November, 1541. The cession of Stina. You have no doubt heard of the voyage which the Lord Duke my father-in-law, my husband, and I, took to the French court, where we made a very short stay, but one which turned out very badly for our house. For the king used violent threats to my father and husband, and sent my uncle the cardinal to tell them that, if they did not satisfy his demands, he would prove their worst enemy, and make them the smallest people in the world. So they were compelled to give him the town of Stina, which is a great loss to this house, and has vexed my husband and me sorely, showing us how much we are despised on that side, and to what risk of destruction we should be exposed if it were not for the good help of the emperor, in whom I place my whole trust. 329. Unfortunately for the Duchess and her husband, Charles was at this moment engaged in his disastrous expedition to Algiers. The news of the tempest which wrecked his fleet on the coast of Africa had reached the French court, and it was confidently asserted that the emperor himself had perished, or was a prisoner in Barbarossa's camp. These disquieting rumors were set at rest early in December by his safe return to Cartagena with the remnants of his army. But his enemies had been active in his absence. On the 15th of November the Duke of Lorraine set his seal to the deed of cession, and a week later a French garrison took possession of Stina. General indignation was excited throughout Europe by this arbitrary act. Mary of Hungary entered a vigorous protest in her brother's name against the surrender of an imperial fief, and no sooner did the news reach Charles than he told his ambassador to require the French king to do homage for the town. The new English ambassador, Paget, who arrived at Fontainebleau a few days after the Lorraine princes left court, noticed that the king looked very black, as if the imperial envoy had spoken of matters not all the pleasantest, while he informed his royal master that the entertainment of the Duke of Lorraine had been but cold, and that he had lost all credit with the French. 330. When Chapuis told King Henry at Christmas how King Francis had snatched Stina from the Duke of Lorraine, the English monarch only shrugged his shoulders, saying he had always known no good would come out of that marriage. 331. Meanwhile Christina and her husband found some consolation for their wounded feelings in the friendly reception which they met with at Joinville, on their return from France. The Duke and Duchess of Guise came to meet them at Annonville, and were eager to do honor to their nephew's bride and show her the beauties of their stately home. They had lately decorated the halls and chapel with paintings and statues, and Antoinette had laid out terraced gardens along the wooded slopes on the river Marne, adorned with pavilions and fountains. Nothing escaped the eye of this excellent lady, who watched over the education of her children and the welfare of her servants, and managed her kitchen, stables, and kennels, with the same indefatigable care. Her household was a model of economy and prudence, and her works of mercy extended far beyond the limits of Joinville. The active correspondence which she kept up with her eldest daughter, the Queen of Scotland, abounds in details regarding every member of her family, and above all her little grandson, the Duke of Longueville. The Duchess's letters are naturally full of this precious boy, who was the pet and plaything of the whole household, and on whose perfections she is never tired of dwelling. For his mother's benefit, she sends minute records of his height and appearance, of the progress which he is making at lessons, the walks which he takes with his nurse. November, 1541. At Joinville we have here now, she wrote to Mary of Guise, on the 18th of November, not only your uncle, but the Duke and Duchess of Bar, on their way back from court. They are all making good cheer with us, and your father is so busy entertaining them that you will hardly have a letter from him this time. Your eldest brother Amélie is here too, but goes to join the king at Fontainebleau next week. I shall go to my mother the old Countess of Vendôme, who is quite well, and so also is the good old queen, your grandmother. I have kept as a bonne bouche for you a word about our grandson, who will soon be a man, and is the finest child that you ever saw. I am trying to find a painter who can show you how tall, healthy, and handsome he is. Sad news had lately come from Scotland, where the Queen's 2 children, a boy of a year old and a newborn babe, had died in the same week. Antoinette's motherly heart yearned over her absent daughter in this sudden bereavement. Your father and I are sorely grieved at the loss you have suffered, she wrote to Mary, but you are both young, and I can only hope that God, who took away those dear little ones, will send you others. If I were good enough for my prayers to be of any avail with God, I would pray for this, but I can at least have prayers offered up by others who are better than I am, especially by the good Queen in her convent and her holy nuns. We are glad to hear the king bears his loss with resignation, and trust God will give you patience to live for him in this world and in the next, to which tribulation is the surest way. And in a postscript she adds a word of practical advice, saying that she did not like to hear of the poor babes having so many different nurses, and fears this may have been one cause of the mischief. 332. In return for this affectionate sympathy, King James sent his mother-in-law a fine diamond and a portrait of himself, which arrived during Christina's visit, and excited much interest at Joinville. All the Duchess of Guise's daughters were absent from home, the youngest, Antoinette, having joined her sister, Abbess Renée, in the convent at Reims, where she afterwards took the veil. But her eldest son, as we have seen, was at Joinville on this occasion. A tall, dark-haired, olive-skinned youth, recklessly brave and adventurous, Amélie was a great favorite both in court and camp, and his mother had been sadly disappointed at the failure of the marriage negotiations, which had cost her so much time and trouble. The Pope's daughter, Vittoria Farnese, who was to have been his wife, had since then been offered in turn to the Prince of Piedmont and the Duke of Vendôme, and was eventually married to the Duke of Urbino. Amélie himself cared little for the loss of the Italian bride, whom he had never seen, and had hitherto shown no eagerness for matrimony, but the sight of Christina made a deep impression upon him, and he never forgot his fair cousin's visit to Joinville. The most friendly relations prevailed between the two families, and frequent visits were interchanged during the winter. Christmas was celebrated with prolonged festivities at Nancy, and on the 6th of February the old Duke wrote from Joinville to his niece, the Queen of Scotland, "Your father and I have spent the last week together, and have made great cheer with all our family. Your son, de Longueville, is very well, and has grown a fine boy. Your very humble and affectionate uncle, Antoine." 333. February, 1542. Christina's anxieties. In spite of these distractions, Christina found it difficult to make her husband forget the loss of Stina. The injustice which had been done to the house of Lorraine still rankled in his mind, and he feared that the emperor would hold him responsible for the surrender of the town, and regard it as an act of disloyalty. Christina accordingly addressed a long letter to Granvelle, explaining that her husband had been very reluctant to accept the French order of Street Michel, and had only done this at his father's express command, before there had been any mention of surrendering Stina. Now she feared that the king might make some fresh demand, which would complete the destruction of the ducal house, and could only beg the emperor to help them with his advice and support. For you may rest assured, she goes on, that, whatever his majesty is pleased to command, my husband and I will obey, although, as you know, my father-in-law is somewhat difficult to please, and we must do his will for the present. So I beg you earnestly to point this out to his majesty, and ask him to give us his advice, for since our return to Nancy my husband has been so sad and melancholy, and so full of regret for the great wrong which his house has suffered, that I am quite afraid it will injure his health. Once more I beg you, Monsieur de Granvelle, to be a good friend to us in the present, as you have been in the past, for we have received so much kindness from you that I hope you will not hesitate to give us whatever advice seems best in your eyes. As for me, I am so much indebted to you for having helped to place me where I am, that you and yours will always find me ready to do you service. For I can never forget that it is to you I owe my present great happiness. 334 January, 1542 King Henry's wives Charles, however, wrote kindly to his niece, and refused to listen to the unkind tongues who tried to poison his mind against her husband. By degrees the young duke recovered his equanimity, and devoted his attention to beautifying the ducal palace of Nancy. In the last years of René's life a Lorraine artist, Hugues de la Fay, had been employed to paint subjects from the life of Christ at one end of the Galerie des Cerfs, and hunting scenes at the other. Christina's presence gave new impulse to the work, and the large quantity of gold leaf and azure supplied to the painters in the Duke's service, show how actively the internal decoration of the palace was carried on. In one particular instance Christina's influence is clearly to be traced. By Duke Antoine's orders, a fresco of the Last Supper was begun by Hugues de la Fay in the refectory of the Cordeliers, but was only completed after this painter's death in 1542, by Croc and Chapin. These two Lorraine artists were sent to Italy by Duke Francis soon after his accession, and visited Milan amongst other places. Here they saw Leonardo's famous Cenacolo in the refectory of S. Maria le Grazie, which was closely connected with the Sforza princes, and must have been very familiar to Christina when she lived in Milan. The fresco which they executed at Nancy is said to have been a replica of Leonardo's great work, and kneeling figures of Antoine and René were introduced on the same wall, in imitation of the portraits of Lodovico Sforza and Beatrice d'Este which are still to be seen in the Dominican refectory at Milan. Unfortunately, the Lorraine master's painting suffered a still worse fate than Leonardo's immortal work, and, after being partly spoiled by damp, was finally destroyed 30 years ago and replaced by a modern copy 335 during this winter, when Christina was happily settled in her new home and surrounded by loyal friends and subjects. News came from England of the trial and execution of Henry VIII's fifth queen, Catherine Howard. When the Duke and Duchess were at Fontainebleau, rumors reached the court that this unhappy lady, of whom Henry was deeply enamored but a short time before, had been suddenly banished from his presence, and taken into custody. Par ma foi de gentilhomme, exclaimed King Francis when he heard the account of the Queen's misdeeds. She has done wondrous naughtily. 336 But in England, as Chipwis reported, much compassion was felt for the King's latest victim, who had dragged down the noble house of Howard in her fall. Lord William Howard, the late ambassador, was hastily recalled from France, and sent to the Tower with his mother, the old Duchess of Norfolk. The King himself, wrote Chipwis, felt the case more than that of any of his other wives, just as the woman who had lost 10 husbands grieved more for the 10th when he died than for any of the other 9. But when the luckless queen was beheaded, Henry recovered his spirits, and spent carnival in feasting and entertaining ladies with a gaiety which made people think that he meant to marry again. But few, if any, ladies of the court, remarked Chipwis, now aspire to the honor of becoming one of the king's wives. 337 It was an honor to which Christina herself had never aspired. One day at the court of Nancy, conversation turned on the King of England, and some indiscreet lady asked the Duchess why she had rejected this monarch's suit. A smile broke over Christina's face, and the old dimples rose to her cheeks as she replied that, unfortunately, she only had one head, but that if she had possessed two, one might have been at His Majesty's disposal. It was a characteristic speech, and has passed into history. 338 May, 1542 The King's chase all through the winter of 1541–42 preparations for war were actively carried on in France, and intrigue was rife among the courts of Europe. Francis was determined to profit by his rival's misfortunes, in spite of the remonstrances of the Pope and of the deputies who were sent by the imperial diet to adjure him not to trouble the peace of Christendom while the emperor was fighting against the Turks. By the end of the year he succeeded in forming a strong coalition, which included Scotland, Denmark, Sweden, and Clovis. The Palatine Frederick had once more pressed his wife's claims to the three kingdoms, with the result that Christian III lent a willing ear to the French king's advances, and sent envoys to Fontainebleau, where a secret treaty between France and Denmark was signed a few days after the Duke and Duchess of Lorraine had left court. Francis was now exceedingly anxious to draw Lorraine into the league and induce Duke Antoine to take up arms against the emperor. In May he set out on a progress through Burgundy and Champagne, taking the Queen and all the court with him, to inspect the fortifications of the eastern frontier and enjoy some hunting on the way. "Tell the Pope," he said merrily to the legate Ardinghelly, "that I do nothing but make good cheer and amuse myself, whether I entertain fair ladies or go a-hunting the deer." Paget and the other ambassadors complained bitterly of the bad quarters in peevish villages which they had to put up with as they followed the king from place to place, wherever great hearts were to be heard of. 339 Fortunately, he found excellent sport at the Duke of Guise's chateau of Esclaron, where he spent 3 weeks, and declared that he had never been so happy in his life. "The king," wrote Duchess Antoinette to Mary of Scotland, "has found so many big stags here that he says he was never in a place which pleased him better, and that in spite of torrents of rain and God knows what mud. And you cannot think how fond he is of your father." 340 She herself went to Esclaron to receive her royal guest, taking the 8-year-old Duke of Longueville with her, to make his bow to the king and be petted by Queen Eleanor and her ladies. But the life of a court lady, as she told her daughter, was little to her taste, and she returned to Joinville early in June, to keep the fête dieu and prepare her husband's and son's equipment for the war which was expected to begin immediately. 2 days later, on the 10th of June, the Duke and Duchess of Bar paid the French king a visit at Esclaron, and were present at the reception of the Swedish ambassadors, whom Gustavus Wasa had sent to sign the new treaty. The ceremony took place in a large barn hung with tapestries and wreathed with green boughs. The king and his guests sat on a raised dais, draped with cloth of gold, under a canopy, while the princes of the blood and the other courtiers, among whom were no less than 6 cardinals, stood below. Here Francis listened patiently to a long Latin harangue from the Swedish ambassador, and then, coming down from his seat, he mingled freely in the crowd of cardinals and princes, gentlemen and yeomen, who stood all in a heap at the doors of the barn, and showed himself very affable, although, in Paget's opinion, his manner lacked the majesty which he had noticed in his own master on similar occasions. 341 June, 1542 The French invasion. Christina looked with curiosity at these envoys from the northern kingdom over which her father had once ruled, many of whom had known the captive monarch in old days. This time she and her husband had no cause to complain of the king's treatment. He was all courtesy and smiles, and assured them in the most cordial terms of the singular affection which he bore to all their house. But he soon saw that there was no prospect of inducing Antoine and his son to join him against Christina's uncle, and on the 12th of June he consented to sign an agreement by which he promised to respect the neutrality of Lorraine and the properties of the Duke's subjects. 342 After spending another week at Joinville, enjoying the splendid hospitality of the Guises, he left Eleanor with the Duchess, and went on to Ligny, a strong fortress on the borders of Luxembourg, where he gave orders for the opening of the campaign. By the middle of July 4 separate armies had invaded the Emperor's dominions. Guise and Orleans fell upon Luxembourg, Vendôme entered Flanders, the Dauphin attacked Roussillon, and the forces of Clovis, under the redoubtable Guelders captain, Martin van Rossum, laid Brabant waste with fire and sword. But they met with determined opposition in every quarter, and the heroism of the regent and her captain saved the Netherlands from ruin. The attack, wrote Dupret to Charles on September 21, 1542, was so secretly planned and so well carried out that it is a miracle your majesty did not lose your pays basse. We must thank God first of all, and next to him the Queen, to whose extreme care, toil, and diligence, this is owing. 343 Fortunately for the imperialists, Francis's extravagance had emptied his treasury. All his money, as Paget reported, was spent in building new palaces and buying jewels for himself and his favorites. Stina and other places had been fortified at vast expense, and by the end of the year most of the French forces were disbanded for lack of funds. It was a sad autumn at Joinville, where the good Duchess wept and prayed for her absent lord and sons, and sighed to think they were fighting against her daughter Louise's husband and father-in-law. In September Guise was invalided home, and he was hardly fit to mount his horse again when the parents received the news of Louise's death, which took place at Brussels on the 18th of October. The charming princess had always been a delicate girl, and now she died without leaving a child to comfort the husband and father who had loved her so well. This sad event was followed by tidings of the disaster which had befallen the King of Scotland's army in Solway Moss, and of his death on the 18th of December. Antoinette's heart bled for her widowed daughter, who had just given birth to an infant princess at Linlithgow. It came with alas, and it will go with alas, were the words of the king when he was told of the child's birth, a few days before he died at Falkland Palace. Both Guise and Amélie would gladly have hastened to Mary's help, but it was impossible for them to leave the camp at this critical moment, and Antoinette could only beg her daughter to keep up her courage and trust in God, the Almighty, who would defend her and the poor little queen, who although so young is already exposed to the insults of her enemies. 344 January, 1543 Birth of a son. It was a no less anxious time for Christina in her home at Nancy. From the palace roof the smoke of burning villages was to be seen in all directions, and the people of Lorraine were exposed to frequent raids from the hordes of irregular soldiers in both armies, and were compelled to raise trained bands for the defense of the frontiers. It was only by the strictest observance of the laws of neutrality that an outbreak of actual hostilities could be avoided. When Amélie was badly wounded by a shot from a crossbow in the siege of Luxembourg, his uncle the Duke sternly refused to have him carried into his neighboring castle of Longwy, and when Mary of Hungary proposed to garrison this fortress to protect his subjects from French aggression, he declined her offer firmly at the risk of incurring the imperial displeasure. 345 Christina herself spent Christmas at Fontainebleau with her aunt, Queen Eleanor. This poor lady was distracted with grief at the war between her husband and brother, and spent much time in making futile attempts to induce her sister, the regent, to listen to peace negotiations. Early in December, while the king was hunting at Cognac, she sent a gorgeous litter to Bar to bring the Duchess to court, and kept her there till the middle of January 346. A month afterwards, on the 13th of February, Christina gave birth to her first child, a son, who received the name of Charles, after her imperial uncle. There was great rejoicing in Nancy, where the happy event took place, and the old Duke himself went to Pont-à-Mousson to bear the good news to the venerable Queen Philippa, who thanked God that she had lived to see her great-grandson. The little prince's christening was celebrated with as much festivity as the troubled state of the country would allow, and Christina's faithful friend, the Princess of Macedonia, who had followed her to Lorraine, held the child at the font and was appointed his governess. 347 November, 1543. Duke Antoine Mediates. 2 days before the prince's birth, a secret treaty between the emperor and King Henry was concluded at Whitehall. Chapuis had at length attained the object of his untiring efforts, and a courier was sent from Spain on a confidential mission to induce Henry to declare war against France. The defeat of the Duke of Aerschot at Sittard excited general alarm in Flanders, and Mary was at her wits' end for money and men. But the emperor himself was hastening across the Alps to the help of his loyal provinces. The marriage of his son Philip with the Infanta of Portugal had been finally settled, and with the help of this princess's large dowry and another 500,000 of Mexican gold, Charles was able to raise a large army of German and Italian troops. On the 22nd of August he appeared in person before Duran, the capital of Clovis, which surrendered within a week. The Duke threw himself on the victor's mercy, and was pardoned and invested anew with his hereditary duchies, while Guelders was annexed to the Netherlands and the Prince of Orange became its first governor. William of Clovis on his part renounced the French alliance, and agreed to marry one of King Ferdinand's daughters. His previous marriage with Jeanne d'Albret was annulled by the Pope, and this resolute young princess had the satisfaction of carrying her protest into effect. Encouraged by these successes, Charles now laid siege to Landrecy, the capital of Hainault, which had been captured and fortified by the French, and was joined by a gallant company of English under Lord Surrey and Sir John Wallop. "Par ma foi," exclaimed the emperor, as he rode down their ranks, "this is a fine body of gentlemen. If the French king comes, I will live and die with the English." 348 But Francis refused to be drawn into a battle, and the approach of winter made both armies retire from the field. The Duke of Lorraine took advantage of this temporary lull to mediate between the two monarchs. Old as he was, and suffering severely with gout, Antoine came to the Prince of Chimé's house with his son Francis, and begged for an audience with the Emperor and Regent, who were spending a few days at Valenciennes, on their way to Brussels. Charles sent him word not to come into his presence if he brought offers from the French king, but in spite of these peremptory orders the two dukes arrived in the town on Sunday, the 17th of November, and were received by the emperor after dinner. Antoine delivered a long oration begging his imperial majesty to make peace for the sake of Christendom, and, laying his hand on his breast, swore that he had taken this step of his own free will, without communicating with any other person. The old man's earnestness touched Charles, who answered kindly, saying that he was always welcome as a cousin and a neighbor, and that this was doubly the case now that his son had married the emperor's dearly loved niece. But he told him frankly that he had been too often deluded by false promises to listen to French proposals for peace, and that in any case he could do nothing without the consent of his ally, the King of England. Nothing daunted, the old Duke went on to visit the Regent, and was found by Lord Surrey and the English ambassador Bryan sitting at a table before a fire in the Queen's room, playing at cards. Antoine greeted Brian as an old friend, and asked him to drink with him. But Mary sternly refused to listen to the Duke's errand, being convinced that he came from the king, and declaring that all the gentlemen in his suite were good Frenchmen. When he and his son were gone, she called Brian to her, and said, "Monsieur l'ambassadeur, heard you ever so lean a message?" "Madam," replied the Englishman, "if the broth be no fatter, it is not worth the supping," a sentiment which provoked a hearty laugh from the Queen. 349 May, 1544 Egmont's wedding. Neither Queen Eleanor, who sent an aunt-reading letter with a present of falcons to her sister, nor Cardinal Farnese, who brought fresh proposals of peace from the Pope, fared any better. The young Duchess Christina now determined to make an attempt herself, and came to meet her uncle at Spires when he attended the Diet. The ostensible reason of this journey was to visit her sister Dorothea, but Charles, divining her intention, sent the Countess Palatine word that if the Duchess of Bar brought proposals of peace she might as well stay at home. Christina, however, arrived at Spires on the 8th of February, with a train of 14 ladies and 15 horse, and spent a week with the Count and Countess Palatine. The sisters saw the Emperor and King Ferdinand every day, and were to all appearance on the most affectionate terms with them. But nothing transpired as to what passed between Christina and her uncle in private. On the day that she left Spires to return to Nancy, Frederick heard of the death of his brother, the Elector Palatine, and hastened to Heidelberg with Dorothea to attend his funeral and take possession of the rich Rhineland, to which he now succeeded. 6 weeks later he returned to do homage for the Palatinate, and assist at the wedding of his cousin Sabina with Lamoral d'Egmont, the hero of so many hard-fought fields. The Emperor gave a sumptuous banquet in honor of his gallant brother-at-arms, Dorothea led the bride to church, and Frederick, in a fit of generosity, settled 14,000 florins on his young kinswoman. 350 In this same month ambassadors arrived at Spires from Christian III of Denmark, who had quarreled with the French king and was anxious to make peace with the emperor. In spite of a protest from the Palatine, a treaty was concluded on the 23rd of May, by which Charles recognized the reigning monarch's title to the crown. So the long war, which had lasted 21 years, was at length ended, and the emperor finally abandoned the cause of Christian II. But a clause was added by which his daughter's rights were reserved, and a promise given that the severity of his captivity should be relaxed and that he should be allowed to hunt and fish in the park at Sonderburg. Christian III gladly agreed to these more humane conditions, and even offered to give Dorothea and Christina a substantial dowry, but the Palatine refused to accept any terms, and persisted in asserting his wife's claims. 351 4 June, 1544 Charles V in Lorraine. Soon after her return from Spires, on the 20th of April, 1544, Christina gave birth, at Nancy, to a daughter, who was named Renée, after the late Duchess. But her happiness was clouded by the illness of her husband, whose health had become a cause of grave anxiety. Fighting was renewed with fresh vigor in the spring, and unexpected success attended the imperial arms. Luxembourg was recovered by Ferrante Gonzaga, and the French invaders were expelled from most of the strongholds which they held in this province. The war raged fiercely on the borders of Lorraine, and the annoyance to which his subjects were exposed, induced Duke Antoine to make another effort at mediation. Since the emperor turned a deaf ear to all appeals, he decided to apply to King Francis in person, and on the 8th of May he set out in a litter for the French court, but when he reached Bar he was too ill to go any farther, and took to his bed in this ancient castle of his ancestors. His sons hastened to join him, and Christina followed them as soon as she was able to travel, and arrived in time to be present at her father-in-law's deathbed. The fine old man made his will, appointed his brothers, the Duke of Guise and the Cardinal, to be his executors, and with his last breath begged his son to rule Lorraine wisely and raise as few extraordinary taxes as possible. Above all, he adjured him to preserve his people from the scourge of war, and use every endeavor to obtain the restoration of peace. With these words on his lips, he passed away on the 19th of June, 1544. 352. The new duke was as anxious for peace as his father, but the moment was unpropitious for any efforts in this direction. King Henry had at length taken the field and invaded Picardy with a large army, and the emperor was bent on carrying the war into the heart of France, and urged his ally to meet him under the walls of Paris. On the 17th of June Charles himself came to Metz with Maurice of Saxony and the young Marquis Albert of Brandenburg, the boldest warrior in Germany, and prepared plans for the extension of the campaign which Ferrante Gonzaga and the Prince of Orange were carrying on in Champagne. Here Francis of Lorraine joined him as soon as he was able to mount a horse, and, after spending some days at Metz, induced the emperor to accompany him to Nassau-le-Grand, where Christina was awaiting him. 353. On his way Charles stopped at Pont-à-Mousson, and paid a visit to Queen Philippa, the sister of his old enemy Charles of Guelders, for whom he had always entertained a genuine regard, and who was proud to welcome the great emperor under her convent roof. Since the death of the empress, 5 years before, Charles had formed a fixed resolution to end his days in some cloistered retreat, and he looked with admiration, not unmixed with envy, on the aged queen's peaceful home, and the garden where she hoed and raked the borders and planted flowers with her own hands. It was a memorable day in the convent annals, and one which left pleasant recollections in the emperor's breast. 354. But although Charles was full of affection for Christina and her husband, he declined to receive the Cardinal of Lorraine, who begged for an interview, and during his brief visit not a word was spoken with regard to overtures of peace. 355. On the 12th of July he took leave of the Duke and Duchess, and joined the Prince of Orange's camp before Saint-Dizier. This town was strongly fortified, but René had taken up his position near a bridge across the Marne, and opened fire from a battery of guns placed in the dry bed of the castle moat. Charles himself visited the trenches on the day of his arrival, and early the next morning the Prince of Orange walked round to inspect the artillery with Ferrante Gonzaga. The Marquis of Marignano was sitting in a chair, which had been brought there for the emperor's use the day before, and, seeing the prince, sprang to his feet and offered him his seat. Compliments were exchanged on both sides, and the prince finally sat down in the empty chair. He had hardly taken his seat before he was struck by a shell which, passing between the viceroy and the marquis, broke one of his ribs, and shattered his shoulder to pieces. They bore his unconscious form to the emperor's tent, where he lay between life and death for the next 48 hours. The whole camp was filled with consternation. "I doubt yet what will become of him," wrote Wotton, who had followed Charles to the camp. "If he should die of it, it were an inestimable loss to the emperor, so toward a gentleman he is, so well beloved, and of such authority among men of war." Before the writer had finished his letter, a servant came in to tell him that the prince was gone. 356 July, 1544. Death of René. A Spanish officer on the spot wrote a touching account of the prince's last moments. From the first the doctors gave little hope, and when the emperor heard of René's critical state he hastened to the wounded hero's bedside, and knelt down, holding his hand in his own. The prince knew him, and begged him as a last favor to confirm the will which he had made a month before, and take his young cousin and heir, William of Nassau, under his protection. Charles promised to do all in his power for the boy, and, with tears streaming down his face, kissed the prince's cheek before he passed away. His Majesty the Emperor, continued the same writer, saw him die, and after that retired to his chamber, where he remained some time alone without seeing anyone, and showed how much he loved him. The grief of the whole army and of the court are so great that no words of mine can describe it. 357 August, 1544 La Sclet de Bar. From all sides the same bitter wail was heard. There was sorrow in the ancient home at Bar, where René's marriage had been celebrated with great rejoicing 4 years before. The Duke and Duchess wept for their gallant brother-in-law, and Christina thought, with tender regret, of the hero who in youthful days had seemed to her a very perfect knight. The sad news was sent to de Courcelles at the English camp before Boulogne, by his lieutenant of archers, and the veteran shed tears over the gallant prince whom he had often followed to victory. Great was the lamentation at Brussels when the truth became known. Nothing but weeping was heard in the streets, and Queen Mary retired to the Abbey of Grenendel to mourn for the loss which the Netherlands had sustained by René's untimely death. 358 In his own city of Breda the sorrow was deeper still. There his faithful wife, Anne of Lorraine, was waiting anxiously for news from the battlefield. Her father had died a few weeks before, and now her lord was torn from her in the flower of his age, and she was left a childless widow. Early in the year she had given birth to a daughter, who was christened on the 25th of February, and called Mary, after her godmother, the Queen of Hungary, but who died before she was a month old. Now a report said that she was about to become a mother for the second time, but her hopes were once more doomed to disappointment. By René's last will, his titles and the greater part of his vast estates passed to his cousin William of Nassau, a boy of 11, while a large jointure and the rich lands of Diest were left to Anne for her life. 359 The prince's corpse, clad in the robes of a knight of the Golden Fleece, was borne to Breda, and buried with his forefathers, but his heart was enshrined in the collegiate church of Bar, among the tombs which held the ashes of his wife's ancestors. On his deathbed René had expressed a wish that a representation of his face and form, not as he was in life, but as they would appear 2 years after death, should be carved on his tomb. This strange wish was faithfully carried out by Anne of Lorraine, who employed Ligier Richier, the gifted Lorraine sculptor, to carve a skeleton with upraised hand clasping the golden casket which contained the dead hero's heart. The figure, carved in fine stone of ivory whiteness, was, as it were, a literal rendering of the words, "Though after my skin worms destroy this body, yet in my flesh shall I see God." At the Revolution, the collegiate church of Bar, with the chapel of the Lorraine princes, which Montaigne called the most sumptuous in France, was entirely destroyed, but René's monument was saved and placed in the church of Saint Etienne, where it is commonly known as La Sclet de Bar. 360 The memory of this popular prince lingered long in the land of his birth, and his fame lived in the songs of Flanders and Holland for many generations. One of the best known begins with the lines, "C'est le prince d'Orange, trop matin est live, il appelle son page, mon mort, est il bride. Que mauditso it la guerre mon mort, est il bride." 361 And so the story goes on through many stanzas, which tell how, in spite of his wife's dark forebodings, the hero rode out to the wars to fight against the French, how he met with his fatal wound, and never came home again. V. August, 1544 The Duke's illness. The prince's death threw a gloom over the imperial camp, but did not diminish the warlike ardor of his battalions, who swore with one voice that they would avenge their leader. On the 17th of August Saint Dizier at length surrendered. "A right dear bought town," wrote Wotton, "considering the number of men lost in the assault, and chiefly the inestimable loss of that noble prince." Ferrante immediately sent a troop of light horse, with Francesco d'Este at their head, against Joinville, the splendid home of the Guises, although, as Wotton remarked, this was rather a house of pleasure than a stronghold. The castle was spared by order of the emperor for the sake of his niece Christina, who begged him not to add to the Princess of Orange's grief by destroying her uncle's house, but the town and churches were sacked and set on fire, and the beautiful gardens, with their fine water shows and temples, were destroyed. 362 The news was received with consternation in Paris, where Antoinette and her grandson had taken refuge, and the Duchess's brother, Cardinal Bourbon, wrote to the Scottish Queen, telling her of the report that the enemy had burnt down Joinville, which had fortunately proved to be false. The destruction of such a beautiful house, he adds, would indeed have been sad. 363 This calamity had been averted by Christina, but, in their anger at the damage done by the imperial troops, the Guise princes hardly remembered the debt that they owed her. The king was furious, and in the first burst of his indignation sent the Duke of Lorraine a message, threatening to destroy him and all his house. The Duke now determined to go to the French court to defend himself from these charges and see if it were possible to make proposals of peace in this quarter. The Emperor's rapid advance had excited great alarm in Paris. Even the king awoke to a sense of danger, and said to Margaret of Navarre, the sister to whom he turned in all his worst troubles, "Ma Mignon, pray God to spare me the disgrace of seeing the Emperor encamp before my city of Paris." Queen Eleanor, in her distress, sent a Dominican friar in whom she had great confidence, Don Gabriel de Guzman, to implore her brother to hear her prayers. But Charles was still obdurate. He received Francis of Lorraine in the camp after the Prince of Orange's death, but when he heard that his nephew was going to the French court, he sent Montbardon to beg the Duchess, as she loved him, not to let her husband go to France so soon after he had seen him, lest people should think that he was sent by the Emperor to treat of peace. Christina replied in a letter written, as Wotton remarked, in her own hand, telling her uncle that she had sent a servant post-haste to overtake her husband, but that he was already at Chalons, and had gone too far to retrace his steps. In spite of this manful attempt, the Duke never reached Paris. He fell from his horse in a fainting fit at Epernay, and was brought back in a litter to Bar, where Christina nursed him for several weeks. 364 His efforts, however, proved more effectual than he had expected. The Emperor's precautions were necessary owing to the jealousy with which the English king regarded every proposal of peace on the part of his ally, but in reality Charles was almost as eager as Francis to put an end to the war. His resources were exhausted, the plague was raging in Luxembourg and Flanders, and he realized the danger of advancing into the enemy's country with the Dauphin's army in his rear, while his hopes of the English march on Paris had been disappointed by Henry's delays before Montreuil and Boulogne. Under these circumstances he felt that he could no longer refuse to treat with his foes. On the 29th of August, a week after the Duke had started on his unfortunate journey, Admiral Elenibot and the French Chancellor were admitted into the Emperor's presence, in the camp near Chalons, and conferences were opened between them and Granvelle, with the happy result that on the 19th of September peace was signed at Crépy-en-Launay. September, 1544 Duke Antoine's funeral. By this treaty the Duke of Orleans was to be given either the Emperor's daughter in marriage, with the reversion of the Netherlands as her dower, or else one of his Austrian nieces with the immediate possession of Milan. In return Francis was to renounce his claims on Naples and Artois, restore the Duke of Savoy's dominions, and endow his son with large estates and revenues. All the towns and fortresses which had been captured during the recent war were to be restored, including Stina, which, as Charles pointed out, the King of France had seized in the strangest manner, and held by force without paying homage, although it is notoriously a fief of the empire. 365 As soon as peace was signed, Granvelle's son, the young Bishop of Arras, was sent to ask the English king to become a party to the treaty, but Henry, who had just taken Boulogne after a long siege, quite refused, and professed great surprise to hear that the emperor had agreed to terms which seemed to him more befitting the vanquished than the victor. On the other hand, a strong party at the French court complained that the rights of the crown were sacrificed to the personal aggrandizement of Orleans, and on the 12th of December the Dauphin signed a secret protest against the treaty, which was witnessed by Vendôme and Amélie 366. But in the provinces where war had been waging, peace was welcomed with thankfulness, and the ruler and people of Lorraine could once more breathe freely. The Duke of Lorraine was now able to convey his father's body from the castle of Bar, where he had died, to Nancy. On the 15th of September he and his brother set out at the head of the funeral procession, along roads lined with crowds of people weeping for the good Duke who had ruled the land so well. But since it was impossible for the Duke of Guise and his family to come to Nancy at present, the last rites were put off till the following year, and the old Duke's remains were left to repose for the time in the church of St. George's. 367 Little dreamt these loyal subjects that before the year was over the young Duke, on whom their hopes were fixed, would himself be numbered with the dead, and lie buried in his father's grave. But for the moment all was well. The return of peace was hailed with rejoicing, and the restitution of Stina removed a blot from the scutcheon of Lorraine, while the independence of the duchy was confirmed by a decree of the Diet of Nuremberg, to which the emperor gave his sanction. 368 The Duke and Duchess received a pressing invitation to join in the festivities that were held at Brussels to celebrate the peace. Charles and Mary arrived there on the 1st of October, and were shortly followed by Queen Eleanor, bringing in her train the Duke of Orleans and the Duchess of Étampes, who had used all her influence with the king to bring about peace, chiefly from jealousy of the Dauphin and his mistress, Diane de Poitiers. The burghers of Brussels gave the imperial family a magnificent entertainment at the Hôtel de Ville, and presented Eleanor with a golden fountain of exquisite shape and workmanship, while the emperor lavished costly presents on his guests, and gave the Queen of Hungary the fine domains of Bench and Turnhout in gratitude for her services. Unfortunately, Christina was detained at Nancy by a return of her husband's illness, and did not reach Brussels till the 4th of November. By this time Eleanor had set out on her return, and Christina, eager to see her aunt, followed her to Mons, and spent 2 days in her company. On the 7th the Duchess came back to Brussels with her brother-in-law, Nicolas de Vaudemont, and remained with her uncle and aunt during a fortnight. It was her first visit to Brussels since her wedding, more than 3 years before, and old friends and faces welcomed her on all sides. But one familiar figure was missing, and she found a melancholy pleasure in the company of her sister-in-law, the widowed Princess of Orange, whom she saw for the first time since her gallant husband's death. Charles treated his niece with marked kindness, and gave her a superb necklace of pearls and diamonds as a parting present. 369 February, 1545 Peace and prosperity. The winter was spent happily at Nancy, where the new Duke and Duchess made themselves popular with all classes. Francis gave free rein to his love of art and letters, and encouraged scholars and artists by his enlightened patronage. He took passionate delight in music, and was never happier than when he could surround himself with the best singers and players on the lute and viol. Christina shared his artistic tastes, and was greatly interested in the improvements of the ducal palace. Together they made plans for the decoration of its halls and gardens, and for the construction of new buildings and churches in different parts of Lorraine, while the court painters, Croc and Chapin, were sent to Italy to collect antiques and study the best examples of art and architecture. 370 At the same time Christina took deep interest in the condition of her humbler subjects, and tried to relieve distress by founding charitable institutions on the pattern of those in Flanders. A new period of peace and prosperity seemed to have dawned on Lorraine, and everything promised a long and happy reign. By the end of the year the Duke and Duchess of Guise returned to Joinville, and were actively engaged throughout the winter in rebuilding the ruined town and repairing the damage done by the imperial soldiery. Old quarrels between the two houses were forgotten, and friendly intercourse was renewed. In February the Duke and Duchess of Lorraine were present in the chapel of Joinville, at the consecration of Guy's son Charles, as Archbishop of Reims, and in March the Cardinal of Lorraine came to Nancy to discharge the duties of executor to the late Duke. Antoine had provided liberally for all his children. Nicolas de Vaudemont, his younger son, received a sum of 15,000 crowns, and Christina gave her brother-in-law a handsome present of furniture, to help him in setting up house. Some lordships near Joinville were left to the Duke of Guise, and everything was amicably arranged. 371 June, 1545 Francis's death. Suddenly the Duke fell ill for the third time, and during several days his life was in danger. Wotton was convinced that he had been poisoned by his French enemies, and so alarming were the reports which reached Brussels, that the Emperor wrote privately to his new ambassador in Paris, Granvelle's brother-in-law, Saint Maurice, begging him to keep a watchful eye on the affairs of Lorraine, lest Guise and the Cardinal should take advantage of their nephew's condition to seize his domains. But this time Francis recovered once more, and was able to make his solemn entry into Nancy on the 16th of April. At the Port St. Nicholas he was met by the three orders, the nobles, clergy, and people, and walked on foot, with Nicolas de Vaudemont at his side, followed by his ministers, to the church of St. George's. Here, kneeling at the high altar, he kissed the relic of the true cross, and took a solemn oath to respect the privileges of the people of Lorraine and the liberties of the city of Nancy. After this a Te Deum was chanted and a banquet held in the ducal palace. 372 The next week, by the advice of his doctors, Antoine Champier and Nicolas Lepois, he went to Blamont, in the hope that the invigorating air of the hills might complete his cure, but he grew weaker every day, and was subject to frequent fainting fits of an alarming nature. In her anxiety, Christina sent to Strasbourg and Fribourg for well-known physicians, and Mary of Hungary dispatched her own doctor to Nancy, and consulted eminent doctors in London and Paris on the patient's symptoms. 373 But all was of no avail, and as a last resource the Duke was carried in a litter to Remiremont, his favourite shooting lodge in the heart of the Vosges. It was the end of May, and the beautiful woods along the mountain slopes were in the first glory of their spring foliage. For a moment it seemed as if his delight in the beauty of the place and the life-giving influence of sunshine and mountain air would restore him to health. But already the hand of death was upon him. On the fête dieu he became much worse, and his end was evidently near, but he was perfectly conscious, and, sending for a notary, he made his last will, appointing his wife regent of the state and guardian of her little son and daughter, and commending her and his children to the emperor's care. After this he received the last sacraments, and passed quietly away on Friday, the 12th of June. He was not yet 28, and had reigned exactly 1 year. 374 Death had once more severed the marriage tie, and Christina, who but lately called herself the happiest woman in the world, was left stricken and desolate, a widow for the second time, at the age of 23. Footnotes: 317 Abbé Calmet, Histoire ecclésiastique et civile de Lorraine, I 190. 318 Hugo, 196, 200. 319 Calmet, 3. 325, A. Halles, Nancy, Ville Célèbres, 31. 320 Calmet, I 176, Hugo, 244, Inventaire de Joinville, I 378. 321 H. Lepage, L. Politique de Nancy, 10, C. Pfister, 2. 29, La Ville de Nancy, 65. 322 Pfister, 2. 26, A. Halley's, Nancy, 37-39. 323 Lepage, Political, 3, Pfister, 2. 188 324 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 17 325 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 84 326 Ibid, 2. 2327 Colic, 54. 328 F. V. Buchholz, Geschichte Kaiser Ferdinand I, 9. 141 329 Granvelle, Papiers d'État, 2. 618, Buchholz, 9. 141 330 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 639, 644, 655 331 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 1, 436, Calendar of State Papers, 16. 1, 690. 332 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 3, 6. 333 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 85 334 Buchholz, 9. 142 335 H. Lepage, Le Political de Nancy, 9, Pfister, 2. 256 336 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 636 337 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 1, 473, Calendar of State Papers, 16. 2, 51. 338 The authenticity of this well-known saying has been often disputed, and was certainly never addressed by the Duchess to either of Henry VIII's ambassadors. But Christina's words were recorded by Joachim Sandrart, who wrote in the 17th century, as having been spoken by a princess of Lorraine, whom the English king had wooed in vain, and were afterwards quoted by Horace Walpole as the witty answer of that Duchess of Milan whose portrait Holbein painted for Henry VIII. See Warnham's Life of Holbein, 311, J. Sandrart, Deutsche Akademie, and Walpole's Anecdotes of Painting. 339 State Papers, Record Office, 8. 641, Calendar of State Papers, 17. 711 340 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 12 341 Calendar of State Papers, 17. 232 342 Granvelle, Papiers d'État, 2. 628, Calendar of State Papers, 17. 273 343 Lands, 2. 364 344 Balcarres Manuscripts, 2. 13 345 Bimodan, 81, Bull, I-142. 346 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 2. 262. 347 Calmet, I-265, Pfister, 2. 200 348 Calendar of State Papers, Record Office, 9. 522 349 Calendar of State Papers, 18. 2. 216, State Papers, Record Office, 9. 557, Buchholz, 9. 263 350 Altmaier, Relations, etc., 476, Gotchard, Voyages de Charles V, 2. 285 351 Schaefer, 4. 462, Calendar of State Papers, 19. 1. 349. 352 Calmet, 2. 1196, Pfister, 2. 192 353 Gotchard, Voyages, 2. 289, Calendar of State Papers, Record Office, 9. 724 354 Calendar of State Papers, 19. 1. 564. 355 Calendar of State Papers, Record Office, X43. 356 State Papers, Record Office, 9. 733 357 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 7. 267 358 Calendar of State Papers, 19. 1. 608, Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 7. 280 359 Calendar of State Papers, 19. 1. 71, Groen v Prince Turer, Archives de la Maison d'Orange, I1. 360 C. Cornault, Ligier Richier, 28. 361 R. Putnam, William the Silent, Prince of Orange, 2. 435 362 Bull, 2. 148, Pimodan, 183, Udin, Histoires de Guises, Bib Nat, F 118, Calendar of State Papers, Record Office, X6, 43. 363 Calendar of State Papers, 19. 2. 63. 364 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 7. 296 to 298 365 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 7. 305 366 Ibid, 7. 1. 350, 355. 367 Calmet, 2. 1196, Pfister, 2. 192 368 Calmet, 2. 1281, Revolt, 744, Pfister, 2. 188, Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 6. 2. 262. 369 Hen, 8. 212 to 215, T. Just, Marie de Hongrie, 120, Calendar of State Papers, 19. 2. 340. 370 Pfister, 2. 256, H. Lepage, La Ville de Nancy, 65. 371 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 8. 102, Bull, I 244. 372 Calendar of Spanish State Papers, 8. 195, Pfister, 2. 192, Granvelle, Papiers d'État, 3. 110 373 Revolt, 3. 764, Calmet, 2. 1276 374 Pfister, 2. 192. Book 9 Christina, Regent of Lorraine 1545 to 1552 I June, 1545 Vaudemont claims the premature death of her husband left Christina in a position of exceptional difficulty. Everything combined to add to her distress. She herself was in delicate health, expecting the birth of another child in a few weeks. Her only son was an infant of 2 years and a half, and she had not a single near relative or tried minister to give her the help of his counsel and experience. The Duke had appointed her regent of Lorraine during his son's minority, but even before he breathed his last, her claims to this office were disputed. Although Christina herself was popular with all classes of her son's subjects, there was a strong party in Lorraine which dreaded the influence of her powerful uncle. At the head of this party was the Rhinegrave, Jean de Somme, an able nobleman who had always been French in his sympathies, and who now seized the opportunity of the Duke's last illness to advance the claims of Monsieur de Metz, seeing that this young prince would be an easy tool in his hands. At 10 o'clock on the Fête Dieu, when the Duke had received the last sacraments, the Count de Somme entered his room with Nicolas de Vaudemont, and thus addressed him: "Monseigneur, if it please God to call you to himself, do you wish that Monsieur de Metz, your brother, should have a share in the administration of your state and the care of your children, without prejudice to the arrangements which you have already made, by word and in writing, with your august wife the Duchess?" The dying prince, who was hardly conscious, murmured a faint yes, upon which the count summoned a notary to write down the Duke's last wishes, and proceeded to read the document to the Duchess in the presence of her servants 375. Christina, in her bitter distress, paid little heed to this interruption, and was only anxious to return to her dying husband's bedside, but immediately after his death she found herself compelled to face the question. Owing to her delicate state of health, she decided to put off the Duke's funeral, as well as that of his father, until the following year. A week after his death she joined her young children at her dower house of Denoeuvre, and at the same time the Duke's body was removed by Count de Somme, as Marshal of Lorraine, to the collegiate church of this place, and buried in a temporary grave, after lying in state during 3 days. The Emperor was at Worms with the Elector Palatine and his wife when the news of the Duke of Lorraine's death reached him, and sent Montbardon at once to his niece with letters of condolence. Christina availed herself of this opportunity to ask her uncle's advice regarding the deed drawn up by Jean de Somme. Charles, realizing the critical nature of the situation, immediately sent one of his most trusted servants, François Bonvalet, abbot of Lucaille, to Nancy, with orders to assure the Duchess of his protection, and if possible secure her the regency and sole charge of her children. Bonvalet was the brother of Granvelle's wife, the excellent Madame Nicole, and had only lately resigned the office of ambassador at Paris, and retired to Besançon to administer the affairs of this diocese as coadjutor of the bishop. No one was better fitted to help the widowed duchess than the statesman, who was intimately acquainted with the intrigues of the Guise princes and the French court. He hastened to Denoeuvre without delay, and, as soon as he had seen Christina, wrote the following letter to his brother-in-law, Saint Maurice, giving a clear and graphic account of the situation: "My brother, June, 1545. Christina's difficulties. The Emperor, having been informed of Monsieur de Lorraine's death, has sent me here to help his niece the Duchess, and to secure her the administration of the state and the guardianship of her children, which belongs to her by right and reason, but which Monsieur de Metz is trying to claim, by virtue of the custom of this country, as well as of certain acts somewhat suspiciously passed by the Count de Somme and other of the nobles when the late Lord Duke was in extremis. His Majesty, being anxious to comfort the said lady in her great affliction, and act the part not only of a good uncle, but of a true father, has sent me here to give her advice and help, and begs you to tell the most Christian king the wrong which has been done her in this strange fashion, and which his imperial majesty will never allow, because of the close relation in which this lady stands to him. He hopes that the king will join with him in this, for the sake of the friendship which he has ever borne to this house and to this widowed lady and her orphan children, whose fathers and protectors their two majesties ought to be. His Imperial Majesty begs the King most earnestly not to allow the said lady to be deprived of this regency to which Monsieur de Metz pretends, in spite of common right and the ancient custom of Lorraine, as the Count of Somm's deed abundantly shows, since this would have been superfluous if the custom were such as he pretends it to be. You will lay these same reasons before the Cardinal and Monsieur de Guise. If you are told that Queen Yolande resigned the government of Lorraine in favor of her son, you will reply that this was done of her own free choice, and if any person objects that the mother of the late Duke Antoine and the Cardinal and Sieur de Guise did not retain the administration after her husband's death, you will point out that the said Duke was of full age, and that the said lady was content to lay down the government on this account. And, further, you will inquire what the King intends to do in the matter, and if he means to support Monsieur de Metz or take any steps prejudicial to the said lady and the tranquillity of these lands, and will inform his Imperial Majesty and myself of these things without delay. 376 When Bonvalot wrote this letter from Denoeuvre, on the 27th of June, the young Archbishop of Reims had already arrived there, with an agreement drawn up by his uncle the Cardinal, which he submitted to the Duchess for approval. He informed the abbot that King Francis trusted the said lady would avoid all occasion of strife, which, as Bonvalot remarked, was exactly what the Emperor wished, and Monsieur de Metz, by his singular action, had done his best to prevent. In this difficult situation Christina showed remarkable good sense and tact. She told Bonvalot frankly that she would gladly avail herself of her brother-in-law's help in the administration of public affairs, and wished to treat him with perfect friendliness as long as she retained the sole charge of her children and the chief authority in the state. Accordingly, the agreement proposed by the Cardinal was adopted, with some modifications, and signed at Denoeuvre, on the 6th of August, by Christina, Nicholas, the Count de Somme, and other chief officials of Lorraine. The Duchess and her brother-in-law were appointed joint regents, and were to affix their seal to all public deeds. Vaudemont was given a key of the treasury, and was allowed the patronage of one out of every 3 vacant offices, but the real authority, as well as the care of her children, was vested in the Duchess. Bonvalot told the Emperor that, under the circumstances, this was the best arrangement that could be made, and Charles of Lorraine and his family had nothing but praise for the Duchess's goodwill and moderation. 377 November, 1545 Her tact and wisdom. A fortnight later, Christina gave birth to her second daughter, who was named Dorothea, after the Countess Palatine. But the severe mental strain which the mother had undergone affected the child, who was a cripple from her birth. On the 5th of November the Treaty of Denoeuvre was ratified by the states assembled at Neuchâtel, not, however, without considerable discussion. Some of the nobles tried to limit the regent's powers, and managed to insert a provision that none but Lorraines should hold offices of state, a measure clearly aimed at the Flemings and Burgundians in the Duchess's service. Nicholas de Vaudemont, being young and inexperienced, agreed readily to these demands, which drew forth a strong protest from the Emperor and Mary of Hungary. To add to Bonvalot's dissatisfaction, Monsieur de Metz accompanied the Archbishop on his return to France, without even informing Christina of his intention. In spite of these provocations, she maintained the same conciliatory attitude, and her prudence and modesty excited the abbot's sincere admiration. The Emperor addressed an affectionate letter to his niece, assuring her of his fatherly love and protection, and saying that he would never cease to regard her interests as his own. And it will be a great pleasure to me, he adds, if you will often write to me, and I on my part will let you hear from me in the same manner. 378 Christina now returned to spend Christmas at Nancy, and settled in the ducal palace with her children. Monsieur de Metz gave up his bishopric, and renouncing the ecclesiastical profession adopted the style of Count of Vaudemont. But he showed no further disposition to make himself disagreeable to his sister-in-law, and their mutual relations were rendered easier by the presence of the Princess of Orange, who spent most of the year at Nancy. The two widowed princesses were drawn together by that tenderest of ties, the memory of those whom they had loved and lost. Henceforth they became the dearest and closest of friends. During all the troubles and sorrows of the next 20 years Anne's loyalty to her sister-in-law remained unshaken. Her strong common sense and practical qualities, her coolness and courage in emergencies, were a great support to Christina, while the confidence that Mary of Hungary reposed in her proved no less valuable. The harmony of the family circle continued unbroken, and the internal administration of Lorraine was carried on as peaceably as before. The conduct of foreign affairs presented far greater difficulties, and all Christina's prudence was needed to steer the way safely through the rocks that lay in her course. In spite of his friendly professions, the French king, it soon became evident, was likely to prove a troublesome neighbor. As Wotton wrote when Francis of Lorraine died, if the sweet, vain hope of the delivery of Milan did not let him, I think the Duke's death might easily provoke the French king to attempt somewhat on Bar and Lorraine. 379 Even before her husband's death, Christina had been involved in a long correspondence regarding Stina, which the French refused to give up until Duke Antoine's letters surrendering the town could be produced. The missing papers were at length discovered in possession of the French governor, de Longueval, who had maliciously concealed them, and the town was evacuated at the end of August, 1545. 10 days afterwards the Duke of Orleans died of the plague at Abbeville, in his 25th year. The loss of this favorite son was a heavy blow to Francis. God grant, he wrote to the Emperor, in an outburst of deep emotion, that you may never know what it is to lose a son. The event, as it happened, proved most opportune for Charles, who was released from the unpleasant necessity of giving his daughter or niece to a worthless prince, with Milan or the Netherlands as her dower. But it naturally provoked Francis to demand fresh concessions and revive his old claim to Milan. June, 1546 The citadel of Stina. The effect of this new quarrel was to increase Christina's difficulties. When the French at length abandoned Stina, it was found that not only the recent fortifications had been destroyed, as agreed upon in the Treaty of Crepy, but that the old walls of the town had been pulled down. Mary of Hungary justly complained that the defenseless state of Stina was a grave cause of danger to Luxembourg, and urged her brother to garrison the town, declaring, if war broke out, the Duchess would be unable to maintain the neutrality of Lorraine. Charles, who had already left the Netherlands to attend the Diet of Regensburg, now invited his niece to meet him at Waldrevange, on the frontiers of Luxembourg, and discuss the matter. Christina obeyed her uncle's summons gladly, and assured him that she was quite alive to the importance of Stina, and had already asked her subjects' help in rebuilding the town walls. But since the presence of an imperial force might excite suspicion, she proposed to place a young Luxembourg captain named Schoenberg in command of the garrison. The plan met with Charles's approval, but Mary was by no means satisfied, and begged the emperor to insist on an oath of allegiance to himself being taken by the garrison and burghers. Charles replied that no doubt the best plan would be to keep Stina altogether, but that this would be a direct violation of the Treaty of Crepy, as well as a wrong to the little duke, and might stir up the French to make a great broil. 380 The invaluable Bonvalet was now called in, and accepted Christina's invitation to attend the funeral of the two dukes on the 14th of June. But when the abbot reached Nancy, he found that only Duke Antoine's obsequies were about to be solemnized, and that the Duchess had deferred those of her husband in compliance with a request from the Guise princes. On the day after the old duke's funeral, Bonvalot had a long interview with Christina, who expressed her anxiety to meet her aunt's wishes, and explained that Vaudemont was only afraid of arousing the suspicions of the French. While she was speaking, Nicholas himself came in and told the abbé how grateful he felt to the emperor for the affection which he showed to his little nephew, and how fully he realized the importance of defending Stina, but that he dared not risk exciting the displeasure of Francis, who was already advancing 1,000 new claims on Bar. The members of the ducal council, to whom the matter was referred, expressed the same opinion, telling Bonvalot that they looked to the emperor as their father and protector, and would guard Stina as the apple of their eye. The abbot was satisfied with these assurances, and advised the emperor to leave the matter in his niece's hands. Charles had empowered him to offer Nicholas the restitution of the Abbey of Gortzes, which he had formerly held, and which the imperialists had recovered from the French and rebuilt at considerable expense. But Christina would not hear of this, saying that her brother-in-law cared more for the good of the state than for his private advantage, and Nicholas himself told Bonvalot that he would not endanger his nephew's realm for 10 wealthy abbeys. July, 1546. The Guise family. As for Madame your niece, sire, wrote the abbot, I have always found her most anxious to please your majesty, at whatever cost. But as a mother she naturally fears to run any risks which might injure her children, and would, if possible, avoid these perils. She begged me, with tears in her eyes, to make your majesty understand this, and have pity upon her, trusting that you will be content with the promises of the council, or else find another and less dangerous way of defending Stina. Sire, I could not refuse to give you this message, in obedience to her Highness's express commands, and beg you very humbly to take them in good part. 381. So the incident closed, and for the time being nothing more was heard of Stina. 2. The Duke of Guise and his family now stood higher than ever in the king's favor. His eldest son, Amélie, was dangerously wounded in the siege of Boulogne by an English spear, which penetrated so deeply into his forehead that the surgeon could only extract the steel by planting his foot on the patient's head. After this ordeal the count lay between life and death for several weeks, and owed his recovery to the tender nursing of his mother, who preserved as a trophy at Joinville the English spearhead which so nearly ended her son's career. 382. As soon as he was able to move, the king sent for Antoinette, and insisted on taking her to hunt at Saint-Germain, and consulting her as to his latest improvements in this palace. Her grandson, the young Duke of Longueville, was also a great favorite at court, and when peace was at length concluded, the king gave him a copy of the new treaty with England to send to the Queen of Scotland. The boy enclosed it in a merry letter, sending his love to the little queen his sister, and telling his mother that if she would not come to France he meant to come and see her, and was old and strong enough to face the roughest sea voyage. 383. The cardinal now announced his intention of taking the whole family back to Joinville, to attend the ducal funeral, but once more the king interfered, and kept them at court for the christening of the Dauphin's daughter, which was celebrated with great pomp at Fontainebleau. Henry VIII stood godfather, and the little princess was named Elizabeth, after the king's mother, as good and virtuous a woman as ever lived, said the English ambassador, Sir Thomas Cheney, while the imperialists declared that the name was chosen because of its popularity in Spain and of the hopes of the French that the child might one day wed Don Carlos. 384. Meanwhile the arrival of the Guises was anxiously awaited at Nancy. On the 17th of July Christina wrote to inform Abbot Bonvalot that she had at length been able to fix the date of her husband's funeral. Monsieur de Lucaille, August, 1546. Funeral of Duke Francis. I must inform you that I have heard from the Cardinal and the Duke of Guise, who hope to be here by the end of the month, so the service will be held on the 6th of August, all being well. I beg you will not fail to be present. As for my news, all I have to tell you is that the king is giving me great trouble in Bar, and is trying to raise a tax in the town, which has never been done or thought of before. I fear that in the end I, too, shall have to go to court, but shall wait until I hear from the emperor. Can you give me any information as to his movements? All I can hear is that His Majesty is collecting a large army to make war on the princes of the empire, who have rebelled against him. I pray God to help him, and send him success and prosperity, and have good hope that my prayers will be heard, as this will be for the good of Christendom. Here I will end, Monsieur de Lucaille, praying God to have you in his holy keeping. La Bienvenue, Christiane. 385. The coming of the Guises, however, was again delayed, and the funeral did not take place until the 17th of August. On the previous day the Duke's corpse was brought from Denoeuvre to Nancy by the great officers of state, and laid on a bier in the church of St. George's, surrounded by lighted torches and a guard of armed men, who kept watch all night. The funerals of the Dukes of Lorraine had always been famous for their magnificence, and there was an old proverb which said, "Fortunate is the man who has seen the coronation of an emperor, the sacring of a king of France, and the funeral of a Duke of Lorraine." 386. On this occasion nothing that could heighten the imposing nature of the ceremony was neglected. All the princes of the blood, Nicholas of Vaudemont, the Duke of Guise with his 5 sons and grandson, rode out from the ducal palace to the church of St. George's, and took their places, as chief mourners, at the head of the long procession that wound through the streets to the Cordeliere's shrine. In their train came a multitude of clergy, nobles, and ambassadors from all the crowned heads in Europe, followed by a motley crowd of burghers and humble folk, all in deep mourning, with torches in their hands. The chariot bearing the coffin was drawn by 12 horses, draped with black velvet adorned with the cross of Lorraine in white satin. The Duke's war horse, in full armor, was led by 2 pages, while the servants of his household walked bareheaded on either side, with folded arms, in token that their master needed their services no more. On the hearse lay an image of the dead prince, with the ducal baton in his hand, clad in crimson robes and a mantle of gold brocade fastened with a diamond clasp. This effigy was placed on a huge catafalque erected in the center of the church, lighted with 100 torches, and hung with banners emblazoned with the arms of Lorraine, Bar, Provence, Jerusalem, and the Sicilies. In the tribune above the choir knelt the Princess of Orange, the Duchess of Guise, and her newly wedded daughter-in-law, Diane of Poitiers' daughter Louise, Marquise of Mayenne, all clad in the same long black mantles lined with ermine. The Countess Palatine, Dorothea, had arrived at Nancy on the 17th of June, to attend her brother-in-law's funeral, but as the Guises failed to appear, she returned to Heidelberg at the end of a fortnight. October, 1546. And de Lorraine Christina herself was unable to be present, owing to her excessive sorrow, writes the chronicler, and remained on her knees in prayer, with the Princess of Macedonia and her young children, in her own room, hung with black, while the requiem was chanted and the last rites were performed. 387. When all was over, and the 2 princes of peace, as de Beaulieu called Francis and his father, were laid side by side in the vault of the Friars' Church, the vast assembly dispersed and the mourners went their ways. Only Anne of Lorraine remained at Nancy with her sister-in-law, who could not bear to part from her. A letter which this princess wrote to her cousin, the Queen of Scotland, this summer is of interest for the glimpse which it gives of the widowed Duchess and the boy round whom all her hopes centered. Your Majesty's last letters reached me on the day when I arrived here from home, and I regret extremely that I have been unable to answer them before. I am very glad to hear you are in good health and kind enough to remember me. On my part, I can assure you that there is no one in your family who thinks of you with greater affection or is more anxious to do you service than myself. I did not fail to give your kind message to Madame de Lorraine, my sister, and Her Highness returns her most humble thanks. You will be glad to hear that her son is well and thriving. I pray God that he may live to fulfill the promise of his early years. Everyone who sees him speaks well of him, and his nature is so good that I hope he will grow up to satisfy our highest expectations. May God grant you long life. Your humble cousin, Anne de Lorraine. 388. The Princess of Orange was still in Lorraine when King Francis came to visit the Duchess. This monarch was as active as ever, in spite of frequent attacks of illness, and spent the autumn in making a progress through Burgundy and Champagne, hunting and traveling 7 or 8 leagues a day in the most inclement weather. In October he came to Joinville, and Christina, glad to be relieved of the necessity of going to court herself, invited him to pay her a visit at Bar. In this once stately Romanesque castle, of which little now remains, the Duchess and the Princess of Orange, dowagers both, as Wotton remarks, entertained Francis magnificently, and provided a series of hunting parties and banquets for his amusement. The true object of the king's visit was to arrange a marriage between the Duchess and the Count of Amélie. The young soldier made no secret of his love for his cousin's beautiful widow. Antoinette was anxious to see her son settled, and both the king and the Guises were fully alive to the political advantages of the alliance. On the 26th of October Wotton wrote from Bar, the fame continues of a marriage between the Dowager of Lorraine and the Count of Amélie, although, as he had already remarked in a previous letter, it was hard to believe the Duchess's uncles would consent to the union. Amélie's own hopes were high, and he sent a messenger to Scotland to tell his sister of the good cheer which they were enjoying in Madame de Lorraine's house at Bar. 389 October, 1546 marriage proposals, but these hopes were doomed to disappointment. Christina was determined never to marry again. Like her aunt, Mary of Hungary, having once tasted perfect happiness, she was unwilling to repeat the experiment. Her beauty was in its prime, her charms attracted lovers of every age and rank. During the next 10 or 12 years she was courted by several of the most illustrious personages and bravest captains of the age. She smiled on all her suitors in turn, and gave them freely of her friendship, but remained true to her resolve to live for her children alone, and took for her device a solitary tower with doves fluttering round its barred windows, and the motto Accipio nulla sordida turris aves, a ruined tower, I give shelter to no birds, as a symbol of perpetual widowhood. 390 Amélie consoled himself by winning fresh laurels in the next war, and before long married another bride of high degree, but Brantome, who was intimate with the Guises, tells us that he never forgave Madame de Lorraine for rejecting his suit, and remained her bitter enemy to the end of his life. 391 The king took Christina's refusal more lightly. He never treated women's fancies seriously, and when he found that Amélie's suit was not acceptable, he sought the Duchess's help in a scheme that lay nearer his heart. This was the marriage of his own daughter Margaret with Philip of Spain, whose young wife had died, in June, 1545, a few days after giving birth to the infant Don Carlos. The old scheme of marrying this princess to the emperor's only son was now revived at the French court, and Christina, who had always appreciated Madame Marguerite's excellent qualities, entered readily into the king's wishes. But, as she soon discovered, her aunt, Queen Eleanor, was greatly opposed to the idea, and still ardently wished to see Philip married to her own daughter, the Infanta Maria of Portugal. 392 From Bar Francis returned to spend All Hallows at Joinville, where he enjoyed fresh revels, and delighted the Duke of Longueville by telling him to make haste and grow tall, that he might enter his service. Now he goes, wrote the boy's tutor, Jean de la Bruce, to keep Christmas at Compiègne, and will spend the winter in Paris, watching how matters go with the Emperor and the Protestants, whose armies have been 3 months face to face, and yet do not know how to kill each other. 393. In the same letter the writer describes how, on his journey to Plessis, to bring the Princess of Navarre to court, he met the Queen of Scotland's sister, Madame Renée, with a number of old monks and nuns, on her way from Fontevraud to Joinville. On the 16th of December Madame Renée took possession of the convent of Saint-Pierre at Reims, of which she was abbess, and the Duchess of Lorraine and the Princess of Orange were among the guests present at the ceremony, at the entry of her brother the Archbishop into his episcopal city on the following day. January, 1547. Death of Henry VIII. Meanwhile the news of Christina's supposed marriage travelled far and wide. It reached Venice, where the fate of the Duchess who had once reigned over Milan always excited interest, and was reported to King Henry of England by one of his Italian agents. His curiosity was aroused, and when the French ambassador, Adet de Selve, came to Windsor, he asked him if his master had concluded the marriage which he had in hand. "What marriage?" asked de Selve innocently. "That of Madame de Lorraine," replied Henry testily. "With whom?" asked the ambassador. But Henry would say no more, and relapsed into sullen silence. 394. He had come back from Boulogne seriously ill, and grew heavier and more unwieldy every day. A week afterwards he had a severe attack of fever, and on his return to London sent Norfolk and Surrey to the Tower. Mary of Hungary was so much alarmed at this fresh outbreak of violence that she sent to Chapuis, who was living in retirement at Louvain, for advice. The veteran diplomatist, who for 16 years had toiled to avoid a rupture between the two monarchs, wrote back, on the 29th of January, 1547, advising the Queen to take no action. "Physicians say," he added, "that the best and quickest cure for certain maladies is to leave the evil untouched and avoid further irritation." When the old statesman wrote these words, the King, whose varying moods he knew so well, had already ceased from troubling. He died at Whitehall on the 28th of January, 1547. The news of his royal brother's death moved the King of France deeply. "We were both of the same age," he said, "and now he is gone it is time for me to go hence, too." 395. In spite of the painful ailments from which he suffered, Francis still moved restlessly from place to place. Towards the end of Lent he left Loches to spend Easter at Saint-Germain, but fell ill on the way, and died at Rambouillet on the 31st of March. The death of these two monarchs, who filled so large a place in the history of the times, produced a profound sensation throughout Europe. No one felt the shock more than the Duchess, who had been courted by one prince, and had lately received the other under her roof. But a third death this spring touched her still more closely. On the 28th of February the good old Queen Philippa passed away in her humble cell at Pont-à-Mousson. As she lay dying she asked what was the day of the week, and, being told it was Saturday, remarked, "All the best things of my life came to me on this day. I was born and married to my dear husband on a Saturday, I entered Nancy amid the rejoicings of my people, and I forsook the world to take the veil, on this day, and now on Saturday I am going to God." Her children and grandchildren knelt at the bedside, but Guise, her best loved son, only arrived from Paris at the last moment. She opened her eyes at the sound of his voice. "Adieu, mon ami," she said, "and do not forget to keep God before your eyes." These were her last words, and as the pure spirit passed out of this life the sound of weeping was broken by the joyous songs of her pet lark. 396. She was buried, as she desired, in the convent cloister, and the people, who venerated her as a saint, flocked to the funeral. Christina employed Ligier Richier, the sculptor of the Prince of Orange's monument, to carve a recumbent effigy of the dead queen in colored marbles on her tomb. The black cloak and grey habit were faithfully reproduced, the finely modelled features were rendered in all their ivory whiteness, and a tiny figure of a kneeling nun was represented in the act of laying the crown at her feet. When the convent church was pillaged by rioters in 1793, this monument was buried by the nuns in the garden. Here it was discovered in 1822, and brought to Nancy, where it now stands in the Church of the Cordeliers, near the stately tomb which Philippa herself had reared to her husband, King René 397 August, 1546. The League of Schmalkalde III. Of the three great monarchs whose fame had filled the world during the last 40 years, only one remained alive, and he was engaged in a desperate struggle. Throughout the autumn and winter of 1546–47, Charles V carried on a vigorous campaign against the coalition of princes known as the League of Schmalkalde. Christina watched the progress of the war with keen anxiety, and saw with distress that her brother-in-law, the Palatine, had joined the rebel ranks. Frederick had never forgiven the emperor for sacrificing his wife's rights by the Treaty of Spires, and showed his displeasure by refusing to attend the chapter of the Golden Fleece at Utrecht in January, 1546. He further annoyed Charles by introducing Lutheran rites at Heidelberg, and on Christmas Day he and Dorothea received communion in both kinds at the hands of a Protestant pastor in the Church of the Holy Ghost. But he still hesitated to take up arms against the friend of his youth. At length, in August, he declared himself on the Protestant side, and for the first time the red flag of the Palatinate was seen in the camp of the emperor's foes. Before long, however, his courage failed him, and when Charles recovered the imperial city of Halle, in Suabia, Frederick hastened thither to make his peace. Tears rose to the veteran's eyes when the emperor said how much it had grieved him to see so old a friend in the ranks of his foes, but hastened to add that he forgave him freely and would only remember his past services. From this time the Palatine's loyalty never again wavered, but he was obliged to restore Catholic rights in Heidelberg and to give up his fortress of Hoch-Königsberg in Franconia to Albert of Brandenburg 398. The Duke of Württemberg and the cities of Ulm and Augsburg soon followed the Palatine's example, and Charles's triumph was complete by the decisive victory of Mühlberg. God be thanked, who never forsakes his own, wrote Granvelle to Mary of Hungary from the battlefield. At midnight on the 24th of April 399 the Elector John Frederick of Saxony and the Landgrave of Hesse were made prisoners, the League of Schmalkalde was dissolved, and Titian commemorated the emperor's heroic deeds in a famous equestrian portrait. November, 1547 The Diet of Augsburg. The peace of Lorraine was ensured by the victory of Mühlberg, and Christina shared in the general sense of relief with which the close of the war was hailed. When, in the following autumn, the regent and the Princess of Orange rode to meet the emperor at the Diet of Augsburg, the Duchess joined them on the frontiers of Lorraine. These three august ladies reached Augsburg on the 21st of November, and were received by King Ferdinand, his son Archduke Maximilian, and the Prince of Piedmont, who met them outside the gates, and escorted them to the emperor's lodgings in the fine house of the Fuggers. Here the Countess Palatine and Ferdinand's daughter, the Duchess of Bavaria, were awaiting them at the doors of the courtyard, and conducted them into Charles's presence. During the next 3 months Christina lived in the great banker's house, with the other members of the imperial family, as her uncle's guest. Augsburg itself was a noble city. The wealth of her merchants, the splendor of their houses and gardens, amazed every stranger who entered her gates. The Fuggers' house, wrote Asksom, would overbrag all Cheapside. The copper roofs glittered in the sun, The carved and painted decorations of the interior were of the most costly and elaborate description. 400 And this winter the streets of Augsburg were thronged with princes and ladies. It was the gayest and most splendid diet ever seen. Never before had so many archduchesses and duchesses been present, never was there so much dancing and justing and feasting. On St. Andrew's Day the whole imperial family attended a solemn mass in honor of the Knights of the Fleece, and were entertained by the Emperor at a banquet, after which the Queen of Hungary received the companions of the order in her apartments. On Christmas Day all the princes and princesses were present at High Mass in the cathedral, and on the Feast of the Three Kings they attended service in the court chapel, when Granvelle's son, the young Bishop of Arras, officiated, and the Palatine, the Marquis of Brandenburg, and the Archduke, presented the customary offerings of gold, frankincense, and myrrh, in the Emperor's name. Except on these state occasions, Charles dined alone and never spoke at meals, but generally sat by the window for an hour or two afterwards, talking to his brother and sister or nephews and nieces. King Ferdinand's rooms, on the contrary, were never empty. He had lost his faithful wife, Anna of Bohemia, in January, but his son and daughter were lavish in dispensing their father's hospitality. Like his sister Mary, Ferdinand was very fond of music, and enjoyed listening to his fine capelle, while one of his favorite jesters was always present to amuse the electors and princesses at his table. 401 His son, the Archduke Max, as Ascham calls him, was a gay and pleasant gentleman, of goodly person and stature, speaking 8 languages, and very popular with all classes, especially the Lutherans, whose opinions he was supposed to affect. Charles's other nephew, Emmanuel Philibert, the Prince of Piedmont, was another gallant squire of dames, as ready to take part in masque and dance as he was foremost in active warfare. Every evening there was music and dancing in the king's rooms, and the old halls of the merchants rang to the sound of laughter and melody. In that joyous throng the Countess Palatine was the gayest of the gay, and Christina forgot her sorrows to become young once more. 1548 The Marquis Albert. There was one man among the princes assembled at Augsburg who gazed with frank admiration at the handsome Duchess. This was the Marquis Albert of Brandenburg, Lord of Kulmbach and Burgrave of Nuremberg. While still a boy he succeeded to his father's principality in Franconia, and was educated by his uncle, the Duke of Prussia and Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. Although brought up a Lutheran, he entered the Emperor's service before he was 20, and fought gallantly in the wars of Clovis and Champagne. A wild and reckless spirit, who rode hard, drank deep, and knew no fear, Albert was adored by his soldiers, whose toils and hardships he shared with cheerful courage, while his name was the terror of all peaceful citizens. Thunder and lightning, devouring fire, wrote a contemporary, are not more terrible than the Marquis Albert on the battlefield. 402 But there was a fascination about this ruthless daredevil which no woman could resist. His sisters were passionately devoted to him, and Bona, the Queen of Poland, tried in vain to marry him to one of her daughters. Roger Ascham describes him as another Achilles, his face fair and beautiful, but stern and manly, with flowing locks and great rolling eyes, yet with a sad, restless look, as if he was ever seeking what he could not find. A man of few words withal, but with a deep, strong voice, ever more ready to hear than to speak. 403 There seemed no heights to which the soldier of fortune could not aspire. The Emperor treated him with fatherly affection, and the Queen and the Duchess of Lorraine honored the sumptuous banquets, in which he displayed his usual prodigality, careless of the debts with which he was already loaded. Once more rumor was busy with Christina's name. The Marquis Albert proclaimed himself her devoted servant, and her marriage with the young King Sigismund of Poland was seriously discussed at Augsburg. This monarch's wife, the Archduchess Elizabeth, had died before his accession, and his sister, the Electress Hedwig of Brandenburg, was eager to bring about a union between him and the Duchess of Lorraine 404, but, as usual, these rumors ended in smoke, and the only marriage announced at Augsburg was that of the Archduke Max and his cousin the Infanta Maria of Spain, an alliance which had long been privately arranged. June 1548. The interim. Early in the new year another distinguished person arrived at Augsburg, in the person of the great Venetian master, Titian. He came in obedience to an urgent summons from the emperor, and during the next few months painted a magnificent series of portraits, including those of Charles and Ferdinand, the captive Elector of Saxony, Chancellor Granvelle, his wife, and his son, the Bishop of Arras, who was a great admirer of Titian's art. 14 years before, this same master had taken Christina's portrait, when she came to Milan as the youthful bride of Francesco Sforza. Now he saw her again in the flower of her womanhood, and, had opportunity offered, would doubtless have painted her again. But disquieting rumors of unrest on the frontiers of Lorraine reached Augsburg, and on the 16th of February the Duchess set out on her return to Nancy. The Emperor gave his niece a costly ring as a parting present, and Archduke Max, the Marquis Albert, the Prince of Piedmont, together with the Countess Palatine and the Princess of Orange, escorted her some leagues on her way. When, a month later, the Queen of Hungary left Augsburg, she paid Christina a visit at Nancy, bringing with her Anne of Lorraine and William, the young Prince of Orange, a promising boy of 15, who was being educated at court, and met with a kindly welcome from the Duchess and her subjects for the sake of the lamented prince whose name he bore. 405. By Mary's advice, the regents took active measures for the defense of the frontier and the fortification of Nancy. An arsenal was founded, and 2 bastions, which became known as those of Denmark and Vaudemont, were built near the palace. Other improvements were carried out at the same time. The marshy ground under the walls was thoroughly drained, and converted into a spacious square called La Place de la Carrière. Many of the streets were paved and widened, and the Count of Somme, Bassompierre, and several of the nobles, built fine new houses along the Grande Rue, opposite the Galerie des Serfs. 406. Photo Hanfstaengl Charles V, 1548, by Titian, Munich. To face p. 322. The Emperor remained at Augsburg throughout the summer, endeavoring to effect a lasting settlement of the religious question. On the 30th of June the so-called interim was proclaimed, a compromise which satisfied no one, and was described by Thomas Hoby, a young Englishman who came to Augsburg this summer on his way to Italy, as an attempt to set up the old Babylon again in Germany. 407. A fortnight later the Diet was prorogued, and Charles started for the Netherlands, where he arrived on the 8th of September, after more than 2 years' absence. A few weeks before his arrival a marriage had taken place, greatly to Mary's satisfaction, between the widowed Princess of Orange and the Duke of Airshot. 408. This nobleman, the premier peer of the realm and doyen of the Golden Fleece, had lost his second wife in 1544, but was still in the prime of life, and, as his daughter-in-law, Louise de Guise, told her sister, was honored and beloved throughout the Netherlands. Christina could not herself be present at the wedding, but her brother-in-law Nicholas went to Brussels to give his sister away. Here he fell in love with Count Egmont's sister Margaret, and asked her hand in marriage. This alliance met with the warm approval of the Emperor and the Regent, but caused Christina many searchings of heart. Already more than one attempt had been made by the Guises to marry Vaudemont to a French bride, and she feared that this union would excite great displeasure in some quarters. In her alarm she wrote to the Emperor, begging him to forbid the marriage as dangerous to the welfare of her state. Charles, however, declined to interfere, and sent Granvelle's brother, Chantonay, to advise his niece politely to mind her own business. Since the Count of Vaudemont is bent on marrying, he wrote to his envoy, it is far better that he should come here for a wife than go to France, and the Duchess need not feel in any way responsible for the alliance, which is entirely his own doing. And, indeed, I do not see how he could honorably break his word, since we ourselves urged our cousins of Egmont to agree to his proposals. But tell him to come here as soon as he can, to prevent the French from making any more mischief. 409 December, 1548 Adolf of Holstein. There was nothing more to be said, and the wedding was celebrated in the court chapel at Brussels, after Vespers, on the 23rd of January, 1549. The bride, richly clad in cloth of gold and decked with priceless gems, was led to the altar by the Queen, while Charles brought in the bridegroom. A banquet and masque were afterwards held in the palace, at the close of which Mary once more took the bride by the hand and conducted her into the nuptial chamber, hung with crimson brocade and costly tapestries. The next morning the newly wedded countess appeared at Mass, in another costume of green velvet embroidered in silver, and justs and dances succeeded each other during the following 3 days, ending with a magnificent banquet given by the Duchess of Airshot. 410 Among the company present on this occasion was the Dowager Queen Eleanor, who came to Brussels on the 5th of December, to make her home with her beloved brother and sister. On his deathbed Francis I was seized with remorse for the way in which he had neglected his wife, and begged his daughter Margaret to atone for his shortcomings. But although Margaret carried out her father's last instructions faithfully, and asked his widow to remain at court, the new king showed his stepmother scanty kindness, and Eleanor left France with few regrets. Another guest at Margaret of Egmont's wedding was Christina's cousin, Duke Adolf of Holstein, the King of Denmark's youngest brother. Most of his life had been spent in Germany, and he had taken part in the campaign of Mulberg with his friend Albert of Brandenburg. Now, following the wild Marquis's example, he came to Brussels in October, 1548, and entered the Emperor's service. This new recruit was cordially welcomed, and gave a signal proof of his valor by carrying off the first prize in the tournament held at the palace. Christina herself maintained the prudent attitude which she had adopted with regard to Vaudemont's marriage, and refused to countenance by her presence a union which excited much unfriendly criticism in France. 2 other weddings in which she was also keenly interested took place about the same time. On the 20th of October her old suitor, the brilliant and volatile Duke of Vendôme, was married at Moulins to Jeanne d'Albret, the heiress of Navarre. This strong-minded princess, who refused to wed the Duke of Clovis, and took objection to Amélie because his brother was the husband of Diane de Poitiers' daughter, fell suddenly in love with Vendôme, and insisted on marrying him in spite of her mother's opposition. So radiant was Jeanne on her wedding day that King Henry declared her to be the most joyous bride whom he had ever seen. 6 weeks later Amélie himself was married at Saint-Germain to Anne d'Este, daughter of Duke Ercole II of Ferrara and René of France. Ronsard sang the praises of this Italian Venus who had taken the Mars of France for her lord, and Vendôme, gay and inconsequent as ever, sent his old rival in war and love a merry letter, bidding him follow his good example, and stay at home to play the good husband. 411 This union with the king's first cousin satisfied the highest ambitions of the Guises, while Anne's charm and goodness were a source of lasting content to Duchess Antoinette. Christina was one of the first to greet the bride on her arrival at Joinville. At first the 2 princesses, Brantôme tells us, looked at each other shyly, but with evident curiosity. The tale of Amélie's courtship was well known, and Christina naturally felt keen interest in the Este princess who came from Beatrice's home and was the cousin of Francesco Sforza. Anna, writes the chronicler, was tall and beautiful, but very gentle and amiable. The two ladies met and conversed together, and were soon the best of friends. 412 March, 1549 Christina at Brussels 4. Christina's absence from her brother-in-law's wedding had been a great disappointment to her aunts, and she received a pressing invitation to come to Brussels for the fêtes in honor of the Prince of Spain, whose arrival was expected early in the spring of 1549. Accordingly, on the 28th of March the Duchess reached Brussels, attended by the Princess of Macedonia, and was received by the Grand Écuyer Bossu and a brilliant escort of gentlemen. One of these was the Marquis Albert, whose name of late had been frequently coupled with her own, the other his friend Duke Adolf of Holstein. Christina naturally hailed this meeting with her cousin, especially now that his brother, King Christian, had alleviated the rigor of her father's captivity. Since the Palatine had abandoned all attempts to maintain his wife's claims, the reigning monarch had agreed to release his unfortunate kinsman from the dungeons of Sonderburg. On the 17th of February the two kings met and dined together in a friendly manner, after which the deposed monarch was removed to Kalundborg, a pleasantly situated castle on a promontory of Zealand, where he spent the remaining 10 years of his life in comparative freedom. 413 This, indeed, was all that the emperor desired. In a secret paper of instructions which he drew up for Philip in case of his own death, he enjoined his son to cultivate peaceable relations with the King of Denmark, and do his utmost to keep the princesses Dorothea and Christina in his good graces, and ensure their father's good treatment, without allowing him such a measure of liberty as might enable him to assert his old claims and injure our state of Flanders as he did before. 414 Unfortunately, the interest with which Christina regarded the Danish prince proved fatal to Adolph's friendship with the Marquis. Before the outbreak of the Schmalkalde War, Adolf had become affianced to Albert's sister, Fräulein Königund. The wedding day was fixed, and the citizens of Nuremberg had prepared gold rings and jewels for the bride, but the disturbed state of Denmark compelled the Duke to postpone his marriage for a time. Then, as ill luck would have it, he met the Duchess of Lorraine at the New Year festivities at Augsburg, and fell desperately in love with her. From this moment he forgot Fräulein Königund, and took the first excuse he could find to break off his engagement. Albert never forgave the wrong, and, although the two princes met at Brussels and walked side by side in the court chapel on Candlemas Day, the old friendship between them was turned to bitter enmity. 415 April, 1549 Philip of Spain. But now private grievances had to be put aside, and friends and foes alike joined in the public rejoicings which welcomed the Prince of Spain's arrival. Charles was anxious to present his son to his future subjects in the most favorable light, and no pains were spared to produce a good impression both on Philip himself and on the loyal people of Brabant. On the 1st of April, Mary of Hungary, Christina, and Anne of Aarschot, accompanied by the whole court, received the prince at Tervueren, where they entertained him at dinner and witnessed a military parade and sham fight on the plains outside the town. In the evening Philip made his state entry into Brussels, clad in crimson velvet and riding on a superb war horse, attended by Albert of Brandenburg, Adolf of Holstein, the princes of Piedmont, Orange and Chimay, Alva, Egmont, Pescara, and many other illustrious personages. The chief burghers and city guilds met the prince at Tervueren, and escorted him to the palace gates, where the two queens and Christina conducted him into the emperor's presence. Philip fell on his knees, and his father embraced him with tears in his eyes, and conversed with him for over an hour. At nightfall the whole city was illuminated, and bonfires blazed from all the neighboring heights. The next day a tournament was held on the Grande Place, and a splendid gold cup was presented to the prince by the city, while the states of Brabant voted him a gift of 100,000 florins and hailed him with acclamation as the emperor's successor. but in the evening these rejoicings were interrupted by the news of the Duke of Airshot's sudden death. He had gone to Spires to meet the prince, but had overexerted himself, and died very suddenly at his castle of Quievrain. It was a grievous blow to Anne of Lorraine, who was once more left a widow, before she had been married quite 9 months. The deepest sympathy was felt for her at court, and Mary lamented the loss of her wisest counsellor. All festivities were put off till Easter. Philip spent Holy Week in devotional exercises, and rode to Escujal on Palm Sunday, at the head of a solemn procession of knights bearing palms. May 1549. His devotion to Christina. Charles took advantage of this quiet season to initiate his son into the administration of public affairs and make him acquainted with the leading nobles of the Netherlands. But the impression produced by Philip was far from being a favorable one. Short in stature and blonde in complexion, with his father's wide forehead and projecting jaw, he was Flemish in appearance, but Spanish by nature. His taciturn air and haughty and reserved manners formed a striking contrast to the frank and genial ways which endeared Charles V to all classes of his subjects. Thomas Hoby, who saw Philip at Mantua, noticed what small countenance he made to the crowd who greeted his entry, and heard that he had already acquired a name for insolency. Wherever he went it was the same. His severe and morose appearance, wrote the Venetian Suriano, has made him disagreeable to the Italians, hated by the Flemings, and odious to the Germans. His marked preference for all that was Spanish gave deadly offense to the emperor's old servants, and people in Brussels said openly that when Philip came to the throne no one but Spaniards would be employed at court. In vain his father and aunt warned him that this exclusive temper was ill-suited to a prince who was called to rule over subjects of many nations. He spoke little in public and rarely smiled. During the year which he spent at Brussels people said that he was never seen to laugh except on one occasion, when all the court witnessed the famous national fete of the Ommegang from the Hôtel de Ville, on the Fête Dieu. Among the varied groups in the procession was a bear playing on an organ, while children dressed up as monkeys danced to the music, and unhappy cats tied by the tail in cages filled the air with discordant cries. At the sight of these grotesque figures even Philip's gravity gave way, and he laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks. 416 This cold and haughty prince, who took no pains to commend himself to his future subjects, showed a marked preference from the first for his cousin Christina. He sought her company on every possible occasion, gave her rich presents, and devoted himself to her service with an ardour which became a cause of serious annoyance to his aunts. Queen Eleanor, wrote the French ambassador Marillac, is always trying to treat of her daughter's marriage with the prince, but with very little success, and the great attentions which he pays the Duchess of Lorraine, the evident delight which he takes in her society, and the gifts which he bestows upon her, have excited great jealousy. 417 Before long Christina herself found Philip's attentions embarrassing, and felt that it would be the path of wisdom to leave court. She was present, however, at a second tournament given on the Grande Place, on the 6th of May. That day Count d'Aramergue, the husband of Christina's intimate friend Marguerite Lamarck, Mansfeld, Horn, and Floris de Montmorency, held the lists against all assailants, while Alva and Francesco d'Este were the judges. Philip, who inherited little of his father's taste for knightly exercises, but had been practicing riding and justing diligently during the last few weeks, entered the lists, and was awarded a fine ruby as a prize, Egmont and the Prince of Piedmont being the other victors. Albert of Brandenburg was present, but declined to take part in the tournament. He had seldom been seen at court since Philip's arrival and spent most of his time in his own quarters, compiling an account of his grievances against the emperor. One day Charles, fearing to lose his services, sent Granvelle to offer him an honorable and lucrative office in the imperial mint. Albert replied loftily that, since he was born a Brandenburg, no office which the emperor had to bestow, could exalt his station, and that as he never managed to keep a sixpence in his own pocket, he would rather not attempt to meddle with other people's money. A few days after this he asked leave to retire to his own domains. The last time that he appeared in public was at the banquet which followed the tournament, in the Hôtel de Ville. Here he sat at the emperor's table, opposite the Duchess of Lorraine, who was placed between Philip and Emmanuel Philibert of Piedmont, while Adolphe of Holstein sat next to the Princess of Macedonia. All these illustrious guests joined in the ball which closed the day's festivities, and dancing was kept up with great spirit until after midnight 418 August, 1549. The Guise princes. Early the next morning Christina left Brussels, accompanied by Vaudemont's wife, Margaret of Egmont, and escorted for several miles on her journey by the Prince of Spain. 3 weeks later the Marquis Albert also left court, without taking leave of the Emperor or the Queens. His abrupt departure excited general surprise, and no one knew whether it was due to his quarrel with the Duke of Holstein, or to some imaginary affront from the Prince or the Duchess of Lorraine, but when he was at some distance from the town he sent back a warrant for a pension of 4,000 crowns a year, which he had received from the Emperor, as a sign that he was no longer in his service. Hôtel de Ville, Brussels Escoujoul, Brussels to face P. 332. During the course of the summer Philip made his joyeuse entrée into the different cities of the Low Countries, and a memorable series of fêtes was given in his honor by Mary of Hungary at her beautiful summer palace of Bench. At the end of August the Duchess of Aerschot gave birth to a posthumous son, who was christened by the Bishop of Arras in the court chapel, and named Charles Philip, after his godfathers, the Emperor and the Prince. But while Anne's second marriage and her brother's union with Egmont's sister strengthened the ties between Lorraine and Flanders, the close connection of the younger branch of the ducal house with France increased daily. After the marriage of Guise's third son, Mayenne, with Diane de Poitiers' daughter, his brothers were loaded with favors of every description. Amélie was created a duke and appointed governor of Savoy, and Charles was made a cardinal at the king's request, and loaded with rich benefices. Their mother stood sponsor to Henry II's daughter Claude, who was one day to be the wife of Christina's only son, and had the deputies of the 13 Swiss cantons for her godfathers. A new link was forged by the coming of the little Queen of Scots to France in the autumn of 1548, as the future bride of the Dauphin. Antoinette met her granddaughter at Brest, and brought her to Saint-Germain, where the charms of the little queen soon won all hearts. "I can assure you," wrote the proud grandmother to her eldest son, "she is the best and prettiest child of her age that was ever seen." And her uncle the cardinal added, "She already governs both the king and queen." At the court ball in honor of Amélie's wedding, all the guests stood still to watch the lovely little queen and the Dauphin dancing hand in hand, and the king smiled maliciously when the English ambassador remarked that it was the most charming thing in the world to see the two children together. 419. When Christina returned to Lorraine in May, 1549, all the Guises were at Paris for the king and queen's state entry, and the young Duke of Longueville led his grandmother's white horse in the procession. After this Antoinette brought her daughter-in-law to spend the autumn quietly at Joinville, and great was the rejoicing when, on the last day of the year, Anna gave birth to her first son, the prince who was to become famous as Henry Le Balafre. Christina was careful to remain on good terms with the family at Joinville, and the presence of the Duchess of Aerschot, who spent the winter in Lorraine, increased the friendly intercourse between the two houses. Anne's letters to her aunt and cousins abound in playful allusions to early recollections, and she always addressed Amélie as Monsieur mon serviteur and signed herself Votre bonne maîtresse. When, in January, 1550, the Duke of Guise fell ill, Christina sent her steward Gramont repeatedly to make inquiries at Joinville. April, 1550. Death of Guise. We cannot rest satisfied, wrote the Duchess of Airshot from Nancy, without hearing the latest accounts of my uncle, and trust the bearer will bring us good news, please God. My sister, Madame de Lorraine, is so anxious about him that she feels she must send over again. I cannot tell you, my dear aunt, how much she thinks of you, and how anxious she is to do you any service in her power. As for myself, if there is anything that I can do, you have only to speak, and you will be obeyed. 420. After a long illness, Claude of Guise breathed his last on the 12th of April, and was followed to the grave within a month by his brother, Cardinal Jean, who died at Nogent-sur-Seine, on his return from Rome. The Duke's funeral was solemnized in the church of Saint Laurent at Joinville, with all the elaborate ceremonial common on these occasions. Antoinette made a great point of Christina's attendance, and Anne promised to do her best to gratify her aunt's wish in the matter. I shall be very glad, she wrote, if it is possible for Madame my sister to be present at the obsequies of my uncle, to whom God grant peace, and will do my utmost to effect this, not only because of my own anxiety to see you and my cousins, but because I would gladly give you pleasure. 421. Accordingly, the two duchesses, accompanied by the Count and Countess of Vaudemont and several nobles, arrived at Joinville on Saturday, the 29th of June, to condole with the widow and attend the funeral rites that were protracted during the next 3 days. Never was there a more attached family than this of the Guises. I cannot tell you the grief I feel, wrote the Queen of Scotland to her bereaved mother. You know as well as I do that I have lost the best father that ever child had, and am left both orphaned and widowed. An imposing monument, adorned with rich marbles and bas-reliefs of the dead prince's battles, was raised by Antoinette to her husband's memory in the church at Joinville. In the center the Duke and Duchess were both represented clad in robes of state, kneeling with hands clasped together, and a long Latin epitaph relating the hero's great deeds was inscribed below, ending with the words, Antoinette de Bourbon, his wife, and her 6 sons, have erected this tomb, in token of undying sorrow and love for an incomparable husband and the best of fathers. 422 v. September, 1550. Charles the Bold's remains. Charles V had long cherished a wish to remove the bones of his ancestor Charles the Bold from the church of St. George's at Nancy, where they had been buried after his defeat, and bring them to rest in his daughter Mary's tomb at Bruges. At first Christina hesitated to give her consent, fearing to arouse the resentment of her subjects, who were proud of possessing this trophy of King René's victory, but the urgent entreaties of her aunts at length induced her to yield, and, after ascertaining that neither Vaudemont nor the States of Lorraine had any objection to offer, she consented to her uncle's request, on condition that the removal of the remains should be effected as quietly as possible. Late in the evening of the 22nd of September, 1550, 3 imperial deputies, the Bishop of Cambrai, the Chief Justice of Luxembourg, and the Herald Toison d'Or, met the Provost and Canons of St. George's in the crypt of the Collegiate Church. A solemn requiem was chanted, after which the tomb was opened and the bones, wrapped in a white linen shroud, were reverently laid in a wooden casket and committed to the charge of 2 friars. A gift of 100 gold crowns was made to the church in the emperor's name, and the precious casket was placed on a chariot drawn by 4 black horses, escorted by a troop of 20 men-at-arms. The little procession traveled the same night to Metz, and thence across the frontier to Luxembourg. Bells were tolled in all the towns and villages on their way, and the De Profundis was chanted wherever a halt was made, until on the 24th the casket was safely deposited in the choir of the Cordeliers Church at Luxembourg. Here Charles of Burgundy's bones were placed in the grave of John of Luxembourg, the blind king of Bohemia, who fell at Cressy, until, 9 years later, they were finally laid to rest by his daughter's side in the shrine of Our Lady at Bruges 423. When this pious act was safely accomplished, Christina set out with Anne of Lorraine and the Count and Countess of Vaudemont to join the imperial party at Augsburg. Charles, Philip, and Ferdinand had been attending the Diet in the city since July, and were joined there by Mary of Hungary, who, however, was obliged to return to the Netherlands on the 26th of September, owing to troubles on the French frontier. Christina's presence was the more welcome. On the 30th of the same month Philip and his uncle Ferdinand were riding in the fields near Augsburg, when they noticed a cloud of dust on the high road, and, galloping off in this direction, met the Duchess of Lorraine and her companions, with a large train of followers. Philip gallantly escorted his cousin to the emperor's lodgings, where she spent the next 3 weeks. Her coming was the signal for a round of festivities. While Charles and Ferdinand rode together in earnest converse, or sat with closed doors debating public matters, Philip and a few chosen friends, the Prince of Piedmont, Duke Adolphe, Pescara, and Ruy Gomez, spent the days with the Duchess and her ladies. Sometimes they went hunting on the Bavarian plains, sometimes they danced or played cards, and every evening they met at supper in Christina's rooms. 424 October, 1550. Roger asks him. On the 16th of October a joust was held in the court of the Fugger's house, and the emperor, with his niece and Duchess N, looked on from the windows. Egmont and Vaudemont were judges, and Count Lolling and Floris de Montmorency won the prizes. The Cardinal of Trent entertained the company at supper, and left the next day for Genoa to receive Maximilian, the King of Bohemia, who had been sent for from Spain to take part in the family conference. 3 days later Philip gave a tournament on a grander scale, in honor of the Duchess, and entered the lists clad in ruby velvet and white satin, as he figures in the portrait which Titian painted. This time Christina's presence seems to have inspired him with unwonted prowess. He broke many lances, and won a fine gold chain, which he presented to his cousin. She on her part entertained the King of the Romans and all the knights who rode in the justs at a sumptuous banquet and ball, which ended in the prince presenting rings to all the ladies and receiving a kiss from each in turn. This festive evening marked the close of Christina's visit to Augsburg. The next morning she set out for Nancy, leaving the court sad and widowed, writes an Italian chronicler, bereft of her presence, and without a lady to amuse the princes or entertain the emperor's guests. Philip escorted her for some miles on her journey, and took an affectionate farewell of his favorite cousin, whom he never saw again until he was the husband of Mary Tudor. 425 Christina's route lay through the Duchy of Württemberg and along the valley of the Neckar. At Esslingen, the free imperial city on the banks of this river, she met the new English ambassador, Sir Richard Morosine, on his way to Augsburg. In his train was a young secretary called Roger Ascham. He had been Lady Jane Grey's tutor, and had left his Greek studies and pleasant college life at Cambridge with some reluctance, but was keenly enjoying his first sight of foreign parts. The journey up the Rhine in a fair barge with goodly glass windows afforded him great pleasure. He gazed in admiration at the castles and abbeys perched on the crags, and the vines laden with purple grapes that grew in terraces along the banks, while the river at Spires, broader a great deal than the Thames at Greenwich, made him realize for the first time why the Greeks worshipped river gods. In the court chapel at Brussels he caught a glimpse of Queen Eleanor, looking as fair and white as a dove in her embroidered linen robe, with her ladies clad in black velvet with gold chains, and white plumes in their caps, like boys rather than maidens. Then, as he rode through Tongres, he met the Queen of Hungary posting back from Augsburg, with only 30 courtiers in her train, having outridden and wearied all the rest, and taken 13 days to do a journey that men can scarce do in 17. She is a virago, the young Englishman remarked, never so well as when she is flinging on horseback or hunting all day. 426 Now, at Esslingen, Ascham fell in with another noble lady, the Duchess of Milan and Lorraine, daughter to the King of Denmark. Unlike Mary of Hungary, who posted so fast that no ladies could keep pace with her, Christina was always attended with a large retinue. Brantome tells us that at court she assumed a state which rivaled that of the Queen of France herself. On this journey she rode a white palfrey, and was followed by 16 maids of honor on horseback and 4 chariots filled with ladies, escorted by a troop of 300 horse. 36 mules and a dozen wagons, laden with chamber stuff, brought up the rear, and a great crowd of rascals belonging to her kitchen and stables came drabbling in the dirt on foot. Roger looked with admiration at the fine horses with their rich trappings, and was profoundly impressed by the tall stature and stately bearing of the Duchess. "I have never seen a lady of her port in all my life," he exclaimed. His interest was heightened when he heard that she should once have married King Henry VIII, before my Lady Anne of Clovis, and was told that she had now been with the Emperor at Augsburg, where she was thought by some to have been a wooing to the Prince of Spain. 427 August, 1550 Discord in imperial family. From Esslingen, Christina had intended to go to Heidelberg, on a visit to her sister, but the unsettled state of affairs made her presence necessary at home, and she hurried on to Nancy. The French were once more busy with preparations for war, and grew every day more insolent in their language. Even the Emperor's old ally, the Constable Montmorency, who had been recalled to court by Henry II, joined the war party, and seemed to be as violent as the Guises. At the same time fresh trouble was brewing in Germany. The interim had proved very unpopular. Magdeburg refused to accept the new edict, and Maurice of Saxony, who was sent against the city, carried on the siege in so half-hearted a manner that doubts of his loyalty were felt, while the Marquis Albert kept away from court and sulked, like Achilles of old, in his tent. But the worst of all the emperor's troubles were those which had arisen in his own family. Granvelle confessed to Paget at Brussels that it had not been easy for Charles to obtain the recognition of his son as his successor in Flanders, and that he foresaw this would be a far harder matter in Germany. From the first, Philip's haughty manners and Spanish reserve were bitterly resented by the princes of the empire, and Charles realized with dismay how difficult it would be to obtain their consent to the adoption of his son as coadjutor of the King of the Romans, and his ultimate successor on the imperial throne. He had first of all to reckon with Ferdinand. This monarch had always been on the most affectionate terms with his brother, but was naturally indignant when rumors reached him, through the Marquis Albert's servants, that the emperor intended to make Philip king of the Romans in his place. In vain his sister Mary assured him that this idea had never been entertained. His resentment was kindled, and he and King Maximilian were prepared to resist stoutly any infringement of their rights. 428 Everyone noticed how grave and pensive Charles appeared when he entered Augsburg, and, although the prolonged family conferences which took place were conducted in strict secrecy, rumor was busy with conjecture, and the latest gossip from Augsburg was greedily devoured at the French court. At this critical moment Chancellor Granvelle, who for 25 years had been Charles's most trusted counselor, died after a few days' illness at Augsburg. Friends and foes alike expressed their grief in the warmest terms. The constable wrote letters of condolence to his widow, and Charles and Ferdinand came in person to visit Madame Nicole, but found this excellent woman too much overcome with grief to be able to speak. It was an irreparable loss to the emperor, and no one was better aware of this than himself. "My son," he wrote to Philip, "you and I have lost a good bed of down." 429 Granvelle's son, Antoine Perronat, the Bishop of Arras, succeeded him as imperial chancellor, but had neither his father's wisdom nor experience, and was little fitted to cope with the gravity of the situation. Charles now sent for the Queen of Hungary, who hastened to Augsburg in September, but even she could effect little. Queen Mary, wrote Strapiana, the Duke of Savoy's ambassador, is here to persuade the King of the Romans to accept the Prince of Spain as coadjutor, but finds the ground very hard, and by what I hear can obtain nothing. 430 December, 1550. The Emperor's anxiety after Mary's departure, Charles's difficulties increased every day, and Christina tried in vain to pour oil on the troubled waters. She amused Philip, and did her best to console the Emperor in his fits of profound dejection. When she was gone he turned once more to Mary, and begged her earnestly to come to his help. I had some hope, he wrote on the 6th of December, that the king our nephew might be persuaded to consent to the only plan by which the greatness and stability of our house can be maintained. But, as you will see by this letter, which my brother gave me the day before yesterday, I begin to feel that my hope was vain. And I think that in this he does me great wrong, when I have done so much for him. My patience is almost at an end, and I wish with all my heart that you were here, as you can help me more than anyone else. So I beg you to hasten your coming as soon as possible, and shall await your arrival with the utmost anxiety. To this letter, which had been dictated to his secretary, Charles added the following postscript, written with his own gouty hand: I can assure you, my dear sister, that I can bear no more unless I am to burst. Certainly I never felt all that the dead King of France did against me, nor all that the present one is trying to do, nor yet the affronts which the constable puts upon us now, half as keenly as I have felt and am feeling the treatment which I have received from the king my brother. I can only pray God to grant him goodwill and understanding, and give me strength and patience, in order that we may arrive at some agreement, and that, if your coming does not serve to convert him, it may at least give me some consolation. Your loving brother, Charles. 431. On receiving this letter, Mary started for Augsburg without a moment's delay. Attended only by the Bishop of Cambrai and 3 ladies, the brave queen rode all the way from Binch to Augsburg in 12 days, and arrived at 5 o'clock on the evening of New Year's Day, 1551. January, 1551. Family conferences all through November and December. The Emperor hardly left his room. When he dined with the Knights of the Fleece on St. Andrew's Day, the hall was heated like a furnace, and Marillac, the French ambassador, remarked that he looked so old and feeble he could not be long for this world. 432. But on the feast of the 3 Kings he dined in public, with his brother and sister, and his 2 nephews, Maximilian, who had arrived from Spain on the 10th of December, and the young Archduke Ferdinand. They were, to all appearances, a happy and united family, and Strapiana noted an evident improvement in the Emperor's spirits. Roger Ascham watched these illustrious personages with keen interest. He describes how Charles and Ferdinand sat under the cloth of state and ate together very handsomely, his chapel singing wonderful cunningly all dinner time. The Emperor, he remarked, hath a good face, constant air, and looks somewhat like the parson of a Purstone. He wore a black taffety gown, and furred nightcap on his head, and fed well of a capon. I have had a better from mine hostess Barnes many times. Ferdinand he describes as a very homely man, gentle to be spoken to of any man, the Prince of Spain as not in all so wise as his father. But King Max was Roger's favourite, a prince peerless in his eyes. He is never tired of extolling this worthy gentleman, learned, wise, liberal, gentle, loved and praised of all. 433. During the next few weeks prolonged conferences were held in the Emperor's rooms. King Max from the first flatly refused to consent to Philip's appointment as coadjutor with the King of the Romans, and the quarrel waxed hot between them. Night and day Eros went secretly to and fro with letters between Charles and Ferdinand. If the Queen of Hungary was seen leaving the King of the Romans with flushed face and flashing eyes, it was a sure sign that things were going badly for the Emperor. If Ferdinand and his sons wore a joyous air, and there were tokens of affection between them and Mary, Strapiana and Marillac were satisfied that all was going well. 434 As for Philip and Max, it was easy to see that there was no love lost between them. They met occasionally at night in Charles's rooms and exchanged formal greetings, but never paid each other visits or attended mass and took meals together. The rivalry between the two princes became every day more marked. The King of Bohemia, writes Marillac, is frank, gay, and fearless, and is as much beloved by the Germans as Don Philip is disliked. His Spanish education, haughty bearing, and suspicious nature, all help to make him unpopular, although to please his father he wears German clothes and tries to adopt German customs, even with regard to drink, so that 2 or 3 times he is said to have taken more than he could well carry. 435 Nor was Philip more fortunate in his attempts to distinguish himself in the tilting. In the justs held at Candlemas, Marillac reports that all jousted badly, but Philip worst of all, for he never broke a single lance, and Ascham remarks that the Prince of Spain jousted genteelly, for he neither hurt himself, nor his horse and spear, nor him that he ran with. He redeemed his character to some extent, however, in a tournament given a week later in the Queen's honor, and succeeded in winning 1 prize, while the Prince of Orange and Archduke Ferdinand were the heroes of the day. And as for noble Max, he ran not at all. 436 A few days afterwards the diet was prorogued, and Strapiana told Marillac that owing to Mary's influence a secret agreement had been framed, by which Philip was to have a share in the administration of imperial affairs, and that, when he succeeded his uncle as emperor, Maximilian should become king of the Romans. On the 10th of March an agreement to this effect was drawn up by the Bishop of Arras, and signed by all 4 princes. On the same day Mary gave a farewell banquet, after which Ferdinand took an affectionate farewell of his brother, and went to Vienna with his sons. Noble Max, wrote Ascham, goes to meet the Turk. I pray God he may give him an overthrow. He taketh with him the hearts, goodwill, and prayers, of rich and poor. 437 April, 1551 The Emperor disappointed. On the 7th of April Mary left for Brussels, after giving an audience to Morosine, who saw that she was in the dumps, although she smiled 2 or 3 times and tried to hide her feelings. 438 By this time she had probably realized how fruitless all attempts to conciliate the German princes would prove. The electors unanimously declined to sanction the agreement which had been the cause of so many heartburned